one more. You could attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, buenos dias, trainers. Welcome to the Orange City of Sevilla. It's a brilliant day on the outside, and we can't wait to have some amazing games on the inside. This is one of the most important meta shifts that we've had so far. I am Count Zevius, and joining me are my wonderful co-casters, Amanda Lundberger, Leo the Lionheart Koenig, and Inadequence. Leo. Yesterday, Amanda had a chance to say what her highlight of the day was. I don't think you had a say. What was your highlight?
Okay, so I always love it when trainers come up with the exact same game plan. So what I really loved was when Frika played versus Paulasha. We were coming to an end game. Two Azumarill racing to the energy. Both had the charge deck and both swapped into their low HP Pokemon in the back. And Paulasha was coming out on top because the Cradily was able to farm down the Corviknight. That was, I love those moments in Pokemon Go.
It shows how impressive these battlers are and how much they take into consideration. So this Sevilla Special Championship is the first tournament where we saw Tinkerton, but there's plenty more to come. Amanda, take us through what we have next.
That's absolutely right. The journey has been long so far, but we are all about the Special Championships for Europe for the rest of this season, with another one coming up next month in Utrecht, followed by one in Bologna, and then, of course, we have the North American International Championships in New Orleans. But that's not it, everyone. It's all leading to Anaheim, where the World Championships will be held in August.
Yep, World Championships, that's what we are all trying to get to. All these competitors come to multiple events to get to qualify to World Championships. How do we qualify to the World Championship, Martin?
There are various ways to qualify for the World Championships. First off, you can do this through championship points that you can accumulate through gaining these from these regional championships, the special championships, and international championships. On the left table, you can see how many points trainers get for their placements at the special championship that we have here. And on the right, you can see how many players can qualify through championship points over their specific region. 75 from the US and Canada, 50 from Europe, 50 from Latin America, etc., etc. You can also directly qualify from winning a championship or placing top 4 at an international championship or at the previous World Championship. So multiple ways to qualify for the World Championships, and everyone is in here for that.
Yeah. It's not just CP, it's not just how we qualify for Worlds. The CP points also come in a critical point where you can also get that travel award, a travel incentive. Leo, take us through what we have.
So you get a Tier 1 travel award, means full stipend there, where you are in the top 8 of Europe or of your respective region. But Colin 6 is leading in Europe with 1,822 whopping points, and then the Tier 2 travel award is going to be 9th till 12th place, and that is rather interesting because we can see some competitors on there as well.
Yeah, there's 3 competitors that I'm really looking at is Paulasha, Kaifia, and San Judijo. They have made it to day 2 today, and they can get some more championship points, which can potentially alter their positioning in the travel tier stipend as well. But let's see how these battlers did in day number 1, because we have a highlight video for you guys. Okay, actually, let's talk about what happened in day number 1. So one of the best things that I saw in day number 1 was the sack swap where the Claydol came in to catch a drill run that turned the complete tide of the game for Kaifia and made him to day number 2. So Martin, do you have anything that you want to say that's a highlight?
Well, I said yesterday that I predicted Claydol would be the #1 Pokemon of usage in the meta. It was Shadow Drapion instead. But when I was casting these battles, all I saw was Claydol. How was that not the #1 Pokemon? It is so good right now. Even in a typing that just takes Super Effect from about everything. With its strong moveset, it's just so good with Mud Slap and Rock Tomb, arguably some of the best attacks in the game right now. And that is really something that I expect to see a lot today as well. Claydol, Claydol, Claydol.
Right, we talked about Claydol yesterday as well. It's one of those Pokemon that needed buff after buff after buff to finally make it viable.
It's here now.
It's here now, but it's still not the top meta Pokemon. I don't know what it'll take to put it on there.
I mean, number 2 is fine, I think.
Number 2 is fine, but let's see if your prediction about how much Claydol we will see. We have the upcoming matches. What matches we're going to see today?
You can see we're all going to start off with the winners finals with Patoman versus Marco Shiny. Also, just take a look at these matches coming up. Look how many Spanish trainers are on this list. There are 8 of them who are in the day 2 competition. The people in the winners finals did not lose any matches day number 1, so whoever loses those matches will be dropped down to play against the people who are in the losers finals.
And if you lost your first game on day 2, you're either playing versus Antelpera, Paulasha, Kaifia, or Pablondinas, and that's also rather tough. So those 4 trainers are also still waiting to win this tournament because they're not out yet.
It's one of the beauties of having the double bracket system and double elimination system. So one thing that we did yesterday is also pick out trainers that do well, or we thought would do well. Some of our trainers made it through. How did we fare in the Casters Fantasy Draft? Let's take a look.
Oh yeah, the Yellow Whipper actually made it really far. AKX Rocha lost to Emmy Weedle and Strange Top. Also, we've seen him on stream, I believe, but none of them made it into day 2. So this one was not my best prediction, but I still am very proud of those trainers and how far they've made it, to be honest.
I mean, I'm looking at this side of the couch at Abi, and I think we're doing pretty well with the 1 person in the winners finals and 1 in the losers for us. But I also want to say, Martijn, our top ones are facing off against each other for, I believe, the first match of the day. So we can see how this maybe will turn out.
I think that Marco Shiny is one of the main characters of Sevilla. I'm calling it right here. He's streaming on Twitch. He is one of the Spanish representatives. I have faith that Marco Shiny gets really far in this tournament.
I mean, he's already made it quite far as well. He's in day 2. He's just
Even further.
Even further. He's just a few games away from actually being the special championship champion. So we did, I mean, it's good that we are having this caster prediction draft because we also see how much we can kind of predict how these players will do, how the players have been doing throughout the season, and who can read the meta better. So where can you see all of these players play and compete? You can watch us at Pokemon.com/broadcast. It will be here. The link is right below. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Leo, for pointing that out. It's very clear now.
Gotcha.
You can also follow the channels. Follow us in YouTube /Pokemon and also on Twitch/Pokemon. We also, you know, it's great. It's time to kick off for day number 2. But just before, let's take a look at what happened in day number 1.
Welcome, welcome into day number 2 here in Sevilla for the Special Championships. After this day, we will be crowning a champion. Can't wait to see it. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Count Xavius, and we're ready to kick it up into the action.
Yep, I'm looking forward to a lot of exciting games. And one of the key things that I want to point out is how Golisopod has made its way into the meta.
Right.
So many Golisopods, so many Tinkertons as well. Of course, it's a pretty neutral matchup when you run a Golisopod against a Tinkerton, and I want to see a lot more of that matchup today.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a lot yesterday. Tinkerton, this is the first tournament that the Pokemon is actually viable to be in the competitions, and competitors have really been bringing it. Very anxious to see. We know that day number 1, it was about 5 or 6 in the overall usage, but I wonder with day 2 competitors how the meta has a little bit shifted and changed around.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tinkerton is one of the top used Pokemon. We've seen it in almost all these trainers' teams, and it's getting like a really good pairing with Pokemon like Claydol, and also we saw the double Fairy as well, Azumarill and Tinkerton. I mean, one Fairy was already doing quite a bit of heavy lifting. Our friend Marcus Aurelius will vouch for Azumarill being a top meta Pokemon for sure.
I think that Azumarill, as we probably have figured out by now, looks like it is here to stay, but Tinkerton is really going toe-to-toe with it. We see that both of them have been used as what we call almost damage sponges, being able to just soak up a bit of that energy that's coming through and then saving the shields for a little bit squishier Pokemon, maybe Pokemon that don't have as much bulk. We saw a surprising amount of Shadow Primates yesterday being able to punch their way through and be able to make it into day 2 as well.
Yeah, it's a very cool animation, right? The Primape's karate chop. It chops the screen and then you see the hand coming. It's like chop, chop. That's a very cool animation. Also Ferd as well. Ferd did also make it to day 2, and I'm very happy to see. The more Ferds I see on the screen, the happier it makes me. I don't know why.
I mean, I tell you what, if you watch the Charge Attack animation, I think that's probably why I don't think I've seen a happier Pokemon. Well, it's making a little bit of an attack animation, so that could be it. It was actually surprising to me, the amount of Ferd. I know that it was on you and Leo's caster predictions, but it's the same point. It was just like, well, with so many Tinkerton around, it was a very big surprise to me to see so many competitors still willing to bring such a divisive Pokemon in that sense.
Yeah, it's like that, right? I think it's always going to be a meta where there's a divisive Pokemon that it can completely put you in a place where you have a lot of advantage, or it can put you in a place where you do not want to be in. So Ferd fits a picture. Tinkerton also fits that picture as well. One of the things that we need to understand, or we touched up a little bit about, is a double elimination format. So for the for Pokemon Go, let's see how we can go through the format and how these games are played in these championships.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thank you, Speedy. Every choice is a difference between victory and defeat. Can't be better put there. That one of the key components as well is to team build. Not just pick a team of 3, but also picking your team of 6. Amanda, how would you approach building a team of 6?
I think it's definitely a lot different than what we have in, say, the Go Battle League, where it is a blind 3 format, where you have 3 Pokemon and you are very unsure of, like, I mean, maybe you can kind of through playing, understand some teams that other people are running, but Show 6 Pick 3 is actually like a different skill set entirely, because you get to look at the team of 6 that your opponent's bringing and decide what is not only best for you to bring, but maybe is there a really strong Pokemon on my opponent's team that I should be trying to defend my team against?
Yeah. You not only can you see all the 6 Pokemon of your opponent, you can also see the moves of these Pokemon. This way you can prepare for which attacks you need to look out for. It's not a surprise like in Go Battle League. So there's more preparation, more strategy involved. But these trainers, the trainers that are here today, have already strategized. They've already built a team. Let's see all these Pokemon. How many of these trainers picked the Tinkaton, and how many of these trainers went for the Azumarill?
Yeah, just a refresher, these were the most popular Pokemon picked for day number 1. So of all the competitors that are competing here at this special championship, we look at this team and Shadow Drop in, like we talked about earlier, top of the list with 45%, but Claydol is right behind it there.
Yeah.
We did discuss the newest Pokemon to the meta, Tinkerton, sitting there in 5th place, but again, this is the overall usage. I'm really excited now that we're in day 2 to see what the actual meta shakeup is going to be. And let's go ahead and take a look.
In day 2, we see
Whoa!
Tinkaton making all the way to the first place. Actually, it's a tie for 3 Pokemon. You have Tinkaton, Lapras, and Drapion with 58%. So every other team has one of these Pokemon.
So theoretically, Claydol still not in first place like Canadequin's predicted, but it's still in that 2nd place slot.
I mean, it's the story of Claydol, right? It's like never good enough for first place, but it is a very key Pokemon in defining the meta. Why? Because it has play with the Rock Tomb onto the Lapras. Mudslaps do a ton of damage against the Tinkaton and also against the Drapion. A Pokemon that, again, I want to re-highlight is the Golisopod. Great typing, great coverage. Shadow Claw, great move.
And also look at some of the Pokemon that sort of have made their way out of the meta, but guess who's back? Clodsire up in that percentage. And another unusual pick that we saw really piloted to success yesterday is that Unova Stunfisk making the 17% along with Corviknight to be at the end of this top 12 usage.
Yeah, I think Corviknight is a good Pokemon to have. It brings quite a bulk into the meta as well, can do a lot of damage onto the Tinkaton. Of course, these are natural enemies. Leo pointed out that Tinkaton used for the Corviknight taxis, Tinkaton tried to hammer the taxis down as well.
And also, we kind of had that debate yesterday. Is there, is it an Azumarill meta or is it a Tinkerton meta? They're both in that top 12, but I have to say, it seems like Tinkerton has been the choice for many, many players. Also, with the open team sheets, we saw that mostly all of the Tinkerton were running Bulldoze over Heavy Slam as its secondary charge attack.
Yeah, I think the meta will change over time based on what kind of Pokemon that we will see. The reason why I think day 1 Tinkaton was not so high usage is just because of availability of Tinkaton.
Sure.
So you can only hatch Tinkaton from eggs, and the eggs do not have the, let's say, how do you call it, the best distribution we need for Pokemon Go PvP.
Maybe a little bit too high of an attack along with that bulk and defense, but what you're really looking for, especially to be more viable, more PvP ready, is for a lower attack, but still having that high defense and bulk.
Yeah, so the only way to get it for a Pokemon from the egg is to trade with competitors. What's the best place to trade? Right here.
Right here.
Absolutely.
Get over onto one of these special championships. We got a couple more this season. Also, local cups and challenges are a great way to meet people, like-minded people who want to play a little bit of PvP and are maybe wanting as well to mirror trade you one of theirs to be able to get something that's a little more ready to be fighting.
Yeah, low friendship trades is what you need because of the cap that you have on the stats you can get.
Yeah, low friendship trades in the game, real high friendship trades in real life. There's so much going to be coming on here on day number 2. We're getting ready. We're getting down to the screen here. This is on the winner's side of the bracket here. So neither one of these trainers lost at all yesterday. We have Pato Man on the left-hand side, our current European international champion, against Marcos Shiny, a very, very nice content creator who has been doing incredibly well this season.
Yeah, we were just talking about it yesterday as well with Kaifia during his interview. Is the battle between the Golisopod and the Feraligatr. Which of these water-type Pokemon is the better Shadow Claw user? Kaifia said it was the Feraligatr, but this match is going to prove which one comes out on top. And we see the team sheets here on Patoman's side. It's a Jellicent. It's a Pokemon that we haven't seen used by anybody. And we were talking about how it's kind of like a double ghost line in the sense you have the Golisopod with the Shadow Claw and Jellicent with the Hex damage and Shadow Ball.
And I know that the Talonflame was on basically 3 of the casters, you, Leo, and Martine's picks, but I mean, here it is also on Patoman's side. Marco's Shiny's team a little bit different there. We have a Shadow Annihilate, just basically, we saw how much damage that this Pokemon has been able to do in 2 shield scenarios, running Rage Fist and Ice Punch, also that Shadow for Alligator, and also the Shadow Drop-In. So it looks like the whole right-hand side of the screen is going for that Shadow damage.
Yeah, Shadow damage, but one of the things about Shadow Pokemon is that it also takes more damage, and what is a Pokemon that does a ton of damage in this meta? It's Talonflame. A boosted Talonflame from the side of Patoman will do a lot of work against Marco Shiny's team, but the reason why you bring Talonflame in this meta is to counter the Tinkaton. Do you see a Tinkaton on Marco Shiny's team?
I don't, and if I was Patoman, I don't actually think there's too many targets with that Talonflame. With a double water lineup as well as a Credilli that can throw Rock Tomb back to be able to lower the attack, there's really not too much. Also with Clodsire, what has a big Bodsire, it seems, to be able to just tank all of those attacks. I think that we will probably see that Talonflame at least in its cage for this current matchup.
I think at this point, Patoman will be playing 5v6 here, but then again, Patoman pilots different Pokemons at different times, and he brings these unexpected picks and makes them succeed. Let's see. I think they're having a game of rock, paper, scissors there. I did not know who won, unfortunately, because the screen is kind of blocked. Please, guys, can you do this again?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll just maybe take it to the battles to see who will be winning in these scenarios. I know a lot of times players like to try to think about their different play styles. So sometimes if there are Pokemon that can kind of be hard-walled by something on the other team, which we do see a lot of. I think that was sort of the joke. It's like you don't want to be the scissors in that scenario if there's a hard rock to be facing you across the screen.
Yeah, the main matchup that I think Patoman is talking about is the Charger Bug into the Clodsire. That's a very detrimental matchup to be in if you are the Charger Bug. Another, let's say, rock, paper, scissors matchup would be a Gastrodon going up against a Credilli. That's also something that you really don't want to be in. But Patoman does have, let's say, wild cards that he can play. Pokemon that's like Golisopod, which is pretty neutral into Marco Shiny's team. It can hit the Credilli with X-Scissor for neutral damage, super effective damage against the Annihilate, and also damage over time against Pokemon like Azumarill.
If I'm looking at these teams here, I know that Decalfio said it yesterday. I do agree that Shadow for Alligator seems pretty strong into this meta. Its Shadow Claw damage does a decent amount, and the Hydro Cannons just come in fast. They do a lot of damage. Speaking of for Alligator, taking the field here up against one of its more heavy competitions, especially in the lead here, the Charger Bug. We'll see an immediate pivot now from Marcos into Shadow Drop-In. One of the safest swaps in the game, but not when there's a Gastrodon.
Yeah, safest swap in the game, but it's met with one of its hardest answers, Gastrodon. Marcus Shiny's Drop-In does reach to this crunch first, and no shield by Patoman, knowing full well that his Gastrodon is in a good position to tank that crunch.
Going straight for the body slam. The Mud Slaps are doing so much damage, as you can see, but I think Patoman just wants to make sure he doesn't have to use a shield in this scenario and going to be able to just Mud Slap down. Look, at this point, he knows it's just an Aqua Tail, still no shield used on Patoman's side.
That's great heads-up play by Patoman. He did not throw the last Mud Slap to make sure his Gastrodon takes a ton of damage. I think after this, he's potentially going to throw the next one, knocking out the Drop-In. This means Feraligatr does not get what it needs the most, a lot of energy advantage.
Yeah, Feraligatr does the best when he puts on a little cowboy hat and some cowboy boots and starts to farm. He only gets one Shadow Claw, so not a lot of energy at that point. In comes the Charger Bug again, and now they're about more on even footing. Even still, this Hydro Cannon will do a lot of damage, and Patoman is deciding still no shield left, but look at this, already down to the low yellow.
This no shield is a very big call by Patoman, going now for the discharge. This unshielded would knock out the Feraligatr. Marcus Shiny saying, maybe my Feraligatr still has play at the backline and preserving it with a shield.
Coming in now with the Golisopod just to start to get a little bit of energy. Now the Credilli comes in. Credilli will be able to reach an attack that will be doing a lot of damage to the Golisopod. Marcus Shiny using a shield here because he knows he can lower the attack after his attack goes off, and he wants to be able to preserve the health on this Credilli.
Yeah, but the the Golisopod still has 2 shields to hide behind here. First Rock Tomb coming in from the Credilli. This will have done a lot of damage on the Golisopod, but Patoman, knowing this, pulls up a shield, and he will be willing to get these X-Scissors out of the way before the next Rock Tomb comes in.
Did we say the Feraligatr was going to farm? Because look how much energy this Golisopod has, almost up to 2 X-Scissors. This one coming through, no Protect Shield left on Marco Shiny's side, taking the full brunt of that damage, but able to get off the next charge attack of his own, getting that last shield from Patoman.
The Feraligatr did go out with some energy, so this is going to be a very interesting endgame here. Patoman trying to predict the swap. Unfortunately for him, Marco Shiny stays in, goes for the X-Scissor to knock out the Credilli. Let's see if the Feraligatr has enough in its tank to take out the Golisopod and the Charger Bug.
I don't hate this play necessarily, but the big problem is one Hydro Cannon going to be enough? Because it's charge attack priority, and actually surprisingly here, Feraligatr looked like it's win that, going for the heavier hitting Ice Beam.
Ice Beam comes in, but this is still resisted by the Golisopod. Golisopod is healthy here, and this X-Scissor will knock out the Feraligatr. 1-0 to Patoman.
Patoman hitting all the bubbles, X-Scissor connecting here, down goes the Feraligatr. Patoman taking that first game. Marco Shiny looking down a little bit, deciding how he could have maybe played that out differently, but look how close that came in the end game. It really came down to energy management.
I think it's one of the ways to show that, of course, they did play the rock, paper, scissors game to make sure we don't know who won, but I guess Patoman did in game 1. So you can make even these rock, paper, scissors matchup really, really close by pivoting, by playing around with your Pokemon energy. One of the best Pokemon to play around with energy is the Feraligatr, and we saw a great show of Feraligatr. It was just very close to winning that game.
I mean, let's go back to something you brought up a little bit earlier on, because I think if maybe people are tuning in, they're saying, wait a minute, why isn't Patoman tapping? Why isn't he attacking with that Gastrodon in that mid-game matchup?
It's just to stop the Feraligatr from ramping up. If you give Feraligatr 100 energy, it doesn't matter the type advantage, it doesn't matter how many shields you have, the Feraligatr is going to come out on top.
That's a Hydro Cannon being one of its Community Day attacks, does so much damage. Feraligatr is really, really strong in this meta against even things like the Charger Bug, which you think that it maybe wouldn't have that advantageous of a matchup against. The Shadow Claw plus that Hydro Cannon is really makes almost anything in the meta fearful. Even the Golisopod doesn't really take 2 of them very comfortably.
Hydro Cannon is such a good move, right? It's one of the moves that came out during a community day, and I 100% recommend you to get that move on your Feraligatr and also on your Shadow Feraligatr. I think this is one of the metas where we will see the Feraligatr come back in because we don't see any more Dunsparces.
That's absolutely true. And it looks like Patoman already just kind of making some decisions. He looks calm and collected. Marco Shiny just needs 2, what we call a reverse sweep, to be able to stay on the winner side of the bracket. We're hopping right now into game number 2. And we talked about earlier, hey, is it a Golisopod? Is it a Shadow Feraligatr meta? Let's find out as this 2 go up against each other. Shadow Clawing away.
Yeah, we know an interesting fact here is that Patoman's Golisopod does not win charge attack priority against Marco Shiny's Feraligatr, but this X-Scissor would have done a ton of damage. Marco Shiny knows this, and he pulls up a Protect Shield immediately.
And also interestingly, just choosing to charge up a ton of extra energy. I think because both of them know this, he just assumed maybe Patoman would potentially try to swap on that first Hydro Cannon. Looks like he has to take this. It's not very effective, but look how much damage that does, knocking the Golisopod very low into the red. Now going for another X-Scissor, and Marco Shiny has used both of his shields.
Yeah, both Protect Shields gone out of play for Marco Shiny, but there is the Feraligatr with so much energy. At this point, this is not what you want to see. Patoman tries to immediately pivot into his Gastrodon, met with one of its hardest counters, which is a Credilli.
We talk about that rock, paper, scissors scenario. Gastrodon is not doing very well against that grass-type Pokemon. Still fighting back with everything that little slug can. He does get the defense ball with the earth power coming through. Meanwhile, Marco Shiny just charging up a ton of energy before now throwing his own charge attack. I believe he wants to have a Rock Tomb to throw at whatever comes in because he wants to lower that attack, and it looks like it's going to be Tinkerton, so the attack's not that high even to begin with, Abhi.
Yep, attack's not high, but Credilli is still going to lower the attack of Tinkerton, so this Fairy Wind down might not be possible. Let's also not forget the Feraligatr did go out with a lot of energy, so Tinkerton at some point will need all the shields it can get and also all the HP it can have.
Well, that's an interesting point because Tinkerton and Patoman has all the shields left in the game, trying to go for a swap and not able to get there with the Glycopod, but he did clear that debuff. So now coming in, Bulldoze, we saw before, it's super effective against drop-in, but it's not that impactful of an attack.
No impact at all, but unfortunately for Padaman, he does not get the defense fall, so the next Bulldoze will not be enough to knock the Drapion out. Can the Tinkerton, the Pokemon that's come in and changed the meta, get this game for Padaman?
There was no defense drop on that first Bulldoze, just charging up a ton of extra here, but an Aqua Tail is already ready by the drop-in. He knows there's so much energy on that for Alligator as well, forced to not be able to use a shield here, but look at this, bringing the Tinkerton desperately down. Tinkerton swinging the hammer as fast as it can.
Ooh, swinging the hammer indeed, but this put all those Fairywind has put this Drapion finally in a range where this Bulldoze can knock it out. Let's see if the energy management was enough from Padaman to knock out the Feraligatr and also then Fairywind down the Credilli.
Or Marco Shiny has that Credilli for a potential swap. Looks like he is going for it, but Patoman is patient. Patoman knocks it down. You see his fists in the air. He knows Marco Shiny is out of shields, and this Play Rough will connect.
Play Rough connecting into the Feraligatr, and this will be enough to seal the deal for Padaman. He goes on 2-0 for Padaman.
Tinkerton not playing nice, it's playing rough. Patoman taking the game, staying in the winner's side of the bracket. But we have to remember, this trainer has been around forever. He knows what he needs to do to secure those victories. Patoman coming fresh off of those victories here at EUIC, wants to prove that he's got that special championship kind of glimmer to him as well.
I think we can clearly say now, Feraligatr 0, Glycopod 1.
Well, I will say that there was a desperate and dangerous amount of energy on that Shadow Feraligatr. It's really interesting how these two played it out because both of them were playing to their win conditions. Patoman knew that he had to be careful. The only way that Marco Shiny could turn things around was if he was able to catch on that Credilli all of the energy. Fortunately for Marco Shiny, it wasn't able to do so, but I still think it was really, really well played by him, recognizing how he possibly could have gotten that, and he's still in the tournament. This is a double elimination bracket, and he will be knocked down to the loser side to play one of the people who made it from the loser side of the bracket yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. So a key point in game number 2 was, did that Credilli have to deal with that Earth Power? Because the Earth Power did a lot of work from the Gastrodon side. Unfortunately, did not have a Protect Shield, but he got to the Grass Knot before the Gastrodon got to the Earth Power. Letting go of the Grass Knot would have knocked out the Gastrodon and then put the Credilli in such a good position.
It's very a dangerous play sometimes. If say swapping a Gastrodon when you know that there is a grass type Pokemon that really counters on the other side, but everything really kind of shifted for Patoman in that scenario. Patoman here, he's kind of giving that little smirk. These two trainers, they know each other. They're both from Spain, and it looks like they want to, keep it in this home territory for them. One of them, of the 8 Spanish trainers who are in this competition still, has a good chance of being our special championship champion.
Yep. One of the things we see here is the advantage that Glycopod has is the move set that it has. It has access to the Charge Attack X-Scissor, which does a neutral damage to Feraligatr, but unfortunately Feraligatr does not have any moves in its pool. I mean, it does have Crunch in its pool, but Marco Shiny's Feraligatr did not have any moves to do neutral damage to the Glycopod.
It was a really great play. You saw at the end point there was so much energy on the Feraligatr, but there was still a shield left on Patoman's side. Those two hugging it out as Patoman stays on that winner's side of the bracket, and that's where our next matches will take place as well. The day is just starting, and already we are having phenomenal gameplay.
Game 2, I think it was really exciting for me. I think game 1 was also great because we found out there's potential chance for Feraligatr to win Charge Attack tie against a Glycopod.
I was actually kind of interested with that as well, because at least my personal Shadow Feraligatr definitely loses Charge Attack priority to the Glycopod.
I think you have to train your Feraligatr with really high attack because Glycopod and Feraligatr's attacks are really close by. Maybe like this.
Oh, okay.
You just need to boost your Feraligatr.
I need to get a Feraligatr with a little bit higher of an attack. We'll see what we can do. I have to search for those Shadow Rockets.
So we have 2 more competitors here on the stage. We have Wolfpack going up against HK Assassin. HK Assassin is running a superior Talonflame, Stunfisk, and Wolfpack is going with Jumpluff as the grass type of his choice, and also having his own Stunfisk.
Look at that. That is a very, very fashionable Dragonite, carrying maybe a little bit of luck for his trainer in that purse. Wolfpack's team here, we saw him yesterday. That Primeape was punching through, or I guess maybe just karate chopping through the other team. I was really impressed with his gameplay, and also he's one of the trainers that, and the reason why we see that Unovan Stunfisk on that top 12 usage.
Yeah, I was really looking at Unovan Stunfisk as a part of a Pokemon that can get into this meta. Unfortunately, like I was talking to Leo yesterday, it was definitely the driver, not the Pokemon. So yeah, it's a great Pokemon to have, but on the other side, we see HK Assassin also running his own Unovan Stunfisk.
Yeah.
You also have the Serperior with its brilliant coverage. I think Serperior brings a bulk to it that it can have potential to maybe sort of soft lose to Tinkerton. You have a hard counter for Tinkerton in the Swampert, but this is a Shadow Swampert with Sludge, which will do a great job against the Jumpluff on the side of Wolfpack. Stunfisk, again, great Pokemon. Tinkerton is everywhere.
You know, we talked about in the last matchup, is it Gliscopod or Shadow for Alligator that is the water-type Pokemon of this meta? I think we totally left Swampert out of the discussion, and these two are saying, excuse me, I believe that Swampert is also here to stay, also running Hydro Cannon, able to get to its attacks very, very quickly, and also with its ground typing able to cover, I think, a bit of the weaknesses that maybe the others don't. But the real question is, if you have a team that's quite similar, how do you play against it knowing that there are just a few key differences, such as that Primeape, such as that Jumpluff over the Serperior and the Talonflame?
Yep, I think if you're a HK Assassin, you have to prepare for the Primeape for sure. I think if you give it some shields, it's going to do a ton of work. But let's see, in the lead, we have a Jumpluff into the Serperior, 2 grass types, but we know which is the superior grass type here.
And it looks like here, I'll have to remember that Wolfpack Jumpluff is Shadow, so it does 20% more damage, but also takes 20% more. Swapping in the Talonflame, wants to try to get some Incinerate damage onto it, but now an immediate swap out by Wolfpack into the Lapras, able to hit that Sparkling Aura at the same time the first attack goes through on HK Assassin's side.
Yeah. Lapras did come in a little later, that's why it got outpaced to this fly, but we know HK Assassin does not have Brave Bird, so it's not a move that's going to threaten to almost one-hit KO the Lapras. Sparkling Aria comes in from Wolfpack's side, immediate protection. Can this Talonflame actually incinerate down a Lapras?
I think if it gets to this point, he doesn't even want to risk it going for that Flame Charge. What Flame Charge will do will be able to boost the attack of the Talonflame. So even though Wolfpack has shielded here, HK Assassin may want to invest his own shield at this point because he has a possibility to incinerate down. And after that, all the attacks are going to be boosted from this Talonflame.
Talonflame's Incinerate. I think one more is all it'll take to get the Lapras out of the way, but now this is such a detrimental matchup for Wolfpack to be in because he has that Stunfisk in the back, and that Stunfisk does not want to be matched against that Serperior.
At this point, too, the Stunfisk is going to be able to hit for super effective, as you can see against his Talonflame, but Talonflame is already boosted once. It's about to boost again with this Flame Charge, and it's going to be doing some hefty chunk of damage into this Unovan Stunfisk despite its bulk.
Yeah, it did so much work on the Unovan Stunfisk. It's already deep into the yellow here. Discharge coming in from the Unovan Stunfisk. This will knock out the Talonflame, and I think we might see an immediate pivot on the side of Wolfpack here.
Going for the acrobatics, this is the heavier hit, but guess what? HK Assassin's reflexes are super quick, swapping into that Tinkerton, catching the acrobatics, and it's not very effective against this bulky Pokemon, starting to now swing away, trying to put a little bit of damage back into this Jumpluff.
I think Wolfpack is still in this game. All he needs to do is get to 2 more acrobatics to knock out HK Assassin and have some more energy stored, but he does have that Protect Shield to hide behind.
Wolfpack does have a Protect Shield. It knows that the Play Rough is one of the attacks that is not going to be doing that much damage at this point, but it will be doing a lot more if it gets to another one in time. But I think at this point, he's just going to try to charge up a little bit extra throw right before, going for a Bulldoze instead. I think HK Assassin is hoping maybe Wolfpack has lost count.
I think he did, but this is still okay. The Serperior still doesn't have enough energy here. So he has an acrobatics stored here. Will the Superior come in, get one shot by that acrobatics is the most key component.
You see Wolfpack not quite happy about shielding that bulldoze coming in. Now there is an aerialist, and he says, you catch, I catch here, sir, as the Superior now throws the aerialist into the Unova Sunfist. The big problem is Sunfist doesn't have a lot of play into the Superior, so I think what he's now done with the catch has also given the Superior the opportunity to get a lot of energy.
Yeah, Superior does come in with a lot of energy, and unfortunately, I think in this game, the charge attack tie goes to the Superior, and this aerial ace will be enough to knock Jumpluff out. 1-0 for HK Assassin here. This was such a close game. All it took was one mistake from Wolfpack's side to get this match into HK Assassin's favor.
It's so hard to count at this stage. I mean, I think going for the bulldoze was a risky play, but HK Assassin recognizing that he would be outpaced, that the charge attack priority would, in that case, go to the Jumpluff, wanted to just get off some energy. And it's so hard if you're sitting in the seat to be like, if I missed an attack here, and this is a play rough, then the game is already over. And I think, unfortunately for Wolfpack, shielding that bulldoze was the ending detriment for him. However, those game was just so incredibly close.
Yeah, very incredibly close. One of the things that I noticed is HK Assassin, he did not give up, because the game was almost over, in my opinion, because he had energy on the Superior, and then he had to overcome the shield-up Jumpluff as well. He played to his win condition, made sure he pushed his opponent to the extent that they make a mistake and give him an opportunity to win the game.
I think having a Talonflame too, I'm looking at it, the team compositions overall, wondering if the Talonflame has targets, which it definitely does, because if you're looking at Jumpluff, we saw Tinkerton is a big target as well for the Talonflame, but also with a team with a Lapras, with a team with the Unova Sunfist or a Swampert, there are a lot of ways to hit back against this. You saw HK Assassin invest both shields into the Talonflame, and it really paid off for him in that game, but it was also very, very risky because we saw how close Wolfpack made it.
Yeah, it was really close. I think with Wolfpack, it was just that 1 second decision of going into the Lapras and not on your Unova Sunfist, predicting the fact that there is a Tinkerton at the back and he's trying to bait out my Unova Sunfist, but unfortunately for him, that was not to be. Lapras was just not enough to take that bird out of the sky.
I mean, we talked about this earlier, right? This is the difference of a show 6, pick 3 type format where you see 6 Pokemon and you're trying to guess which 3 your opponent is bringing into the battle. Unfortunately, I think you're absolutely right. A lot of times when opponents are playing, they want to try to draw out a specific Pokemon by doing a certain swap. I think Wolfpack maybe predicted that there was a different Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, it's something that we call like an ABB strategy. You have a Pokemon that's really strong and a polarizing matchup in the lead with 2 Pokemon that have neutral matchups. One of them can be used to bait out the hard counter to the Pokemon at the back.
We're hopping into game number 2. Let's see if Wolfpack can pull it back here. This is going to be a little bit of a dangerous matchup. Great wherewithal by HK Assassin to be able to bring this Tinkerton at the beginning here. And looks like Wolfpack just going to stay in a little bit, going to be able to throw a Rage Fist, which will boost his attack before maybe we'll see a swap out.
Yeah, boosting his attack, but maybe what he would want to do is get to that close combat. A boosted close combat, I think, would do a lot of damage on the Tinkerton, but the Tinkerton can go for back-to-back Bulldoze here. Bulldoze number 1 coming in and immediately shielded by the Primeape. Primeape is not a bulky Pokemon.
I think, yeah, I mean, a play rough would definitely have knocked out. Bulldoze wouldn't have been able to. You saw the defense drop as well, so now it has an attack boost. It's got a defense drop, and at this point, the another Bulldoze would definitely be enough to knock it out, getting that first shield off of HK Assassin as well.
Staying in this matchup here, I think the longer this matchup goes, the better it is for the Primeape. But then again, looking at these Fairy Winds slowly adding up, will this Bulldoze get another defense fall?
Going ahead and using both shields in this matchup, and look at this, the Primeape's getting so low, going for that charge attack priority almost, but actually he doesn't throw the attack. Another Bulldoze going through, no Protect Shields left on this side, and no energy either to boot.
Oh, this is looking dire for Wolfpack here, coming in with the Tinkerton to deal with the Serperior. Serperior does have a Protect Shield, but then again, I just touched up on the fact that it's such a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, Tinkerton will be able to tank this quite comfortably at the beginning here. As you see, not very effective, still in the green, and just starting to swing his own hammer, going for the play rough. It is the heavier hitting attack, though you don't see any shield from HK Assassin's side because it is not enough to knock out that Pokemon.
Yeah, indeed. First player off coming in. He will need one more player off to land to knock the Serperior out, but not before the Serperior gets to another Frenzy Plant to put this Tinkerton deep into the yellow.
There's still a lot of energy on the Tinkerton. There's a little bit of Psywave extra energy on the Lapras as well. We can't count that out. Going ahead and now going for another player off, waiting first to make sure this isn't caught on anything else. But HK Assassin puts up a shield.
Yeah, putting up a shield. He thinks that the energy on the Serperior can go a long way. He can potentially come back with his own Tinkerton. No, but he's staying in. He's going to throw this Frenzy Plant. This will most definitely knock the Tinkerton out. The Serperior has a ton of energy. Let's see where this energy goes.
HK Assassin knows that there's a Lapras there, hopes that it can be able to outpace, but it cannot at this point. Wasn't able to get to a Frenzy Plant, but does force Wolfpack to expend all the energy that he built up to that Sparkling Aria to waste on a low health Serperior. At this point, another Lapras is coming in. Both of them have the same attacks, but one of them has a bit more energy and a bit more health.
Yeah, one of them has a bit more health indeed. Unfortunately for Wolfpack, he is not running the Skull Bash version of the Lapras, which would have made this matchup so much better. Both of these Laprases will be throwing the resisted Sparkling Arias at each other, but unfortunately, those Vine Whip damages will be pivotal in how this game finishes.
Sparkling Aria coming through right now. Doesn't look like it does a lot of damage, just kind of refreshing for the Lapras, but it is being brought down to the yellow at this point. Another thing to point out is there's still the small amount of health left on the Tinkerton in the back for HK Assassin. So HK Assassin still looking very calm, recognizing that he is in a pretty good position.
Such a dominant position to be in if you are HK Assassin. You're 1-0 up and you are in a Lapras Mirror where you have the HP advantage as well. One more Sparkling Area is all it'll take to knock the Lapras out. It will almost be a charge attack tie. Wolfpack tried to wait for that catch. Unfortunately, HK Assassin says, I don't have to catch, I just throw the move. And this is a 2-0 for HK Assassin.
HK Assassin coming through here, taking out the competition. Wolfpack, a very, very good trainer from France. You can see him extending the handshake. They recognize that it was good gameplays between the both of them, but what it boiled down to in the end was that perseverance of HK Assassin, able to take that game, able to take game number 2, and able to stay on the winner's side of this bracket.
A winner's side, winner. Soon he is very close to being crowned the Seville Special Championship champion. One of the things that I want to point out as well, Wolfpack is not out. He will really self-reflect on this game. He made a few mistakes, at which we saw, but then again, he's one of those trainers who's gonna sit down, take a deep breath, you know, he still has the loser's bracket run to make. We never know, we could see a repeat of this, a redemption game somewhere in the future.
I always have said this a lot about Wolfpack. I'm always impressed with the way that he plays. He's one of those trainers where you don't see him at so many events, but when he is there, he's taking out some really big names. I know that he knocked Tactical out at a competition previously. He knocked Palasha down to the loser side of the bracket yesterday, so definitely I don't count him out at all of this tournament. One other fun thing I kind of want to point out is these two trainers are one of the very few trainers who made it to day 2 who are not Spanish. Wolfpack going from France and HK Assassin being from the UK. And so look at these two teams. You can see that, you know, that there's a lot of like, I don't want to say animosity, but you want to be on that winner's side of the bracket, right? I mean, I think that this is the point in the game where if you win, you have a lot of momentum behind you. This is a fresh start of a day, and HK Assassin was really, really on the top of his game there, making some great catches and also just some great straight plays here to seal in the deal in game number 2.
Yeah, perfect gameplay. He executed his game plan perfectly. Game number 1 was a great lead for Wolfpack. A good swap in. He had the shield advantage. Unfortunately, HK Assassin gave him no quarter. He said, I'm gonna push you to the limit where you are going to make a mistake, and that's exactly what happened. Wolfpack, however, goes, as I said, goes to the losers bracket where there could be a potential redemption match with Palasha.
Yeah, and also maybe a potential redemption match later on in the day against HK Assassin. We saw that yesterday. Jacques knocked Angel Pair, who's now in the loser side of the bracket day 2, down to the losers bracket, but then when they did their grudge match later on in the day, Angel Pair was able to 0-2 Jacques to be able to make it to this day. So anything can happen. A lot of these trainers definitely just what they want is like to be able to assess what perhaps they did wrong in the game, correct and modify it to be able to improve for the next game going forward.
Yeah. I think some of these trainers also look at the matchups in such a way that, oh yeah, I've practiced against this team and I've won this team maybe 9 out of 15 times. So, you know, maybe this is one of those times where I lose. Or they go like, all right, this is the mistake I made. For example, game number 1, you can self-reflect and say, all right, if I played this differently, then this could have completely changed the outcome of the game. Also, understanding the Pokemon and how the trainer wanted to use that Pokemon as well comes in handy in these redemption games.
I mean, a lot of times when you talk with the different trainers, you ask them like, you know, who are you scrimming against or who do you have to thank sometimes? That's a big question that we ask in interviews. And a lot of times people say that they're teammates or their friends. And I think that that's something that's really special because I mean, that's the way you get better, right? Sometimes you're going to lose the competition, but that means that you want to improve, you're going to try to get a little better, and a way to do that is to compete in the competitions, to compete in local cups and challenges, and to just get better by playing different types of people.
Yeah, and the more you compete, the more experience you have. This is valuable experience that you can get. So if you have some gap in your skill, you can always rebuild on it slowly and then improve. And these redemption games for me are also really interesting to see because you have a lot more information. You can understand what, let's say, which of your Pokemon wins charge attack priority.
Yeah.
If you have a mirror match, does your Azumarill win charge attack priority for you to get the game? And then suddenly you're in a position where you're like, this is not a bad matchup for me because my Pokemon wins charge attack priority.
We have so many more matches coming up today. That was just our second match of the day on the winner side of the bracket. We still have the losers bracket to go through, and we, by the end of the day, will be crowning a champion. Let's go on to the next round here. We have Alfonso CP97 against Borja MN, and I believe these trainers, again, just like round 1, are both from Spain.
Yeah, but these two trainers are having interesting teams. We have Alfonso CP also correcting against the Tinkerton and not having a Tinkerton in his side. We have Azumarill, Drapion, Golisopod, Credilli, Claydol, and Corviknight. Corviknight, again, great Pokemon, great attacks, great bulk to it. On the other side, we see Borja. He is rocking that Malamar. Malamar has been completely pushed out of the meta, but now we see it coming here. What he's done so far is build a Pokemon, build a team that's super strong against Tinkerton. So you have to think twice for bringing a Tinkerton against his team.
Think twice. Ha 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 ha. Another one thing I'd like to point out about Borja's team is his Lapras running Skull Bash. A lot of the Laprases, like we just saw last game, are opting to run Ice Beam to have a little bit more coverage against like a grass type Jump Bluff, being able to knock it down. Skull Bash boosts the defense of the Lapras, but it also does really good in the mirror against opposing Laprases, especially if the other one is running Ice Beam.
Yeah, in day 1, Borja relied on the Lapras save swap quite a bit because there was no special grass type attacks against his opponents. But today we see Alfonso CP having that Credilli that can do Rock Tomb and then debuff the Lapras, but also go for really hard hitting grass knots to take the Lapras to the red.
So if you're looking at these teams of 6, are there any Pokemon that's really like speaking to you? I know that you were really into the Golisopod before. We have once again a Golisopod versus a Feraligatr matchup, but this time the Feraligatr is not Shadow, so it doesn't take that 20% more damage. It has a little bit more bulk and can take the charge attacks a little bit more comfortably.
The Pokemon that really stands out for me on the side of Alfonso CP is Corviknight. Great neutral matchups against whole team and potentially can be a setup Pokemon for him against Boria, but these two trainers have locked in the Pokemon already. We see a Lapras into an Azumarill lead. Normally this would have been a neutral lead, but this Lapras is running that Skull Bash, so immediately Alfonso CP going into the Drapion.
Doing Drapion. Drapion's one of the best safe swaps in the game. You see a lot of trainers being able to do that because they know that Drapion can farm up energy quite quickly. It can throw these crunches, and crunches have the potential for a defense drop, which it just got here. Going ahead and just charging up a lot of extra energy before throwing the Sparkling Aria. This could potentially pull a shield from Alfonso's side because if it was a Skull Bash, it would do quite a bit. It does get that shield. I wonder if we will see a swap or if this Drapion just has too much energy to go through.
Yep, he gets a shield indeed, but now we see Borja's backline as well. It has a pretty good time against the Azumarill, so he is not swapping out of this matchup, staying in here because the next Sparkling Aria will be enough to knock out the Drapion or almost put it in a red. Let's see the Aqua Tail bait coming in. Does he know? Does he know?
Aqua Tail goes through. He doesn't know a last second shield. You can see him not so happy about this, but it was charge attack priority. He knew that if it was a crunch that would knock out and he wanted to get some energy off. Alfonso going ahead and using his shield as well here. That Drapion really wants to just start farming away, but at this point the Sparkling Aria already ready.
Sparkling Aria ready, and this will be enough to knock out the Drapion and secure the mid-game matchup for Borea. Let's see what develops towards the end game. Let's see which Pokemon Alfonso CP brings in. I think it's going to be... Oh, he's going for a hard Corviknight farm down, but bringing in the Feraligatr to counter the Corviknight. Will he throw the Sky Attack? No! Tries to catch the Hydro Cannon onto the Azumarill.
This is a dangerous position. I know we talk about it time and time again, but for Alligator, even though this doesn't look like it's a very strong matchup for it because these Hydro Cannons are basically resist on the Azumarill, the Shadow Claws just being able to start clawing away and the potential of just being able to spam out these attacks actually makes it a bit more favorable for the Feraligatr. Plus the Play Rough on a non-Shadow Feraligatr is not going to be doing as much damage.
Yeah, absolutely, but the Shadow Claws unfortunately are not doing a lot of damage because this is not a Shadow Feraligatr, but that also means this Play Rough is not going to do a lot of damage. Play Rough coming in puts the Feraligatr into the red, but these bubbles I don't think are enough to knock the Feraligatr out before it gets to 2 Hydro Cannons. Hydro Cannon number 1 coming in. He has the back-to-back Hydro Cannon. Will Alfonso CP attempt to make a catch here?
At this point, you have to remember that the Feraligatr would win charge attack priority. He does try to make a catch coming into the Clodsire. Clodsire does not want to take this Ice Beam, but I think he's hoping for an aggressive farm down on this Azumarill.
Yeah, I think it will be an aggressive farm down, but no, Alfonso CP says, no, you're not going to get it. I'm going to bring in my Corviknight. Super effective sand attacks here, one after another. Going for this first Iron Head. Iron Head will do, let's say, a reasonable chunk of damage onto the Clodsire.
Clodsire being able to tank it quite easily, though, because it is one of the bulkier Pokemon already at a Stone Edge. This is not enough to knock out the Corviknight, but it's putting in some hefty damage. Keep in mind that Feraligatr still has a Hydro Cannon stored in the back, and Alfonso knows this as well.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon is stored, but also we know that the Azumarill's energy is almost done here. In comes this second Iron Head. Iron Head will be enough to knock out the Clodsire. Does the Corviknight has enough in its tank to knock out this Feraligatr and the Lapras?
I mean, great timing by Alfonso there, throwing the Iron Head at charge attack priority so the Clodsire not able to get off another attack, but a Hydro Cannon does come through. Not quite enough to knock it out. A quick pivot into the Lapras, but Lapras doesn't have the Side Waves doing enough damage, and another Iron Head already ready. The
Corviknight show. Iron Head comes in and knocking the Lapras back, and one more sand attack will be enough to send this Feraligatr packing 1-0. Alfonso CP, what a Corviknight show.
It's so dangerous. Alfonso did something that I find very interesting that you see a lot of trainers do in this meta, and that is moving in Drapion almost immediately because nothing really wants to take the charge attack from the Drapion. I think it was a little bit worse for the Wear for Borja too because it immediately gave off a crunch debuff on that Lapras, so that means that the bulk of the Lapras was taking a little bit more from all of the damage going through, and he ended up having to be forced to shield an Aqua Tail.
In this game, what potentially I would have liked to see from Borea was the moment he got that shield from the Drapion, immediately switching into the Clodsire and tried to secure that matchup. You really did not need switch because you did have Feraligatr towards the end game, which would have done a ton of work against Alfonso CP, especially if after Alfonso CP would have had to go shields down to ensure the Drapion beats the Clodsire. So that could have been something that he could correct. Let's see if he does it in game number 2. Both of these trainers had brilliant game plans, but unfortunately, Alfonso CP's Corviknight just did too much in the game.
Not only that, Alfonso really had fantastic counting. If you were watching how much that energy that Clodsire was being able to build up, it's really not doing that much damage to the Corviknight. But however, the Corviknight was just waiting until the Stone Edge was available. He knew that he would be able to throw his attack first and was able to take out the Clodsire. If he threw immediately when his Iron Head was available, it could have turned out to be a completely different gameplay because he wouldn't have had the energy to throw at the later Pokemon.
Yeah, very good heads-up play. I think I've been talking about Alfonso CP as well. He's impressed me throughout the tournament so far. Great energy management. He counts so well, and he also shields and predicts the bait so well as well. Let's see.
Predict it for game number 3 here. We got the Azumarill coming in up against Lapras. Like you talked about before, this one is more favorable for the Lapras. We'll see if Alfonso once again immediately swaps out. Looks like he's going straight for that Credilli.
No, going for the Credilli indeed. Let's see what happens. He immediately met with the Clodsire. Clodsire is going to take quite a bit of damage from these Grass Knots. And also, we see it does not have the Sludge Bomb.
Going for this grass knot here, it's going to be able to, like you said, do a nice little chunk to the Clodsar, but Clodsar also is able to hit back, and I think at this point, you're at least not going to throw the Rock Tomb if you're Alfonso, because Clodsar resists that. He's going to be able to throw this heavier hitting Earthquake, no shield from Alfonso's side.
No shield from Alfonso's side, but it only needs one more Earthquake to knock the Credilli out of the pitch here, but Credilli, not before Credilli gets to another Grass Knot. Grass Knot number 2 coming in. This will put the Clodsar into the yellow, but then again, not enough, just barely not enough.
Being able to hit the Earthquake right now and going for the Stone Edge instead, I really like this play because at this low health, the Stone Edge would still be enough, no Protect Shield, and at this point too, there's just a little bit of energy for the Clodsar for whatever comes in. Borja doesn't even want it right now. You see him immediately clicking on that. The Lapras coming back in to be met with the Gliscopod, but guess what? This one's already at the Skull Bash.
Yep. Getting to the Skull Bash at Charge Attack Tai, unfortunately for the Lapras, Charge Attack Tai will almost always be won, and actually always be won by the Gliscopod.
Going ahead, using that first Protect Shield because he knows that after this Skull Bash goes off, the defenses will be a little bit bigger. Is he going to shield? Does he know? Does he think it's a bait? Last second shield by Alfonso. Great call for him because that would have done a ton of damage to the Gliscopod.
Last second shield saves that Gliscopod from a whole world of hurt here. But going for another Exeter, this is into a defense boosted Lapras. It's not going to do significant damage, but then again, it's all about chipping this Lapras down to a manageable level.
I'm interested to see. He knows he will be able to outpace at this point too. Going for the Sparkling Aria, which again, Gliscopod is a water type. It's not going to be doing that much damage, but it doesn't have so much bulk in the Great League, forcing Alfonso to use a shield here because he's got a ton of energy, wants to make sure he gets off an X-Scissor, at least a parting gift, or get another shield. And Borja chooses to let the Lapras not let it go.
Yeah, Lapras still survives with 1 HP here. In comes the Azumarill, only to be met with a hard answer, a soft answer for the jump love. But in this scenario, with a shield advantage, this jump love is going to be a hard answer to this Azumarill.
Well, this is the thing. This jump love, like most jump loves that people have been using nowadays, are running 2 flying attacks, acrobatics and aerial. A Grass Knot would be doing more damage here, but this is Shadow. This is a heavy hitting attack from a jump love, and we're about to see how much it does to Azumarill. It puts it down into the yellow, so you're absolutely right. No Protect Shields remaining. It's a race.
Oh, the Aerial Ace comes in here. This Aerial Ace will not be enough to knock out the Azumarill, but might put it in a range where the Clodsar can Poison Sting it down. Aerial Ace comes in, Charge Attack Tai with the Ice Beam. Is the Ice Beam enough to knock out a Jumpluff at this range?
I think that it's pretty darn close at this point, and see that it's not going to be able to knock it out, but I mean, now the Gliscopod coming back in. Aerial Ace coming through here. No Protect Shields remaining. Really great wherewithal by Borja here. He knows this Aerial Ace will be able to knock out. There's still some health left on that Lapras, and there's still a tiny bit of health on the Clodsire. An immediate swap.
Immediate swap into the Clodsire. These Poison Stings are adding up, but will the Clodsire get to the move? Yes, it does. Gets to the Stone Edge before the Azumarill gets to the Ice Beam for the knockout. Clodsire Stone Edging the Ice Beam. I think this game is Borea.
You know, we call what this is a 3-ball flex. Borja having all Pokemon left at the end of this, even though they were quite low health. Really, really great timings around everything, kind of dancing around the switch clock, recognizing where the opponent was at with energy.
Man, the Gligar plushie is just so good. It's just so cute on the Borea side. I'm sorry, I should not have made it, but it is just cute. So he made a huge correction here. He went with the strategy that he thought was going to work.
You wanted it, you got more of it.
Look at it, it's so goofy. It's so cute. I mean, it just completely took my attention away from the game. It's such a cute plushie. I'm gonna get that. So the advantage of running the Skull Bash Lapras in this meta is mostly the Azumarill matchup, and also the lot of we saw Lapras is one of the top used Pokemon as well.
That's right.
So having the Skull Bash ensures that you win this Lapras mirror, and that goes a long way into defining how you want to play out.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And knowing also that the Lapras is running Skull Bash makes things a little bit more difficult for Alfonso. He really correctly shielded up that Gliscopod mid-game there, which was something for him. Because otherwise that Skull Bash would have just done a hefty amount of damage. And even with the Azumarill, it's not as comfortable as it would be, obviously, if it was running Ice Beam.
Yeah, I think energy management-wise, Borea did a great job by going for the Aerial Ace, making sure that he will still have enough HP to get to another move on the Gliscopod to knock it out. One of the things that we noticed as well is Gliscopod did a lot of heavy lifting, yes, but it's also a very frail Pokemon. So an Aerial Ace from a Jumpluff is enough to knock it out at that range. So, you know, is like, all right, do I go for the acrobatics and risk it all and potentially get caught on? Or I'm just going to chip this Azumarill in a range which is manageable for my Pokemon in the backline. Very good call by Boria.
Yeah, I think it's such a risk. We saw yesterday a lot of times too, like someone having enough energy for an acrobatics, but obviously if you're this caliber of a player, you recognize, where your opponent is at with energy, potentially having a catch. I mean, that would be something that would be very difficult to come back from at that stage. I like Azumarill. I mean, I know it's one of our co-caster Leo's favorite Pokemon. It's been around from the start for us for PvP, but what I do say, it does lack kind of like the oomph, the power behind it. It paces so slowly with those bubbles to be able to get to the attack, and it makes it a little bit more predictable in that way as well.
It's like I always say, right? Azumarill is not there to win your games.
He's always saying that. I'm always like, Abby, you've said that like 4 times.
I'm sorry, Chad.
No, I agree with you. It's used as a really good supporting role or
exactly.
a co-caster.
It's a co-caster, absolutely. I think it's a Pokemon that's there to sponge energy. It's a Pokemon to potentially set up your, let's say, you can build your team like you have your tank, and then you have Pokemon that have versatile gameplay, and then you also have heavy hitting Pokemon. These are Pokemon like your Feraligators, like your Golisoppods, like your Drapion that do a ton of damage if given a little bit of energy advantage. So Azumarill is such a good setup Pokemon in most of the metas, and that's why we almost always see an Azumarill take the podium. Marcus, please take notes.
Take some notes. It's at least in the top 12 here for the day 2 of the Seville Special Championships. Just for everyone wondering at home, the match is under review for the last matchup, so we're just having a quick look with the judges to see if the score will remain for Borja or if it will be knocked down, and we'll continue on with the fresh game number 2. So we'll keep you updated as we know, but let's kind of think about this, because obviously this is very high stakes at this point. Even though they're on the winner's side of the bracket, meaning that they didn't lose any games yesterday, everyone is coming to play to compete, and they want to make sure that they're getting their fair shake.
Yeah, I completely understand. So it's on the judges' side, right? So it's always, we have a great team of judges for a reason, just so that if players feel hard done by certain things that happen in the game, you just ask for a review. There is no, it's not a bad thing to ask for a review. You can ask for a review once, you can then ask for a head judge review as well. So these systems are in place to make sure that the players, when they go down from the stage, they're like, all right, I thought something bad happened, but it didn't. I got a fair game, and I won or I lost because of a fair game. It's very important that you use this right as a competitor.
I mean, I think that sometimes when people are thinking about Pokemon Go, especially to maybe some fresher faces, some people who are coming in who don't understand that there's different mechanics in the game, it can sometimes, Leo made a joke yesterday, I thought it was really funny, it's like, it's not just tapping here, it's you gotta tap up here as well. But kind of maybe walk through players who are coming in about timing and mechanics,
Oh, that is going to be very difficult. We have a lot of these different, let's say, fast attacks in the game that happen in different seconds. So Pokemon Go is a game of half a second. So
each turn is a half a second.
Yeah, each turn is half a second. So every time you interact with your phone is half a second. And the charge attacks always take a turn, and fast attacks take 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 turns. I think for now there's only one Pokemon with 5 turns, which is Talonflame. So over the course of the time, you need to try and learn how to time your charge attacks to get the most out of these things. So for a 1-turn move against 1-turn move, it's very simple. You just throw it immediately.
Pow, 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 pow.
How is it with the 2-turn move or something?
Here you go. Well, 2 against 1, that's pretty easy,
yeah,
right?
2 against 1, you just try to wait it, throw in between the animation of the 2-turn move. 2 against 2, you just throw it. It doesn't matter. You're always going to take 1 turn, and you're always matched. 2 against 3, it's either 1, I think it's a 1 cycle, and then it's the 5 cycle.
Yeah, what's it? So it's a 2 against 3?
Yes.
And it's a 1, 4, 7, right?
I counted the other way around. Because,
okay.
Yeah. Anyways, but
we're just confusing everyone here with our horrible math.
For the 5-turn, it's pretty simple as well. If you're running a 1-turn move, you throw 4, and then you go for the charge attack. If you're doing a 2-turn move, you do 2, and you go for the charge attack. If it's a 3-turn move, it's like 5, 5, 10, so 3, and then you throw a charge attack as well.
We don't count Civis for nothing.
No.
Clearly a mathematician over here on on this side. But I mean, the main point of what we're getting at is sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to count what's going on. Sometimes if you miss a turn, even though it's only a half a second, it can really prove detrimental later on in the game because every time a turn registers for you or your opponent, it's energy.
Yeah, and it's not just energy, it could also be pivotal in certain charge attack ties as well, because if you are half a turn late, then that charge attack tie is not going to play out because your opponent's Pokemon is a turn ahead and will get the energy for throwing that move ahead as well. For example, let's say the Golisopod and Jumpluff. If the Golisopod is a turn behind, the charge attack tie on the X-Scissor no longer applies because the Jumpluff will get to the Aerial Ace one turn earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really, really great example. We are getting word that there will be no rematch for this matchup, so it looks like its score will be 1-1 for this winner's side of the bracket between Alfonso and Borja. So we will be going into a decisive game number 3.
All right, decisive game number 3. These two trainers fist bumping, understanding that this is going to be pivotal in how their day turns out. Of course, this is still on the winner's side of it all, so I really want to see Alfonso CP going through because I've been so impressed with his performance, but Borja is not somebody who's going to take that easily.
Yeah, you saw him being able to come back quite well from game number 1. This is going to be a very close matchup. Like you talked about before, I mean, Aerial Ace is going to be able to do a nice amount of damage to the Golisopod, but Golisopod is going to be able to throw its attacks first, should it choose to do so. Trying to catch, but now coming in with the Corviknight to be met with the Feraligatr.
Yeah, Feraligatr is a decent answer to the Corviknight. Corviknight will have to go for these Kai attacks, but not before the Feraligatr throws these heavy hitting Hydro Cannons at the Corviknight.
Hydro Cannon number 1 coming through here. There is energy already on the Corviknight. Corviknight just charging up a little bit more before throwing the first. No Protect Shield from Borja's side, and I think this is sort of the advantage of a regular Feraligatr over a Shadow. Can much more comfortably tank that before throwing its next charge attack.
Yeah, next charge attack comes in. At this point, I think Alfonso CP will want to fight for switch here, but he says, no, I'm going to try to win this game with energy. Potentially will have to come in with the Golisopod and completely farm down this Feraligatr.
Coming in at this point, Feraligatr is quite low on health. Coming in with the Azumarill, which is an interesting play because at this point, it does give the Feraligatr a chance to be able to farm up the energy to throw that Hydro Cannon. It's very interesting. He did throw it immediately here. I was wondering if maybe he was going to bank that for later, but wants to put a little bit of chip damage into this Azumarill before coming in with his Lapras.
Yeah, Lapras coming in only to be met with this Golisopod. I think Alfonso CP took a few seconds to think, should this player be thrown at this Lapras or should I bank it for later, because it can do double super effective damage against that Jumpluff in the end game. Second X-Scissor coming in here. This will put the Lapras deep into the red. This looks like Alfonso is in a good position.
X-Scissor number 2 coming through here, but the Skull Bash is almost going to be loaded here. Going straight for it. This is going to be able to do a lot of damage. Alfonso wants to use his shield here. Keep in mind, just like Count Sevilla said, there is energy banked on the Azumarill and an Ice Beam. We saw it in the second game. Does so much damage to that Jumpluff, and I think that's why you were seeing Borja keep his shields, not able to get a farm down on Alfonso's side, going for yet another X-Scissor.
Great counting there. Great energy management on the side of Alfonso CP. Just before the Lapras reaches the sparkling area, he does something and he makes sure that the Golisopod does take no damage whatsoever. In comes the Azumarill with the Ice Beam, immediate shield by Borja, but we see the Jumpluff with a ton of energy as well.
Jumpluff has a lot of energy. We saw how much 1 Acrobatics did last game, and it looks like it might be able to do it again, but still not enough to knock out. Alfonso doesn't bother shielding at this point, but it's still going to be a little bit before he can reach the Ice Beam. Borja taking no chances, immediately throwing, getting that last Protect Shield.
Yeah, that was a pivotal shield call there. Unfortunately for Alfonso, it didn't go his way, because if he had called the Acrobatics, the Azumarill would have been in a position where the next Aerial Ace would not be enough to knock it out, but that's exactly what Borja does. Goes for the back-to-back Aerial Ace immediately after he lands that Acrobatics. Azumarill out of the game. This, I think, is too much for the Golisopod to come back.
Golisopod up against the world, but no Protect Shields remaining. Going for, let's see, on Aqua Jet here, and no shield from Borja's side. I think Alfonso is kind of giving him a grin here as he recognizes that we're nearing the end game. Borja with the Jumpluff mastery here. Acrobatics, Aerial Ace after Aerial Ace, taking out Pokemon after Pokemon, continuing on in the winner's side of the bracket.
Jumpluff there, happy Pokemon. It's such a happy Pokemon to see. It always is with a smile as well in the animation. So it was a reverse sweep by Borja. He understood the mistakes he made game number 1 and completely came back to deter Alfonso from going further in the tournament. Actually, we will still get to see the Malamar maybe towards the end game as well.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I was really liking about Borja too is like you saw him near the beginning with his eyes closed. He was really reaching a zen moment, and I think it's really interesting to see how different trainers prepare for their matchups. You could tell that he was really taking a deep breath. He was taking a consideration of what was going on, and now he can sit back and relax. Maybe don't try not to fall asleep though, Borja, because you've still got some matches to play.
He's still in the winner's side of it all, and the matches are going to get even more difficult as the tournament progresses. But of course, Alfonso CP needs to take a breather. He's still in the losers round of it all, and he will be able to still make it much further in the tournament.
All of the matches that we saw today were on the winner's side of the bracket. So this is a very impressive gameplays by trainers who had not lost at all day number one. And this is what I'm talking about, very zen, recognizing, okay, this is business time. I need to grit down to it. Game number one, Alfonso was just playing masterfully with that Shadow Drapion save swap. Really impressed with that overall gameplay, his knowledge and his wherewithal here, but Borja fighting back in game number 2 and number 3 to be able to help it seal the deal.
Yeah, game number 1 was all about the Carbonite show. Took out 3 Pokemon there, but game number 2 is where it all happened. The jump love coming in there and doing a lot of work for Borja, but then again sealing the deal with Clotter. Clotter, however, we've seen it being pushed out of the meta, but Borja making a case for bringing it back into the meta.
You know, we always not argue, but just kind of wonder what movesets are going to be the correct ones, the most popular ones to be used. It looks like Bulldoze is for Tinkerton, but I would make a huge argument for Skull Bash on Lapras, because when it's been played, it's really been piloted to success by a lot of these trainers, Borja in particular here, especially in this matchup.
I think players are kind of predicting that there will not be a lot more of grass-type Pokemon just because Tinkerton exists, because Tinkerton does a great job against most grass-type Pokemon. All of it are soft losses, obviously, because you do not have super heavy hitting moves on the side of Tinkerton.
Even with that heavy hammer?
Even with the heavy hammer, unfortunately. I think Tinkerton needs to go to the gym a little bit more to get a better...
I think that's an inflatable hammer. You see the way he's just flinging it back and forth?
Actually, fair point. Fair point. We'll have to find a Tinkerton hammer at some point and try to lift it up. This could be like, you know...
Yeah.
Like, can you lift the hammer? Are you worthy? So, Lapras with Skull Bash makes sense, just because there's a lot less grass types to worry about. And even with grass types, you saw how Borja did. He's like, I'm just going to play my Lapras, man. You have to bring your Credilli, but I have so many Pokemon that do well against Credilli that maybe it's not going to work.
I think that those were really, really fun matches by these trainers. What I really, really wanted to point out as well was...
What you really
What I really would like to point out is that 4 of those 6 trainers are from Spain. So here at the Special Championship in Sevilla, a lot of local trainers are coming out wanting to, keep it here in their territory. But I think that the trainers like Wolfpack, like HK Assassin, like Calfia, I mean, they're here to say, oh no, we want some of that glory as well.
Yeah, I mean, some of the glory, but we do have some trainers who've had past glories as well. We have Pataman, who's our reigning EUIC champion, and we also still have Kaifia, who did a great run in EUIC, but sometimes what we need is like a small reminder of what happened earlier. What did we see at EUIC?
EUIC 2025 was the biggest Pokemon Go tournament to date, and it was something for the ages. 350 players came to London to compete for the championship title. This time, the meta was running wild. Annihilate and Primate demolished whole teams thanks to Ragefest. Dugong and a Summary Course brought the bulk, and a few surprise picks like Morpeko and Zapdos shocked the stage. Championship Sunday started with the winners finals, where CZ Wireless met the young prodigy Patoman. CZ Wireless dominated the first 2 matches with the help of his signature Primate, but the Spanish prodigy never gave up and won the next 3 games. CZ Wireless dropped to the losers finals, where Cuvia 0-0 was waiting for him. Even though CZ Wireless came from a defeat, he held his ground and won 3-1 in a nail-biter match, advancing to the grand finals. Everyone was at the edge of their seats watching the final series. Switch after switch, catch after catch, Pataman and CZ Wireless were giving it all on this stage. Just as it happened in the winners finals, the German player won the first 2 games. But this time, Decisive had a plan and frustrated Pyroman's attempt to come back, resetting the bracket and getting 1 step closer to the crown. Even though the momentum was against him, Patoman restructured his game strategy and generated some of the most impressive plays we've ever seen. The crowd went wild. Cheers from friends, peers, and trainers from every part of the world flooded the Excel London as Patoman became the new Pokémon GO European International Champion.
Patoman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
Never miss another moment. Keep up with all the Pokémon GO action at Pokemon.com/compete.
Welcome back, trainers, to the official broadcast of the Seville 2025 broadcast. We're back for some more battles. You just saw the recap of the Europe International Championship where Patoman had won. And guess what? Patoman is still in the tournament on the winner's side of the bracket. And the next battles we're going to have still are on the winner's side of the bracket. And after the next one, we're going into the loser's side of the bracket. Our next matchup coming up will be San Judigo versus Vision Prot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just after this video, Patoman just has a winner's aura, right? The moment when he pointed to the crowd was like, 1 more, I just need 1 more game to be EUIC champion. And he got it, but now we have had a trainer here. Of course, San Judigo, one of the best Spanish trainers as well. Very much well known in the community. Vision Prot, that's his first tournament. He beat Pablo Ondinas yesterday, kicked him out of the tournament, or out of the winner's bracket at least. That was a very, very impressive showing, and I'm quite curious to see if he can stop San Judigo, who has performed splendid so far.
And since he's on the winner's side of the bracket, he's basically already in the top 8, because on the winner's side of the bracket, you can lose once. So if he were to lose, he would move to the loser side of the bracket there. Vision Prot is having an amazing tournament this time, and hopefully we'll get to see more of him as well. Let's take a look at these teams that we have here. San Judigo on the left, Vision Prot on the right. Anything that stands out to you? I think the Decisive is definitely a main character on this tournament.
Yeah, definitely, but I want to say something else.
Tell me.
You have been talking about Claydol non-stop, right? To the point where it got annoying no, just kidding. But this Shadow Feraligatr, and Shadow Feraligatr is so good versus the Claydol, and it's looking decent against the rest of the team as well. There is the Shadow Drapion, which is an iffy matchup though. Golisopod also kind of an iffy matchup. Yeah, okay. So it has some targets, but it's not great against everything. But I think that Shadow Feraligatr can really come back. With an energy lead, it's crazy good.
But that's why you have Golisopod for. Golisopod resists the entire moveset, usually of Feraligatr, when it's not packing Crunch. On the right side, we see that Feraligatr, and also keep in mind that Clodsire, Sludge Bomb, and Stone Edge. That is a crazy moveset.
Stone Collection Special.
It's the Stone Collection Special, or perhaps after this tournament, the Vision Prot Special, if he takes it even further. Stone Collection got to 2nd place at Stuttgart 2025 with that Clodsire moveset. And it's not something I would recommend, but hey, if it works, it works.
I wonder how the matchup versus Tinkaton changes, because the Tinkaton are basically all running Bulldoze, which makes the matchup a little bit better for Tinkaton. If there is no Earthquake on the Clodsire, I think it's a lot better. You might even be able to win that matchup.
I think so as well. Bulldoze being super effective also has a 50% chance to drop the defense of the opponent. So if you can get a couple of those in, it might actually be an okay match. One of our trainers locked in, the other one still thinking. You know what my prediction is? You're gonna hate this one.
All right, sure.
Claydol. Claydol is gonna be around.
I love Claydol.
Even into Golisopod, Claydol has some play just because of that Rock Tomb coverage. It can hit for super effective damage. Leo, it is time. We're getting into Group D Winners Finals, game number 1. San Judigo on the left, Vision Prot on the right. It is the Shadow Lapras into the non-Shadow Lapras.
Oh, and is there an Ice Beam or a Skull Bash on those Lapras? We're gonna see soon. It's Skull Bash on both sides, so this might be a charge attack priority tie. that is very relevant.
Usually the Shadow has a higher attack because it's more difficult to obtain this, but it looks like the regular Lapras is taking the Charge Attack tie here, meaning that it has slightly higher attack than the Shadow Lapras from Sanghudiro here, boosting the defense right away, and it is being shielded immediately by Sanghudiro. Let's see if Vision Prot is going to match shields. No, not matching the shield, because now your defense is boosted, so this won't do as much as normally, but look at that damage still. That does so much from Shadow Lapras, and now you're in Sparkling Area range.
Yep, I think so too, and I think that Sanghudiro doesn't have to throw immediately, can wait until Vision Prot is almost at the Skull Bash, and now the Shadow Lapras is gonna just throw another Skull Bash into the Shadow Jumpluff. Doesn't intend to switch into the Shadow Drapion, because that is not even the best matchup anymore since Acrobatics got changed.
That was some heavy damage there. Sanghudiro still staying in. Acrobatics is being launched now, even though defense is boosted twice. I think this might still knock out on the Shadow variant of the Lapras. No, it barely hangs on. Can it get to the Sparkling Area? It barely doesn't. It gets very winded down by the Jumpluff.
It's even worse than knocking it out, than getting knocked out there, giving an extra Fairy Wind to the Jumpluff. Aqua Tail is being thrown on Charge Attack priority versus the Acrobatics of the Shadow Jumpluff of Vision Prot. Giving up a shield here.
Makes sense. You want to land this Acrobatics or force that last Protect Shield. This will do a ton of damage to Drapion. Let's see if Sanghudiro puts up his final Protect Shield here. No, lets it go. This puts Drapion straight into the red. In comes Claydol, and in the back is Shadow for Alligator. Sanghudiro knows that the writing is on the wall. Shadow for Alligator has a really good matchup here in the one-shoot scenario.
This is what I've been talking about earlier. Shadow for Alligator is so good versus Claydol. You have the Hydro Cannon pressure, and the Shadow Claws add up so much as well, almost doing exactly the same amount of damage as those Mud Slaps from the Claydol. Now the attack is going to be debuffed, but the damage of the Shadow Claws is already done. This is still very well in debuffed Hydro Cannon range.
Most of the time, Claydol can take takes resisted damage from fast attacks and super effective from charge attacks because of its defensive typing. But here, super effective only. Feraligatr shreds through this Claydol, and even though it can be such an important Pokemon, there's always going to be a counter there, and this Feraligatr with some residual energy is even going to get to the Hydro Cannon before Drapion can launch an Aqua Tail, and this is going to knock out and take game number 1 for our Portuguese players on the right Vision.
Very well played as well, throwing the Hydro Cannon after 3 Shadow Claws there into the Claydol, knowing that the perhaps unfortunate timing is not important because there is no shield and you're not taking damage. Okay, that means that if you are in a situation with a 2-turn fast attack like Shadow Claw versus a 3-turn fast attack like Mud Slap, you want to throw after either 1 Shadow Claw, 4 Shadow Claws, or 7 Shadow Claws most of the time, so you don't give your opponent extra energy, because if you're throwing after 3 Shadow Claws, your opponent is going to get a full Mud Slap through.
You don't want the numbers to align. If both attacks land on the same turn, so 3 Shadow Claws, I should say 6 turns together, 2 Mud Slaps together, 6 turns, then a full fast attack will sneak through if you throw your charge attack on that timing. That's what we saw there. But it didn't matter in this case because the Claydol got knocked out. That means that the Mud Slap damage didn't land on that Feraligatr, and with the residual energy that he had farmed up perfectly, he would also outpace that Drapion. So an extremely well played game there by Vision Pro, but also had some fortunate alignment there, because if you had the Feraligatr on the Lapras, that could have been a really different game.
Yep, and also winning the charge attack priority with the Lapras in the mirror matchup is really, really strong. Getting that shield immediately and then taking that first Skull Bash rather well, even though I think it was still in Sparkling Area range.
It was still in Sparkling Area range despite buffing your defense damage because of that extra firepower from Shadow Lapras. I, for one, am a big Shadow Lapras believer. Especially in matchups where even if they are already winning, if you shield the first attack and then buff up your defense, they become even better. Think of like Azumarill. We're gonna head into game number 2. Sanghudiro needs 2 games here to potentially come back, and he leads the Jumpluff into Lapras. You think this is a good match for the Grass-type Pokemon, but even without Ice Beam, Lapras can hang on here quite well.
Yep, Lapras has a lot of damage as well with those Psy Waves. Look at the difference there, but Acrobatics is such a good charge attack. If the first one goes unshielded, the Lapras, if it's not Shadow, maybe not, but it might get into Aerial Ace quite soon.
Not just yet, and let's see, going for the Skull Bash now. This will do a lot of damage to that jump love, boosting your defense though. But since you let the first acrobatics go, you'll be in acrobatics range regardless, and no shielding this Skull Bash. This is a very neutral match so far. Swapping into the drop to get an energy advantage, and Vision Prot cannot really swap out just yet because he has Feraligatr in the back and also Shadow Jump Love. Feraligatr has an okay matchup here, but not when you're behind in energy.
Yep, Sanhurigo timing the swap out extremely well, knowing he's going to charge attack priority tie with the crunches here. And now this is one of the iffiest matchups in the Open Great League because you're pacing to the crunch and the Hydro Cannon at the same time. But
I see the vision here though.
Okay.
I see the vision here because he threw that charge stack. Both Pokemon pace equally fast now. So now it's just like as if it's in the lead.
Yeah.
This Feraligatr only wins if it shields crunches correctly, and Vision Prot is doubting. There he goes. That's a really good shield. If you shield an Aquatear here, the Feraligatr will lose. So we see a defense drop here. That is very unfortunate. Now the poison will add up. And going for another Hydrokin here. Sanhurigo not going for the charge security tie here just yet, knowing that he would lose it.
Yep, very well played here, knowing that he can overfarm 4 more Poison Stings before the Shadow Feraligatr gets to the next attack. And in case of a swap out, you have way more energy to toy around with. Throws a Crunch immediately, which is going to deal heavy damage to the Shadow Jump Love.
But Jump Love is also pretty bulky, so it can hang on there. No defense drop this time, but this Crunch will still put the Jump Love so extremely low. If you are predicting a Lapras here, Vision has to shield, but no, he's trying to rely on the Feraligatr here, and maybe it does have a little bit of a better matchup in Shadow Lapras. It doesn't matter. Still, you have to get through this Jump Love first.
Oh, there's so many Pokemon still left for Sanhurigo. All are basically not in farm down range, so Shadow Feraligatr would have to get about 10 Hydro.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Went for the full send acrobatics. I think an Aerial Ace would have been enough here, but wants to make sure that the entire Jump Love is gone.
Yep, and now there's the Shadow Lapras coming in here. Even shields, a little bit of energy on there as well. The Shadow Feraligatr is not in good health right now.
If it's possible, I think this is the point where you throw an Ice Beam as Feraligatr, to be honest.
just
because it's over. It's over.
Don't even reach it because the Shadow Lapras outpaces here with the Psywaves advantage. Sanhurigo ties up the score here in this winners finals of Group D.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure with that Drapion safe switch, putting himself ahead and hoping that there's no Claydol in the back, because Claydol is that only real hard answer Vision Prot has. Even Clodsire, well, especially Clodsire, because it doesn't have that Charge Stack Earthquake, and Primeape don't do that well into a Drapion with energy advantage. So I like the strategy from Sanhurigo, and I wonder if Vision now kind of has an idea of what his opponent is doing, because this Sanhurigo keeps bringing that Drapion.
So the Claydol is the best answer, as you said before. Is there any reason for Vision Prot not to bring that Claydol? Why would you not do that?
I think because Vision might be predicting that the Golisopod comes out from Sanhurigo, but we haven't seen it so far. Shadow Lapras is not that bad of a matchup for Claydol. In fact, it's a winning matchup in even shields, especially if you shield the first sparkling area. Of course, Jump Love triple resists Mud Slap because immunity in the video game is translated to double resistance here in Pokemon Go. You still have Ice Beam, so you can cover Jump Love a little bit with that, but that makes Claydol a little bit clunky to bring. It's similar to Azuro in pacing, where it's just so slow before it can actually hit its opponents with the charge stacks.
Definitely, but I'm just saying, I think Vision Prot is going to bring the Claydol this game again. Doesn't want any of those Shadow Drapion shenanigans on the side of Sanhurigo happening. Let's see. Okay, I'm making a call here.
You're making a call.
Sanhurigo leads the Drapion.
I think that's a very bold call that you have there, Leo, and let's see if Vision has the vision to have that. Sanhurigo still thinking about his team to bring. Do you bring the Golisopod this time if you expect the Claydol? It really becomes a mind game, but I think that the Tinkaton also could be a pick if you don't expect Claydol to come out. Both trainers are locked in. Here we go. Decisive game number 3. Sanhurigo on the left with the Shadow Drapion into the Lapras from Vision on the right.
Oh, and this way the Shadow Drapion would avoid the Claydol, but there is no Claydol yet. And the Lapras actually, even though it is a Dark type and the Psywaves are tough there, it's actually not the worst matchup for Lapras.
It is not the worst matchup.
Also not the best.
It is both. Because even though Psywave is resisted, it is a one-turn fast attack, meaning that every turn Lapras deals damage, and that is 2 damage per Psywave. It almost looks like it's just neutral. And because Drapion is pretty fragile, Lapras actually has an okay matchup here where it can potentially win some even shield scenario, where both Pokemon use the same amount of shields. It looks like, let's see if this Lapras is able to get to another charge stack.
Oh, I don't think it is.
Oh. Taking it out with his own Lapras immediately there. Somebody taking a head start there, and that's really useful. Now the jump bluff can be aligned here though. Vision Prod knows, okay, now my Feraligatr won't need to be aligned there, but look at the backline. Feraligatr doesn't really have a lot of place to go.
Well, what's really great for Sanhurigo is that there is not a lot of fast attack pressure from Vision Prod versus the Shadow Drapion as well, because then he's going to be very likely to get to another charge attack later on in the game. So sometimes swapping out your Pokemon is just incredibly useful when they're at low HP.
You call this Skull Bash? Oh, that's a last second protect shoot there. Buffs the defense as well of this Lapras, make it even more difficult to take it out. And I love this play from Sanhurigo. You know why? Because let's say all shields are up and Feraligatr is up a Shadow Claw, it can defeat the Golisopod. And now, if you pull shields, Golisopod can land that neutral X-Scissor and win that shield scenario. Sanhurigo letting the Lapras go entirely here, depending on his Golisopod.
We have boosted our defenses, but the Aerial Ace of Shadow on Shadow is still going to be enough here. Sanhurigo is trying to get some energy here, perhaps bring in the Shadow Drapion, because the Golisopod is having a rather tough time versus the Jumpluff. Brings in the Golisopod, and Vision Prod just stays in here, goes for the Aerial Ace.
Oh, the catch! What a catch! I believe there was a little bit of energy on... Actually, no, because he threw that crunch into the Lapras. So this is a great sacrificial swap here from Sanhurigo, and now this Golisopod is looking to be in such a good spot. Let's see if Vision Prod shields here, because you wanted Aerial Ace, but does this knock out? This is going to be really close to knocking out. Let's see how defensive with this Jumpluff is. It doesn't hang on, and now it's Feraligatr, but it's down in energy, and you're so prone to the X's here. Hydro Cannon is resisted, but it's still going to chunk.
Wait, but you can still shield one of the X-Scissors. You might get to 2 Hydro Cannons after the second X-Scissor, and the Shadow Golisopod, or the regular Golisopod, has just taken so much damage in the process of all of those fast attacks.
I think this is Hydro Cannon range. I think this might be Hydro Cannon range. Even though it is resisted, Hydro Cannon from this attack with the Shadow Feraligatr is going to chunk on this Golisopod. And while it was looking so good with that resistances of this Golisopod, this is actually looking dangerous. I think the X-Scissor might barely not knock out here. Let's see. This is going to be so close. If Feraligatr hangs on, it gets to the Hydro Cannon, and it does!
Vision Prod has the vision here, winning on HP. Unfavorable matchup there of the Shadow Feraligatr, behind on energy, but the damage was just enough to put it in Hydro Cannon range. Vision Prod beats Sanhurigo in the winners finals and advances to the top 8.
Sanhurigo brought all the Feraligatr answers, but it wasn't enough.
It was so good. The big gator, Shadow Feraligatr, chomping through the Pokemon of Sanhurigo. Hydro Cannon is so good. We have seen it times and times again, even though it is resisted versus the likes of Dugong, versus Azumarill. It is still dealing good chip damage. The Shadow Claw Hydro Cannon combination of typing is so strong that nothing basically resists it all. I mean, that was a bold call here. There are Pokemon that resist both. Bibarel.
It does. Bibarel does resist both. Even though the zero shield scenario where both Pokemon don't use any shields can still be quite close just because of how hard Hydro Cannon hits. Exactly. I also wonder if that matchup could have been more in favor of Sanhurigo if he threw the X-Scissor instead of making a catch, because the Shadow Claws are resisted on Drapion. You may have been able to get to a charge stack there later. On the other hand though, if the Drapion has no energy, it would always come down to a charge stack security tie, meaning that you can never really use a shield on the Golisopod previously.
Also, I think if the Golisopod throws the X-Scissor there, it might not be enough and the Jumpluff actually gets to the Aerial Ace there, because you needed those extra Shadow Claws that were dealt on the Jumpluff. That's why I thought this catch was so genius there, but in the end, the Fairy Winds added up too much damage on that Golisopod as well, because it's a Shadow Jumpluff, it has fast attack pressure.
In the end, it didn't even matter.
Tried so hard.
He tried so hard.
But he's also not out of the tournament yet, because Sanhurigo just drops down to the loser's bracket. But there's tough opponents waiting for Sanhurigo.
Exactly. If we take a look again at the replay of these two incredible battlers here, we see that matchup at the start. The Shadow Lapras was just so imposing, buffing itself up with scroll bars, but also just hitting harder than that regular Lapras is really just damage output that you don't really expect from a bulky Pokemon like Lapras. Barely not getting to this sparkling area was so big, and then this Feraligatr previously against the Claydol, it just farmed up perfectly to outpace this Drapion to a final charge stack and take the game for Vision Prod in game number 1. And how pivotal was this Feraligatr in the next games as well?
Yeah, Shadow Feraligatr in the second game couldn't do what it wanted to do, but in the third game, it completely clutched out enough damage on this Golisopod. Usually Golisopod can very well take one Hydro Cannon, but if there are so many Shadow Claws involved, so many Fairy Winds, the damage just adds up, and I think it does about maybe somewhat 35%-ish.
If I was in Vision's seat there, I would have been really nervous when I saw the Golisopod come out, because it's supposed to counter that Feraligatr. It just looked so tough. But Vision Prod moving on the winner side of the bracket, somebody moving on the loser side of the bracket. He will be facing off in the losers finals of Group D in a Spanish clash between Sangudio and Pablontinas.
Oh, I can't wait.
With the Morpeko.
Oh, wait, Morpeko is still in the tournament.
It's still in the tournament.
I want to say that Morpeko is one of the most dangerous Pokemon in Pokemon Go, because not for you to use, maybe also that, because it's
pretty fragile.
Definitely, it's very fragile. Things can go wrong if you're playing Morpeko. But I have talked to so many trainers that have built a team for the Open Great League Show 6 format, and they were like, yeah, I have 5 Pokemon that lose hard to Morpeko. If there is a Morpeko, I have big problems if I don't get it aligned on maybe my Claydol or my Clodsire. So Morpeko is just something that not a lot of trainers run, because it is so hard to bring and because it is so risky, because if you get it on the wrong Pokemon, it really just doesn't defend itself very well. But if that's not the case,
our rules hit really hard, Leo, but that'll be for later. First, we're going into the first losers finals of the day. This is the losers finals of Group A. We're going to see Marco Shiny again, who played earlier against EUIC champion Patoman. He will be playing against Angel Pair on the right with the Shadow Marowak instead of a Claydol. But let's take a look at the team of Marco Shiny first.
Yep, has the Clodsire Shadow Annihilate, something that barely vanished from the metagame, but is now back. Cradily Shadow Feraligatr. I love this. There are still multiple in this tournament. Azumarill and the Shadow Drapion.
It's such a menace, and I love to see it. Also, that Shadow Annihilate was so important yesterday for Marco Shiny, so I'm curious to see if he's going to bring that into the team of Angel Pair here that we see. And I think that Shadow Annihilate fares a little bit better into Claydol, which sounds weird because Rage Fist is not super effective into Marowak, but your counts are not resisted, and that really ramps up after a Rage Fist that boosts your attack stat. On the other hand, there's Tinkaton as well, but we saw yesterday that even Primeape doesn't do that bad into it. I'm not sure if we saw Shadow Annihilate play out into Tinkaton, but I believe that this matchup can be pretty close if you shield the player off correctly as the Shadow Annihilate and use your Protect Shields.
I think that, I mean, Fairy Winds do add up. Maybe if you're going straight Bulldoze, that matchup isn't even too bad for Tinkaton. I
think that is a terrible idea, Leo. Because the Shadow Annihilate will not shield anything, and then you're down shield. So unless you really, which is a great strategy that I love, by the way, win the lead and then have the hard counts in the back.
Oh yeah,
right. That is like a really tough bastion on Victory Bell. I love it. But that is a strategy you could do. I don't think that's generally what you want to be doing. At least you should build up to the player off. How about that? You build up to the player off, then bait with the Bulldoze.
Yeah, I mean, you're not even baiting, you're just debuffing the defenses that is already not there on the
It is a 50% chance, though.
But you know what I really like? Shadow Marowak is a good meta call when you're expecting more Shadow Feraligatr, but you want a Pokemon that can use Mud Slap, because if you have 2 shields on the Shadow Marowak, you can completely Mud Slap down while getting 1 shield back, exiting with a lot of energy. But this is an interesting heat. Shadow Drapion versus Golisopod.
And no Marowak to be seen. This is not like the Feraligatr, where a Hydro Cannon would almost set a knockout on the Drapion. Aqua Jet still is a very efficient charge attack since this season, but Drapion can hang on there. Looks like Marco Shiny not taking any chances, shielding immediately and preserving it, but looks like Angel Pair is happy just taking the shield advantage there and swapping in his own Drapion to soak the damage here. This Aqua Tail will do about 35% damage.
Yep, is a little bit behind on energy there, Angel Pair. But the good thing is here that you can easily take to Aqua Tail. There was chip damage done already, and now we have the Azumarill here at a very comfortable HP range.
This is the Elam Classic. You chip the Drapion, you build up with your own, and you swap in Azumarill to just soak up all this damage. And that is just so fine here. Even though the Poise Stick are super effective, all this fast-pacing charge stack damage doesn't do that much on the Azumarill. Unless you get a defense drop here, then it can get a little bit obnoxious.
Yeah, but
Sorry, jinx it.
So the thing is that now you won't be able to farm down the Shadow Drapion with the Azumarill anymore, which would have gone very close anyways. But
I don't think he minds, because look at the backline. He's strong against Golisopod in pretty much all measures. No, he lets it even go. I think that's what Marcus Shiny didn't really want there, shaking his head a little bit there. He's down his shield as well. He has energy on his Drapion, but I think Angel Pair also... Did he come out with a move? Almost.
Oh, and now I think the Cradily looks amazing into the backline of Angel Pair. There is the Golisopod and the Lapras and Rock Tombs.
Does it now? Because it will now be aligned to Golisopod, and that has access to X-Scissor.
You just pull a shield.
You just pull a shield. Well, let's see. Because this is not exactly the Pokemon that will use shields. Well, okay, hold up. He got a defense drop though. So now this Crunch might knock out, or at least will get really close to.
Or are we going to see a shield, or is Lapras gonna go down
Wow.
fast? It does, and this
does go down.
knocks out here. And now it is Golisopod versus the world, actually, because Marcus Shiny is outpacing it, throwing an Aqua Tail. And that is so smart, because Angel Pair, he has to shield at some point.
Angel Pair also shaking his head a little bit there, was hoping that the Lapras would hang on, and then that the Golisopod would be able to close out. But this is looking really tough. And oh, the charge stack purity tie, but Golisopod wins this. It wins charge stack purity tie against pretty much every Pokemon that we have in the current meta.
Yep, that is pretty strong. Very high attack there. You're going to see probably another shield here. And now the question is, how much energy does the Golisopod have? Because it has to outpace the Cradily to 2 charged attacks.
It does indeed, because shields are down. Are you going to attempt a catch here? Oh, charge tech priority tie on Angel Pair knows. I don't even want to take a resisted Aqua Tail, especially when my defense have been dropped. But I think Marcus Shiny might be able to get to a single Rock Tomb here on that Cradily. There's not that much energy on the Golisopod. A X-Scissor will do about 50% damage. Looks like Angel Pair knows the writings on the wall, stops tapping, and in comes the Rock Tomb. Marcus Shiny is going to take game number 1 here.
No Tijera X to finish out the game from the Golisopod.
Remember that well.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's your Spanish just that good?
I mean, it just says it there on the screen that we have in front of us. But the Cradily takes it, does the heavy lifting for the team, I want to say, taking out that low HP Golisopod. Little tap in there, if you want to use football language.
I think Angel Pair just relied a little bit too heavy on the bulk, on the Lapras there. Even after, I think Marcus Shiny didn't really want the Azumarill to be Poison down there, so maybe a little bit of a misplay on Marcus Shiny's side there, something he didn't want to do. But then Angel Pair also had the same problem where the charge tech did knock out the Lapras, and at that point Golisopod against the world was just not being able to do that. In fact, I think the only thing that may have been able to be winnable for Angel Pair at that point would have been the Shadow Annihilate, because you get at least 6 Shadow Claw in that are super effective, and then the Aqua Jet, but that's still a tough ask for the Polt.
Yep, definitely. I think that the critical moment in this game, honestly, Crunch debuff on the Lapras.
Crunch, yeah, it was very crucial.
Basically had the Sparkling Area ready, right? So if you get, in this situation, another Sparkling Area off, it's looking very difficult.
It's a 30% chance with Crunch to drop the defense of the opponent. And you know what I recognize just from our previous match as well, with Sanrio versus Vision Pro? Drapion. It's just been so dominant again, and especially with Marcus Shiny not having access to a Mud Slap user on his team. Drapion on the side of Angel Pair is just so good. Here we go. We have the Cradily into the Shadow Marowak. This is not what you want to see as Angel Pair, but I would not be surprised if he just stays in for a little bit. No, swaps into the Drapion immediately.
That is very nice, because there is no real hard answer to that Shadow Drapion. However, you can take some damage, farm up energy, and go into the Azumarill.
I like this play a lot though, because now you throw your Crunch into the Cradily and not into an Azumarill just yet, making the energy use being much more efficient for Angel Pair. Going for the Rock Tomb here. Angel Pair just not shooting, probably also expecting, no, swapping in the Drapion. Oh. This gives Angel Pair a lot of play with his own Cradily in the back.
That is true, however... Oh yeah, that is actually really true.
That's really good for Angel Per, actually.
I mean, the Shadow Marowak is not going to have a great time against Marco Shiny's backline, but even then, Marco Shiny, he is going to... Oh, we're going to see another Aqua Tail being thrown here. So
so you can take it.
Yeah, but I think that Marco Shiny is just going to throw one charge attack into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and that one is going to mud slap down the Shadow Drapion. So it actually does get a KO in this game, and you have almost 3 Aqua Tails here, but you're always only going to throw one.
If you can take one Mud Slap, then you can get to 2 Aqua Tail here, and that will be crucial. I don't think that this Drapion will hang on. The Mud Slap came through, and it looks like that Mark Shiny didn't want to take any chances, throws the Aqua Tail immediately, and it shouldn't be able to get to another one. Yes, that did knock out. In comes Cradley again. You have a one Mud Slap here, meaning that you will get the Charge Attack Priority tie on this Bone Club, but it looks like Mark Shiny knew that and doesn't throw the Charge Attack just yet. Wants to leave off the last Pokemon, but now Angel Per can stay in and Mud Slap down his Cradley if he really wants to.
Yep, that is true. Would rather save some more HP. Oh, throws the Rock Tomb in case there is a shield. Very, very good choice, because this would have also KO'd. No reason to throw the Grass Knot there.
You have to, because otherwise your last Pokemon, the Cradley in the back, will be dealt by a Rock Tomb. Kicking the Mud Slap down. Looks like Mark Shiny not taking any chance. In comes the Cradley. If only you had the Shadow Drapion here.
Yep, and that was a fast reaction by Angel Per that he gets to that first charge attack at the charge attack priority event versus Azumarill. Doesn't swap out way too late. Also has the charge attack ready on that Shadow Marowak.
This Ice Beam is going to be super effective, dealing a good amount of damage with Angel Per, knowing this will deal the most damage out of the charge attacks that Mark Shiny can throw. Puts out the Protect Shield there. At this point, you might be able to go straight Rock Tomb if you want to play it safe, but I think Cradley is just in such a good spot regardless. I think this barely doesn't knock out, but an Ice Beam from Azumarill doesn't either. It looks like Mark Shiny putting out the Protect Shield as well.
Especially not if you are debuffed. And if you let this Rock Tomb go, I think that you're even going to get bullet seeded down in this range. But Ice Beam is going to be thrown here. That is going to do about 35% again. I think this is only going to do a bit over a half of the current HP of the Cradily.
I think there was still this Cradily. Oh, a catch here. This Cradily was one bullet seed off a charge attack. Now, do keep in mind that the Marowak still has a Bone Club stored, so it didn't really matter to make that catch there. Angel Per has all the energy either way, and Marcus Shiny going for the charge attack pretty tight. But Cradley wins this. Angel Per is able to tie up the score in this losers finals in Group A.
Marco Shiny wanted to make so sure that the Shadow Marowak is not aligned on the Shadow Drapion at any point in the game, that he basically lost his answer to the Cradily that Angel Per brought there. And that was a really nice line of Angel Per baiting out the Shadow Drapion.
I'm not sure if that was the intention though.
Worked still.
It did work. Mark Shiny maybe was making a different kind of prediction in the back that Azumarill would be useful in case it would have been like the Golisopod that would also resist all the... where Azumarill would also resist all the charge attacks. But yeah, swapping in that Drapion there meant that the Cradily in the back was so much more free, and it just didn't look very good for Angel Per because he let the Marowak into a Cradily and there was an Azumarill in the back from Marcus Shiny, making it just really tough. Finally bringing that Mud Slap Pokemon to counter Drapion, and then Drapion just avoids it either way.
What do you think about the Shadow Kanto Marowak? We didn't see it in the first game. What do you think about the plays versus this line? I think the only Pokemon that really threaten it are the Cradily and the Azumarill, even though Shadow Annihilate still also does have some play there.
I think Shadow Marowak is a very solid pick in the current meta. One of the reasons why I would pick Claydol over Shadow Marowak could be because you have Ice Beam for Jump Off. That's the main threat. That always has been the main threat to Shadow Marowak. But here we go. Let's see if we see more Shadow Marowak here. We got the Shadow Annihilate into Tinkaton. Let's see how Marcus Shiny is going to play this out. Is he staying in? This Pokemon is actually defeating all 3 Pokemon that Marcus Shiny brought here. There's no Drapion to be seen on Marcus Shiny's side this time.
I think, honestly, at this point, Annihilate is the best shot that you're having against that Tinkaton. But look at the Fairy Wind damage. It matches the counter damage, basically. A no shield here. You can definitely...
Going for the play rough. Do you use your protection here? Do you call a bulldoze? It looks like Marcus Shiny is putting out the protection. You're just going to brute force your way here. No! Swapping in the Drapion, but these are boosted counters. They're not super effective, but they almost look like they are. But Drapion at least paces quickly, so you get to this Aqua Tail relatively quickly. Putting up his final protection already. We're like 30 seconds in the game.
Yep, and I think that you can just get another shield back, or can you actually farm down here, try to catch a Aqua Tail on the Azumarill, and it works here. Has so much energy energy stored there, takes the Aqua Tail, and that's going to be a nasty bubble down.
This play was excellent, and now you can get the entire bubble down with your Azumarill. You have so much energy stored on your Annihilate, not being able to fire the final Aqua Tail there, and in comes the Lapras to soak up this damage. It does have Skull Wedge, so it will have an okay time into this Azumarill, but Azumarill will be able to get to take 2-player in this match here.
Yeah, but we have 2 shields on the side of Andral Pair, which is really probably going to come in handy here for him as well. Gets the Lapras onto the Azumarill as well, which is better than Lapras on Annihilate at some point. But this is what I thought when Tinkaton entered the meta, right? You can be soft to it, you're going to get some damage on it, and it's not like threatening knockouts left and right.
You know why you can be soft to it? Because none of these Tinkaton are running Heavy Slam. So Cradily, when shields are up, doesn't even have that bad of a timer because you can just keep throwing Rock Tombs and debuff it. Look at that player, does a good amount of damage there, but not as threatening. Now in comes Annihilate. This does do less damage than the player would have done, but I guess you have to start using your protections either way at some point because you're almost out. Making a catch here. I'm not sure if that's what you need here though. You need this Tinkaton with a slight undercharge here. Can Tinkaton now get to a charge stack that could knock out this Annihilate? Look at how much that does already. Fairy Winds are super effective, but the counters do so much damage here.
But do you get Psywave down now? But also does that even matter because there's still a full HP Cradily in the back. You also have the Azumarill. This is looking so good for Marcus Shiny.
Annihilate was the clutch Pokemon Marcus Shiny needed to bring here, and going for the bullet seed down, Marcus Shiny's moving on!
We've all missed a good old 2-shield counter down of something with Shadow Annihilate. Marcus Shiny going back to the roots of this season saying, hey, I can punch.
He had a tough time against EUIC champion Pathway, but Marcus Shiny is moving on into the top 8 of Sevilla 2025. Such good plays there and good reads, not bringing that Drapion this time, but bringing his clutch Pokemon, the Shadow Annihilate. I bet our co-caster Tom the Hawk must be celebrating at home because he loves Shadow Annihilate, and that 2-shield strategy just keep ramping up your counter damage.
Sometimes you gotta keep it simple. This is a very well-known strategy. Many players in previous tournaments have adapted heavily to it, bringing something like a Galarian Corsola, some ghost types, fairy type, Wigglytuff, something like that to stop this strategy. Players have shifted away from Shadow Annihilate or regular Annihilate to 2-shield counter down something. And now Marcus Shiny, he had a secret plan, the secret sauce, just going back to countering down Pokemon.
Yesterday, we had the discussion whether you'd pick Azumarill or Tinkaton. I think that Tinkaton is not comparable even remotely as we saw there. Despite dealing super effective fairy type damage to that Annihilate, I felt like this wasn't even close once Annihilate started using shields and the Tinkaton didn't shield the first Rage Fist, because those counters were neutral on Tinkaton because of that steel typing, and it just hits so hard. You come in with the Shadow Drapion, but by the time the Annihilate was done, Shadow Drapion also was almost done.
Yep, you can go into a shield disadvantage if your fast attacks just deal 70% of 2 Pokemon at the same time on your Shadow Annihilate. I really like this, and I also liked it for Marcus Shiny when you're looking at the future of this very tournament. He is showing with this, I am not afraid to bring my Shadow Annihilate, so you will have to take it into account. Sometimes you see players not bringing something like a Shadow Palkia to some of the games that they're playing, so it's basically just bench pressure, so you can kind of ignore it. But this Shadow Annihilate, it's here.
Yeah, Palkia's great bench pressure anyway. We also, what I just want to point out again from Marcus Shiny's side, we see Claydol or at least a Mudslap user on every team. Marcus Shiny has his own ways of dealing with that Tinkaton or just any Pokemon weak to ground types, because Drapion is a Pokemon so notorious for being weak to ground, or basically his only weakness is ground. And then he has Clodsire, but Clodsire is not a counter. But then you have Shadow Annihilate. Shadow Annihilate is just, I feel like, overlooked.
It's actually a counter, because it uses counter quite a lot, even though it is neutral. And you know what else is really neat about Shadow Annihilate right now? So, Shadow Annihilate, usually in the past tournaments where it was really strong, you wanted one that has super high attack, because if you're playing the mirror match, you need to win charge attack priority. If you don't, it's a really tough time. That was one of the most crucial leads in the game. If there's very few Shadow Annihilate around,
you can run a defensive weighted.
Exactly, and that means that you're gonna get even more counters in. Now also, I think the high attack was used to get a breakpoint, meaning dealing 1 more damage per fast attack on the Clodsire, which is also a Pokemon that's being not used that much right now, even though it is part of the meta. 25% meta share actually in day 2, I think. It is not everywhere. So I think Shadow Annihilate right now, especially defense weighted, super strong pick for this tournament.
Super strong. We've also seen Primate make such an impact. Fighting type coverage just hits super effective on so many types. Let's see if I can name them all at the top of my head. Normal typing, rock typing, ice typing, steel typing. There's one more.
Dark.
Dark, yes! Let's go, Leo. Ah, very good cover. All right, let's take a look at our next match that we have here. Losers Finals Group B, Wolfpack on the left, Paulasha, the queen of PvP on the right. And again, if you want to see where we are in the bracket right now, use !bracket in the chat. Let's take a look at the team of Wolfpack here. We saw him play earlier on the winner's side of the bracket with that Swampert. I think Swampert is an excellent meta call here to break course of like the Tinkaton and the Talonflame. And then we also have the Stunfisk, basically running a double ground team, but again, not with a Mudslap user.
Yep, Mudslap users are something that are basically also scared away by something like the Shadow Jumpluff, which is a really bulky Pokemon, but also such an offensive threat as well. So this is definitely something that Paulasha will have to look out for. Golisopod, Ferret, Azumarill, Tinkaton, Shadow Dropion, and Claydol. I can see the Shadow Jumpluff here, Martine, because the Tinkaton answers it quite well, but everything else has problems with acrobatics.
Paula's real challenge is overcoming the Swampert. Look at this team. Only the Golisopod really answers it. Claydol, Azumarill, Tinkaton, Drapion really don't want to see it. Ferret does answer it, but Wolfpack does have Tinkaton on his team. And I think as Wolfpack, you probably expect the Golisopod, because these trainers have played before on day 1 where Wolfpack won 2-0 convincingly, and there he was really countering the Golisopod, not even bringing the Swampert at all, because he knew Paula needs to bring Golisopod to counter it.
Wolfpack has a history of losing to Paulasha, actually. She has been the final boss for him in previous tournaments. Yesterday he finally managed to beat her. Now he's in the losers bracket, has to play Paulasha again. This is so tough for him. Can he do it a second time? Or will Paulasha, the queen of PvP, reign supreme?
This time, I think Paula is scared of Wolfpack instead of the opposite. Let's see. We have our first match here, the Shadow Jumpluff into the Shadow Drapion. I want to say this is a positive lead for Paula, but that Shadow Jumpluff with the acrobatics hits so hard, you can win all even shield scenario. Both Pokemon use the same amount of shields if you can get an area ace base, because acrobatics basically puts his Drapion in Fairy Wind down range immediately.
Yep. Also in the no-shield scenario. So Paulasha hits the first crunch. This is something that you can no-shield. Defense drop is very important here because the poison stings do so much more damage.
No-shielding this immediately. I believe this is an acrobatics.
I don't know what this is. I haven't seen acrobatics. Oh, that is so much damage. Immediate swap out here. Catches the Aqua Tail on the Tinkaton, keeping the Shadow Jumpluff in the back.
I think that's kind of okay for Paula. She now has switch advantage and is able to align where she wants to and making her prediction that she wants to as well. I think as Paula, you're always expecting the Swampert, but Wolfpack is kind of ahead there. He has no Swampert and you're one Fairy Wind ahead, so you can take this mirror matchup as well with Wolfpack. This is genius!
Yeah, but there's a first defense drop already. I think Wolfpack got it here. Paulasha is now going to throw. Are we gonna see the defense drops match? I think if you don't get the first defense drop, but your opponent does, one Fairy Wind advantage doesn't really even matter too much. Oh, there's no defense drop. Wolfpack is throwing the next bulldoze.
This is like an Azumarill mirror. You just keep throwing.
Yeah. But with debuffs.
With debuffs, ah, yes. And there we go, another bulldoze on this Tinkaton, attempting to make a catch. I'm not sure about this. Actually, still, again, these swaps from Wolfpack, preserving all this Pokemon, playing and dancing around, seems pretty good for him to get an energy lead. But Paula's probably happy with this because she has Lapras in the back. And oh, swapping in the Azumarill, look at that. There's no Skull Wedge this time, so all the charge attack damage is resisted. Yep. The player is not resisted, but Lapras is bulky, so Wolfpack is still in a decent spot. He also has HP on the Jumpluff, and Jumpluff cannot be bubbled down from this range by the Azumarill just yet.
It is a decent matchup for the Lapras, however 50% of the HP are already missing, but I think that Wolfpack maybe predicted something like a Ferret in the back, and therefore
not using shield still. We still have 2 shields on Paula's side, but we almost have no Pokemon left.
She's a shield keeper here. Another sparkling area. You have to shield at some point, even though this does not do too much damage. You don't want to shield
protection
this.
still.
Oh, Paulasha is gonna get very close to a farm down range of something. What a catch here! The play rough on the Tinkaton, but now I think the Tinkaton gets into bubble down range.
I think so too, but Paula's concerns probably now her own HP. She does have a lot left, and oh, making another catch, but but I think you needed this HP!
Yep, there is 2 shields left remaining. Paulasha just doesn't use any of those, wants to keep them for the next game. What are you bringing in here? Another bubble down. We have the charge attack on the Azumarill. No player is using shields in this game.
There are 4 shields in play still!
There are 4 shields in play, but there is a Shadow Jumpluff that paces incredibly.
There's still 4 shields in play!
What is happening? We're not even shielding the Shadow Jumpluff. This is Lapra's world, and we're all just living in it. And I think that's a big win condition for Wolfpack.
I think that catch may not have been that great for Paula. Wolfpack was swapping around, getting energy advantage all over the place. But now, this Azumarill is running out of health. You don't even need to throw charge attacks anymore. You get the Side down on 1, the Azumarill, and 2, the Drapion. Wolfpack again taking the lead in this match.
1 shield used in the entire game. And did anyone, chat, please, how many charge attacks were thrown that you could have shielded?
I think that Paula probably needed that Tinkaton with that little bit of health because it resisted all the fast attacks from Wolfpack, so it probably would have at least gotten to a bulldoze. Even get to a bulldoze on Jumpluff, I don't care. Just do something with your shields. Keep your HP.
Okay, Martijn, if you are a newer viewer and you're asking yourselves, why are these players not using their shield? Martijn, can you explain what the thought process is on keeping shields for that long?
Keeping the shield, being a shield keeper is a specific skill in general, but generally players don't use their protections just yet until they can really figure out where to use them. So if you have like elite matchups, most trainers don't decide to use shields just yet unless they really make a call of what could be in the backline. If you need switch advantage, if you need energy advantage, if you need to call a bait or something. And what we saw here was basically Paula just not really making a decision on which charge sec to shield here, being afraid that the jump up otherwise would get to charge sec if she would shield anything from the Lapras. And that was kind of tough, right? I think you got into the position where you had to shield anything on either the Tinkaton or that Azumarill, whether there was a Sparkling Area, a Bulldoze, or an Aerial Ace.
Yeah, and none of those are attacks that you want to shoot at any point. I think Wolfpack actually brought a team to the table that doesn't really pressure shields. But there was, I mean, the Shadow Jumpluff does pressure shields, but in the lead, who shields a Shadow Jumpluff?
And he did the same thing he did yesterday. No Swampert, even though that's his best Pokemon. Let's see if he bring it for game 2. Here we go, Wolfpack versus Paula. Wolfpack is 1-up, and there's the Swampert. He leads it into the Shadow Drapion. This is a great lead for Wolfpack.
There is not even an answer. He mind-gamed her over 2 days, leading her to the conclusion that Wolfpack is not going to bring the Swampert at all. Now there is the Drapion matchup. There is the Claydol. You can't swap into that. You can't really swap into the Azumarill because a Sludge and a Dip would be so strong, but no shielding a Crunch there. This opens up Paulasha to later on bring in Claydol and try to farm down the Swampert.
If you no-shield this Hydro Cannon, you would not be able to get to another charge stacks. But now that you landed a Crunch, you might be able to just outpace and get to those Aqua Tail. Paula throwing immediately, hoping that Wolfpack wouldn't catch on the backline Pokemon and not put out a protection. I think someone barely hangs on. No, it doesn't!
Now we have lost.
I think Wolfpack also thought that.
Yep, there is no HP on. There's so much HP on that Shadow Drapion, no HP on the Swampert, and the Shadow Drapion just continues to pressure here. Forces a shield. No, that's a little bit late. The Swampert is already gone.
But this is so rough, right? Because if you look at the backline from Paula, you have no fast attack pressure, so Wolfpack is still in a really good spot here, building up so much energy. This Aerial Ace will knock out, and if it's being shielded by Paula, you just fire another one.
Shadow Jumpluff looks so good. Oh, there is a shield on the Aerial Ace. That is rather decent for Wolfpack because he can give up another shield. I mean, he kept 1 from the last game, had 2 from the Swampert matchup.
So earlier on, no shields were used. Now all shields are down already, and this is actually pretty good for Paula because now shields are down. You can land an Ice Beam from either of these Pokemon, but you still have to make a call of what could be in the back here. Wolfpack has been really relying on that Lapras, so if you can call any... I mean, both Pokemon don't do super well into Lapras, but Wolfpack also has the Jumpluff, so you still need to get past that first, and it already has an Acrobatics loaded.
Yeah, I want to say both Pokemon don't do very well into Lapras, but also both Pokemon really don't want to take Shadow-boosted Acrobatics. You take so much time to get to this Ice Beam, so I think that Wolfpack can just swap out there. And
are we going to see a catch on the Ice Beam?
I don't even know, but...
Attempt. There was an attempt. Now go for the player up here. And I think this is good for Wolfpack, because the energy now has been expanded on this Lapras.
Yeah, because Paulasha has to throw a play rough because Claydol is a good answer to the Lapras, but you don't want to play the zero shield scenario necessarily.
I think you might even want to go for an Ice Beam here, perhaps. No, going for the Sparkling Area kind of makes sense as well, because then you get to 2 charge stacks, or you pressure Paula to throw earlier at least. Ice Beam would have done more damage, but this still is a solid chunk. And now you can only do 1 or 2 Mud Slap before throwing the next one. I think Wolfpack, if he manages energy perfectly here, is actually in a pretty decent spot, because Azumarill also doesn't have... I think it has 1... No, it has no bubbles, because through the player pretty much immediately. Look at how much energy there is here.
The Fairy Wind pressure, you could go for an aerial ace here, but might also not be enough, just barely. You don't want to risk it in this situation. I think the Fairy Wind pressure will have to be enough to take out the Azumarill, or else Wolfpack is going to be in trouble against an Ice Beam. I think we're going to see 4 Fairy Winds until the Acrobatics, and then see if we can get a front on here, or does this knock out?
I think it won't knock out, but even then you might be able to get to an area ace afterwards. Acrobatics hitting hard on Azumarill. Azumarill hangs on. Can it get to that Ice Beam, or does Jumpluff get to the areas? This is going to be a third. No, it doesn't even get there. Wolfpack wins 2-0!
The Azumarill of Paulasha feints with the Ice Beam, and Wolfpack bringing the Swampert, countering the entire team, lets it go and says, I am a Marshall Galde believer, Shadow Jumpluff is the way!
Shadow Jumpluff really carried there. Even though Swampert was his most valuable asset in general, he didn't even need it to do that much. Just pulling his shield forward from that Drapion, and then there was just no fast attack pressure from Paula in the back, meaning that Jumpluff could just hang on there as long as you keep the health and the shields.
When I played versus a Shadow Jumpluff for the first time in the Might and Mastery season, I looked at this and went, I think this is the best Pokemon that we have in the Open Great League. And Wolfpack is just showing off at this point. The Shadow Jumpluff hits so incredibly hard, and it can bait so well, it paces so fast. Fairy Wind pressure is also there. We just saw an Azumarill get farmed down by the Shadow Jumpluff. So good. What do you think?
You don't need Energy Ball anymore, that's what I think.
Yeah.
You don't need it. Acrobatics is such a strong neutral charge attack, and that just made Jumpluff perform even better than it already did before.
It's really good,
you know, I will not, you will not say it.
So good, right?
You're not gonna make me say that, but what I want to say, Wolfpack, you said at first he kept losing to Paula. He's definitely having a number here. Yeah. Winning 2-0 twice in Seville is pretty big.
I love that read of him to say that, okay, I've never brought the Swampert, even though it looks good against Paulasha, I'm gonna lead it in the second game. And Paulasha went so weak to it. There was Claydol, you can't swap that in there. Shadow Drapion versus Swampert, that's also not something you necessarily want to play. And then there was also the Azumarill that, even though it is a regular Swampert, you beat it in the zero shield scenario. Swampert can just get a lot of energy, throw a Sludge, perhaps go into the Lapras to sponge the energy that the Azumarill has just gotten, and then leave that matchup with 2 Mudshots as well to have an extra advantage. Then he just let it go. I was completely confused.
I think he thought that Swampert would hang on, because again, it's not Shadow, so it's a little bit more bulky than the Shadow variant.
Yeah, but even then, the Swampert could have done so much, decided to let it go and win with the Shadow Jumpluff. What a Pokemon.
What a Pokemon indeed. Here we see again Acrobatics landing on the Drapion, dealing such big damage, and we see a catch here. I think this was actually more advantage for Paula, because the Alcateel would have been resisted on the Jumpluff, and now it's on the Tinkaton, so it left Paula to decide where to align switch advantage.
I kind of agree with you, but in this situation when the Shadow Jumpluff got swapped out, that's so much HP that it can't be farmed down by anything on Paulasha's team except for the Shadow Drapion that he basically took out with the Acrobatics, guaranteeing to maybe also still get to another Acrobatics later on in the game.
I do think though that once you give up switch, you do give the opponent also the chance to build up energy in another matchup, but not being able to get to the Ice Beam here. Even if the Azumarill hung on the Fairy Wind, on the Fairy Wind there, then it would still be able to get the Jumpluff would still get to the area ace there. So that did not really matter, and Jumpluff would win that charge attack purity if I'm not mistaken. I'm actually gonna check. I will check myself.
Checking the charge attack priorities again and again this weekend. Yesterday we checked Dugong versus Claydol, which was surprisingly close. Very Appraise dependent matchup there. Even okay, no, the matchup is not dependent. The matchup is not dependent on the Appraise, because Dugong outpaces, and it just gets a little bit less good for Dugong if the charge attack priority is won by the Claydol. But if it wins versus Claydol, oof.
Yeah, that's much better indeed, because you can get that debuff of first, which was also important in one of the previous matches we saw in a Lapras mirror. The Lapras that landed the Skull Bash first, boosted its defense first, and could hang on to the opposing Skull Bash easier. So defense and attack boosting and debuffing moves are just so good right now.
I think that might even be more important in a regular Lapras mirror match, because in this scenario, when the Shadow played versus the Shadow, the second Skull Bash would have knocked out both of these Pokemon. So basically you can't really win that matchup. You still win because of CMP, but you can't get that much advantage. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I CMP means the charge attack priority time.
Exactly, the charge attack priority time. Thank you so much.
It's a solid community.
Meaning that if both Pokemon press their charge attack at the same time, the Pokemon with the higher attack is going to go first there. And that is sometimes extremely crucial. And that is why players have, in the past and probably also in the future, sometimes opted to play Pokemon with less defense, like a Shadow for Relegator mirror match. When that was incredibly important, players have turned to higher attack Shadow for
the Annihilate mirror that you just mentioned.
Oh yeah, that was the big one.
If you lose the charge security there, Annihilate is just coming out so dominantly in that match. And speaking of matches, our next match, Leo, will be Alfonso CP versus Kuifje. 0-0.
That
he said it in an interview yesterday.
That is actually very, very interesting, because Kuifje lost to the player before that beat Alfonso in the winners finals of the group, which is Borja. And now we're going to see if Alfonso can come back from that game versus Kuifje. Kuifje, very impressive showing at EUIC. Before that, I think he made top 6 in Stuttgart, if I remember correctly, playing a very, very nasty Ariados there. And let's see if we can get it back here, because he's also running one of the Pokemon that I find the coolest in the meta right now, which is the Shadow for Relegator.
Let me open chat. Chat, I want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win this tournament? We're down to...
The tournament?
The whole tournament.
Oh, wow.
We're down to 10 players at the moment. We're still going to get losers finals of Group C and losers finals of Group D.
Yeah.
And from there on, we have a top 8. And we still have a lot of good players there. We have many Spanish players. We still have a French player in Wolfpack. We still have a Portuguese player in Vision Prot. So it's going to be a lot on the line still.
I wanted to make a call here, but then again, it's so hard because they're all so good. Vision Prot is an absolute newcomer, and we have seen this actually quite a lot. I think the first regional that Colin 6 played, he won. Then we had Boom 20. Maybe it's time for Vision Pro.
See a pattern.
Come in. Yeah, I see a pattern, but I also see a pattern, man. In the tournament still, the EUIC champion, the regional in Gdansk champion of the last season. So if there is a player who can stop a newcomer, I want to say it's Pataman.
Pataman indeed. He just always brings those off-meta picks, and I feel like, I'm not saying he invented the Goliath Spot tech, but he has brought it before in previous tournaments and do so well with it too. I believe his first, was that in Gdansk where he won? No, that's where he won with his Shadow Alola Ninetales. But he's won Goliath Spot he brought Goliath Spot before and did really well with it. And then EUIC, Shadow Walrein. I believe it was a 1466 CP Walrein as well, if I remember correctly.
And now Pataman has liked Golisopod so much that he brought Jellicent as well, which basically fulfills a very, very similar role. So he's definitely knocked some players out of the tournament with that Pokemon. But the players that got knocked out of the tournament, they still have, of course, the option to hang around here, hang out with the community, or play some side events. And now Avi is going to tell you a little bit about those side events.
Hello there, trainers. I think we've seen us all the time on the desk, but there on the floor, there's so many things to do. I'm joined here by Leander. Leander, I know you used to be a competitor, but now your role is a little bit different. Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, first of all, thanks for having me. So for this show, my role is the side events lead. The side events area is mainly, especially for people that either not playing in the main event or have already opted to drop out or unfortunately dropped out of the main event, but still want to have some fun in any of the games, maybe video game, trading card game, or Go. We have, for all the games, we have all sorts of events, maybe small, short ones, or like bigger, larger ones like the cups and the scheduled ones.
Yeah, so for Go specifically, right? What are the things competitors can do in the side events?
So for this show, for the first time, we have a really cool scavenger hunt. This means they get 5 tasks they have to complete inside the game, and for each completed task, they get points. Points that they afterwards can redeem over here at the prize pool where we're standing at.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No, the trainers, what are the kind of things you might want to do in a scavenger hunt?
So today's scavenger hunt is themed around the Vanillite Community Day. This means you need to catch 3 shiny Pokemon, an 3 shiny Vanillite, an XXS and an XXS Vanillite. You need to trade with a friend for Vanillite, and you also need to have it as your buddy and take a picture of that with it.
I know.
Yeah, it's for all trainers of all levels, so maybe level 5, level 50, anyone can join.
I mean, a lot of the competitors are still on the floor as well, so maybe if you guys want to compete, can you still register for this?
You can register till 5 p.m. till we close the venue. As long as you can do the challenges, you can register all the time over at our yellow side events area. We are happy to welcome everyone that wants to take part.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at what you can potentially win at these side events. Can you walk me through what are the great goodies that we can win here?
So we have some cool stocks. We have especially plushies, all sorts of plushies. We have soda pops, we have small plushies, big plushies.
Oh, we have
fluffy
really
plushies.
Big
We have
plushies.
new
Oh, we
Snorlax.
have new Snorlax.
But also for our Pokemon Go players, we have team-themed bottles. So we have Team Mystic, Team Valor, Team Instinct.
Oh wow, that's really cool. I would like to have a...
Yeah, we have something for video game players, for Switch stuff. We have something for Pokemon Go players, for trading card players, for just general collectors. We have backpacks. So everything a Pokemon heart would love is available at the prize wall.
Oh man, that is such a cute plushie. And how many points do you need for one of these?
So these plushies, for example, they're 60 points. And if you, for example, you complete one of our scavenger hunts, you can get up to 75. So you can actually, by completing the scavenger hunt, you can get a plushie for that, which is super, super cool because you have everything here that you would like. And
you can get one of those cute plushies.
Exactly.
Sure. Wow. All right. I'm going to try to see if I can play the scavenger hunt. Probably not. I will be busy. But all those competitors who are on the floor, you guys should definitely give it a go. Over to the casters.
Those are some neat prizes there. I'm gonna see if I can get the scavenger hunt on, because yesterday I saw a Hydreigon plushie there. Which is your favorite Dragon-type Pokemon? Oh, okay, don't say Giratina now. That one's cheap shot.
I was gonna say that, but Rayquaza makes a pretty good second. Like I'm not gonna spill the tea what will be, or spill the water for what will be next.
Spill the water. That makes me think that you could have also used one of these bottles of the different teams in Pokemon Go, because you can actually close the bottles.
Yeah, that'd be useful to not spill any water. Our next match that will be coming up soon, I definitely didn't spill any water, will be Alfonso versus Kuifje, which will be a really exciting battle. One of the Spanish players versus a Belgian player, our top 3 from the Europe International Championship. But Alfonso is also no stranger to the circuit. He's played in quite some tournaments, played in Stockholm, EUIC and Birmingham, Gdansk, Dortmund. He's had about this like 6 tournaments this season already.
Yeah, Alfonso is grinding, so I definitely expect to see him maybe at the World Championship as well, because this gave you some points, Alfonso, already. So very nice performance so far. Let's see how far he can get in this tournament. Can he actually make it into the top 8?
Right, and what did Kuifje have again? Did he have that Primeape again? I know he ran the Shadow Primeape. We talked about Annihilape earlier, but I believe that Kuifje had that Primeape. And Primeape is just such an interesting Pokemon to use into the Tinkaton as well, because if you have close combat, it's actually not the worst.
Yeah, but I mean, he has played it at EUIC. It was his signature Pokemon there. Doesn't have it here. He has the Shadow for Ralligator. This one is that is
Ralligator.
My fan favorite pick, where I am the fan. Shadow Jumpluff. Actually, I've been talking about how I think this is the greatest Pokemon and that it has completely destroyed me. It was him.
I'm not surprised. I mean, he's a good player.
Yeah, it was at a local challenge in Ghent. That I lost in Swiss, but I beat him in the Top Cut.
Oh, that's very good of you. What do we think of this team here? We see the Golisopod again. And we thought earlier Golisopod is a good Feraligatr counter, but Feraligatr from Vision Prot that knocked out this specific Golisopod from Alfonso. He might be thinking twice now on how to counter that Pokemon.
That is true, but I don't think he has too many other options there on this team as well. I mean, the Cradilly does kind of do some work if you can land a charge attack, but Feraligatr is a Pokemon that usually has the shields of the trainer. But the team here, Shadow Drapion, Claydol, Tinkaton, Shadow Feraligatr, Shadow Jumpluff, and Shadow Lapras. 4 shadows!
That's a very dark team here, and no dark types to be... Oh, sorry, there is the Drapion actually. I see it as a poison time most of the time. I really like the Shadow Lapras pick, just having more fast attack pressure with that Psywave. Skullbash just threatening pretty much everything, because with fewer ghost types that we have in the meta currently, Skullbash just hits neutral on pretty much anything. And if it doesn't, like a Tinkaton, the Sparkling Area is a really efficient charge stack. It's like similar to Surf as a charge stack, but hitting slightly harder even for the same amount of energy.
Is it like the exact same charge attack basically as Sludge? Could be...
No, Sludge is less energy even.
Oh, wow, yeah. True, yeah.
Sludge is a very efficient charge stack as well. We don't see that right now here, any Pokemon with Sludge. We saw earlier Swampert. Galarian Weezing also has access to it, but we don't see as much of that at the moment, because I think that the preferred fairy type that you have right now in the meta are just Azumarill and Tinkaton. And Galarian Weezing does not have a good time into Tinkaton at all. Pretty much everything you have besides Overheat is resisted, but because of Tinkaton's bulk, Overheat probably wouldn't take it out in one charge stack.
Galarian Weezing has basically completely vanished from the meta, as at least in this tournament. Might also be a... Tinkaton might be a reason for that, even though I don't think that Tinkaton appreciates an Overheat.
No, it's super effective, hits really hard. We did a Dynamax Entei yesterday, and even there, it just reminded me of how hard Overheat actually can hit. I think that from Alfonso CP in this case, we're gonna see some Golisopod action. You need to cover the Feraligatr in any way, even if that is only a soft check. Both trainers are locked in. We're getting into game number 1, losers finals Group C, Alfonso versus Kuifje. And we have from Alfonso the Shadow Drapion into the Shadow Jumpluff from Kuifje. We saw this earlier in our first round with Paula versus Wolfpack.
Yep, and this might be a good lead for the Shadow Drapion if you manage to shield an Acrobatics. That is then really good. If you shield an Aerial Ace, you might be in trouble. If you no shield an Acrobatics, you're in big trouble, because that's heavy damage. But the first crunch, basically always no shielded.
And if you get a defense drop here, this even becomes better with Poisoning adding up even more. Was it an Aerial or an Acrobatics?
That was then Acrobatics, and that is a correct shield by Alfonso CP. The question is, does Kuifje now pivot out into the Shadow Lapras? Yes, he does. Still only, I think, 2 damage per Psywave here, so that one does not help. Another crunch is being unloaded here. Does that get another defense debuff?
I think that Kuifje is trying to bait out a potential Cradily, but there's no Cradily in the back. Comes in with the Corviknight. Corviknight has a lot of neutral matchups in the current meta, and with the chip damage from the Drapion, you put this in range of 1 single charge stack from the Corviknight. Even though the Sparkling Area is going to hurt, so you can't farm up too much as the Corviknight here. And look at that. No! Oh! Now you have to put up a Protect Shield, and you cannot send attack down here as the Corviknight. I think this might knock out if you don't shield.
Yep, this is very well going to knock out here. And we have had a full charge attack start. This might have been an overestimation or underestimation of the energy on that Shadow Lapras. We're going to get to another charge attack here. This Shadow Lapras is putting in some work. Alfonso is going to take so much damage, even though this is resisted.
Earlier on, this Golisopod got in range of a Hydro Cannon. Now I think you get in range of being Shadow Clawed down by the Shadow Feraligatr. Kuifje has seen the entire backline, knows where to put his protections. Now it is about to be Feraligatr time. He's waiting out the clock to make sure that he can catch earlier or later on in this battle. And I think you get clawed down before you can even get to 2 X's here.
Oh, that is so huge. At this point, you will use your shields on the side of Kuifje. Alfonso CP could have also swapped out immediately into the Shadow Drapion. Is now heavily outpaced here. And I think this is also already Hydro Cannon range. Kuifje is in a decent spot here. Also has a catch availability. Later on, Alfonso is not happy with the situation.
Going down early a shield and letting that Corviknight go may be very costly here for Alfonso. Kuifje's thinking, do I use protection? Yes, he does. Even though it is an Aquatil, he should be able to get to the Hydro Cannon here. Has it already locked in, and this is going to knock out the Shadow Drapion.
Oh, knocked in without overfarming. I think that the Golisopod has some residual energy. Oh, we are actually going to farm down the Golisopod here. So the Shadow Feraligatr is still going to win this game for Kuifje.
Wow, again, Decisive not being able to hang on with Shadow Feraligatr. But I think the key point in that game, Leo, was letting almost 2 Iron Head on that Corviknight go. That energy could have been so important because not only did he let that energy go, and I did like the Shadow Claw down with the Decisive afterwards, but he already was a shield down. You needed to get shields back.
Yep, that is true. And I mean, Shadow Feraligatr takes neutral damage from Sky Attack. Could have gotten definitely a shield because it does a lot of damage.
Imagine you throw that Iron Head into the Lapras, you're able to get to a Sky Attack on either the Jumpluff or the Feraligatr.
Yeah.
You may be able to pull back a shield and then your Decisive wins the scenario where both Pokemon only have 1 shield. And in that case, I think Alfonso CP would have been in a decent spot. But now letting that Feraligatr get way too far ahead because he didn't throw any energy and used an early shield, that just was too much to overcome there. And Kuifje made the best of that.
He was in this matchup a little bit fortunate as well that the Shadow Jumpluff was not aligned to that Corviknight because that is a bad matchup.
It's actually not the worst.
Really?
Because Sand Attack just doesn't do that much on the Lapras.
Yeah, true. I think you need 2 Sky Attack, huh?
You do need 2. I think you need a Sky Attack, Sand Attacks, and an Iron Head.
All right,
but regardless, you saw how much the Sparkling Area did. With the Cyrus, 2 Sparkling Area cleanly knocked out the Corviknight.
That is true. But I mean, that is a big upside for the Shadow Lapras. Let's talk about perhaps the downside because we have seen many players with a regular Lapras, but we can also postpone that discussion because our players are locked into the match.
And we're going to see the downside of Shadow Lapras because it's locked, or it's not locked in, but it's met with the Cradily.
Yep, I mean, the regular Lapras also doesn't have the best time here. Let's see, oh, there is no way to answer the Shadow drop here on Save Swap here. There is a Crunch throwing after 5 Poison Stings. Perfect timing here.
This Crunch already is so important because it makes it much easier for both Feraligatr and Lapras to deal with this Cradily now. So this is actually a huge step for Kuifje in the direction of a potential victory. But Alfonso can now soak up all this damage from Drapion and build up his own momentum.
Yep, there is different win cons for these players here. Kuifje has a low Cradily, which was a threat to the Shadow Lapras, but Alfonso now has a Drapion that soaks up resisted damage, throws on Charge Attack priority, and Alfonso actually wins this, so 60% HP.
That's a bold call.
Yeah, 60%. Maybe he has seen this somewhere before, so he could have some information, but takes the maximum amount of energy here, gets it in on the Lapras, and I think this is a downside of the Shadow Lapras here, because you can't take 2 crunches, even if there is no defense debuff.
There isn't, but Kuifje still has access to 2 shields here. I know that he wants to use them for the Feraligatr, but getting to Drapion is just tough because you don't have hard fast attack pressure. Even if you use 1 shield here, you still need to launch at least 1 Sparkling Area. No! Letting it go! And that is an Aqua Tail!
Yeah, because he knew it wasn't even built up to that crunch that would have knocked out the Shadow Lapras, and now that is huge for Kuifje. Gets the Sparkling Area of go away, Cradily, says Kuifje. Brings in the Shadow Feraligatr next, frantically tapping already, but there's still 2 Pokemon to overcome here. And if Alfonso CP brings in this Golisopod,
I think he knows.
That's good.
In comes Feraligatr, and now it's behind, so you can launch your X-Scissor before Kuifje will be able to get another Shadow Claw in and launch a Hydro Cannon. And at this point, Golisopod will always win the Charge Attack Purity tie, so I think this is in a really good spot. But if they can stall the clock long enough, Kuifje might be able to make a catch later.
That is true. Alfonso CP knows that, of course, so this might be a situation where he wants to wait a turn to perhaps try and guarantee the X-Scissor getting off on that Shadow Feraligatr. The timer is not off yet. There is going to be the X-Scissor, of course. Kuifje has to shield this, otherwise the Shadow Feraligatr gets knocked out here.
And if you thought that Golisopod would not win Charge Attack Purity against the menacing Feraligatr, guess again. It also has a really high attack stat here, but now we've had 4 charge attacks, that's 40 seconds, plus the Shadow Claws from both Pokemon. The timers are up for both trainers, attempting to make a catch, but I think there's a missing. Oh, and a catch on the Drapion! But I think this is only helpful for Kuifje unless he can get the Shadow Claw down on the Feraligatr. That's exactly what he's trying, but I think that there might be an X-Scissor already loaded on the Golisopod, and it did knock out either way. It didn't matter. There already was an X-Scissor loaded. Alfonso CP is able to tie up the score here.
was a great attempt from Kaife to just go in with the Lapras and throw a sparkling area into the Golisopod that had no shield, but then Alfonso CP had perfect counting on Kaife. It's really hard to count those side waves, and then caught it back. Tries to go for the undercharge on the side of Kaife there, but didn't quite get it. Another downside of the Shadow Lapras, does too much damage.
I think it didn't even matter, because all he had to do, Alfonso, was store an X-Scissor, and then he could just throw in the Drapion either way to just take out that Lapras there. As long as he has the X-Scissor loaded to knock out the Feraligatr, he was just fine there with the Golisopod. Finally, the Golisopod is able to take out the Feraligatr. It's supposed to be some sort of soft counter, but so far we've only saw it lose, and now it finally wins against Feraligatr.
There's also some situations where Feraligatr can win the charge attack priority event, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think actually it kind of gets close in the two-shield scenario, right? Because there is a lot of damage from these Shadow Claws before. You might actually, in the two-shield scenario, put the Golisopod into range of a Hydro Cannon. But I'm not sure about that. Actually, maybe the Golisopod, if it's really defensive, can just hang on.
It probably can. Only if Feraligatr gets ahead, it will be able to win that. Every time you're on even energy, the Golisopod will always win just because of charge superiority tie. They pace equally fast.
What if you have a really high attack Shadow Feraligatr?
Then you could flip the ties. You can turn the tables.
And do you knock out with a Hydro Cannon after 15 Shadow Claws?
I think you do. I think you do. Because Shadow Claw from two fragile Pokemon on another will put it probably near 30 to 40-ish% HP, and at that point even a resisted Hydro Cannon will knock out. Both trainers are ready for decisive game number 3. Here we go. Losers finals of Group C. It is Alfonso CP on the left, Kaife on the right. We're going to have the Shadow Drapion again into a Shadow Jumpluff.
That's an all-time classic already, and even though that might be a little bit of an iffy matchup here for both of these trainers, Kaife might be happy to avoid the Corviknight once and again.
Waiting a turn there. Alfonso CP wants to make sure this crunch isn't caught on Kaife's own Drapion there or a Tinkaton, and now going again for a full send acrobatics. Is Alfonso going
to it or not?
He's thinking, do you shield this attack? Here we go, acrobatics!
Boom! It almost takes out the Shadow Drapion completely. A small bit of the Shadow Lapras gets the full farm down. Aqua Tail wouldn't have done too much anyways, but the energy is gone!
Drapion out of the field. In comes Cradley to answer this Lapras, but it has an energy advantage, and even though there's no Ice Beam on the Shadow Lapras, Sparkling Area is still going to hit for hard neutral damage there. But this is exactly what Kaife needs, because he's again running the double water line.
Also big HP on the Jumpluff. Now again, you can just let this Shadow Lapras go if you want, and then bring in that Shadow Jumpluff again, or try to get some energy advantage. Oh wait, can you actually farm down here? That could be huge. No, the Sparkling Aura has reached a catch on the Corviknight, but is it a good catch?
I think this does give Kaife a lot of momentum to build up for the next matchup, and his timer's not up yet, but there's only very few HP, so the sand attacks will only give so much energy. In comes the Shadow Feraligatr, and because you pace faster here, you are able to gather energy on Feraligatr. It looks like going for the Hydro Cannon immediately, and there comes the first Protect Shield up from Alfonso CP. But I think you need to gather more energy on Kaife's side, because the Cradley is one off a charge attack.
Oh, that could be an interesting scenario with a combo play if Alfonso CP manages to get off those shields. Goes for the Iron Head bait here. Kaife doesn't call it. The energy of these two charge attacks on the Corviknight is too close together. Kaife is going for the next Hydro Cannon. The Sparkling Area has put the Corviknight well into Hydro Cannon range.
I think that the Cradley is outside of area Ace range as well, so Jumpluff needs to farm up a lot of energy still to have a potential knockout there if it comes down to it. Another attack is shielded here. Now keep in mind that the Cradley really close to another charge attack. I think Kaife trying to build up energy here real quick, but I'm not sure if an Aries will knock out. And here comes the acrobatics. Cradley comes in, it loses its charge attack. I still think that there's play for Alfonso CP if he can build up enough energy here, but you need to do this perfectly. You need a Sky Attack and an Iron Head. Isn't able to get there. I think you're getting an Air Ace range. Throws the Iron Head right before this Jumpluff gets to the Air Ace. Can you get the knockout on the Feraligatr now?
Or are there going to be too many Shadow Claws? Alfonso CP, channel your inner crow, caw. The Corviknight is going to ramp up. The Hydro Cannon has reached before, and Kaife 0-0 advances to the top 8 of the Special Championship in Seville.
Feraligatr is back again, and Kaife moves on to the top 8. What a well-played game between these two trainers. Goliath didn't make a return in game number 3 there after finally defeating the Feraligatr. But I think that Alfonso CP wanted harder checks there. He wanted to bring a Cradily because of that double water team of Kuifje that he got way too comfortable with. But it paid off again. Cradily just wasn't strong enough to deal with those water-type Pokemon there.
Yeah, Cradily barely did not knock out that Shadow Lapras. Also very interesting point for that matchup. If you're looking at Shadow Lapras versus regular Lapras, 2 Rock Tomb will knock out both, but 1 Rock Tomb also does not knock out with the Bullet Seeds a Shadow Lapras. So you get off more damage with perhaps Psywaves, I don't know about that, but the Sparkling Aria for sure. But are you in farm down range after 1?
I think that if you did not swap there, that the Bullet Seed would have done more damage than the Sand attack from the Corviknight, and that you will get the Bullet Seed down, come out with a full Rock Tomb afterwards, and perhaps, and I could be wrong of course, if you don't get the Bullet Seed down, but even having that Rock Tomb for the Feraligatr in general would force Kuifje to swap out, and if Kuifje would swap out into Jump Love, the Corviknight can just get free energy. It can just build up, because everything else resists from the Jump Love.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Jumpluff is a really strong Pokemon, but those Steel types are very, very tough for it. Perhaps Jumpluff also... Oh, that's gonna be like a hard one to theorize now. Are you profiting a little bit from Tinkaton being in the meta? Because even though it is a Steel type, it is not the toughest matchup for you, because Acrobatics hits hard. If you are a regular Jumpluff, you win the Zero Shield scenario because you get to the 3rd Acrobatics and knock out the Tinkaton. But before Tinkaton, many players have been running a Lowland Sandslash, and that's not your matchup.
Yeah, that's going to be a really tough one. I'm not sure actually if you get to those attacks. Do you? Does 3 Acrobatics knock out?
Yeah.
It has to. That's why I think you run Heavy Slam.
Yeah.
That's why I think you run Heavy Slam.
Yeah,
well, I mean, there's not a lot of regular Jumpluffs, so maybe not.
That is true. I mean, but Jumpluff is such an amazing Pokemon, right?
It's there. Let's see. Game number 1, we saw again the Goliath support here trying to get powered through this team from Kuifje, but getting too low in HP allowed Kuifje and his Feraligatr to just knock out the Goliath support afterwards regardless. That was just kind of a tough setup there in game 2. Alfonso CP was able to come back there. He won Charge Attack Purity Tie. This was pretty pivotal because it allows you to farm your energy up perfectly up until the Charge Attack Purity Tie against the opposing Drapion.
Throwing an Aqua Cola as well to knock out there. There we can see again a... Oh, this was a highlight. This was a highlight there. Kuifje just getting some more of those bubbles and might not have been the play in that situation, but
it didn't matter. There was a charge attack, and we saw multiple times that Goliath Spot wins charge attack priority tie against an attack with a Pokemon like Feraligatr, which is a lot there. And here, getting the Psywave down there, Alfonso tried to get to an Aqua Tail, which is resisted, but that would have been... That's... What were you doing there, Leo?
I was channeling my inner Corviknight.
Anyway, birds are really strong in Seville.
Yeah, all right. Okay, Corviknight, great Pokemon. We have seen that time and time again. I don't know if there is still one in the tournament now that Alfonso has lost to Kuifje. Kuifje, of course, advancing to the top 8. And now we have a big matchup as our last losers finals from the group stage still before we enter the top 8. 7 top 8 players have been determined yet, but now it's all about San Judigo or Pablo Dinas.
Exactly, and Pablo Dinas with up Morpeko. Have we seen the Morpeko yet from him?
No.
I don't think we have indeed.
Is this a Shadow Palkia?
Ah, yes. What do you mean by that? I'm probably Shadow Palkia. I think we've seen a lot of that Shadow Sableye Dugong core, and I do like that core from Pablo Dinas. It just covers so much, because you have the Sableye to cover Lapras that we have, for example, here on San Judigo's side. And then you have Dugong to cover other Pokemon, such as the Claydol. But the core break to that is Tinkaton, because Tinkaton resists ice. You do have Drillon on the Dugong, but it plays a little bit slow.
I mean, yes, but if your Morpeko has 1 Thundershock advantage, and Aura Wheel hits hard, no?
On Tinkaton?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, what if you're the Tinkaton and you just shield the first aura wheel, and then the next one's resisted, and you just farm up so much energy? I think that's kind of a flaw there that Morpeko has. It could be a strength, but also a flaw, because you can set up yourself to hit a dark aura wheel into a Claydol, but it could also be a scenario where you have to throw the electric aura wheel into the Claydol, and then it's just not working that well.
Yeah, and this is where Seed Bomb comes in as coverage, because it also doesn't deal damage to Tinkaton. Okay, never mind that, even though I think a boosted Aura Wheel Dark still does a sizable chunk. However, of course, not as much as the electric type Aura Wheel. Morpeko also with Psychic Fangs here. In those situations when you know that your Aura Wheel is going to be resisted, you can also go for a Psychic Fangs to have some more energy, debuff the defenses. Maybe if it's a more fragile Pokemon, farm down with Thundershocks. What I wanted to say as well, another core breaker for Morpeko Dugong.
Tell me.
Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, fighting type coverage can be really strong. I mean, you're not going to really need it for Morpeko or Dugong because they're super uncommon, but I think just in general, also into like Lapras and Drapion. Drapion not taking super effective from fighting, but it just does so. Most fighting type Pokemon do really well there.
Fury Cutter, Golisopod.
What for?
Morpeko Dugong.
I think you're overthinking it right now, Leo.
The Fury Cutter fast attack pressure is amazing against Pokemon like Malamar, right?
I guess it helps, but we're not gonna see that here. This is a Shadow Claw Golisopod, and Sanhudinho has to find a way here to deal with that Sableye. Of course, you have the Tinkaton, but I think Pablondinos moving around to get in shape there is also going to find ways to deal with Tinkaton. He led his Shadow Sableye yesterday into a Tinkaton and plays amazingly out of that matchup as well against the Yellow Ripper. So let's see if Pablondinos can bring the heat here again into Sanhudinho in his Spanish class here. Sanhudinho on the left with the Golisopod, and he leads it into the Shadow Drapion for Pablondinos. This is a slightly favorable matchup for the Shadow Drapion from Pablondinos.
Yep, definitely, because you first outpace if you get an Aqua Tail bait, and second, you resist those Shadow Claws. Your Poison Stings are dealing some neutral damage. You hang on to an Aqua Jet, but once a crunch hits, it's getting really uncomfortable for that Golisopod. And I like the backline that Pablondinos is bringing, actually, because Sanhudinho kind of has to go. He has to respect the Morpeko, right?
Has to.
So Tinkaton is likely to be there, Claydol as well, so Corviknight is a good Pokemon against those. Gives him neutral play at least.
Pablondinos is playing a classic ABB line, but we see a catch attempt here. Pablondinos has the Tinkaton covered really hard in the back, but it's not... Oh, but it doesn't really matter. Of course, you build up so much energy here, and now Corviknight is going to resist all of this. But did you put this into Sky Attack range? If this Jumpluff is able to get to 3 acrobatics here, Corviknight is not really that great in a spot.
Well, Jumpluff really should not be able to win a matchup like this. This is just, again...
I mean, you have so much energy advantage, though.
Yeah, this is just showing again and again how good Jumpluff really is, especially the Shadow version.
Is it really?
It is absolutely amazing, and now we're going to
if it wins this, it's amazing.
Because I think Corviknight is at least forced to throw the next Iron Head there, so you keep switching, but then Corviknight is going to be about energy dry. Actually, we're racing here, and we're outpacing to the Aerial Ice. If this knocks out, I'm gonna eat a broom.
Then Home/Henry is right. Then Corviknight is a fraud, but Corviknight will hang on here. It's relatively bulky. In comes the Tinkaton, and Pablondinos just reacting really quick here, going for the neutral Iron Head.
That's the Paldea classic. A Tinkaton knocking a Corviknight out of the sky here. But no, there's a Claydol for the Tinkaton. Sanhudinho was trying to be a bit sneaky there, farm up some energy, but what does that energy help you when it's versus a Claydol?
He's going for the Bulldoze bait, but there's no shoot by Pablondinos. He's making incredible calls here.
Yeah, I don't even think it's necessarily a bait. I think you want the defense debuff to get a Play Rough off that actually deals some damage then later on.
I think so too. Play Rough now being launched. Pablondinos still not shielding, knowing that he doesn't need to yet. He comes out with 2 Rock Tomb, and Golisopod wants nothing to do with that. I'm not sure if he can Mud Slap down a Jumpluff though, because Mud Slap is triple resisted there. So kind of an iffy spot, and it could very well be possible if you need 3 Charge Attacks here that Claydol might not even be able to do that. Going for it immediately, a Shadow Claw sneaks through, and this Golisopod's very close to some Charge Attacks as well.
But you can't forget that there is 2 crunches on that Shadow Drapion, because we have farmed up to the sky before. There's a catch. The first crunch is going to be negated with the Shadow Jumpluff. Again, amazing Shadow Jumpluff plays here, but now another crunch is coming off. This is, I think, barely not going to knock out, but at some point the fast attack pressure will overcome the Golisopod.
I think so too, and if not from the Drapion, then it will be from the Claydol as well. Decisive on that 2 charge attack, but it doesn't matter. Pablondinos with 2 shields wins this first game into Sanrio. What a dominant match, finding all the alignment that he needed.
Yep, no more Peko being brought. That San Judigo at least brought the Tinkaton for it. Didn't bring the Claydol, expecting Pablondinas to maybe expect the Claydol, because I mean, Pablondinas did a good job at building a more Peko team, right? If you are thinking that Tinkaton is going to be a very important answer, if you're thinking that Claydol is going to be a very important answer, Corviknight covers the Tinkaton, Sableye covers the Claydol so incredibly well, and so does the Dugong. And Dugong perhaps maybe a little bit of a core breaker to those, because the drill runs, I think that 2 might get close to knocking out. At least it keeps the Tinkaton in check. It's not going to run away from you in the matchup.
Perhaps. I think that the Tinkaton could build up some momentum there, and especially if you get an Icy Wind bait as Dugong, maybe could change into your favor. I also think that Pablondino's Shadow Sableye would have looked pretty good into that team from San Judigo, because Tinkaton was... no, it was there from San Judigo, right? It was there because the Corviknight was aligned to it. So yeah, maybe Sableye was not exactly a great card, but if you think you scare away the Sableye now, maybe there's more play for Claydol. Or Lapras. Or both.
Yeah, the San Judigo has the Tinkaton, but the rest of the team kind of plays, I don't want to say weirdly, but it's tough against the Shadow Sableye. You have the Shadow Dropion, you have the Shadow Jumpluff. Actually, the Sableye is covered quite well. I would not be afraid of it too much.
Perhaps not, and especially because Golisopod paces equally fast, has a higher attack, can also take that match. I think Golisopod just looks pretty good into Pablondino's team in general, and by no surprise, that's why Pablondinos brought it. He also relies on that Corviknight a lot, just because of its many safe matchups. I predict that Talonflame will be important in Sevilla, but we've hardly seen any, and I think that it actually would have had some really good matchups here into all those Jumpluff and some of these Corviknights.
Yep, I think that we have one in the top 8, and that should be HK Assassin.
Possibly, but we're going into game number 2 here first between San Judigo and Pablondinos. We have the Shadow Lapras into Corviknight, and even though Psywave is resisted here from the Lapras, this is a very neutral matchup. I think that the Shadow Lapras can win the 0 shield scenario here, because Psywave plus 2 Sparkling Arrow will knock out, plus you get there faster than 2 Iron Head.
Yep, and it's very funny that Sand Attack is dealing less damage than Psywave, even though the Psywaves are resisted. Iron Head gonna connect here. I think this is double Iron Head range, or I think barely gonna hang on.
You might need a Sky Attack to knock it out when no shields are used, but I think 2 Sparkling Area will knock out. This is such an efficient charge attack. Look at that damage. The second one will definitely knock out. Going for it right away. Does Pablondinos use his shield here? This is a pretty healthy Lapras. No, he lets it go.
There is a Shadow Lapras now, so this opens up a Shadow Sableye. Shadow Sableye barely takes any fast attack damage from that Lapras.
I just want to point out, look at how weak San Judigo went. Oh my goodness, gives up the switch advantage. He brought in his only Sableye answer, and now Claydol is aligned to Drapion. But how do you deal with Sableye? You have a Claydol and a Lapras left.
Yeah, this is not only his only answer to the Shadow Sableye, the other 2 Pokemon, if Sableye has 2 shields, are absolutely helpless against a Shadow Sableye.
At least you pull a shield here, and this does open it up a little bit for San Judigo. If you can get like a farm down on your own Claydol or Lapras, probably with your Claydol, because it's a very healthy Claydol, and then perhaps you can do something into the Sableye. Maybe, where do you use shields though? A Rock Tomb bait. There's 2 shields on San Judigo's side. It is an Ice Beam. It would do a lot of damage. You might get clawed down. No, he calls the Rock Tomb bait. That is a crazy play from San Judigo.
That is absolutely wild. The Ice Beam is going to be reached still, so maybe you are shielding this one, because if you don't, you're gonna get Shadow Clawed down, and then you are in trouble. Pablondina's Claydol is now going to go back to the Pokeball, and San Judigo is going to try to deal with this Shadow Sableye somehow, but look at that Shadow Claw damage.
Somehow a full Shadow Claw went through there, but now you get the Rock Tomb, and because Pablondinos has only 1 Pokemon remaining, he cannot clear it anymore. So San Judigo swaps into his own Lapras, but the Sableye, going for the Dazzling Gleam, wants to knock out 2 Lapras here, but this is going to be blocked by 1 Protect Shield.
Yeah, but I think Foul Play at this range should still be enough. You have to throw this immediately. Doesn't get there because he threw the Dazzling Gleam. This is going to be huge damage from that Shadow boosted Sparkling Area.
I think at this point you might get even farmed down by either the Lapras or the Claydol. Can you get the Shadow Claw down? You need the Shadow Claw down here, or can you get the 2 Foul Play? I think you have 2 Foul Play! You have 2 Foul Play!
Pablondina's Shadow Sableye is going absolutely absolutely wild in this match. The foul play is loaded. Claydol will not be able to defend itself here. It has a decent amount of HP, but it's nowhere enough.
Tinkaton is not here to save Sanrodino from the Shadow Sableye. Foul play comes through. Pablo Dinos wins too.
What?
No, it hung on. Oh my goodness, how did it hang on there? What?
This should deal about 60%.
That did way less damage than I thought it would do.
But I've been playing Sableye so much lately. This never.
That is great. But can we also talk about the dazzling gleam from Pablo Dinos and that Shadow Sableye getting to that foul play just barely? Chad, I apologize. I really thought that would knock out.
I am completely shocked here. What is the? I think Sanhurigo gave his Claydol some iron.
Probably a foul play should do a little bit over 50%, but perhaps this is a Claydol with very specific defense or HP that it doesn't. So yeah, interesting there. That was a very clutch Claydol there coming through.
Okay, well, we have game 3 on our hands.
Game 3?
Shadow Sableye needs to hit the gym a little bit more because that foul play did not what it was supposed to do. I think even if he didn't go for the Dazzling Gleam, but for the foul play, there wouldn't have even been like remotely enough damage to knock it out with one Mudslap, right? The Sparkling Area wouldn't have even been reached.
This is another thing I want to point out, by the way. When the Claydol, or when the Sableye came into the Claydol from Sanhurigo, an extra Shadow Claw came through. So normally, I think that Pablo Dinos Sableye should have not had the health to get to foul play in the end either way. So otherwise, if Pablo Dinos had won this battle, perhaps Sanhurigo may have appealed something there as well. Because it should have not had those 2 foul play with that sliver of HP that it had remaining.
But I'm still very much shook up. Was there a Rock Tomb before that was shielded?
Probably, that it was debuffed. So that's why it probably barely did knock out.
Yeah, has to be a debuff that we have missed or at that point forgotten because...
yeah, because Pablo Dinos couldn't swap out anymore.
Yeah. All right, okay. So, Pablo Dinos versus Sanhurigo, game 3.
Yeah, both players are still thinking it through. He scared away that Tinkaton successfully from Sanhurigo, and that really opened up the field for the Shadow Sableye. Shadow Sableye has been so strong there, and Sanhurigo took a big risk there. Leading the Lapras with the Claydol in the back was a hard call. If you lead that into Shadow Sableye, it will tear through the entire team.
Yeah, but that's what Shadow Sableye almost did. Let's see, are you going to bring this Pokemon? Because I kind of liked the call of Sanhurigo because Shadow Sableye, I said it before that game, is not something that I would be afraid too much because you have Tinkaton, you have Shadow Jumpluff, which is an amazing matchup for the Jumpluff if there is no Power Gem on the Shadow Sableye. Even then, still good, but it gets significantly more dangerous now.
Here we go, game number 3. We have Jumpluff into Shadow Sableye. This is a pretty good match for Sanhurigo because you have super effective Fairy Wind, plus you have some bulk. There's also no Power Gem that is super effective on Jumpluff, so you don't get taken out in one charge stack here either way.
Oh, and I like that Sanhurigo is not throwing at the charge attack priority event here after 70 just over farms. And Pablo Dinos can't even really swap out because there's only a Claydol and the Corviknight in the back. Goes into the Corviknight, catches a charge attack. There's always room to win a game when you have energy on your Shadow Sableye.
And Corviknight has been so important for Pablo Dinos to set him up. I think this is a pretty bold switch, to be honest, because if there was a Tinkaton in the back, Sanhurigo could now align it there, but bring in the Shadow Drapion after building up some energy. Sanhurigo is kind of weak to this Corviknight in all 3 Pokemon.
In all 6 Pokemon, actually, if you're looking at the team, the only thing that, really the only Pokemon that actually, I think, wins the even matchups should be the Shadow Lapras and maybe the Claydol, also Appraise dependent, but now Sanhurigo farmed up a lot more energy on that Jumpluff, but doesn't put the Corviknight into crunch range with this. And now Corviknight actually soaks up all the energy, has done a lot of damage to that Shadow Drapion. Drapion is actually very low. This might be a big farm down here.
I think the good play here is to bring in Claydol, but the cool play will be to bring in Sableye and just Shadow Claw down. Okay, it goes for the safe play here. Makes sense, I respect it. And now what do you bring in as Sanhurigo? He has 2 okay Pokemon into the Claydol. Important to know is that both Pokemon resist Mudslap pretty well, and that means that Claydol's fast attack pressure won't do as much. And when there's so many shields in play, Claydol just kind of suffers here.
Yep, but Claydol has had 2 Mudslap advantage. That means that you can throw after 3 Mudslaps, meaning that Santudigo just now is at the charge attack. Everything is going to be debuffed from that point on. Santudigo can, of course, play energy here, farm up a lot more. I don't think that this threatens a knockout, though.
It doesn't. Because of the Rock Tomb debuff, Claydol can hang on there, but it will shield actually to get to another Rock Tomb. Santudigo gets to another Aqua Jet though. I feel like at this point you commit. You commit to 2 shields.
No, I think you can let this go. Go for 1 more Mudslap. I think maybe there is a combo play from the Jump Love coming in. Expects that as well.
Man.
Oh, there is another charge attack thrown. I don't know if it's Acrobatics or the Aerial Ace. We're going to see soon. Calls the Acrobatics. He gets hit with an Aerial Ace. There is still 1 shield left remaining on the side of Santudigo. Foul play is being reached. Aerial Ace is being thrown here. Do you even shield this?
I like this play. Pablo Dino's predicting Santudigo would throw 1 before the Acrobatics, and Santudigo wants to get this move off. Did that Golisopod leave with a charge stack? Because let's see if you can get a Farn on you. If you can get 1 more Shadow Claw, maybe you can get a Mudslap down. This will be close, but I think it's slightly in Santudigo's favor. Can you get 2 Shadow Claws here? Oh, gets the foul play off, but now you get the energy on the Golisopod. And how much energy is there on the Claydol?
I don't know. I think Claydol has kind of a lot of energy. I think it's 1 Mudslap off there. Now let's see what the Golisopod is doing. Farms down the Shadow Sableye. Claydol is 1 Mudslap away. Connects the Rock Tomb, and this is surely gonna knock out Pablondinas. Advances to top 8.
Pablondinas, he is back. He's had some tough runs over the season, but this is his home turf in Spain. What a crazy set of battles there. Going for that dazzling gleam on that Lapras in game 2 and managing to make it here past Santudigo, his good friend, fellow Spaniard, making it to the top 8. What a great set we had there.
Absolutely huge plays from both of these trainers. The Shadow Sableye coming in clutch against a team that is so well equipped against absolutely huge catch on the Corviknight from Pablondinas. Catching an Acrobatics is very much huge, mitigating that damage the Shadow Jump Love can put out. And honestly, when was the last time you saw a Steel and Flying type be so neutral into an entire team?
It is, but it also just wasn't strong enough to take on everything, right? Skarmory in the previous 2024 season had way more polarizing matchups. Yeah. Corviknight doesn't have that, and even though it doesn't win that many neutral matchups, it doesn't lose them really hard too. So that allowed Pablondinas to be just kind of, or sorry, Santudigo to be kind of weak to it with that Drapion, with the Jump Love, and with the Golisopod.
Yep. Corviknight.
What are they doing? Counting to 5. Lock in now.
Well, this might have been rock, paper, scissors there as well. Just going for a little meme here. Shadow Drapion here connecting a crunch, putting the Golisopod in farm down range. 2 poison stings for glory.
And yeah, Golisopod has been such a crucial component in this tournament, along with Shadow Feraligatr, but this time it looks like Golisopod is losing this match here. Pablondinas trusting his Shadow Sableye, still no more Pekko, so he's just playing with 5 Pokemon. Makes this even more impressive, to be honest. And Corviknight has been so solid for him. Even though it doesn't win all those matchups, it does allow him to soak up energy or just provide his other Pokemon to set up the energy lead on a later point in the battle.
Corviknight is really not only design-wise an incredibly cool Pokemon, but it is also so strong. I love it when there is a new, bulky, very neutral Pokemon in the meta. It opens up so many different plays, so many ways to express skill from these trainers, and Pablondinas has just shown us that he knows that he can get win conditions from a, I want to say, very bad lead when you're not even running Power Gem on the Sableye. He can catch a charge attack, not even get crushed by alignment there.
He did that yesterday as well against the Yellow Ripper when he led the Sableye into the Tinkaton right on 7 Shadow Claw. Against the 7 Fairywind from the Tinkaton when it would reach the player off, he swapped into the Corviknight, caught the attack, soaked the damage there. And I know like Homesize Henry and Arceus Aurelius are just upset about Corviknight not defeating everything, but you don't have to expect that of a Pokemon. A Pokemon does not have to defeat everything, because then it's not neutral anymore. You want neutral Pokemon.
Exactly. There are some Pokemon that are the best losers, I want to say, because one of my favorite Pokemon to use in Show 6 is actually Goodra, and I think this has a rather similar role, actually. When the best fairy type was Azumarill, sometimes in some matchups I would even swap the Goodra onto the Azumarill and then throw 2 Thunder Punches if you're quick, put it in a very low HP range, and then farm it down with something else, with your Pokemon that you're using as a win condition. If you're having a Shadow Sableye, you can get 3 or 4 Shadow Claws advantage on that Azumarill, and if there is no Tinkaton in the back, good energy, good energy.
There's a lot of thought process that trainers have, just like you just did, into setting up your Pokemon or your backline to win a battle. And we're going to show you how other players make these perfect plays to advance further into tournaments or even win the championships. We'll be right back with more battles.
Hello trainers, welcome back to another episode of Perfect Play, where we review and learn from some of the best plays made in the championship circuit. This time we're diving into the 2025 Europe International Championship, the largest Pokemon Go tournament to date with 400 registered competitors. Patoman swept his way through the winner's side of the bracket to face off against his rival Zweilous on Championship Sunday. Zweilous is on the loser side of the bracket, so Zweilous needs to win 2 best-of-5 against Patoman in the grand finals, where Patoman needs to win only 1 best-of-5. It seemed like Patoman had the upper hand until Zweilous flipped the script with a dominant 3-0 sweep in the first set. Patoman needs to step up and bring his A-game. Both competitors bring the heat in the first game of the bracket reset. In the final moments, Patoman relies on Drapion's fast-charging Aquatail to take out Zweilous' Pokemon. But just when victory seems within reach, Zweilous makes an incredible catch, absorbing the Aquatail with his Azumarill. Suddenly, Patoman's win conditions are slipping away. All Zweilous needs to do is wear down the Galarian and Corsola and make sure he gets one last fast attack in on his Primeape to get to a final charge stack and close out the game. Patoman realized this. He can't knock out the Diggersby with the Galarian Corsola, but not using a charge stack means he can't Poison Sting it down with the Drapion either, as Drapion can only take one more quick attack of damage. It seems impossible unless he perfectly undercharges Power Gem, leaving just enough HP for a single resisted Poison Sting to take out Diggersby and come out with an Aquatail. The undercharge in Pokemon Go is a very niche technique. Swiping all the bubbles to power up a charge stack will deal the full potential damage of it, but sometimes you'll see that experienced trainers let a few balls through. The less balls you hit, the less damage a charge stack will deal. Leaving some health remaining on the opposing Pokemon may allow you to gather more energy on your own Pokemon, but it can also backfire if you allow the opponent to get to another charge attack. Patoman's estimation of Power Gem's damage on Diggersby is beyond incredible. Knowing the exact damage a fully charged stack would deal, he lets 3 bubbles through. Zweilous can't even do anything about it because the Diggersby already had a charge stack locked in as well. The undercharge is perfect. Drapion takes one quick attack, lands the Poison Sting to knock out the Diggersby, and comes out with just enough energy to fire off an Aquatail before Prime can reach the Rage Fist, securing Patoman the win in an absolutely intense battle. This type of gameplay and skill from Patoman doesn't come overnight. It's the result of experience in the Go Battle League and competing in the Championship Series. Do you want to become the very best, like EUIC champion Patoman? Check out Pokemon.com/play to start your journey.
Perfect plays by Patoman in London, and I hope he's really wanting to continue that perfection here in Sevilla at this special championship. He is in this top cut so far in the tournament. We're winding down, but I think that there's still a lot of trainers who are ready to make their mark.
Yep, I mean, we just talked about Patoman. Those plays were incredible. I would just like to point out a play that was a bit earlier as well, where we saw that Rock Tomb debuff on the Sableye applied, and that went towards such a close endgame. I think everybody thought, okay, this game is done. The foul play is going to knock out the Claydol, but that Rock Tomb was just amazing.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really interesting plays. If you've missed some of this tournament so far, don't fret. We've got you covered. Here are the people that are left in the winner's side of the bracket, because as a reminder, we are now down to our top 8, our grateful 8, let's say, our finalists. We have Patoman against Borja coming up next, and we also have HK Assassin against Vision Prod.
Patoman, Borja, great trainers there. They've done they've had impeccable gameplay. Padaman, we just saw a video of how good he is, how much game knowledge he has, and Boria has that Malamar pick that can potentially come do a lot of work against Padaman, because I don't think he has a really hard answer to Malamar.
Also, if we're looking at these teams here, Patoman and Borja, both from Spain, so looking to keep it here in Sevilla. Meanwhile, HK Assassin, a UK player, alongside Vision Prod, who is from Portugal. So both of these trainers will be playing off against each other. Very interesting to see who will make it into the winners finals and who will be knocked down to the losers bracket in this double elimination tournament.
It's very interesting to see, right? We have two Spanish competitors in the winners round one, and then we have two competitors who are not from Spain as well. So I think in the end we're going to have one game where it's going to be Spain versus somebody from outside.
It could very well be. We've seen a lot of really heavy competition so far today. We just discussed really, really close games, and I'm excited to see what we have in store for these next ones coming up. Again, we got Patoman on the left-hand side against Borja. We saw Borja play one of the first matches of the day, getting very tranquil almost, I would say, while he is getting ready to prepare. I think a lot goes through his mind when he's playing. Patoman, he's one that's very familiar with the stage, but he doesn't have a very familiar team for a lot of people because he's running some interesting off-meta picks like that Jellicent, like the Talonflame that we haven't seen too much of in other teams.
Yeah, Chargebug also he's the only one who's running this Pokemon right now as well. Gastrodon, we didn't see a lot of Gastrodon. We did see other Mud Slappers. We saw Kanto Marowak, we saw Claydol as well coming in, but Gastrodon is something very new. On the other side, we have again another Pokemon that's trying to make its way into the meta, and that is Malamar. Malamar has plenty of good matchups, but the problem is that Tinkaton, which is available on the side of Padaman.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting picks on Borja's side because it almost looks like this team is a combination of old meta and new. Shadow for Alligator and Clodsire at the beginning of our championship series were running everywhere. They sort of dropped off for a little bit, but Borja's looking to make a comeback with them, adding the Lapras in, one of the Pokemon that recently got an update in the Might and Mastery. Also noting that this Lapras is running Skull Bash over Ice Beam, making it much better in the mirrors and much better against Pokemon such as Azumarill, while also boosting its own defense.
Yeah, Lapras in this case against Padaman's team has plenty of play. There are no grass types, as I said. There is that Chargebug, but of course Sparkling Areas still do a lot of damage, and you can potentially try to flip that matchup based on the amount of shields you want to invest as the Lapras. Another Pokemon that I really want to shout out is that Clodsire. Clodsire also looks pretty good, and Diggersby again, a great Pokemon to have. It has the bulk, has plenty of coverage, and damage over time will work against Padaman's team.
Both of these trainers have had a bit of time to prepare at this point for what they want to see coming up. Looks like they're already discussing. They maybe have a game plan in mind for this first game, but since it is a best of 3, that means there's plenty more opportunities to kind of divulge, see what your opponent wants to bring, see the mindset that your opponent is bringing into the battle.
Yeah. We're slowly sneaking into the creme de la creme of the competition. This is the winners semis, so this will edge them even closer towards that coveted title. I really want to see Golisopod again in action. I've been saying it the whole tournament, but it's such a good Pokemon. Looking at Boria's team, it has plenty of play. Malamar does not want to deal with an X-Scissor. Diggersby is going to take a ton of damage from those Aqua Jets. Aqua Jet's still super effective against a Clodsire. X-Scissor is neutral, and again, damage over time will do a lot of work against Jumpluff. For Alligator, it comes down to Charge Attack tie, and we do not know which one of these trainers wins the Charge Attack tie.
We might find out because they are getting ready. They are locked in. We're gonna get started. Diggersby up against a Tinkerton at the beginning here. We'll have to see who wants to pivot out of this matchup at this point. And think Patoman automatically going for that Glisopod, wants to get a little bit of an energy advantage, but immediately coming in now with Borja and his Jumpluff.
Jumpluff comes in here. It has access to 2 super effective charge attacks here, but not before Padaman gets to the X-Scissor. X-Scissor is going to be neutral against the Jumpluff, and immediate no shield by Bora.
No shield, still in the green, but look at this. Bora has opted to go for the heavy hitting acrobatics. It does get the shield. This would do so much damage to the Glisopod otherwise. Padaman puts up the shield here. He is a little bit ahead on energy, so that means he will be able to hit another X-Scissor first. Meanwhile, Jumpluff has to continue to charge up, now going for an aerial ace at another charge attack priority.
I think this is going to be very close here. Pataman at this point, since there is no shield on the side of Borea, can commit to shielding once more and farming down the jumble of or is the aerial ace enough? I do not think it's enough to warrant a shield here. Let's see what Pataman does. He pulls up a shield and securing the switch here.
I think he knows at this point it's going to be the charge attacks are doing a lot, but for Alligator comes in saying, I don't want you to be able to farm this down. I don't want to get any extra Shadow Claw advantage. Going now for this Hydro Cannon here. This should be of no protect shields remaining. The for Alligator shakes his head no, but he really means yes, get out of here, Golisopod. Unfortunately for him, not able to hit it. Exorciser coming through, forcing a shield on Borja's side.
Shield comes in here for Alligator, still has plenty of play into the backline of Pataman. Pataman saying, I'm not going to wait for you to get more energy. Coming in with the Tinkerton immediately here. Hydro Cannon will do a ton of work against the Tinkerton. Tries to go for the charge attack tie here, Borea, but Pataman says, I want the energy.
Knowing that he's not going to win that charge attack tie, just continues swinging the hammer down, and now at a play rough, going to throw onto the Feraligator. Feraligator still has one shield left on this side, but this is regular, not a shadow. I don't think that Borja thinks it's going to knock out. It hangs on by a thread, an immediate pivot now into the Diggersby here for a much better matchup for Borja.
This is going to be crucial here. If this Bulldoze does that defense debuff against the Diggersby, the endgame will be super interesting because the Jellicent's surf damage is going to add up over time. Here comes, and gets the defense fall. This is pivotal here.
Does get the defense fall. Going for another charge attack priority. This Bulldoze, we saw it doesn't do that much damage, but guess what? Its chip damage is chip damage. It's already defenses are dropped, and he's looking for a double, and guess what? Ask and you shall receive.
I think that's something we call as a caster's curse here. Double debuff Diggersby, unfortunately, but this Fire Punch is enough. But this Jellicent is going to have a field day. One of these serves now, which would have not threatened to knock out, will put the Diggersby in a very, very tough situation.
Going immediately for the Scorching Sands, trying to stall out the timer, perhaps get an attack debuff, but he doesn't get it. As you can see, neither one of these fast attacks from either of these Pokemon are doing that much damage. Trying to pivot into the jump bluff, but not able to get to any attack, and just giving more farm for the Jellicent in the back.
Jellicent does have a lot of energy stored here, but can Borea use that shield advantage that he has? Will he come in with the Diggersby? Yes, he does. Immediate surf by Pataman. Also, we need to make sure that we remember the Feraligator did go out with a Hydro Cannon stored.
Wow, super effective damage. It does so much. An immediate other throw by Pataman. He wants to make sure that this Diggersby at least puts up a shield. So much health left on the Jellicent at this point. It's going to be an uphill battle. Will the Glycerin be able to get there? A combination play. No protect shields, no problem, says Pataman.
Combo play. A Golisopod's Aqua Jet will be enough to knock out the Diggersby, and also that extra Shadow Claw will be enough to knock out the Feraligator. So no way back into the game for Borea. Brilliant, brilliant energy management by Pataman.
We haven't seen Jellicent by very many players, but when it's coming in, it's making an impact. Pataman taking game number 1 in the winners semifinals. He just needs one more to continue on in this top cut to be in the winners finals.
Such a close game. It came down to charge attack tie towards the end as well. Unfortunately for Borea, Diggersby not winning that charge attack tie against the Golisopod, and the Golisopod having enough HP to get one more Shadow Claw onto the Feraligator to knock it out. What a brilliant Jellicent gameplay. It did too much work, I think.
They did a lot of work. I think main things that games like this show is just because you lose a lead doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to lose a game there. Quick pivots, great energy management, and just a good wherewithal of how your opponent is playing can really take you from the back foot to be able to make you win matches such as you just saw with Pataman.
Yeah, Golisopod put in a ton of work. I think in these scenarios, when you have such a dominant lead, you might want to try to secure that lead matchup by not going for that big acrobatics move on the jump off. I think going straight air lace would have been a better move in that scenario because you could kind of fight for shield parity. But at this point, losing that lead, coming in with the Diggersby or the Feraligator, taking so much energy from the Golisopod, it was too much of an uphill climb.
I think that's a good point, but a lot of times players would play exactly how you just described it, right? Maybe Borja was thinking, everyone's going to expect me to go for the aerial ace. He might not shield, and in which case I'm in a very, very good attack position. Unfortunately for him, didn't work out there, but let's see how they go for game number 2. We got that Malamar taking the field. Ooh, up against the Tinkerton. Really great play by Patoman, considering Tinkerton once again in the lead, even though it wasn't strong last time. Quick swap by both trainers into a little bit of a longer matchup here. We have that Surf that will be super effective against the Diggersby. Not much of Diggersby can throw back that's going to be doing too much damage.
Yeah, but Scorching Sand also has his ability to get the attack fall on the Jellicent. Let's see if the first Scorching Sands happens to give the attack fall, because that might change the end results of this matchup. Diggersby, of course, is not doing any damage with that quick attack. And again, Hex is also resisted by the normal typing of the Diggersby.
I think, Abi, look at this. You're calling them left and right. You're calling defense drops. You're calling attack drops. And now this Surf won't be doing as much damage because that attack went through. Now just calling up a little bit more, actually throwing right away when he gets the energy. Doesn't want to let the Jellicent get any more and just put some meaningful chip damage into the Pokemon that really gave so much trouble in the last game.
Yeah, Malamar immediately coming in, only to be met with the Tinkerton. Tinkerton swing that hammer into the Malamar, and Malamar does not appreciate any of these Fairy Winds.
Going ahead and just charging up to basically maximum energy here. Now that the play rough, this is a tough position to be in because you have so much on the Malamar, and a last-second shield by Borja. This would have definitely knocked it out here. Now he wants to go to throwing the superpower, which is going to lower his own attack and defense. So you want to use these at the very last seconds. No shield by Patoman here, but you can see this. It does a heavy chunk, and another one is already ready.
Another superpower comes in. If no shield, this is going to put the Tinkerton deep into the red here. Again, Patoman is like, all right, oh man, that is so close. At this point, you can potentially pull up another shield and secure the switch. Boria says, no, I'm going to take the energy on my Pokemon and try to flip the back matchups.
There's very little farm left. Now in comes the Clodsire, but now in comes a good matchup for it with the Golisopod here. Since it is running Stone Edge, Patoman does have to be a little bit careful of the charge attacks that are coming through. Meanwhile, these Aqua Jets, while they are impactful, they're not doing too much damage to really threaten the Clodsire yet with a shield.
Yeah, but the critical point here is that the Clodsire will need to get to 3 Stone Edges to go past the shields of the Golisopod and knock it out. But the Golisopod just has to get to 2 more Aqua Jets to knock that Clodsire out of the game. Let's see what happens here. Waits a turn, Patoman. Great patience shown, and the Clodsire is forced to pull up its last protection.
Yeah, Patoman does not want to have these Aqua Jets caught on the Diggersby in the back, negating all of the energy that's being built. So you can see him pausing sometimes, making sure that the Clodsire animation of the fast attack is going through, getting this last shield here because it would be very, very tough for the Golisopod to be able to go on from here. But he's at the attack. Borja tries to swap in, but ineffective as the Patoman just continues to farm up to 2 attacks.
Yeah, brilliant counting there, getting to the attack just before Diggersby was able to get to the Fire Punch. Back-to-back Aqua Jet loaded, because the next one is going to go on to the Clodsire, and this will be enough to knock the Clodsire out of the game.
Golisopod coming in both game 1, game number 2, throw and charge attacks left and right, winning Patoman the game, securing his spot for the winners finals. Congratulations to the Duck.
Yeah, Patoman has been doing brilliantly so far. Has he actually dropped any games?
I will have to actually go back into the thing for sure. I think he has dropped a match, but not a full thing, obviously. He's now inside the winners finals, one of the only left. We'll have to see the next matchup between HK Assassin and Vision Prod to see who will be facing up against him. Borja, meanwhile, dropping down to the loser's side of the bracket, but we'll be continuing on in this top cut in the Seville Special Championship.
We still have another winner semifinals to go, but for now, let's give it up for Patoman. What a brilliant gameplay there. He made sure that he gave his opponent no chances to come back into the game. The Golisopod game number 1, it took the whole team on its shoulders and carried it, and game number 2, so much damage.
Absolutely. I think one thing that's very interesting about Patoman is that his playstyle is very impactful no matter how he plays. A lot of times he can play meta, and he plays the Pokemon that are very popular very well. We saw that a lot at EUIC. We've seen that at other regional competitions, other special championships. But this team that he's brought here to Sevilla is interesting. It's different, and it's still making a big mark.
Yeah, we saw the amount of work Jellicent put in, yes? We wouldn't expect it to be core meta just because of the fact that we would be seeing a lot more Pokemon, like maybe potentially a grass type Pokemon to deal with the counters of Tinkerton, but we see there are not a lot of grass-type Pokemon, very few electric types is left as well, so there are not a lot of Pokemon that can check Jellicent. And of course, what the most important thing is the oncoming of Tinkerton. We do not see a lot of dark types, so Jellicent is like, oh, what are you gonna do?
It was a good gamble to make. It really paid off for him in these matches in the winners semifinals. Impactful plays by Patoman, one of the best trainers that really has been making a name for himself here in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, game number one, again, Jellicent doing so much work there. Again, quick swapping to the Golisopod here, getting the shield. Unfortunately for Boria, this was not to be. It was such a close game. I think he had the lead, he had the swap in, but Padaman completely outplayed him. It's a Golisopod show here.
Yeah, time and time again, we've actually been discussing if it is a Golisopod or if it's a Shadow Feraligatr. Sometimes even Shadow Swampert has been added to the mix. But really, when I think Golisopod players have been playing well, it's put on a showcase in this specific formula. And I'm pretty confident we'll be seeing more Golisopod in future events.
Absolutely. I think it's such a good Pokemon. Great pacing to the charge attacks, great fast attacks as well. I mean, come on. It's also one of the coolest looking Pokemon out there, right?
I'm smirking because Golisopod, more like Truthopod.
The what?
You guys get it. You got it.
I do not get it. I'm sorry.
Lie, truth.
Oh my god. Oh my. Why?
I think some people in the chat found it funny. Just back me up, even if you didn't. Meanwhile, let's go on and continue with this matchup. Patoman inside now the winners finals. He will be facing up whoever goes against Vision Broad and HK Assassin. Again, HK Assassin, a UK trainer, Vision Broad. I believe this is his first tournament that he's ever competed in, and he has already made it into a top cut, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, but we see a lot of these this trend happening this season, right? New trainers coming in and then completely doing an amazing job in the regionals that they're participating. We had Boom, for example, first ever tournament, comes in, casually sweeps Lille and walks away.
Just casually.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, he had a huge gauntlet to climb as well. He had to play against Colin 6. Colin is at the top of the championship point leaderboards as well. So we know Colin, right? He's such a good trainer, and playing a final against Colin is very, very stressful.
I mean, you say that Colin is the top of the leaderboard, but he is not here. And actually, a lot of championship points are going to be awarded at this event. Patoman is pretty high up on the list. I'm wondering how he thinks he might be able to fare after this tournament. We have an interview ready with him, and I'm very excited to hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Amanda and Abi. I'm here with the winner of our previous match, Patoman. Patoman, congratulations on that tremendous victory against Borja. What were your thoughts going into that match?
So, it was a really hard matchup for me to deal with, I think. He had some hard picks, like for example the Stone Edge Clodsire was really hard, and then like Fera had played into my team. I don't know, it was a really hard match to play, you know. But like I just found a solid team, and then I played it the best I can.
Yeah, about solid team, how did you come up with these picks? Because Charjabug, Jellicent, those are picks not a lot of trainers have thought of. How do you come up with that?
Okay, so this is something that I cannot say right now, because it's like a part of my strategy in the team, but I will let you know in the end of the tournament.
Sounds good. We don't want to reveal strategies just yet when we're competing, so that makes perfect sense. Yeah, again, congratulations on getting this far already. I just want to ask you, Patoman, where does that name come from exactly?
Okay, so it's a really long history. It comes from my school group of friends. When I was really young, I had a group, and then like the last day of each course, you know, like in the school, we wrote the word Pato in the keyboard, you know, like in the board of the class. So when I made my account, I thought about that, and then I put Pato, and then like, you know, I was really younger, like I was younger, and then I put like man, Pato Man, and that's how my name.
And it means duck, right? Pato?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's why we have this this Psyduck right here.
Yeah.
Really cool. Pato Man, I hear you have a lot of support and friends here. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out?
So, okay, I want to give a shout out to, first of all, my family, because they have been supporting me all this tournament. My father, my mother, my brother, my sister, those people of there.
All these people.
Yeah, all the people. and then to my friend, of course, Chris, Borja, all the crew that has been supporting me. And then also Keldeo SH, I want to shout out you. I think that's all for now.
All right, well, thank you so much, Pato Man, and good luck in the rest of your tournament. Perhaps you can take another gold medal here. We are going straight back to Amanda and Abby for more battles.
The Psyduck is sighing its way into another winner's final. And Pato Man is known to pilot these Pokemon that not a lot of players do use. We had that Alola Ninetales earlier when it was in a meta where nobody wanted to use it or nobody was even thinking about using it, and he piloted it and won a championship with it as well.
It's really funny. I love to hear the origin stories of people's in-game names, because I made a joke with the Pato Man back when he had started back in Liverpool. I was like, he is neither a duck nor is he a man, but this in-game name will be remembered by everyone, and still that is true today. He's still making big waves for himself, and really congratulations to him. I wonder how he's doing with like local cups and challenges as well. We've seen him obviously on the big stage, but this is not the only way that you can get championship points to be on that leaderboard. I mean, I think that obviously he has a lot of points from these actual championship competitions, but you know, a little extra side things don't hurt.
I mean, in the end, you have to still look for these extra championship points to make sure you secure the travel award as well, the extra ones that you get from the Tier 1 and Tier 2 travel awards. So why not compete in more championships and or even more, let's say, local events? And you can check out what's happening at your local event as well.
Yeah, if you're curious on how to do so, we've got a little short video for you that kind of gives you a bit of insight.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
If you're curious of finding a local Pokemon League near you, make sure to get out your phone and scan the QR code, because you can use this to find events in your area, see which shops are hosting some local cups and challenges. I know that there, where I live in Belgium, there's actually quite a few of them. And I do have a little bit of a bragging point, Abby. I've competed in only two local cups and challenges. They've been incredibly fun, but I have top cut in both the cups and challenges at both events.
I mean, you are a good trainer, you know?
I'm very excited. I just have to point out every now and then that when I do play that I can sometimes, I know how to tap.
Absolutely. I think she's always a good trainer. She doesn't brag much, but she does quite well. Also, one more thing is local cups and events is also another opportunity for you to trade Pokemon as well.
Absolutely.
Like Pokemon like Tinkaton, which needs that correct stat distributions, you need to be able to be at like events surrounded by like-minded people to trade as well.
Galarian Corsola, which you don't see so many of them anymore, but I know they're extremely popular for a while. That was another Pokemon that you would like to have a low friendship trade. Let's take a look at the team here of HK Assassin. Tinkaton on that team, so that does mean that he probably did make one of those low friendship trades to be able to get one with a low attack, a high defense, and a high HP to be able to use it here in this championship series. And the rest of his team is also interesting. Again, we talked about Shadow Feraligatr, we talk about Golisopod, but Swampert is also back in the meta.
Yeah, Swampert is back in the meta. I think he went a lot of Pokemon that's going to heavily check the Tinkaton Pokemon like Stunfisk, you know, when Stunfisk, and he also has that Talonflame. But on the other side, we see a completely different approach to the game. We see that Primeape again with Karate Chop, Rage Fist, and Ice Punch. It does not have close combat to put heavy damage onto the Tinkerton, but then again, the coverage of these moves is impeccable. Clots are again coming in. Poison Sting, Earthquake, Stone Edge, another great check for Tinkerton. Last but not the least, Claydol. Claydol, I mean, we had Inadequance hype it up throughout the tournament. It is here to stay.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of Claydol action too. One of the games that you talked about earlier on, San Diego against Pablo Dinas, being able to survive barely that Shadow Sableye and be able to mud slap down, getting the game number 2 for San Diego. Really fantastic plays. We're going to see some more fantastic plays between these two trainers in the winners semifinals to see who will be playing against Pato Man in a best of 5 in the winners finals coming up.
Yeah, one of the things that I would like to point out here as well, the Lapras on the side of HK Assassin has great matchups here. Psyway will be doing super effective damage to that Primeape, and it doesn't have the close combat to close out the game, but this lead is going to be a Unova Sunfisk up against a Primeape.
This Primeape, because it doesn't have close combat, actually fares a little bit better into the Unova Sunfisk, which is not that common of a pick. Now, going straight for the Ice Punch, it is heavier hitting, but it will not be enough to knock out. No shield from HK Assassin's side, recognizing maybe it will be more impactful to be using later, just charging up a ton of energy before going for his own attack.
Yeah, Mud Bomb coming in here. Of course, this is not a heavy hitting move, but Primeape immediately knowing, okay, I'm not going to get knocked out. I'm going to no-shield this and get to another Rage Fist. No, going for another Ice Punch here. Ice Punch, we saw, did a ton of damage onto the Stunfisk. If unshielded, this will be enough to knock it out.
Down goes the Stunfisk. It did get the Primeape low, but at this point, too, when a Superior comes in, the Primeape is still going to be able to get to another attack. Vision Prod playing so patiently, saying, I know that this Primeape is doing its job. No Protect Shield from HK Assassin. This is super effective. This is going to chunk at that Superior.
Did chunk at that Superior, but what is even worse is the Pokemon that's going to come into the stage. That is that Jumpluff. Jumpluff will do a ton of work against the Superior, but not before the Superior throws this super effective Aerial Ace.
Aerial Ace goes through. You see the Jumpluff still in the green, but another one was knock it down to the yellow. At this point, still really not at full attacks. Jumpluff just using right now its a cotton ball to be able to soak up all of the super effective damage before he throws his own back.
Yeah, he does go for this super effective Aerial Ace. If unshielded, it's gonna knock the Superior out, but then again, HK Assassin is in such a difficult position because Swampert's Mud Shots are not going to be able to even reach this Jumpluff.
Going ahead, even though there are no grass type attacks on this grass type Pokemon, still forced to shield the Swampert up because Swampert doesn't have a lot of bulk at this stage, but it will be able to knock out. Going for a Hydro Cannon, this is an interesting play because it would most likely knock out regardless, and he didn't want, in case there was a swap, to be caught on whatever is in the back. Still gets a shield because the Sludge would have been able to knock out, and wow, Vision Prod not messing around, going for the heavy hidden Acrobatics.
Acrobatics coming in here. HK Assassin not pulling up a shield, and I think this will be enough to knock out the Swampert. 1-0 for Vision Prod. I've never seen a cleaner gameplay.
Wow, look at this. Another thing to bring up for this is that HK Assassin didn't even get to see the third Pokemon, and this is huge information hiding because Vision Prod now doesn't have to wonder, okay, maybe I can lead my Shadow for Alligator next time, because HK Assassin will always be thinking, what was in the back? What was he trying to lure out? How come he still had 2 shields basically almost near the end?
Primeape did so much work, almost taking out one Pokemon and almost taking out the Superior with that Ice Punch. I mean, we were just talking about why not having close combat might not be a good idea, but the Ice Punch did work.
I think Ice Punch was definitely the way to go against this team. There is a Tinkerton on the team of HK Assassin to point out, so that could be an interesting switch regarding whether that is in the lead versus a Primeape or not, and that Vision Prod would have played it differently. But meanwhile, Vision Prod just needs one more matchup to be able to secure his victory here. Neither one of these trainers have lost yet so far in this special championship. One of them will be knocked down to the loser's bracket, but both of them are determined to stay.
Yeah, both of them determined to stay. I think at this point, HK Assassins needs to do a reverse sweep. He needs to win the next 2 games, and he has to take every game like it's going to be his last. Vision Prod, again, these two, all he has to do is, he can even play the same team like we talked about, because he does not know what the last Pokemon is, but this time it's a Feraligatr lead like you called out, but unfortunately it's met with one of its most difficult matches, Superior.
Yeah, coming in and actually using that Primeape as a safe swap, which sometimes is a little bit risky, especially considering if there's a Tinkerton like there is on the other team. HK Assassin wants to try to get a shield here. Aerial Ace, super effective damage. Now swapping into the Tinkerton, but there is so much energy on the Primate at this point. Karate Chop generating energy so quickly. First Rage Twist is going to boost the second one, which is almost already there.
Does it get to the second one? Yes, it does, and this will put the Tinkerton in a range where what Feraligatr can do is completely farm it down, and that will put it in such a huge advantageous position against that Superior.
Being able to come in with 2 shields and do a little bit of damage is very big. The only really fast attack pressure is going to come from Feraligatr, so exactly what you said, Abhi. I expect to see it doing some meaningful damage here, maybe forced to use a shield to be able to get to that point, but I mean, with an Ice Beam on the Feraligatr side, Superior gets a little bit more dangerous.
Exactly. Let's see if the Tinkerton can get to another player of no. Does he count? Did Vision Proc out and great no shield. Bulldoze coming in. This is not going to do a lot of damage. We know how bad of a move Bulldoze is, but does it get the defense fall here? No defense fall. Feraligatr loaded with so much energy. Which Pokemon do you want to take this energy on?
Alligator lurking in the swamp, waiting to see what will be coming to be its prey. It's going to be the Superior. This is a bait, but it could be an Ice Beam. If HK Assassin doesn't shield this, he really has a last-second shield. It takes a lot of call here. He's nodding his head. He recognizes immediate swap now into the jump up to be met with the Unnovan Stunfisk. This is actually a pretty good scenario for Vision Prod, even though neither one of the attacks can do that much being air types.
Yeah, exactly. Jumpluff does not have super effective damage to throw on to the Stunfisk. All its move is going to be resisted. Unfortunately, the meta shifted away from using Energy Ball, so this means that this matchup is neutral because Stunfisk is such a bulky Pokemon.
Pokemon still Discharge, going to be able to do it in a chunk of work here. Meanwhile, Vision Prod just charging up a ton of energy. He's going for that charge attack priority, it looked like almost, but Discharge coming through first. Still no Protect Shield. I think he wants to try to keep that Feraligatr with some energy, still nice and healthy. Now Acrobatics coming through.
Acrobatics coming through indeed. This matchup is so much closer because of the part flying type of Jumpluff. Discharge suddenly becomes not resisted, but a neutral move. So the damages from the Thundershocks and Discharge is adding up over time, and trying for a snipe here, unfortunately catching that Discharge onto the Feraligatr.
Wow, this is an interesting play. Also not bothering to shield it up because he has a lot of energy on that Jumpluff. He wants to be able to hit the Superior, but there is still another Discharge ready. He's got to use his Protect Shield, and he has to just hope that he can be able to Aerial Ace down and throw another at HK Assassin Superior, who still has a shield in play.
Yep, Aerial Ace coming in here, but then again, Superior might outpace to the Aerial Ace to knock out the Jumpluff. It's going to be a very close game here. Superior also has that shield to hide behind. I don't think Jumpluff has enough in its tank to overcome the Superior. What a great gameplay from HK Assassin. Aerial Ace coming in, knocking out the Jumpluff, and evening out this bout.
And what a comeback from HK Assassin. Like you said earlier on, very clean plays by Vision Prod first game, and it's so discouraging as a trainer to be able to not even see the last Pokemon. A lot of momentum shifts in the favor of your opponent in times like that, and it takes a true champion, a real player with a lot of perseverance to be able to settle themselves down, recognize that the game's not over in a best of 3, and be able to come back to tie up that series.
It was a very good game from both these trainers. Vision Prod tried everything he could to overcome that impossible lead of the Superior into the Feraligatr, but unfortunately the Superior just powered through the whole game, and at the end it was still at almost full HP.
Superior is one of those actual surprise picks, sort of like Patoman's team. Interesting, not a lot of trainers bringing it nowadays to the competitive PvP. It was very popular a couple metas ago, but I think that the HK Assassin says, okay, Grass still definitely has its place, and I'm going to prove it, and prove it he has, because winter semifinals is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job with piloting this team, piloting the Superior. We saw how much damage a Frenzy Plant from Superior does to the Tinkerton. Of course, Tinkerton is such a bulky Pokemon, but with great bulk comes not so great attack.
Comes great responsibility.
Well, that's one way to put it, but unfortunately with great bulk comes not so great attack, and Frenzy Plant is a much better move than Player of...
It's one of the community day attacks, correct? Like, such as like the Hydro Cannons from the Swampert and from the Feraligatr, so it's obviously going to be making more of an impact than, say, a Serperior without Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, I think Serperior got... we did have some trainers play out Serperior with Leaf Tornado, but that's not what we see here. We see a Serperior with Frenzy Plant. These two trainers have locked in, and it's going to be the Serperior again, but it's met with that jump bluff.
We have the grass on grass here, but one of them is a little bit higher up in the sky. Both of them now just going with not very effective fast attacks. What they're really hoping for are those charge attacks. Coming in now with Tinkerton to try to swap it out, but Vision Prod has the answer right here. One of Tinkerton's hardest counters in this Claydol.
Yeah, Claydol coming in here. It's gonna have a field day against this Tinkerton, tanking this Player of like a champ. One more Mud Slap away from that Rock Tomb to debuff the Tinkerton, and that's exactly what he does, making sure that the next Player of doesn't do a lot of damage.
This going through, no Protect Shield from HK Assassin's side either. Even though the Tinkerton is getting mighty low, since it did have a little bit of energy advantage, he is able to get to another Play Rough. Like you just pointed out, Abby, since that Rock Tomb went through, the attack is lowered. It might not be able to knock out, but at least it's getting that Claydol low and giving it a potential farm. However, is that really as crucially needed as it was switch advantage?
Yeah, I think the switch was more important here, but in comes the Serperior, only to be met with this Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb is, of course, going to debuff the attack on the Serperior, and that is not a great position to be in. You already have a worse matchup, and now it's gone from worse to worse.
Going ahead now, I think Vision Prod recognizes that he has such a good matchup with the Serperior there, ends up swapping in his Feraligatr into the Stunfisk, which looks very dangerous, has to use the shields here, but as you can see, Feraligatr just charges up energy so quickly, and these Hydro Cannons are also putting in work against this partial ground type Pokemon.
The end game is going to be very crucial, and I don't think we can count HK Assassin out yet. The Hydro Cannons would knock out the Stunfisk, but the Stunfisk did get that energy lead at the starting, that one Thunder Shock, and that could be pivotal in how this game turns out.
Going ahead, using that second shield here, that would have been a hurtful discharge there. Going for yet another Hydro Cannon, HK Assassin using his shield as well. There is a race at this point. Who has more energy? Who can get their charge attacks off first? Also be mindful of the timers, which are up for both trainers. Waiting, making sure that this is going to hit its mark. You see Vision Prod shaking his head no, because this puts him a little bit on the back foot, even though he has a lot of energy on the jump up. It's going to be close.
Yeah, he does have a lot of energy on the jump left, but also the Serperior has a lot of energy, which can hit the jump left back for super effective damage. At this point, the Stunfisk's only goal is to put this jump left in a range where two Aerial Aces can potentially knock it out of the sky.
He's got to be able to get to basically 3 acrobatics on the side of Vision Prod. One to knock out this Stunfisk, one to knock out the Serperior. Let's see if he can get to it. Acrobatic number 1 coming through. Doesn't want to take any more charge attacks. It's still going to be incredibly close, making sure he hits all of those bubbles, making sure he can charge up as quickly as possible, but 2 Aerial Aces are essentially loaded.
Yeah, Serperior comes back into the field into a disadvantageous matchup, but this time it comes in with a lot of energy. Aerial Ace number 1 connects, Aerial Ace number 2 is thrown, and this will be enough to knock out the Jumpla from the sky. HK Assassin progresses to the winner's final.
HK Assassin takes the broom out of Vision Prod's hand and reverse sweeps in this winner's semifinals, being able to go on to face Pataman in that winner's finals. One of the trainers from UK here at the Seville Special Event Championship, and I'm very excited to see how he will continue to run.
What a great run by HK Assassin there. I think this is one of those leads that you do not want to see in, but I think he made the great call of saying, all right, I'm going to give you my Tinkerton so that you give me your Claydol, and then at the back, I have this Stunfisk that's going to have a lot of play against your team.
My kingdom for your Claydol is basically what HK Assassin said there. Really great plays, and I think a lot of times, especially in that middle matchup, you can get a little bit discouraged, right? You see a Tinkerton against the Pokemon like a Claydol. Not only was the Claydol able to take out the Tinkerton, it was able to throw a Rock Tomb at the Serperior to be able to knock down the defense. But really, really good wherewithal of HK Assassin, recognizing the strength of that Unovan Stunfisk, something that we don't see very often here in competitive play.
I mean, it was one of the perfect examples to showcase the ABB style of gameplay as well. We will see again in the replay how it's played, but it was the superior lead on to the jump off, and you want to bait out the hardest counter for your Stunfisk at the back, so use your Tinkerton to have neutral play. But game one, it was this acrobatics that completely swept that Swampert off its feet and into the air and back into the Pokeball. Game one, great gameplay by Vision Prod, but game number two, it was the amount of lifting that this Stunfisk had to do. Again, tried to make a catch here, Vision Prod, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. Stunfisk, too good.
Stunfisk too good in both games 2 and 3, really helping HK Assassin take out one of a very formidable opponent. Vision Prod, of course, will be now knocked down to the loser side of the bracket where he can continue his run. But of course, when you're at this point in the tournament, every single win is just another notch in your belt. You're getting very excited. You're one step closer to being able to call yourself a champion.
Exactly, the Special Championship champion is the title that they're competing for. I just want to reiterate game number 3 where Vision Prod was completely outwitted by HK Assassin by him going for the ABB strategy. He had the Serperior. One of the worst matches you can see as a Serperior is the jump off, but you do have the Aerial Ace on the Serperior side, which can do super effective damage onto the jump off. So the longer the match goes and the more energy the Serperior has, that match kind of goes towards the favor of Serperior. Using the Tinkerton to bait out the Claydol, completely farming down the Claydol, and endgame getting that tiny bit of energy lead on the Stunfisk secured the whole game for HK Assassin. Great gameplay, great showcase of how ABB is supposed to be played.
And once again, congratulations to Vision Prod to be able to make it to the winners semifinals in the first competition that he's even competed in. He will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, and I'm really excited to see actually the rest of the opponents that are there as well, because this has been quite the tournament, and I know some people get a little bit lost wondering who's going to be playing up against others. Don't worry, we got you here. Here is the losers side of the bracket.
Yeah, on the loser side, we have Kaifia, who had that amazing run in EUIC, and he's continuing that form in the next events to come, going up against Marco Shiny as well, the streamer, the Spanish streamer, who's done a great job in the tournament. Last but not the least, we have Pablo Diaz going up against Wolfpack. Wolfpack had, I think he knocked out Paulasha twice, once from in the winner side of it, and second from the loser side as well.
So if you kind of remember from before, a lot of Spanish trainers were being able to play against Spanish trainers. Now it's getting a little bit separated. We got Calvin from Belgium, Marco Shiny is a Spanish trainer, Pablo Dina Spanish, and Wolfpack representing France. So it's going to be really exciting to see how this is going to continue to unfold.
Yeah, the next match is going to be very interesting because I think slowly we're getting towards the top, the best trainers that have understood this meta and have made their teams in a way to make sure that that Tinkerton is not going to be a problem, or building into the Tinkerton, having a Tinkerton in their team and finding a way to pilot it to its best potential.
I mean, this is truly a special championship because this is the first time Tinkerton has been allowed in competitive play. So we are actually getting a first look at how trainers are choosing to utilize it. If you've noticed, every single Tinkerton that we've seen so far has been opting to run Bulldoze instead of Heavy Slam as one of its charge attacks. Martine did bring it up a little bit earlier when he was casting with Leo, saying that maybe Heavy Slam could be a way to go, especially if there's going to be so many Tinkertons for the mirrors. But we've seen so many defense drops because of that Bulldoze, a 50% chance, that I think that's why a lot of trainers are opting to use it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. That coverage that comes with that you can do against the poison type Pokemon goes a long way. That's one of the reasons potentially why Swallow this kind of pushback, because with Bulldoze you win all shielding scenarios against poison type Pokemon, but on screen we have Kaifia going up against let's look at his team first. We have Drapion there, again very conventional, Claydol, and also for him running the Feraligatr instead of Golisopod. We did have that interview where we talked about Feraligatr or is the Golisopod is a better Pokemon, but so far Padaman has put on an amazing showcase for Golisopod.
And one thing I also want to point out about Calfia's team is his Lapras is one of the few that is a Shadow Lapras, so it's going to be doing a little bit heavier hitting damage with all of that. And I believe watching how it's kind of been like the damage control that's been against other opponents, I wouldn't be surprised if it had perhaps a little more attack as well.
Yeah, it could potentially have a little bit more attack, but I also want to kind of understand, or I'm not sure if I'm misremembering, I think Kaifia's Lapras, the Shadow version of it, is running Skull Bash. Skull Bash from a Shadow Lapras will hurt a ton at no matter what the Pokemon is. And again, it also has better matchups. For example, the Psywave slowly, steadily add up against a Pokemon like Credilli because it's still neutral damage. And again, Sparkling Aria is a great move. And a Sparkling Aria from a Shadow Lapras is still going to do a ton of work against a Credilli.
One thing I just want to think about while we're getting into these matchups is we were just watching winner's side of the bracket. And while those are very excited gameplay because neither one of those opponents had lost yet, this is where we really get nitty gritty. This is where things get down to the wire because in a double elimination tournament, the people who are in the loser side of the bracket can only go up from here. If you lose, you are out of the tournament, and there goes the hopes and dreams of being that champion. Meanwhile, if you're able to keep playing, to keep winning, then it kind of builds that momentum behind you to be able to go up and potentially play in the finals.
We've had a lot of trainers show lead the path of going from the losers bracket all the way to win championships as well. But Pokemon I really want to point out here again is the Annihilate. It's going to have a lot of good matchups. Of course, it does not want to be matched up against the Jumpluff, but maybe I would really want to know how the matchup of Lapras goes against the Annihilate. Is there any play for the Lapras? Because there is play if the Primeape with the Primeape, because Karate Chop doesn't deal as much damage, but Annihilate has access to the fast attack counter, and I think if ever that Annihilate is going to be matched against Lapras, Kaifia will be in trouble.
Not only that, because both of these Pokemon are shadows, so that means that they're taking 20% more while also dishing out 20% more damage. So exactly like Count Savis just said, that Psywave damage will be hitting the Annihilate hard, but those counters are going to add up. Plus a Rage Fist to be able to boost your attack is really going to be able to put Annihilate in a good spot. We showcased that with Marco Shiny earlier on in the stream. He showed that he wasn't afraid to use it. He even led a Shadow Annihilate into a Tinkerton, stayed into the matchup to be able to still win that game.
Yeah, we have these two trainers locking in and leading a Tinkerton into a Drapion. This is a pretty neutral lead for both these trainers, and the more shields that are in play, the better the matchup gets for Tinkerton, especially if that Bulldoze gets that defense fall. First Bulldoze is already reached. Kaifia waiting to throw the move, wanting the Drapion to make the first move.
Now, even though this is going to be very effective against the Drapion, you're also going to notice that because Bulldoze isn't a heavy hitting of an attack, it only knocks that Drapion down to the yellow. It doesn't need to be as fearful about it as you would other ground type of bat. Meanwhile, this going through, and now one more Aqua Tail should be able to put a lot of dent into it, but he swaps out, he swaps into the Feraligatr, and he might have to put up a shield.
Yeah, Feraligatr comes in, and Kaifia going for the player off that does a ton of damage against Feraligatr. Feraligatr goes down a shield, and this puts Kaifia's Drapion in a commanding position here. Maybe making a call that whatever is at the back, the Drapion is not going to have a great time, but we see what's at the back.
A little bit interesting here, swapping in a Drapion to a Shadow Feraligatr that is up energy is a little bit dangerous, especially knowing that it also wins that charge attack priority. No shield used by Kaifia here. He wants to try to at least strip this last shield, and that's exactly what he gets from the Feraligatr. But the Feraligatr might be able to completely farm down before he's able to get to another crunch. This is huge for Marco Shiny. He's out of shields, but he is up energy.
He is out of shields and up a lot of energy, and Feraligatr's energy is always going to be threatening. But then again, Kaifia's Feraligatr also has 2 shields. Can Marco Shiny's Feraligatr go past 2 shields and land a Hydro Cannon on to this Feraligatr?
Going ahead, going for a combination play here. Marco Shiny recognizing his switch timer was up, that there's shields left, and he needs to get rid of them. I believe he also exited out with an attack on his Feraligatr, so Kaifia needs to be very careful of how he wants to play this. Really great timing here, recognizing that maybe the Aqua Tail would be thrown and wants to just at least get the Drapion off the field.
Yeah, Drapion is off the field, but the Feraligatr on Marco Shiny's side does have that energy loaded. So let's see what happens here. Does he come for a quick swipe, making sure the Feraligatr's Hydro Cannon is landed? But no, coming in with a Cradilli here. This means that the Feraligatr will be able to get to this Ice Beam to do super effective damage onto the Cradilli, and the Cradilli still is 1 bullet seed away from its charge attacks.
Don't count anyone out at this point because it's still anyone's game trying to catch you, but you see Marco Shiny waiting a turn, now coming in with the Feraligatr, getting a little bit of energy before knocking out this Tinkerton. The real question is this Hydro Cannon is enough? But I think it might be.
Hydro Cannon is enough to knock out the Tinkerton, but this Feraligatr did come in with a lot of energy, and it will outpace Kaifia's Feraligatr towards the end game to knock it out. That 2-shield Feraligatr, Marco Shiny in the mid game completely flipped the game on top of his head for Kaifia.
Feraligatr gives a Hydro Cannon, Marco Shiny gives a fist pump, and he takes game number 1 in this losers round. He needs one more to be able to continue on in this tournament, but if anyone has really had to come back this season, I honestly think it's been Kaifia.
Yeah, Kaifia's been doing great as well. He's had plenty of reverse sweeps even today, so I'm not counting him out. It will all come down to, did Kaifia make the right call by letting that Drapion go onto the Feraligatr? Because if not, this game would have had a completely different ending.
I think a lot of times the trainers, especially at this point in the games, in the matchups, the days even, have had opportunities to watch how their different opponents play. And if you've seen these trainers at different points now, you notice certain tendencies perhaps, and especially if you know you're going to be playing up against them. I know a lot of times the trainers are saying, hey, is there anyone available to quickly scrim with me, or I just want to know how this matchup will play out. Both of these trainers recognize that this is a big moment for them. They need to be able to win this to stay in the tournament, and both of them are determined to do so.
Yeah, both these trainers are locked in here, and in comes the deciding game for Kaifia and also for Marco Shiny. 1 game away from progressing to the next round, and Kaifia 1 game away from going out of the tournament. But that is such a bad lead to have, and immediately pivoting into the Drapion.
Drapion versus Clodsire is actually fairly risky as well, because the Earthquake of the Clodsire threatens the knockout on the Drapion. So he just wants to make sure that, I think if you're Marco Shiny, you want to be able to at least get a shield. This is such a bait. Will Kaifia be able to call this? If he does, this will be huge energy advantage for him, but a last-second shield puts him extremely on the back foot.
Last-second shield is going to prove very costly in this game. Drapion does have a ton of energy. Its pacing is amazing, but that bait would put the Clodsire in the driver's seat. Not to mention, we have 2 Pokemon at the back for Marco Shiny that do not want to see this Drapion with energy.
I do love this play because it forces Marco Shiny to make a shield call here, because I think it also indicates to Kaifia that he is throwing that Earthquake. He wants to at least get that shield back. Does Kaifia really want to go down energy? No, he wants to be able to get this. He used both shields here in this mid-game matchup, and now the Feraligatr comes in, and this is dangerous. There's no Protect Shields left on Kalfia's side.
Yeah, going immediately for the crunch here, but Feraligatr again ramping up that energy. It is already at 6 Shadow Claws. 1 Hydro Cannon loaded. Let's see when he decides to throw this move. Maybe 1 turn before. Oh, waits a turn. Great patience shown by Marco Shiny.
Marco Shiny basically at maximum energy, just charging up a ton. He's throwing this Hydro Cannon. He's hitting all the bubbles because he wants to put some impact into that Tinkerton before it even gets to an attack. Kaifia recognizing he might not get to that play rough, going ahead throwing the Bulldoze for a potential debuff and at least some meaningful chip damage into the Feraligatr.
Yep, and let's see what happens here. No debuff, unfortunately. Feraligatr has so much energy, all the way till max energy, and this Hydro Cannon is going to knock out the Tinkerton and potentially both the Pokemon, whatever the Pokemon may be that comes in.
What a menacing grin this Feraligatr has when it's up so much energy, being able to throw a Hydro Cannon right away. He's just throwing, he doesn't even need to wait because this is going to do some heavy damage to whatever comes in at this point.
Yeah, this is still going to be a really close game here. Feraligatr going immediately for the Hydro Cannon. Unfortunately for Kaifia, I think he could have farmed a little bit more energy. So the end game is going to be so crucial. It's going to be the Cradilly going up against the Feraligatr.
Going ahead and just trying to get as much energy as possible. Both of them know the counts at this point. And wow, a huge call by Kaifia here, being able to catch this Rock Tomb onto the Drapion and be able to get a little bit more energy for his Feraligatr in the back. The Drapion is now out of energy. Feraligatr can't take these grass types very well, but he's going to be able to get up to an Ice Beam. He's at 100 energy, but will he be able to pull through? Kaifia shaking his head no, and I think Marco Shiny is still happy at how this is turning out.
Yeah, the Ice Beam knocks out the Cradilly, but the Feraligatr of Marco Shiny has too much energy, knocking out Kaifia from this tournament, and Marco Shiny progressing on to the next round.
Shadow Feraligatr against Shadow Feraligatr at the end there. The Shadow Claw down gives Marco Shiny the win, puts him still in the tournament. You see him pumping his fist. He's so excited to be here, and we're so excited to have him.
That was such close games, even though Kaifia had such negative matchups, almost did enough to claw back into the game, but that energy on Feraligatr was too much for him to claw back.
There's a lot of really fantastic plays by both of these trainers here. Since this is the loser's side of the bracket, Kaifia is going home. He will not be the champion, but he does have a lot of championship points that he can collect at the end of this tournament. So incredible run for a top place finalist.
Yeah, I mean, great run by Kaifia. And also, we really can't count out Marcus Shiny, right? He played that game impressively. It takes a lot of courage in mid-game to completely say, all right, I'm going to commit 2 shields on my Feraligatr, go 2 shields down, but I'm going to leverage my energy to win the game. That's how you play Shadow Feraligatr.
I think that there was a big energy advantage, and you could see the grin light up on Marcus Shiny's face when he recognized there's no more shields left in play. That means my Feraligatr really wants to come out and shine. Also, I was just thinking about this. Kaifia was on my Caster Fantasy draft, and Marcus Shiny was on Inadequences. So, I mean, I think that now we're all a little bit more equal. I still have Patoman, and he still has Marcus Shiny.
Oh yeah, fair. I still think that I'm not sure if I have anyone remaining
I think
anymore.
You're not. I think it's just between Martine and I, at least on that side of the board. Plenty more players in the actual tournament that we should be keeping our focus on. Huge congrats to Marcus Shiny continuing on in this tournament.
Yeah. It was a great run. It's still a great run, and I hope to see more of him. I think Inatic once pointed out he was expecting a lot from Marcus Shiny as well today when we started this tournament. Let's see what he has. Let's see how much more he can give, how much more can he entertain us, and how close does he get to that coveted title.
You know, we were talking about the power of Shadow Annihilate, and we saw it earlier on in the tournament, but nowhere to be seen in these matches here, relying solely on the strength of that Shadow Feraligatr to just put in work time and time again. Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. This place is cooling off.
Cooling off, a lot of hydration coming in as well. 2 trainers showcasing the strength of Feraligatr. You can also see this at the end game. Look at the great swap by Kaifia, not giving up at all, but we will also see that Ice Beam knocking out the Cardilli, but not enough to knock out the Feraligatr.
Going ahead, he's doing everything he can, but even a great player recognizes when he has maybe been bested at this point. Those bolts, he's just doing a bit too much damage, making that Shadow Claw damage take him out. Basically 1 HP away from being able to take the game for himself. That truly came down to the absolute wire.
Yeah, I think it came down to 1 extra Shadow Claw worth of damage for Kaifia to tie the game even. So it was such a close game. And Kaifia's blessed us with plenty of close games so far in this tournament.
They've been really fun to watch. I mean, again, now you were saying it earlier before, Golisopod maybe is the best, Shadow Feraligatr is maybe the best. I think this was a true Shadow Feraligatr showcase by both of these trainers. And speaking of showcases, let's kind of talk about this Pokemon.
Yeah, Feraligatr is an amazing Pokemon. It is just a water-type Pokemon, but it's the range of fast attacks and charge attacks that it can run that makes it truly a champion in the championship circuit. We have Shadow Claw as the fast attack. We have Hydro Cannon, which is a community day move, which does a ton of damage. And then for coverage, you could either go Ice Beam to cover the Dark-type Pokemon, or Crunch to have, Ice Beam to cover the Grass-type Pokemon, or Crunch to have an overall coverage against other Ice-type Pokemon.
I think a lot of times at the beginning, especially when Shadow Feraligatr was introduced with Shadow Claw to be able to pack a little bit more of a punch, or let's say a claw in the meta, a lot of trainers were opting to run Crunch for a potential debuff like you see on Shadow Drapion, and also because at that point there was a lot of Toxapexes. There were other Pokemon that were used, or like a Dugong, to really counter Shadow Feraligatr specifically, and there was at least give it a fighting chance back into that type of meta. Now that a lot of those Pokemon have disappeared, Ice Beam seems to be the optimal attack, at least in this current meta, because of the Grass-type Pokemon like Jumpluff being able to completely knock it out of the sky.
Yeah, but I think Crunch slowly lost its way just because of the fact that you don't really need it. In more often than not, in neutral matchups, you do not want to go Crunch. You always want to go for the Hydro Cannon. If the Hydro Cannon is not resisted, you almost always throw the Hydro Cannon. That's how good of a move it is. And that's why we see Ice Beam for coverage, because it's so weak against Grass-type Pokemon.
I mean, honestly, I'm such a fan of Hydro Cannon. I'm such a fan of Leo as well. And actually, I'm glad that we talked about that, because Leo has some good, interesting fan activities that I think we can check out here at the Special Championship.
welcome. I'm here with a breath of fresh air here in the fan zone. Get it? All right, let's check this out over here, because this is where fans, friends, trainers and family come together to play the different games that you can't compete in at these regionals, special championships, etc. The first thing I want to show you is the coloring competition. We have different pictures of Pokemon that can be colored out, and we can of course see some fan favorites as well. With shiny Charizard here next to a normal Charizard. We have Venusaur, we have Squirtle, we have a funky Squirtle here, we have the Charizard line, and so many more cool Pokemon that kids and everyone else can just enjoy coloring out here. And there are of course also other games. If you look at this, this is a Nintendo 64 with Pokemon Snap in it, so you can really play those retro games that many of us players have been growing up with. So this is also a very nice thing. What do we have here? Oh, we have gold in here. That is very, very cool. The OG Pokemon Gold Edition. I have one of those at home, and yeah, I love this. I'm a big Ho-Oh fan, as you can see. And of course, that's something really, really cool that's happening here. You can actually talk to staff, and if you find 5 people, you can play as a team Pokemon Unite online. So you meet some people here, you think, hey, I think you're cool, you would be a nice teammate. So you go over here and you just play some Unite. All right, there are also other things you can do here, and one thing that I especially love is puzzling. So if you have like a very lazy Sunday, or you're just here at one of those regionals, you can do puzzles. It's relaxing, it's fun, it's great. And those Pokemon themed puzzles are my favorites, of course. We have Pidgeot, we have Venusaur, I'm forgetting Pokemon names right now, Jolteon, and there are many different puzzles you can do here. So this is the fan zone you can go to at regionals and special championships, meet up with other players, meet up with parents, with friends, with family, and yeah, just enjoy your time, play some Pokemon. And I think that our trainers are soon going to play some more Pokemon Go as well on stage, so let's kick it back to the casters.
Okay, I'm not even kidding. Huge fan of that whole segment, and I really want to say, Funky Squirtle. I wish we had Funky Squirtle in Pokemon Go. I don't know what we can do. Can we talk to someone to be able to get some of these into our actual game? And I think that Leo should start naming Pokemon, because Funky Squirtle, super fun.
Yeah, I think he's naming Pokemon because he's forgetting some Pokemon names as well. But Funky Squirtle seems really fun indeed. I think the funkiest Squirtle we have is a Squirtle with the glasses as well.
Oh,
I think it's from the main series anime, and that was bought into the game. I think we should do a lot more of those. You know, like the
Squirtle part of the Squirtle squad, and then that's even cool because when it started evolving, the Blastoise had the huge aviator sunglasses. I know that I have some of I have the shiny versions of those that I've been collecting throughout the years.
Yeah, I do have shiny versions of that as well. But another Pokemon that gets
shiny versions of it.
Yeah, I also have one of the Pokemon that I want to see is the Crocodile that was introduced later in the main series game with that sunglasses.
Oh yeah, with the big ones.
Yeah, yeah. Those would be really, really cool.
Let us know what you guys would love to see in the game. I don't know if he's watching the Twitch, but there's someone who always wants the cowboy hat Caterpie. This seems to be something that's like, please get it here. I did a hoot hoot with the different hats. There are so many different collectible things that you can have inside our game. One of my favorites I have is a shiny Wurmple with the party hat.
Oh wow, that's a very funky Pokemon as well. Do you know which is the rarest kind of shiny you could have?
Tell us.
Sorry?
Oh, do I know?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were.
I mean, one of the rarest shiny costumed Pokemon.
Tell me.
It's the Detective Hat Pikachu.
Oh,
it was released for a very short period of time, and not many people had the opportunity to catch it in the shiny form.
I don't think I have that. I'll tell you another rare one is the form of Furfrou that you can evolve only in Egypt.
Oh, do you have it?
I do.
I guess that's where she was leading on with the segment, you know, I think.
I do.
You're also known to collect a lot of the butterfly Pokemon.
Yes, I do. I have so many maxed out Pavilion with the basically 100 attack, defense, and HP. So exciting from all the different regions. I love pinning postcards. I'm not kidding. It's so much fun. Friends, send me your gifts.
They will, of course, send you your gifts. But first, we have this matchup lined up here. It's going to be Babylon Dinias going up against Wolfpack. One of the few trainers here not going with one dark Pokemon, going with 2 and 3 dark Pokemon in his team. What we saw in this meta is that dark Pokemon are pushed out, but he's like, I think there was a time when Stone Collection in an earlier meta just played the team from the meta before without changing it, and he went a long way in the tournament, and I think that's exactly what Pablo Andinez is doing.
Listen, Tinkaton makes me think a ton here, but I can play around it with my picks, and that's exactly what he's been doing this whole tournament, being able to really play through a lot of formidable opponents to be able to stay in this. Pablo Andinez is also a trainer who's really well known. Look at all of his accomplishments that he had. 2024 was a very big season for him with the Utrecht Special Championship last season, getting 2nd place, also some very high top cut finishes, and he has another one to add to his name because he just made top cut here in Seville.
Yeah, he did make top cut in Seville, but we see so much accolades on the side of Pablo Andinez. But then again, Wolfpack is nobody to shy from. We've seen him in so many tournaments, but first let's take a quick look at his team. The Primeape again coming in with the Karate Chop, Rage Fist, but in this case it's going to be a close combat. Another Pokemon that stands out is that Unnovan Stunfisk, Thundershock, Mud Bomb, and Discharge. Such a spammy Pokemon and a great Pokemon to have to counter that Tinkaton, but unfortunately for Wolfpack, Pablo Andinez does not run the Tinkaton.
Yeah, we saw Stunfisk do really well for HK Assassin when he played against Vision Prod earlier on. I wonder if Wolfpack is hoping to have similar results. Jumpluff, not really the Pokemon that it wants to be kind of taking the attack against, because all of the flying type attacks from Jumpluff aren't really been doing much at all to the Pokemon.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at Wolfpack's credential. He's a Lille Regional Top 4, Dortmund Regional Top 8, and Turin Special Championship Top 16 as well. And he's been consistent. We see some from the 2023, some for 2024 season as well. So he is now here to again punch another accolade into his long list of accolades.
I think that both of these trainers are ready to be playing here. They have been waiting for a while. They know that these are big moments for them. As a reminder, we are in the losers part of this bracket, and in double elimination, that means whoever wins this stays on in the tournament, keeps their tournament hopes and dreams alive. And honestly, I'm really enjoying both of these team compositions that they're bringing in. I think Pablo Andinez has the only Morpeko that we have in this top cut.
Yeah, only Morpeko, but again, the plushie always gets my attention. This is that Dragonite. It's so stylish with that curled up antlers as well. Let's see, these two trainers have locked in their teams. It's going to be a Sableye, Shadow Sableye going up against a Shadow Jumpluff. Sableye will take super effective damage from these Fairy Winds, but then again, Sableye is so bulky and these Shadow Claws do so much damage.
With open team sheets, it's easy for Wolfpack to see there's no Power Gem to really be worried about on the side of that Sableye. So going ahead, opting to throw Foul Plays, but look how much damage this does, both of these being Shadow, and it just takes Jumpluff a little bit longer to power up to, catching now this Acrobatics onto the Claydol, but it's still going to put in a bit of work. I don't think if you're Wolfpack, you're not too concerned about this at this point, but I think we might see a pivot out after he gets enough energy to throw a next attack.
Yeah, but what does he pivot into? None of his backline Pokemon want to deal with this Claydol, so what he does, he goes up to as much energy as he can get from this matchup, and going for the knockout with the Acrobatics before Claydol gets to another move. This puts him in such a good position. Now Pablo Andinez is reduced to just 2 Pokemon, where he has to go through 3 Pokemon from the side of Wolfpack.
In comes that Dugong at this point. This Ice type attack is going to be doing a lot to the Jumpluff, but Jumpluff hits back with a charge attack of his own there. This is just an aerial. It's a small amount of damage, but he wants to be able to at least put in some thought before he swaps out, and in comes the Primeape. Primeape with 2 shields, now up against the Dugong, going for the Rage Fist.
Yeah, going for Rage Fist #1, but the Primeape coming with the Karate Chops, slowly adding up. Look where the Dugong is already in the HP. Let's see what the Dugong does. Going for that Icy Wind here, debuffing the boost that the Primeape got.
Dugong says, why don't you cool down a little bit? We're going to lower that attack right back to where it was. But now in comes that Sableye to catch a Rage Fist. But this is not really a catch, because this is still going to do a nice amount of damage. Forces Pablo Andinez to use a shield here. Switch timers are not up on the side of Wolfpack. and Sableye has a ton of energy putting in the work.
Yeah, Sableye does have a lot of energy to go through here. For foul play coming in, this will knock out the Primate Unshielded. Wolfpack knows this, pulls up a Protect Shield, and immediately going for this Rage Fist again. Maybe this will get the last Protect Shield from the Sableye.
I like this play a lot. He wants to strip those shields away. He wants to put them about on even energy because in the back you see that there is a fully healthy Unova Stunfisk. He's not able to get to another Rage Fist. It's Channel. Sableye has so much energy here coming in with the jump love, trying to get as much damage off as possible, forcing Pablodinas to make a throw, but there's a still fully healthy Unova Stunfisk in the back.
There's a healthy Unova Stunfisk, but can this Sableye get to the Dazzling Gleam to do a lot of damage? It already has it, but maybe here going for the back-to-back foul play. Foul play number 1 coming in. This is going to do a lot of damage. It is still a Shadow Sableye, but you know when Stunfisk is such a bulky Pokemon. Immediate swap into the Dugong, but this discharge will be enough to send the Dugong back. One more Pokemon is all what stands between Wolfpack and that 1-game lead.
Ice is nice, but not at this point in the matchup. Dugong goes down, and there's just a little bit of Sableye left, not able to take it. Wolfpack takes game number 1.
What a great gameplay by Wolfpack there. It's no identifying that, all right, I don't want to swap in any of my Pokemon into the Claydol save swap. I'm just going to stay in and get to 2 acrobatics before you even get to 1 move, and letting that Claydol go proved pivotal in how this game was turning out. What I would have liked to see, I think, on the side of Pablodinas is staying in a little bit longer as a Sableye, because if that had happened, we might have seen Claydol into Primeape, and what could be even better is an Ice-type Pokemon into a Ground-type Pokemon like Stunfisk. Of course, Stunfisk that did have some play, but then again, it would still have been a really close game.
Stunfisk being able to just soak up the energy from the Sableye. Sableye has very nice fast attacks and charge attacks that do quite a bit of damage, but to a fully healthy Pokemon like Unova Stunfisk that had a bit of bulk to its name, it was able to really power through the 2 remaining Pokemon with small health, securing game number 1 for Wolfpack and putting Pablodinas a bit on that back foot.
Yeah, I think having 2 Pokemon at the back, where in the mid-game is, 3 Pokemon in the back at mid-game after you eliminate one of your opponent's Pokemon is a huge lead to have. Specifically, if all your Pokemon are so bulky. You had one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Wolfpack's team, which is the Stunfisk, and also Jumpluff was still available, but then the closer Pokemon that does a ton of damage like a Primeape. Of course, you give 2 shields to a Primeape, it never lets you down.
It was very risky, but well calculated and well-deserved win there. Also, I want to point out, you really mentioned it mid-game there, Abi. It was like he had no Pokemon to swap out of in the Claydol Jumpluff scenario, and in that case, he just took a breath and stayed in. Just because your opponent swaps doesn't mean you actually have to swap either. He took that time to assess and recognize, okay, this is actually still an advantageous round for me. I'm still going to be able to get a ton of energy and throw before even the Claydol gets to an attack, forcing either a shield from Pablodinas or letting that Claydol go down. And that really, I think, helped secure him that round. We're hopping into game number 2 here. We're getting ready to go. These players are ready to rock, and we have a really great lead for Pablodinas. Congratulations, getting that Sableye where it needs to be.
Is it really a great lead? Because the Primeape will get to the close combat at the same time Sableye gets to the foul plays. So let's see what he tries to do. Ooh, great catch by Wolfpack here, catching the resisted foul play onto the Tinkaton.
Tinkaton going ahead and saying, I can Tinka take it here. Not very effective attack, starting to swing the hammer. I think this is really great for Pablodinas too. Just charging up a ton of energy, getting to another foul play before now coming in with one of the heavier counters to Tinkaton, and that is that Claydol. But this one already has a lot of energy. We saw this in a previous round too. Sometimes the Tinkaton is actually brought out to lure out the Claydol, which didn't do too much for Pablodinas in the last round.
Yeah, can the Claydol farm down the Tinkaton before it gets to another move? No, it cannot. But this is one of the scenarios where the energy on the Primeape goes a long way, because none of these Pokemon will win Charge Attack tie against this Primeape. All he has to do is come in with the Primeape, click on the Rage Fist, and off goes the Claydol.
We're going ahead, waiting out the switch timer. Wolfpack being patient as ever here, and actually opts to go in with the Swampert. Very interesting play. He wants to catch this Rock Tomb, even though this is going to lower the attack of the Swampert. As you can see, it doesn't do that much damage, and just wants to continue to go ahead and ramp up energy now, going for one more Karate Chop before throwing the first Rage Fist, and now this Primeape is primed and ready.
Yeah, the gameplay is in such a way that Pablo Ondinez now knows all 3 Pokemon of Wolfpack, and what he knows is that there's a Swampert at the back and he has a Drapion at the back. This is not a matchup you want to be as a Drapion, so immediately coming in with the Drapion. Let's see what happens here. Close combat is what Wolfpack is going to give Pablo Ondinez. Will this be shielded?
This is shielded very last second. That would have done so much damage. That would have knocked out the Drapion. Meanwhile, just a ton of energy. But guess what? Back-to-backs. Here, he's got another one. You see them both sit up. You see them recognizing this is a pivotal point in the game. 2 shields down by Pablo Ondinez, but there is still a fully healthy Swampert now coming back in.
Swampert comes back in here. I think there is no onus on the Swampert to shield the moves from the Drapion, because also the Sableye has a lot of energy to go through. Will this be it? Going for the Aqua Tail here, of course, putting yourself in a position where this Aqua Tail can KO is a bit risky, but let's see how the game plays out.
Wolfpack not shielding the first crunch in case it gave a debuff, but a combination play here by Pablo Ondinez forces that last shield off of Wolfpack. It's still going to come down to energy management at this point. That Swampert is very, very low, and it's got to get through 2 Pokemon there. Going and throwing this Hydro Cannon now, the Shadow Claws will be doing more damage than the Poison Stings from that Drapion, so he just wants to make sure that he can get to 2. The real question is, will he be able to?
3 Mud Shot is all what the Swampert needs. Drapion does not have any energy. Swampert outpaces the Drapion, and that is it. Swampert will knock out the Drapion, and Wolfpack goes further in the tournament.
Let's hear it for the Wolf! Oh! Wonderful plays, masterful timing here by Wolfpack, being able to take down a very, very formidable opponent there in Pablo Ondinez, someone who's well known within this competitive circuit. Wolfpack making a name for himself, taking down Palasha, taking down Pablo Ondinez, and maybe I don't know, are there any other trainers with a P at the beginning of it?
I think he has it out for people, for trainers whose names start with a P. But that's also good, because you know one of the trainers that's doing well in this tournament, whose name starts with a P?
Tell me.
Padoman.
Ooh, uh-oh, he's coming for you, Padoman. We got Wolfpack going on a rampage here in Sevilla.
Oh, that was such a good game to see. And the Primeape putting in so much work. It's one of the great things to have as a Primeape. You get in the lead. It's kind of like a 4 save swap. You ramp up a lot of energy, and whatever Pokemon the mid game comes after, your opponent is always put in a position where he has to say, oh man, there is a lot of energy on this Primeape. I need to have a shield for me to secure the end game. And if you don't have shields, Primeape is just going to close combat you.
Again, I say this a couple of times during the tournaments, but it's really interesting to see that just because you lose the lead in a game does not necessarily mean you're going to lose that matchup. Having a Primeape up against a Sableye at the beginning really kind of puts you, it's a little bit dangerous, right? Because the Sableye's Shadow Claws are doing so much damage. Any charge attack is really going to put the Primeape down low, but Wolfpack really played around with this in both of these matchups here. You saw him shake his head when Pablo Ondinez caught this acrobatics, but really I was so impressed with he was able to play completely around it to still win game number 1 and game number 2.
Game number 2, this is perfect play here by Wolfpack. Catching this foul play completely altered the course of the game here. Pablo Ondinez thinking maybe Wolfpack has done enough cross chops to go for the close combat here, trying to go for that charge attack tie, but unfortunately Wolfpack making that catch and completely flipping the game on top of his head, and Swampert. So much work.
You know, we talk about Golisopod, we talk about Shadow for Alligator, but Swampert is back and it is ready to make some impact here. Let me tell you what, that end game, it came down so close, but I still felt like Wolfpack felt like he was in the driver's seat. He recognized, I know that I need 2 Hydro Cannons, I know the energy counts, and what I really liked about it was he recognized the Shadow Claws from the Sableye would do more damage than those Poison Jabs from the Drapion. And so at that point he said, okay, I need to get that Sableye out of there so then I can be able to farm up the energy on the Drapion. It takes a lot of knowledge to know which Pokemon you actually want to do your farming of energy on.
Yeah, I mean, the knowledge comes from past experiences and past tournaments, and you know, having the Swampert, you probably played quite a few metas ago, right? But of course you know that the Drapion exists, you know how much the Poison Stings does on the Swampert, and that knowledge you can take from previous tournaments. And talking about previous tournaments, we have a quick video to show you about a previous tournament that happened in Stockholm.
Hi trainers, I'm Tomahawk UK. And if you missed any of the action at the 2025 Stockholm Regional Championships, Here's a quick recap just for you.
Pressing it, he's pressing it. Look at that play from Withen. He is doing that, and the Spirit Tomb is in the low. Colin,
Take that, Azumarill.
The final shield of this match. Come through, but no. Feraligatr joins the fray. Fantastic adaptation.
he does hang on, and he takes the crown.
Stockholm was the first European regional of the Might and Mastery season, with many players utilising Pokemon never seen before in the Play Pokemon circuit. New entrants to the top of the field included Cradily, Lapras, Swalot, and even Claydol. With so many new Pokemon available to use, Stockholm was a spectacle to behold, both for new viewers as well as veterans of the game. It was almost impossible to predict the outcome of matches based on team composition alone, and the world could only watch and admire the calibre of gameplay on show. One major question going into the event was whether or not the old guard would still have a place in the meta following the Might and Mastery attack update. Some commentators were of the firm view that Azumarill's time in the spotlight was over. However, much of the player base disagreed, as Azumarill ranked second in day one usage alongside its longtime ally, Shadow Drapion. It quickly became clear that this dominant core from the previous season wasn't ready to bid farewell, with local prodigy PvP David taking Azumarill and Shadow Drapion all the way to the Stockholm Grand Finals. And for David, it was all about the journey. For the first time ever in a major Pokemon Go event, we watched a player go up against none other than his own father. This video game-esque storyline brought tears to our eyes, dubbed by David's father as a memory for life. And as David's Pangoro punished his opposition one after another, it began to look like his second title this year was on the cards. Enter Nickname, a champion of the ages, having won gold in his first ever regional event in Bremen 2022. Nickname has become almost a household brand amongst grassroots and Play Pokemon players alike. Having tasted victory in the past, Nickname knew it had been far too long since he last had his hands on a gold medal. Running a perfect blend of old and new, Nickname utilised a Guzzlord Swalot core to feast his way through the competition, knocking PvP David down into the loser's bracket before meeting him once more in the Stockholm Grand Finals. The advantage was in Nickname's hands, coming from the winner's side of the bracket, as well as having a heavy team composition advantage. And Nickname made absolutely no mistake in closing out his flawless tournament run. With a dominant 3-0 victory, Nickname rose to the occasion to become the 2025 Stockholm Regional Champion, not only earning himself a coveted gold medal, but also achieving yet another title for Pokemon Go's all-time hero, Azumarill. We know we'll see plenty more of Nickname in the Play Pokemon circuit. Can we say the same for Azumarill? Or might another Fairy-type Pokemon disrupt the status quo? Let's get straight back to the action to find out.
I just love those recaps from Farid because he uses so many different words, and at this point I'm pretty sure he makes some of those.
Like his native language is English.
It could be possible, right? Anyways, the Stockholm Regional Champion was, of course, a roller coaster of emotions. So many different spice pick, a new meta emerging. I didn't see Swalot on the top spot before the tournament, to be honest.
Swalot really was a revelation in that tournament, and we haven't seen it as much now lately. It's kind of a risky Pokemon to use when Claydol is so dominant, and at that time I think a lot of players were hesitant to use Claydol just because it has so many weaknesses in that ground and psychic type defensive typing.
Yep, the Nickname also ran a Pokemon that is really, really strong versus that Claydol, and that is Guzzlord. Guzzlord is a Pokemon that also had some hard losses in Azumarill, mainly.
Tinkaton now.
Yeah, Alolan Sandslash as well, and now Tinkaton, exactly. Even though, what would you say? Do you think it's better to have your Guzzlord up against an Azumarill or Tinkaton?
Depends if you have Sludge Bomb or not.
Yeah, if you don't have Sludge Bomb, then it's catastrophe.
Big impact. I think both are absolutely terrible. Tinkaton probably can farm you down straight up with Fairy Winds. For everyone just tuning in, we are at Seville 2025, the official broadcast, and we are in the top 8 of the tournament. We're going into losers round 2 very soon, and we have our winners side finals as well later on. That will be between Patman and HK Assassin. As you can see here, the first one of losers round 2 is between Vision Prot and Marcus Shiny. I also want to call out that the winner of these 2 rounds will be placing for a 4th place medal. So there's a lot at stake at just this round already.
Right, we can see Vision Prod has had a lot of success in this tournament, has just gotten knocked down into the losers bracket and is now playing versus Marco Shiny, who was one of your favorites to win the tournament, right?
Correct, he's on my caster draft, but Vision Prod has been making an absolute show here in his first play Pokemon Championship with that unique Clodsire moveset. He's trying to surpass Stone Collection's achievement with it in Stuttgart, where he also had that, and then he lacked Earthquake against a Toxapex, so kind of arguably a good moveset, maybe not?
I mean, if you have Stone Edge, then yeah, Brine also problematic in that measure. It has its advantages. Like, you have flexibility against most other Pokemon where you usually have to choose basically those Pokemon that are not very much affected by Earthquake versus those. Sometimes you want to have the Sludge Bomb, sometimes you want to have Stone Edge.
I think it's for like Azumarill plus Talonflame course, but we've hardly seen any Talonflame, so I'm not sure how useful that would have been here. And on Marco Shiny's side, the Shadow Annihilape has been so good for him, and I think in this team kind of looks good as well. You just kind of really fear that jump love, and it has play into everything else. Both trainers are locked in. Let's see who's going for those metal moves here. Vision Prot on the left with the jump love into Drapion from Marcus Shiny. This is a pretty neutral matchup despite super effective Poison Sting, but looks like Vision Prot doesn't want any of that. He's swapping into Prime right away, and this is a very nice move from Marcus Shiny, the chip and dip.
Exactly, immediately throwing the Aqua Tail here. If this connects, that's going to do a heavy amount of damage just for an Aqua Tail. Shadow Feraligatr is swapped onto that Prime Ape immediately, and no shield. Super quick, not saying that, oh, this might be a close combat. Nope, we are no shielding.
Well, Leon has Ice Punch, so it makes sense that it's not a close combat. Of course, can really throw you off, though, when you really have it in your head that the standard move is with close combat. But Marcus Shiny has read the team sheet, and he just claws his down. Now you come out with a lot of energy. Even though you're down a shield, you can't really bring a jump off here because you may get hit by an Ice Beam. But even your own Feraligatr doesn't want to take resisted Hydro Cannon damage here.
Exactly, the Hydro Cannons plus some Shadow Claws, if you are playing from full HP, are sometimes even enough to knock out. Oh,
charges that priority.
Oh, this is an Ice Beam, but does Vision Pro call it? Yes, he puts up a shield immediately.
Yeah, wants to get rid of this Feraligatr and now going for the areas. Did I see Vision Pro just try to switch there and keep the energy? It would have made sense because if all the energy is gone, you could get a nice Shadow Claw down. We see Vision Pro swap out now, trying to get the energy lead, but saving the Ice Beam could be crucial later on for Marcus Shiny, answering with the Cradilly, but you have no shields.
Yep, the Vision Prod has to pay attention to that possible Ice Beam combo play later on, but Marco Shiny is now going to be hit with an Ice Beam on the Cradilly immediately. Has to throw a charge attack here. I think this is definitely Fairy Wind downrange.
I love this timing, because if you throw immediately and this wouldn't knock out, the Feraligatr will get more Shadow Claw damage in. Now it gets a few less, but the problem is it's only one off another attack, and one poison definitely doesn't knock out. So you get to that Hydro Cannon, even though it's debuffed, it's still going to do a ton of damage. I think this doesn't put Drapion into the red yet, but really close to. Am I right? I'm wrong.
It's gonna put it into aerial ace range, definitely. Vision Prod, of course, no energy on that Shadow Jump Bluff anymore. You can't shield this here. You know that the Shadow Feraligatr has an Ice Beam ready, so you definitely just need to overfarm for a little bit of energy, just so that you outpace. Okay, we are throwing immediately too much damage from the Poison Stings otherwise.
And even though there is an Ice Beam stored on Marco Shiny's side, there's still a shield on the side of Vision Prod. So very well played there. One Fairy Wind. I think maybe you need another one, but Marcus Shiny, he's close to 2 Hydro Cannon, but I don't think he gets there.
I was gonna say 2 Hydro Cannon would at this point also knock out, but I think that Fairy Wind damage is too strong here. The Shadow Feraligatr gets knocked out, and Vision Prod is looking like an absolute champ in this tournament.
Vision Prod, the representative of the Portuguese. I can hear them from here in the crowd. But Marcus Shiny, a really good trainer, has made a comeback multiple times in this tournament. He's a point down, but he's definitely the one to make a comeback. Perhaps it is time to bring the Shadow Annihilape for that. Shadow Annihilape would have been pretty decent in that team, but Vision Prod bring the jump up as well to make sure he can shut down the Annihilape as well in case it's trying to go rampant.
Yep, the Shadow Annihilape has seen play before. That was a very smart move of Marco Shiny to show it, to 2 shield counter down some Pokemon. A Shadow Drapion got swapped onto a boosted Annihilate. That was definitely something, a big show of the Shadow Annihilate. And even though there is the Shadow Jumpluff to answer it, there is not too much else that you can throw at it. So Shadow Feraligatr has problems with a 2-shielded Annihilate. Primeape has big problems.
Yeah.
Even Claydol doesn't love it because those Rage Fists, they do a lot of damage.
They can add up. Mudslap damage at least chunks a lot into the Annihilate, so as long as shields are in play, Claydol doesn't really have a problem. Claydol will only struggle if it is down a shield. Only then it will struggle into an Annihilate. Otherwise, on even shields, even energy, Claydol doesn't really struggle as much as one charge stack with the Mudslaps usually takes it out. We're heading straight into game number 2.
Alright, Vision Prod versus Marco Shiny. Who wins the lead, or is it going to be neutral again? Clodsire versus Shadow Feraligatr is something that Shadow Feraligatr kind of favors.
But this time, your Primeape safe switch is a little bit better because it will outpace his Feraligatr to the first charge attack, and looks like that is what Vision Prod is doing immediately, going for the Rage Fist and making sure to boost its attack and also to outpace whatever comes in next. If you throw a charge attack now as the Feraligatr and then switch out, the Primeape and Leo Ice Punch, so you can cover that Clodsire a little bit better.
I again forgot about that just immediately after Clodsire comes in now. The Primeape is already boosted here, is already at almost 2 Ice Punches here. Charge attack priority on the Sludge Bomb here. How much damage is this going to do?
I think about 50%. Primeape is such a high attack stat, it will win charge priority against almost everything. And 2 Ice Punch will definitely knock out with a few more of those Karate Chops adding up. But looks like Vision Prod is just satisfied letting the Primeape go. I think this will knock out or almost...
Hang on, you can get a Rage Fist off.
Oh, no. But he keeps the energy. I'm not sure if he kept the Rage Fist, but regardless, now you can go into the Feraligatr, get the charge attack priority. No! He's gonna let this Sludge Bomb land or shield it up and farm up with that Feraligatr. The energy is very valuable, but there's still a shield on Marcus Shiny as well, so it's pretty safe to bring the Cradily once you have the opportunity to, but the timer isn't up yet.
Yep, and Vision Prod throws just before the timer might be up soon.
Makes sense, but I don't think he could have swapped in a lot, so farming up energy there would have been pretty useful in my opinion, but maybe he was expecting a Zoom roll.
Yeah, but now the Cradily comes in here. 2 shields on the Cradily. Goes for an Ice Beam immediately, thinking, hey, if you have 2 shields, I'm more likely to bait. But I think Marcus Shiny at this point also still wants to shield a Hydro Cannon.
Marcus Shiny is not gonna cool down here by that Ice Beam. Grass Knot's going to knock out this Feraligatr. You don't have close combat on your Primeape, so if you have a Rage Fist stored, that will only do not the same type of attack bonus damage here. But Clodsire does have a decent matchup into this Cradily. In comes Feraligatr, however. How are you going to take this out? I'm not sure, even if with a catch we can't poison down. He tries to get Shadow Claw down. Now Feraligatr has Hydro Cannon.
Hydro Cannon is stored almost at 2. It just needs 2 to take out a Clodsire. Vision Prod doesn't even bother throwing the charge attack because he also needs the farm down to deal with the Cradily. But let me tell you one thing, the Cradily isn't going to see play anymore here.
It's not going to be necessary. Feraligatr is at 2 Hydro Cannon here. Marcus Shiny being able to tie up the score here against Vision Prod.
Yep, Vision Prod losing the next game. Marco Shiny is coming back here. He has been down a game before and came back. That is such an interesting matchup. The Shadow Feraligatr is so key for both of these trainers. It's such a good Pokemon.
It is. Did you know Clodsire can actually win the scenario where both Clodsire and Feraligatr use 1 Protect Shield? This is possible even with the Sludge Bomb Stone Edge moveset, because Stone Edge still chunks a lot here. But yeah, how are you going to adapt there? Clodsire didn't find the alignment it needed, and when you're behind on energy against Feraligatr, it's just kind of tough to overcome this. I think if you're Vision Pro, maybe it's time for the Lapras to wall the Feraligatr. But man, if Marcus Shiny then brings the Annihilate and you don't happen to bring the Jumpluff, it's going to be a tough time into that Pokemon.
I mean, Lapras versus Shadow Annihilate, even if you get it
it's
on
not that bad.
You have Psywave damage. You kind of still need to shield up Rage Fist, otherwise you could just get farmed down with ease. But you can deal a lot of damage. You can mitigate that risk of getting countered down by just putting it deep into the red with those Psywaves.
I think so too. So one of these trainers already locked in. This is going to be a Portuguese trainer against a Spanish player. When Marcus Shiny won, this time we heard the Spanish crowd. When Vision Prod won, we heard the Portuguese crowd. So there's a lot of trainers there in the crowd supporting their favorites here. Marcus Shiny needs a little bit more time. There's a lot at stake here. The winner of this match guarantees a medal to their collection, and that's their first medal.
Oh yeah, first medal. Big big step in the right direction to become a champion. But of course, if you win here, you're not only guaranteeing the medal, you're also staying in the tournament to compete for this champion title.
And here we go, Decisive. Game number 3. It is going to be the Primeape into the Shadow Feraligatr. I think this is a slightly favorable matchup for Primeape as long as shields are in play. However, a Hydro Cannon will wash away this Primeape immediately, but it is caught on the Clodsire. However, Clodsire does have a lot of fast attack pressure, so Vision Pro could also opt to stay in and ramp up a little bit more, but he also has the Feraligatr.
I mean, it also depends on the Pokemon that Vision Prod has in the back. Does one more Karate Chop there and then goes into the Feraligatr because he knows he could charge attack priority on the Sludge Bomb. Doesn't decide to do that. Shields up.
A Sludge Bomb, yeah, not even building up to the Earthquake here, which would do more damage, but Vision Prod recognizes that it would do more than a resistant Hydro Cannon, so this allows the Feraligatr to charge up more energy, and now you have energy coming into the next match. If that is the opposing Feraligatr, does actually knock out. Clodsire is really bulky. It does barely knock out here.
And this is where the Rage Fist catch comes in handy for Vision Prod, because that was a little bit of chip damage needed to put the Clodsire into that range. And we're at the same energy for the Shadow Feraligatr. And at this point, if you want to take a Hydro Cannon on something, you might as well take it on the Shadow Feraligatr.
Look at this. This is resisted, but it puts Feraligatr straight into the red. That is a lot of chip damage. But I think that the Cordillera in the back looks really good. However, you're going to get a Shadow Claw down here as Marco Shiny. I don't think his Vision Pro can allow this, and he swaps out immediately before this Feraligatr is able to ramp up to an Ice Beam. Are you going to try and catch here potentially on the Cradily? He is going to make the Aerial Ace catch. That was a bait from Vision Pro here, so it won't do as much damage, but you can now still outpace to an Acrobatics before the first Rock Tomb, so it's not the worst. But man, the energy from the Feraligatr is so tough to deal with because Primeape gets taken out in one Hydro Cannon later.
Yes, 7 Shadow Claws in there, just ready to unleash those charge attacks here. Shadow Jumpluff, of course, outpaces to the Acrobatics, but it doesn't even knock out, and the Fairy Wind pressure is not a lot, so Marco Shiny can even potentially farm up a little bit more energy. Vision Prod will have to probably throw a charge attack afterwards. Can't really farm it down with the Primeape. Or can you swap it in and try to get a knockout like that? Oh no,
I think you just go for the KO here. The problem is, otherwise the Feraligatr gets a Shadow Claw down and then the game is just over. So Vision Prod going for an undercharge here.
Good.
But you need you get a Karate Chop down, you only get one though, and Feraligatr already has so much energy, and I think that the Feraligatr has too much energy actually. It's going to outpace a lot. The Jumpluff doesn't have a lot of energy. This might come down to a catch attempt later, but because Vision Prod's hard swapped here, his timer won't be up. So this is going to be a really tough position for Vision Prod.
Yeah, Vision Prod can't shield anymore. He, of course, also can't switch anymore. Marco Shiny puts up the last shield, is going to reach one more Shadow Claw to that Hydro Cannon, throws it right before Vision Prod is at the next Rage Fist, has some extra energy there.
This might also come down to a fast attack down because Vision Prod has some HP left on the Feraligatr. The Jumpluff might be 4 Fairy Wind away from a Hydro Cannon, but because Marco Shiny farmed up, there will be at least a charge attack priority, if not outpacing it simply. Going into the Feraligatr, but you get the Shadow Claw down. Feraligatr hangs on by a Slaver HP!
Oh, and the Jumpluff comes in and gets taken out by the Shadow boosted Hydro Cannon. Marco Shiny is celebrating. Vision Prod takes the Hydro Cannon to the face and gets knocked out. Marco Shiny advances.
And he wins his first medal. A huge congratulations to Marco Shiny, adding his first prize to his collection to come. And of course, Vision Prod with an amazing run in his first tournament ever. Tied 5th place, that is something to be proud of. We have 2 Titans here, 2 amazing players and their performances.
Huge congratulations to Marco Shiny already, even though he is still in that very tournament. What a run by Marco Shiny.
And it can only get better from here, right? You have the 4th place medal guaranteed, but maybe there could be a 3rd, 2nd or 1st place medal.
There is a lot of momentum on the side of Marco Shiny right now. And I want to just go back to a little bit of analysis of that game, because I was surprised to see the Shadow Feraligatr come in there in the end game and get Shadow Claw down, because I think that the Shadow Jumpluff might have had enough HP to get to a Aerial Ace, forcing the Shadow Feraligatr to throw the Hydro Cannon immediately, and then you have dealt enough Fairy Wind damage to Shadow Claw down yourself.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah. Maybe we can see it. Maybe we can see it in the
They will see it in the replay indeed, but if the Jumpluff wouldn't be able to get there, then it would have been the same scenario. So it really is a hindsight thing. But yes, if you're right, the Feraligatr would have to expend energy, and then you could indeed get that Shadow Claw down, because then we would have had the Fairy Wind damage added to the HP that the Feraligatr had now, and the Feraligatr had pretty much no HP.
Exactly, basically one Fairy Wind or maybe two away from getting knocked out. Another Shadow Jumpluff down here from the tournament, actually. I have been talking it up quite a lot, saying that it is one of the best Pokemon in the Open Great League, and now another one knocked out of the tournament just after the one from
I don't think it's
Gaifu.
coincidence, man. I don't think it's coincidence.
Do you think I overrated the role?
We cannot let Marta Galda get away with all that Jumpluff talk. Here we see in game number 1, the Jumpluff had to shield resisted Hydro Cannon here to get the potential knockout, as the Feraligatr couldn't get enough energy there. But in game 2, Marcus Shiny was able to bounce back. And now his Feraligatr was really important with that alignment on the Clodsire.
Yep. Double Hydro Cannon is just way enough for a Clodsire. Nice catch attempt here from Vision Prod, but it just wasn't enough. Marcus Shiny went up to 2 full Hydro Cannons. Could have become dangerous for Marcus Shiny if Vision Prod waited for 2 Hydro Cannons, because then Marcus Shiny kind of has to throw. But here you can see a nice catch, very important for Marcus Shiny, which at some point even looked dangerous for him. Now we can see the 1 HP survive here from the Shadow.
I think you're right. I think that this Jumpluff may have been able to get to an Aerial Ace, because I believe that the next Aerial Ace, with the residual energy after those acrobatics, it could have been only 4 Fairy Winds. And in that case, you may force Marcus Shiny to throw that Hydro Cannon with the Feraligatr, and then the Feraligatr won't be able to get to another Hydro Cannon into the opposing Feraligatr because it runs out of HP.
If the Shadow Jumpluff was on the 5 Aerial Ace cycle, where you need 5 Fairy Winds, I think it would have become really close. And Shadow Feraligatr might have actually farmed it down, just because it is not a regular Jumpluff, but a Shadow one. But then again, it would have been very difficult in other situations to pressure shields with a Shadow boosted Acrobatics, which is now, at this point, one of the strongest charge attacks we have in the game.
This is no surprise, Leo, but the Spanish are really dominating in this tournament. Vision Prod, a Portuguese player, now has been knocked out. We have Pato Man, a Spanish player, HK Assassin, a British player. We have Borja, a Spanish player, and Wolfpack, a French player. So we have 3 Spanish players, a British and a French player still in the tournament. And the winner of the next match, that will be Borja versus Wolfpack, will also place for that 4th place medal in the losers semifinals.
That would be huge for both of them, but let's hear it first from a trainer who has just won a game. Let's give it over to Avi and Marcus Shiny.
Thank you guys, what a great game it was to watch. It went all the way down to the wire. I'm joined by the winner of this game, Marcus Shiny. Marco, can you give us a small introduction about yourself?
I'm Marco Shiny, I'm from Galicia in Spain. This is my first top 8, also my first medal. I've been tryharding this thing this year, like as much as I could. I travel across all Europe, so I'm happy to finally made it to the top 8.
Yeah, you have a medal now, and you know you still have a long way to go. You're still in the tournament. That was a great game. So I also know that you stream. Do you stream Pokemon Go content?
Yes, I do GBL content like every day. I do my content in Spanish, even though I can speak English, but I always have English subtitles, so people can join. And basically, I just started because COVID, as a lot of people did, right? And then some people in my chat helped me learn through this. All my Mahada Ravens team helped me a lot. And I mean, the good thing about this is, you know, people from all the world, and it's great to be here, see those faces, and you know.
Game number 3 went all the way down to the wire. How were you feeling towards the end of the game?
Right now, I'm literally shaking. This last battle was really tough. I think it was like 1 HP in my Gator. I had the count of energy at all time. I knew his Primip was 1 Karatichu before me, so I had to really manage a lot of things in my head, and it was a really good release to be able to win this.
These are the kind of games that get you really, you know, amped up, and you're getting ready for what will come next. So before we go back to the casters, do you have some shout-outs that you would like to give? Some friends that are here, some people who are supporting you?
I mean, always to Tom, the Gengar Life. He's always cheering for me, sending me messages. Also Emilio from Chile. Of course, all my Mahada Raven thing, my family who's watching the stream, my girlfriend, and also Líder Azul Alex, who is co-casting the stream in Spanish. and he's one of my locals. He always came to the tournament to help me to improve, because I think that the more you play, the better you get. So it's a wonderful trip all the way to here.
Yeah, the more you play, the better you get, and the more games you watch, also the better you get. We still have a ton of games coming up, so I'm gonna give it straight back to Martin and Leo. Take it away, guys.
I love to see hard work pay off. Mark Shiny has been trying his best. He's a little bit shaky now after that very close match there,
Understandable.
but understandable, and now he has some time to rest, because first we're going to get the other losers round 2 in the top 8, then we're getting the winners finals, and then we get to see the losers semis.
Yep, and I can't wait for those. It's getting heated in here. We're of course in Sevilla, where it is pretty hot, and sometimes you need to cool down a little bit. And luckily here it is 2 p.m. so or after 2 p.m. so we can have some cooldown with the Vanillite Community Day, the Ice type Pokemon, where Vanillux, the final evolution, gets Avalanche now.
I need to catch this right now.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Well, let's do it after we're done.
All right.
Vanillite gets evolves into Vanillux and gets Avalanche. Avalanche is one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game. The only issue that Vanillux has is that it has only the Ice typing, and Ice typing on itself is kind of an iffy defensive typing, because it has only one resistance opposing Ice, but it has like 3 or 4 weaknesses. I believe it's Rock, Fighting, and Steel and Fire. That's 4 weaknesses that Ice has.
You know, I think Ice typing is a nice typing. The only thing that I'm still missing from this community day is right now is a snapshot that my mom sends me, because she catches some of those. She loves community days, and it's been 30 minutes. I still haven't gotten a snapshot, so Mom, I'm waiting.
Make sure to get yourself that Pokemon. Perhaps not right now is the right time for it, even though Ice type coverage is really nice in an offensive way, but right now, I don't think it will be super impactful in the meta yet. But you see, with a Pokemon like Claydol, if it gets like 6 updates, it at some point will be the best Pokemon in the meta.
Also, there is always the chance to play it in different cups in the Go Battle League or in grassroots tournaments. Sometimes those Pokemon become really, really strong, because, for example, I have played a lot of Glalie recently, and that is a pretty cool Pokemon that also only has the Ice typing.
It does roll out now, though.
Yeah, exactly. How does it roll up? It's just, is it just face forward?
Yeah, I think so, and then bump over its spiky ears. Let's take a look at losers round 2. The other one we have here, Borja versus Wolfpack, and a reminder that the winner of this match also wins at least a 4th place medal, perhaps even better later on in the tournament. And on Borja's side, that Diggersby. Diggersby has been such an interesting Pokemon. It is one of the ground type Pokemon that can tackle Feraligatr pretty well. We don't see Feraligatr on Wolfpack's side though. We see the Swampert, and Swampert has been a menace as well. I don't think it will be super good into Borja's team, because Lapras, Feraligatr, and Jumpluff all do quite well into Swampert.
What are the other Pokemon that Wolfpack could bring, though? There is the Primeape on his side, if I'm not completely mistaken. That is, of course, a Pokemon that is rather interesting versus Diggersby, because I don't think you ever want to be in the situation of Diggersby there. But if you call a Rage Fist bait,
that's tremendous.
It's really strong, because then your Fire Punches threaten a lot of damage, your Quick Attacks do more, and in general you sometimes, because Primeape players tend to farm over to 10 Karate Chops so that they can unleash 2 close combats at the same time to not take a lot of damage from being debuffed after 5 Karate Chops and throwing the first close combat. And then you can threaten with knockouts as well. So it's a very interesting matchup. I wouldn't count Diggersby out of it, but the other Pokemon, Shadow Jumpluff and Clodsire, and also the Malamar.
Malamar is a Pokemon we haven't seen as much lately, and that's pretty understandable since Tinkaton is pretty meta now. Wolfpack has one, and let's see if he brings it, because we're gonna head straight into game number 1 here. Borja on the left, Wolfpack on the right. We have the Malamar into the Unova Stunfisk.
Oh, and that's
not afraid of the Tinkaton.
Yeah, that should be a very neutral matchup right here. Both Pokemon pace incredibly quickly, if I'm not mistaken. The Stunfisk should outpace at some point, because you take 5 Thunder Shocks to the first charge attack and 4 to the next one.
I personally think that Malamar has a slight edge here, just because Psywave and Foul Play is more efficient. But indeed, as you say, Stunfisk pace is a little bit faster. So if you can get this Malamar down to a range where 2 charge attack will knock out, at some point perhaps it can win. But again, the damage from this Malamar is just a little bit heavier. As you can see here, this Muppet won't knock out just yet, and I think with some Cyrus, a foul play will. But if Stunfisk starts to use shields, it will likely take this matchup because you just Thundershock down.
Yeah, but the thing is that you are super fine to soft boost matchups, but if you get to actually another charge, like, oh, we're throwing a superpower here, which I kind of like, because then your opponent's farm down is going to get mitigated.
And Stunfisk is being knocked out here, trying to swap into Lapras immediately. In comes the Primate. This is not exactly what you want, Lapras. Borja shaking his head a little bit there visibly, but Cyrus at least is super effective. Primate being fragile means that you are not exactly helpless here as Lapras. But this is a Rage Fist only. This is not a close combat.
Yeah, and I think now it's kind of fine for Lapras as well. You're
This
still
one does have close combat, by the way.
This time it is. But now we're throwing a Sparkling Aria. Nice counting from Borja here. Wolfpack puts up a shield because he kind of has to. And I think that we got, with an Ice type, shield advantage versus a Fighting type. What do you think about that?
Borja still has 2 shields in play. You want to keep those for the Feraligatr, but if you let this go, Lapras almost goes down. You can take one more Karate Chop, will take it out. And then the Karate Chop, I believe, is like triple boosted now. This is gonna chunk on the Feraligatr.
Yeah, and that's a big problem, because even though you do have shield advantage, your Feraligatr will take a lot of damage and then enter the Lapras matchup. And
What's shield advantage?
Not, yeah, okay.
It's gone.
That is not even a Shadow Feraligatr, so the damage of these Hydro Cannons on the Lapras, yikes, that is not a lot.
I think Wolfpack is feeling pretty good about this. This is not a crunch for Alligator. It's also not even Shadow, so this is just not going to hurt Lapras as much. No Shadows on the stage here. This is full bulk of full bulk. I think this is like 18% maybe? Yeah, not a lot.
Yep, that might be very much around 18%. Very good more time. But the thing is that we're very close to a charge attack on the Malamar. Spy Waves are double resisted, actually triple resisted on the Malamar, so doing basically no damage. We might be able to reach his superpower. So if Borja can threaten a shield here at some point, this might actually still be winnable.
Borja did throw a superpower before swapping out, so I think he needs some size, but you make a good point. Triple resisted. They will do absolutely nothing on Malamar, and I think that Borja's looking to try and catch it, but can he get to the foul play? Yes, he gets to the foul play! This might be crucial, because now you have the Hydro Cannon stored. You will win Charge Tech Purity against his Lapras and win the battle!
Borja with an absolute mastermind move there to swap out the Malamar at very low HP to get to a charge.
Does he have the Hydro? He does!
That is going to take out the Lapras. It just so much looked like Wolfpack was winning this game hard with the Lapras, but Feraligatr is just so spammy there, and the Malamar in the back reaching the foul play.
That looked so helpless. Feraligatr with only resisted charge attacks into Lapras, already at like 60% HP, and he still manages to clutch it out. Don't count Feraligatr out, it's here to make a comeback.
Feraligatr is an absolute monster. Shadow Claw was all it needed to become top of the meta once already. Then it got kind of shifted out a little bit of the meta, but now it is so back.
It is so bad.
Incredibly strong, especially with all those clay dolls around. This is making this Pokemon very dangerous to bring. It's a hard save spot, to be honest.
You know what I think?
Tell me.
It's time for the return of Wigglytuff, man.
Oh.
What do you think, Joe? Wigglytuff, yay or nay?
Let's look at the matchup and let's see where Wigglytuff would have some applications. I think that versus the jump buff, it's difficult. If you land an Icy Wind, good. Versus Primate, okay, yeah, you win
Pretty
this
good,
one.
right?
If Tinkaton replaces Azumarill, very hard loss for...
Yeah, that's not a great match for Wiggly,
and
unfortunately.
I mean, Azumarill wasn't great to begin with, but this would be way worse. Swampert has Sludge.
Yep.
I don't think you're doing too great versus Lapras.
Well, at least against a Shadow Swampert, you can just use 2 Protect Shield like a real Wigglytuff user. My friend Trip Thunder would definitely do that. And then Lapras, yeah, just has a lot of bulk. Oh, look at it.
What do you mean with Trip Thunder would definitely do that? How did you
He's
get
always bringing Wigglytuff to our locals, man, because he knows I bring cool Pokemon there.
You won a special championship with a Wigglytuff, and then you got 2nd place at Worlds with a Wigglytuff, which is cool, by the way.
Recollection of this. all Giratina. But let's head back into this match here. It's 1-0 for Borja right now. Wolfpack has to make a comeback. He's gone past many tough opponents, including Paulasha, so he is in form, but you need to make a comeback here. Borja is locked in right now. Wolfpack still thinking a little bit and going to lock in as well for game number 2 here. Borja is one of a medal. Let's see if he can do it or if Wolfpack's going to make a return here. We have the Malamar into the Lapras. This is a great lead for Borja.
And this spells disaster for Wolfpack. We have been questioning Malamar a little bit, but it is so strong. It's performing so well at the moment for Borja. Oh, wow.
Yes, all the answers here, Leo. Clodsire is so strong into Shadow Jump Bluff. It's not exactly a Talon Flame, but you can hang on to 2 acrobatics. The Fairy Wind are resisted, and his Stone Edge with the Poison Sting will do so much damage.
And in the backline, we also have Diggersby for the Unnovan Stunfisk. Today, RPS is spelled Borja MN.
This is looking very tough. Wolfpack is shielding up here, and I like that play. He needs to cook something up, maybe preserve this jump bluff and his energy. Can you pull a shield here from Borja? Borja still doesn't need to shield. Clodsire is so bulky.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if Borja loses Switch here versus Wolfpack, there is still some problems, because you only lose this matchup basically by Wolfpack investing 2 shields here, right? And he does. But then, if you get your Unnovan Stunfisk aligned to Malamar, that's also not great if you're 2 shields down, no?
Do you really lose here? Because you cannot Fairy Wind down this Clodsire. I think if Borja wants, he puts up 1 protection and still wins. But no! He lets Switch Advantage go. Perhaps this opens up the door for Wolfpack.
Yeah, but you just bring in Diggersby here, you threaten a... Oh, you can't threaten a shield, you just threaten a knockout at some point with the Fire Punches, and then you have Malamar with 2 shields, and that is so strong if you have another Pokemon in the back. If he switches out Diggersby at some point to clear those superpower debuffs, that's huge for Borja.
In comes the 3rd acrobatics of this game. It chunks on the Diggersby. Wolfpack swapping out after he gained Switch Advantage. He wants to keep this jump bluff around, which is an interesting play. Now you have Lapras. Lapras doesn't have a great matchup here because of triple resisted Psywave, but at least the Sparkling Area adds up. We see a first Protect Shoot here from Borja. Borja's almost at 2 superpower here, and the first one probably won't knock out, but maybe with some Psywave might, and Charge Attack Fury, a perfect counter from Borja.
Yep, the question is, does this knock out? Yes, it's super effective, but Lapras is super bulky right here. Superpower does not take out the Lapras. The Sparkling Area connects, and if you don't shield the first one, then you're taking a sizable chunk, but now you're debuffed, so you have to shield again.
There's still Diggersby with a lot of energy. There's a full Stunfisk, but Stunfisk doesn't want to have to do anything with that Diggersby. I think Diggersby's not even in Mudbone range, but first we have to get +2 foul play from this Malamar. This is looking really tough for Wolfpack, but perhaps he can rely on that jump bluff.
We have been debuffed so far. Goes into the Diggersby immediately. The jump bluff is so low on energy, basically dry. It is Shadow boosted Fire Punch because the jump bluff is Shadow, so this might as well take out the jump bluff. It doesn't even...
Barely doesn't, hangs on here, but gets quick attack down, not being able to get to another charge attack. And Stunfisk, it is so flat here that the ground is going to shake it up, cook this pancake, and then that's gonna look very tough for Wolfpack.
Yep, there is another charge attack start. The attack debuff as well. Diggersby is just flexing here. Wolfpack farms up to a lot of energy, doesn't throw the charge attack, and the Diggersby is going to scorch this Stunfisk out of the arena.
Borja wins his first medal as well. Just like Marcus Shiny, we have our 2 loser semi-finalists here. What a great performance with that Malamar, not fearing the Ticketon from Wolfpack, and Wolfpack didn't bring it. That was a great call from Borja, but what a run by Wolfpack as well, getting past so many great players, making it all the way to tied 5th here. Only 1 off another medal.
It's gonna be very interesting to see how these other trainers that are still in competition adapt to Borja's playstyle, because I have seen so many Malamar leads by him in this very tournament, and this is for me like the Paulasha phenomenon that we have seen when she won Stockholm, I think. It was she just kept leading Shadow Magnezone, and each one of her opponents just said, not against me. This time she's not gonna lead Magnezone, and she does it again. Doing it. And this time Malamar was led again against Wolfpack, and he thought, it's not gonna lead Malamar again, I'll bring in my Lapras.
It's kind of a trap. This is what I had at the World Championships in 2023 myself when I played against Elche, because previously he played against Valiant Fish and he had a very similar team to me. So I was watching, okay, this is kind of how Elche will play this match. He played like a Noctowl, which was mad at the point. So I was like, well, I shouldn't bring Venusaur because he's going to bring that, and then he counters me. And then he doesn't do any of that at all. So it can kind of be a trap set up for me to think, for example, in that case, for me to think, oh, this is how he's going to play it. I will counter that, and then he doesn't do any of that at all. And in this case, it was kind of the opposite. Borja plays exactly similar to in the previous matches, just does what he trusts and what he feels most comfortable with, and it works out for him.
I want to be honest though as well, here in game 1, it was the Feraligatr show. It was the absolute Feraligatr show. The end game was super, super crucial there. The Malamar that actually versus the Lapras got to the foul play there, opening up a KO for the Feraligatr. And in this game, it was the Diggersby show, to be honest. Yes, Malamar did a lot of work, but in the end, Diggersby was able to overcome everything, even a jump bluff, which seems like it should counter the Diggersby hard.
Here's the thing, Leo, what really surprised me. Wolfpack put in 2 shields to protect the jump bluff from the Clodsire and win switch advantage.
Yeah.
But as soon as he won switch advantage, saw the Diggersby come in, lands an acrobatics, hard hitting. He wasn't in fire punch range just yet. He swaps out.
Yeah.
Because he swapped out, that Stunfisk was going to be aligned to that Diggersby. And that's not what you want. You want the Lapras on the Diggersby. And even though it's only a neutral match, perhaps if you have your Stunfisk aligned to the Malamar, you may have been in a better position there. Even though with 2 shields up, Borja was always going to be in a very tough spot.
Yeah, that's true. But then just going into that Lapras, just I mean, sometimes I also do these decisions in games where I'm like, oh no, I need to preserve this Pokemon to answer something. Swap into something like my Lapras and then realize, wait, there is a hard counter. My opponent can swap. Did this at a local game versus Steffi Mastix where I thought, oh, I need to preserve my Pokemon here. Swap out into my Ariados and then in that moment remember, ah, wait, there's a Talonflame in the lead.
Did you win a battle?
I did not win that battle.
You did not win that battle. Yeah, Talonflame against Ariados. I remember that. We haven't seen both of those Pokemon just as much, but Poison-type Pokemon are still very relevant as we see Drapion all over the place. We've seen some Swallowed and we see some Clodsire. Make sure that you will hold on to all of these Pokemon. They can be meta relevant at any point just again. And some of these spawn at the regional and special championships that we are at right now.
I was gonna say, I caught a lot of Swallowed actually, because I still need to have a really, really defensive one, because if it is incredibly good, it has such a good Shadow Drapion matchup.
Really?
Yeah.
You explain?
Sorry?
You explain?
Oh yeah, of course. You can then just win that matchup by going straight Ice Beam.
Really? And otherwise you cannot. Otherwise the crunch will knock out.
Sometimes at some point if you get a defense debuff it gets really close or you get actually knocked out. And my current Swallowed has some issues with the Shadow Drapion matchup, even though I love it very much.
This is great to know. Thank you for this information. I will abuse it in our next local.
I can't wait to see that. By the way, Swallowed, even though it is a poison versus a steel type, that is part fairy, but the steel is still double resisted to poison. The Swallowed matchup versus Tinkaton is rather interesting
really close.
Because if the Tinkaton is not on Bulldoze, you win every even shield scenario with Swallowed. If it is on Bulldoze, you do not.
If it is on Bulldoze, it actually depends on the 50% defense drops. You can actually win the 2 shield scenario as Swallowed because the mud shots are adding up. It is no surprise that Nickname had won in Stockholm with such a Pokemon that's become so versatile. And, if you told me a few months ago I'm running Swallowed, I would say you're crazy. That Pokemon would have no play, no good attacks, and now it has become a much better Pokemon. I wouldn't say it's top meta, but you can definitely utilize it, just like Malamar.
Martijn,
tell me.
Give me your best Swallowed impression.
Oh, how does that sound go again? Oh, I always play with the sound effects. I like it because I can also always tell, even if I don't see it, if an attack comes through or something. I think it's it was like close enough.
It's a good one, I think. It's a good one. I think a Swallowed-ish mustache would also suit you very well, to be honest.
I will not do that.
All right, maybe at some point just another thing. But Swallowed is a Pokemon that has absolutely surprised me in the Stockholm regionals, and it feels like in this tournament it has not been used a lot yet. We've seen the rise of Clodsire again.
Rise of Clodsire
has a decent matchup against Swallowed, even though I was kind of surprised by that because Swallowed outpaces to Ice Beams and it does have the Mud Shot.
Well, you keep dealing super effective damage. And another Pokemon that's really strong against is Malamar. The trainer that has used Malamar the most can probably tell us more about how that Pokemon works. Let's head to the interview area with Amanda, who's with Borja right now.
Absolutely true. Not only do we have the Clodsire, we have the Malamar on the team of Borja. First of all, congratulations on your first medal. I think that is something to be very proud of. For those who maybe aren't as familiar with you because you're not playing as many tournaments, tell us a little about yourself.
Para los que no te conozcan, porque no seas familiar para ellos, cuéntales un poco sobre ti.
Pues empecé a jugar en 2016 y el juego se ha convertido en parte de mi vida.
Borja started playing in 2016 and the game has become a part of his life.
Soy un jugador de Granada, que es una ciudad muy cercana a Sevilla, y he viajado mucho por el mundo jugando porque me gusta viajar y me gusta jugar.
Okay, he's from Granada, which is a city that's close to Seville, and he has been traveling around the world because he loves traveling and he loves playing.
¿Qué más puedo decir de mí? También soy un gran bailarín. So.
He's also a great dancer.
Oh, well, maybe we'll have a chance to see this. I was joking around with our former champion, Dancing Rob, that if he won, he had to do a dance across the stage. He didn't do it at Worlds, but maybe if you win, you can do a dance for us during the grand ceremony.
Hay una broma con el campeón del primer mundial, Dancing Rob,
sí,
que se decía que podía hacer un baile cuando ganase, que si ganas tú, que sí que puedes ser el primero en hacer un baile en el stage.
Si gano no me importaría hacer un baile, pero necesito unos zapatos diferentes porque soy bailarín de claqué.
Okay, if he wins, he doesn't mind about dancing on the stage, but he would need different trousers because he's tap dance.
That is fantastic. Okay, that is something very interesting. I love to find out new facts about the Pokemon trainers. You've been playing so well with a team that I've been calling a combination of old meta and new meta. So bringing back that Clodsire and the Shadow Feraligatr, but also combining it with Pokemon like the Ice Beam, Skull Bash, Lapras. Like, walk us through your ideas when you were building your team of 6.
Vale, utilizas un equipo que combina un poco el meta antiguo con el meta nuevo, como puede ser Shadow Feraligatr, ¿vale? Malamar, y el meta nuevo como puede ser Lapras con el Skull Bash. ¿Qué te llevó a construir ese equipo? ¿Cuál fue tu proceso?
Para mí es muy importante que Lapras pueda ganar a Azumarill y pueda ganar a Diwon. Eso es lo que me ha hecho decantarme por ese Pokémon antes de otro. Diwon lo jugué en el anterior torneo en Estocolmo y fallaba en que no era capaz de responder bien a Lapras. Entonces por eso decidí usar Lapras.
Okay, so he wanted a Pokemon that was able to beat both Azumarill and Diwon. So that's why Lapras. He was also playing Diwon in Stockholm, and he realized Diwon was lacking something to beat Lapras, and that's what made him decide.
Luego, Malamar es especial, pero no puedo desvelar por qué es tan especial.
Malamar is special for Borja, but he cannot tell why.
Oh, never ever, or just right now?
Si gano, digo por qué.
Okay, if he wins, he will reveal why.
Okay, my goodness, a lot is riding on if Borja wins. I think he's gaining a lot of excitement in the crowd for him to become a champion. Last question for now, because I know that you still have some more games to play. I know that you want some time to prep. This is the first meta that Tinkaton has been available. Was it scary for you at all to kind of prepare around, or do you think that this Pokemon is something that you can deal with quite well with your team and with your playstyle?
Este es el primer torneo en el que Tinkaton está disponible. Entonces, ¿crees que es un Pokémon con el que tu equipo puede lidiar bien o crees que puede dar problemas?
Creo que tengo buenas respuestas. Feraligatr, Clodsire, DJ. Son 3 muy buenas respuestas. Y creo que es un Poké que es muy bueno, pero creo que hace el meta más RPS.
Okay, Borja thinks he has good answers for the Tinkaton, such as Shadow Feraligatr, Clodsire, and he thinks it's a really good Pokemon, but this Pokemon kind of makes the meta more RPS.
Yeah, there's some of those matches you definitely have to play around. Well, maybe we'll see some more of that play in your next upcoming matches. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for joining us here on the couch, letting us get to know you a little bit better. We're going to go back to the matches very, very soon, and maybe we'll see someone tap dancing his way to victory.
You know what doesn't surprise me at all? That Borja is a great dancer, because I saw him dancing around with Malamar energy, and especially the Malamar also coming in with the moves, throwing those psi waves. But now, after we have concluded this match, we are going to see the winners finals. Who is going to be the first player in the grand finals of the special championship in Seville? We have Patoman versus HK Assassin.
I cannot contain my excitement, Leo. That's going to be such a good game. HK Assassin hasn't had as many good runs as Patoman had. He did have a top 10 at Los Angeles, and here we go. A pretty spicy team on both sides here. HK Assassin has a superior, and what I had on my fantasy draft, that Talonflame.
And the Patoman too.
Patoman as well.
We have two Talonflame. We've been talking down the relevance of Talonflame in this tournament, because Talonflame is the only Pokemon that is still undefeated.
Right, and here we see, yeah, there's no surprise, of course, that's why I call it. Here we see Jellicent. That is a good counter to that, to the Talonflame, though. Hex does do more damage now in general, and Goliathspot, of course, one of his signature Pokemon by now. HK Assassin, on the other hand, with the Superior instead of Jumpluff as a Grass-type Pokemon, and then with that double ground. Stunfisk is an interesting Pokemon because it walls all the energy from Jumpluff when it doesn't have the Energy Ball.
But the Shadow-boosted Acrobatics still do a lot of damage if you take into account that Unova Stunfisk is really, really bulky. So even there, Jumpluff can put it in a range where you do some damage against it, or you just don't need too much damage to KO it.
Do you think that the Jellicent is a good meta call from Patoman? I mean, of course,
I love it.
We are in the winners finals right now, but if you look at what there is in the current meta, it walls the energy from Lapras. I think that's already on itself really good. It can defeat Azumarill. It can do really well into most ground-type Pokemon. It walls the energy from Swampert. Exactly. I think Jellicent is an absolute asset here for Patoman. Being good into Swampert, Lapras decent into Stunfisk, good versus Talonflame, and probably a decent matchup versus Tinkaton as well, where both Pokemon deal neutral damage to each other.
If you get energy on that Jellicent, it's going to be really, really tough for HK Assassin to get back at Patoman here. However, because 5 of these Pokemon do have a tough time versus the Jellicent, I do expect the Superior from HK Assassin. So even if you're playing 4 energy with that Jellicent, there might be a Superior coming in.
I think so too, and the main counter you have is Talonflame, but then again, there's a Swampert and a Stunfisk, so this is going to be a match of calls. Chad, I want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win this match here? Charjabug indeed is an interesting Pokemon, but triple resisted Volt Switch by the Stunfisk is going to be tough to deal with. You have Gastrodon. Is Gastrodon a good Pokemon, a good Mud Slapper in this meta, do you think?
I like Gastrodon. It has been a very strong Pokemon for a while now. The Body Slam coverage basically being used as a bait most of the time to later on connect Earth Powers. It's been quite strong. It has very polarizing matchups, I want to say. But it just does help. I mean, versus Talonflame, you are a ground type versus a flying type, but you can still win the one shield scenario, set straight Body Slam. So that is something. You are very strong against Tinkaton. You're very strong against Stunfisk. It is basically good against everything except that Superior.
Here we go. The first match of this best of 5. The winners finals in Sevilla 2025. It is Goliathspot into Unova Stunfisk. And this is a pretty decent match for these Stunfisk as you deal super effective damage the whole time, but you gotta be careful of those Aqua Jet. You cannot switch out really though, because you have Talonflame in the back.
Yup, really, the discharge here actually gets no shielded immediately by Patoman, knowing that he can take one, I want to say easily, but not really that easily, but now throws an Aqua Jet before HK Assassin gets to the second discharge. You're gonna get outpaced to the second one, but this is going to do a sizable chunk on the Unova Stunfisk.
And attempting to catch on the Gastrodon, being altered by the Superior immediately, and this is a terrible match for Gastrodon. Lou, look away, it's blue to Gastrodon as well.
Yeah, but I think that Patoman basically knew that this was coming because the energy of that Superior is not the biggest problem for Talonflame. Maybe he's trying to lose that matchup really, really fast or just spam with a lot of body slams and then get a big farm down on that Talonflame later on.
Exactly. I really like what you call out here. I think Patoman just sees this as an incinerate down for his Talonflame. A slight undercharge hit, get some more energy, knowing that he wants this Gastrodon to throw some energy so the Talonflame can get less energy. We see a slight undercharge from Patoman, and I expect this... Oh, he does tap actually, but it didn't matter. The must-have didn't land.
Yep, I thought that the Superior would just stop tapping and wait until the timer is up to then knock out. And now we're going to get one Incinerate onto the Superior. And Aerial Ace is thrown and the Lapras is being swapped in here. But now the Talonflame has a little bit of an edge when it comes to energy. Throws a Flame Charge here.
I like this play, but the thing is, on even energy, Lapras just takes all even shields. You need to be ahead in energy a little bit as a Talonflame. And catching with an Incinerate user is so tough when we're playing on this high of a level.
Yeah, but the thing is that Patoman can always throw immediately with the fly, but he went for the Flame Charge first. That means that the next fly after this one is gonna take 3 Incinerates.
It's gonna be 2 actually. It is
really? Is it 3 to 2?
It's 3 to 2 when you go Flame Charge. I think you mix it up with Braver,
yeah.
Because if you use Braver than Fly, then you expend a maximum amount of energy. But look at this. I think that the Talonflame outpaces, and in that case, maybe you were just fine. Talonflame had enough of a head start to outpace Lapras to the next charge attack, and then you need that Stunfisk to close it out. It does have an... Oh, look at that! Trying for the combo play, and I think that is a catch on his Goliath support. Now perhaps your Talonflame can close out, but do remember that there's still some energy on that Lapras.
Oh, the Talonflame is going to have a tough time farming this down. I don't think this is going to be possible. The discharge is being reached, and the Talonflame is going to be knocked out of the sky by the discharge of Unnovan Stunfisk, a Pokemon that probably everyone has underestimated before this tournament.
Discharge taking out the Talonflame. HK Assassin has the calls right, and he takes game number 1. All right, there's the catch logo, and now we actually have the 1-0 score there for HK Assassin. What a great call there. Patoman playing that soft ABA line. What is the soft ABA again, Leo?
That means that you are just slightly weak with 2 Pokemon against 1 Pokemon, so that your Pokemon do still have some play against it. So you're basically chipping it down with one of these Pokemon, try to get farm on another one.
Correct. And I'm curious to see how Patoman is going to adapt here. Again, HK Assassin doesn't have as many good runs as Patoman has. Patoman won the EUIC earlier this champion. And HK Assassin, one of his best runs was that top 10 in Los Angeles last season. This is one of his best runs so far. And do keep in mind, these 2 trainers also have secured at least a top 3 medal already in this.
That's huge.
Yeah, that is huge. And also, again, this is a best of 5. So Patoman has multiple games to come back here.
I think Patoman tried out something in that game there, and at this point you're very sure that the Superior is coming. I like the strategy of basically luring out the Superior with a Gastrodon and then having that Talonflame in the back there. However, the Talonflame or the Superior can play this rather slow. You throw an Aerial Ace and Undercharge, and we're going into the next matchup, which is going to be the Gastrodon versus Talonflame. But let's look at the backlines as well.
And this is a great lead again for HK Assassin, but in comes the Goliath support. There's not really a hard answer here for HK Assassin. Probably just going to chip and dip maybe, because the Incinerate add up so much. You have to use a shield here because an Aqua Jet would almost take it out in 1 charge stack. But so does this Fly, and I would expect Patoman to shield up here as well.
A Fly connecting, not. The shield is going to be put up by Patoman. Do we swap out here? Yes, there is the Stunfisk, and that is really good because now the Goliath support is in discharge range. You can even farm up a little bit more energy. No throws on charge attack priority here.
Wants to get rid of it immediately and keep that alignment. But with the slight chip damage this Goliath support has on the Talonflame, it also means that Gastrodon with that energy advantage, if it gets the farm on here, would do better here. Do we see Patoman preserve his Goliath support, or does he let it go?
I think he lets it go, definitely. Undercharge here that, actually gets him another Undershock here. Very nice. But now the switch timer is still so far away from being up, and we can expect a huge Mud Slap down here from that Gastrodon. That is 2 more Mud Slaps. Maybe the timer after this Mud Bomb will be down.
I want to point something out here, Leo, because HK Assassin has a Superior in the back. It will not line up well into the Charger Bug, but HK Assassin went really strong into the Gastrodon, so he doesn't even need to bring in the Talonflame here. He probably just brings in the Superior, knowing that this will likely be its best matchup. It could be anything in the back. We know this, but HK Assassin doesn't yet. Now you have to bring in the Talonflame. In comes Talonflame, but with Volt Switch now, or sorry, Discharge requiring less energy now, you pace faster here than the Talonflame does.
Yep, that is true. Patoman also has a shield. Let's see how much damage the Incinerates will do in the process. A Flame Charge is being thrown. Another Volt Switch comes through. So Patoman is now already at the discharge. Does he throw immediately or does he take another Incinerate?
I like this play a lot because if Patoman goes for another one, he takes a boosted Incinerate. Look at how much damage that will do. This puts it straight into Aerial Ace range. If that Superior can get to an Aerial Ace before Chargebug can get to another charge stack, then HK Assassin is looking to be in a really good spot here.
Patoman just wants the energy here, and the Aerial Ace is being reached already. Throws a Frenzy Plant for good measures here.
Chargebug has to go. HK Assassin wants to get rid of it. Frenzy Plant is resistant, but it's such a strong attack, it will do a little bit more damage. And now Gastrodon is not able, I was going to say hardly, but this Superior is like full HP still.
Yep, that is just basically Vine Whips. You could lose this matchup as Gastrodon if you had 5 shields here. You're just gonna get farmed down. That is the fastest way of doing it for HK Assassin. Now, Patoman is still trying, still throwing some body slam.
Hoping that this Body Slam will suddenly turn super effective, but it's only the normal typing, which doesn't hit super effective on anything, and Gastrodon goes down. It tries to fire another Body Slam, but HK Assassin is 2-0 up here.
I don't think that Patoman is tackling this the right way right now, because the Superior always has to come for HK Assassin. And if you don't win the matchup in the lead on the side of Patoman, the Superior is going to have a field day versus this Gastrodon.
It was just so tough to deal with in the first place. If you look at the team that Patoman brought, he brought both Gastrodon. He brought Gastrodon and HK Assassin had both Talonflame and Superior. The Gastrodon was not going anywhere in the first place, but you kind of need to bring a counter to the Stunfisk, and the only thing Patoman really has is the Gastrodon, because look at this team. Jellicent, Golisopod, Chargebug, Tinkaton, Talonflame all lose into Unova and Stunfisk.
The Gastrodon is the Stunfisk is a crazy core breaker for the side of Patoman.
I saw in the chat that the Spurs Life would suggest a Gastrodon lead, but what would you put with Gastrodon lead in the back for Patoman? I think you run some sort of ABB line where you lead strong into Stunfisk and try to bait it out with one of your Bs in the back.
Yeah, but I mean, he just let Gastrodon, right? He just swapped out immediately into the Golisopod because he knows he needs it on the Unovan Stunfisk. That is his only Pokemon that can deal with it. You can bring in the Chargebug, and then with a little bit of energy advantage, you don't take too much damage from Mud Bombs. You can throw multiple X-Scissors at the Stunfisk. But might this lure out another Pokemon?
We're gonna find out. We have the Gastrodon lead again, and it's caught by HK Assassin. It is the Gastrodon lead. This is gonna be super tough for Patoman. He's going in with the same line here, swapping in the Golisopod, and it's also by the Unovan Stunfisk.
Oh, but this actually does bait out the Unovan Stunfisk here, but how much does that happen? There is also a Shadow Swampert lurking in the back, just waiting for this other Pokemon of Patoman here.
Do you perhaps try to fight for switch advantage here? I doubt HK Assassin would let it go because Superior versus Gastrodon is just so incredibly dominant. But what do you do as Patoman at this point? You have to cook something. Perhaps you can try catch an attack later on the Gastrodon.
You have to force switch here, but HK Assassin knows the longer this matchup goes, the better it is for him. Is now going to throw the next discharge very soon. Farms up a lot more energy. It is now outpacing the Golisopod. This is so good for HK Assassin. The Superior waiting with those powerful Vine Whips for the Gastrodon, and Shadow Swampert is gonna later on maybe put a dent into the Chargebug unless this Aqua Jet goes into the Stunfisk. Nope, Stunfisk wants to keep switch here, and I get it.
But you're almost in one Mudslap range. If Patoman can bring us into one Mudslap range and take it down, going to wait a turn there, making sure that Patoman doesn't catch this discharge on the Gastrodon. HK Assassin keeps switch advantage. He wants to keep his Superior on the Gastrodon, and maybe has an idea of what could be the back, but there's the catch on the Chargebug there. That's a great catch. I think you need the Chargebug to carry here, though.
Yeah, that's true. You take the damage here, and now the Shadow Swampert just comes in here. Of course, it's behind on energy, but, I mean, one isn't going to knock out. Tijera X is not going to take out that Shadow Swampert. You see this Hydro Cannon here.
I think this might take out the Chargebug or get really close to X. It won't be enough to take out this Swampert. Patoman knows he doesn't fire his charge attack, and HK Assassin is in such a good spot. Patoman knows this is looking just helpless. HK Assassin had that Unova Stance, pressures team so hard, and it's just really looking really tough for Patoman.
We've seen a very little amount of Superior in this tournament, but when it is unchecked or when it needs to show up, it definitely does here. There is going to be another body slam for Patamon. Wants to take out that Shadow Swampert, but there is still the mighty Superior in the back. And I want to be honest, Patamon is not out of this tournament, but winning it is going to be super hard because HK Assassin, after this Vine Whip deals the damage, is going to advance to the Grand Finals.
I want to see that excitement on HK Assassin's face there. He makes it to the Grand Finals. That's securing at least a top 2 spot. That's his best run so far. Taking down EUIC champion Patamon is no easy feat. And what a great prediction there. What a great call that Unova Stunfisk. You just find the right opponent to deal with it in the later stage of the tournament. That's exactly where you want this Pokemon to put pressure.
I mean, I just saw HK Assassin put a smile on your face, Martijn, after calling the lead time and time again. And in Game 3...
What's the Spurs like with chat?
having the Superior on that Gastrodon every single game. And in Game 3, it was even in the lead. No matter where Patamon went, there was a Superior.
Superior, and it's just, you kind of can predict that these Pokemon come out because Superior was the Pokemon that counters the Gastrodon, and Gastrodon has to come out because Gastrodon is the only Stunfisk counter that Patamon had. So the only way you reliably win that as Patamon is to have your Gastrodon on Stunfisk. There's almost no in between.
And even then, you have your Gastrodon, it has probably a lot of energy. It is going to still have a sizable amount of HP. Then the Superior comes in again and it's just going to throw a lot of energy at your other Pokemon. There you can see a Mud Bomb doing nothing to the Gastrodon. This is where you want the Gastrodon, but at this point it was way too late because you can just see the Superior lurking there in the back for HK Assassin.
In game number 2, HK Assassin went double strong into the Gastrodon with the Talonflame and the Gastrodon and the Unova Stunfisk sandwich in between. All he had to do was make sure he doesn't lose the lead extremely hard, so he could just have his core in the back aligned to the core in the back of Patamon. This is just kind of impossible to overcome if you have such difficult alignment as Patamon.
Exactly, it was really, really hard to play for Patamon because in the game 2, he had Gastrodon on the Talonflame, which is not as bad as the Superior matchup. So one would say, hey, Patamon can be happy to avoid the Superior with the Gastrodon. However, you have no other answer for the Unova Stunfisk, so he had to go out, had to risk it, and then the Unova Stunfisk came in on the Goliath support. It was just, it felt like he was trying to run through a maze, but there was just no solution for the maze.
There was no solution for the maze. It was just really tough to come out. I do think that perhaps the Jellicent may be a Pokemon that could have done the job a little bit better for Patamon, but then you have to kind of avoid the Unova Stunfisk and the Superior. So that's kind of 2-in-1 bad matchups there. Now, Jellicent can win the matchup versus Stunfisk, where either 0 or 1 shields are used on both sides, but in the 2-shield scenario, Unova Stunfisk will always be able to force it just because of sheer Thundershock damage adding up.
I think if Patamon gets to go to the Grand Finals through the loser's side, this is something that he might want to consider, because Jellicent also, even if you get it on the Superior, there is Shadow Ball as well. So you don't have to throw 8 body slams to deal in total 25% damage to that Superior. You can throw a Shadow Ball, and that does about 50% because it is a very, very efficient charge attack with a lot of energy that it costs and good damage.
I just want to correct myself on that Jellicent matchup. Stunfisk does beat it in every even shield snare, so even there was no option. Sorry, I was checking Monster League just for some reason. But yeah, those are the super exciting matches that we had there. And if you want to attend some of these as well, make sure that you register on Arcanine on any of these events as well. We're gonna have Utrecht coming up later, and we're gonna have Bologna near the end of May. So events to come, and of course the North America International Championship. All these events you can attend if you want to get championship points and qualify at the World Championships.
Yep, can't wait for that one. This is going to be a massive event again. We've had so many different regional and special championship champions in this season, and those are definitely going to compete there. And of course, other trainers are still trying to qualify. There is still the race. You need to be in the top 50 of Europe to get to the World Championship. Some of the trainers are also even aiming for top 8 of the European leaderboard just to get that travel stipend in.
there is money on the line here, and there are also prizes and accolades for the trainers that we have here. Our next match will be the losers semi-finals between Borja and Marco Shiny, two Spanish players, and the winner of that will play against another Spanish player, Patoman, in the losers finals, and then HK Assassin will be waiting for them in the grand finals.
I mean, this is basically the Spanish victory road, right? You are going to play versus so many Spanish players, and at the end of that road, before you can go to the big grand finals, there is Patoman waiting for you in that.
If you have a Unova Stunfisk, maybe it's just fine, but I believe that these trainers didn't have that. They had, if I remember correctly, Clodsire as one of the ground-type Pokemon. As you can see the teams here, Marco Shiny with that Shadow Annihilate, which he hasn't used in his previous match, perhaps also because everyone keeps bringing Jumpluff. Jumpluff is all over the place.
Yeah. Jumpluff is a really, really good Pokemon. There is still one in here in Borja's team. Now let's see what the other good matchups for Shadow Annihilate can be, because Malamar has the same type attack bonus boosted Psywave, so that is not an optimal matchup. However, Annihilate can still deal some heavy damage there, and there's of course the Diggersby in the back just waiting to be countered down basically, so that is also a nice application here for the Shadow Annihilate.
If you can get an energy advantage on Annihilate, like just one counter, you can actually make that match with Malamar really annoying for Malamar. If they let a Rage Fist go, you can just keep shielding and counter it down eventually. So, kind of tough. I think the highlight of the tournament, though, even though it might not be on the winner's side of the bracket anymore, is that Feraligatr. Yeah. Feraligatr has been a menace in this whole tournament.
Glad you're finally agreeing.
I never disagreed on. I only disagree with you on Jumpluff.
Very good point. Jumpluff is still in the tournament, and Jumpluff is looking good as a prime Annihilate answer. Now we have a rather neutral lead, slightly positive, I want to say, for Shadow Drapion versus Lapras.
And this loser semi-finals is a best of 3. We're now back to a best of 3, going for the crunch right before or on Charge Purity with the sparkling area from the Lapras. Both Charge will chunk here, and I feel like Poison Sting does almost less damage than Psywave, even though Psywave is resisted. Just kind of a difference in bulk here.
I mean, also Poison Sting is not the strongest fast attack in terms of damage, but in the back there is the Malamar lurking for Borja. And if he doesn't get switch against this Shadow Drapion, there is going to be an Azumarill, and I think Borja is going to be very happy to avoid this.
This is a Skull Bash! This is a Skull Bash! That's going to do a lot of damage here. At least you brought this Lapras into player range, so you have that going for you. But out of all the attacks that there can be thrown on Azumarill, Skull Bash is not one you like to take here. I guess you don't want to take Sparkling Area on Drapion either. And a Sparkling Area catch would have been really great. They're trying to catch a player on Clodsire, which would have been resisted, but it fails. And now you take a super effective Ice Beam.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference. But I also want to mention that Borja doesn't really have a hard answer to the Shadow Drapion. So swapping out that Shadow Drapion, even though you're giving up alignment and the chance to have Azumarill on the Malamar, Shadow Drapion with energy, rather healthy in the back, is going to be an absolute pain, especially from this range. That can definitely not be farmed down.
We have seen that all over Atlanta. Drapion just keeping energy and then soaking it on Azumarill, going for the Earthquake. I think a Stone Edge may have been enough to knock out here, but it doesn't really matter because Drapion's going to struggle taking this out. We're probably going to see the Cradley come in here, but I think that Borja may be able to launch another charge attack on this. No, coming in back in with the Drapion and expending some energy here makes sense. Poison Sting will be double resisted, so it's hard to Poison Sting this down.
I would have also loved to see a Bullet Seed down, however, that could have resulted in a lot of damage taken on that Cradily, so maybe that was the smarter choice. Would have been funny though. So what do you bring in as Borja? Because 2 damage per Psywave, almost an Aqua Tail range. You have to bring in the Malamar, and Malamar is also Psywaving here.
The Lapras doesn't have any energy. It threw a Skull Bash into the Azumarill. We see a shield here from Marco Shiny, preserving all his energy. And I think as Borja, maybe you want to try and catch because you want to clear that Diva. And no, it's a Charge Purity. You cannot swap out. You gotta shield this. Finally using his first Protect Shield in this game, but Drapion so close to another Charge Attack here.
I think at this point a Foul Play would have also been very close to knocking out there. The Cradily is being swapped in, and now Borja knows he can't really get out of this matchup right now because then the Lapras is in big trouble.
I expected a catch attempt here from Borja, but perhaps it was too predictable to do that exactly on the Rock Tomb here. Is Marco Shiny going to throw immediately? Yes, he does. That is kind of the most predictable and unpredictable thing to do.
Yep, that is true. You have to shield this if you want to keep the Malamar around. Puts the shield up last second. I think in this situation you could farm up a lot of energy and then go into the Lapras if you have a charge attack. Perhaps trying to go for a catch here. Oh, goes for the CMP! The charge attack priority tie catch here.
and I think maybe he succeeded, but it doesn't really matter at this point, because you lose your Lapras, you lose your charge attack, and this Malamar is almost in Aqua Tail range even, especially if you go for a superpower. I think you have to throw the foul play here.
But if you throw the superpower and you have another superpower that you can throw into the Shadow Drapion, I think you win charge attack priority, so Malamar might be able to close out this game here again.
Charge attack priority. Is this superpower going to knock out? It is single stage debuff. Can Drapion hang on?
Drapion does not hang on, and the Malamar takes it out. Borja wins another game with Malamar. It's the absolute MVP.
What an insane gameplay here. His signature dancing Pokemon Malamar. Borja taking the first game against crowd favorite Marcus Shiny here. But Borja is no easy opponent. He knows the Malamar matchups so well.
Yeah, but the way he clutched out games with his Malamar is absolutely insane. And this is something, even though some players might have not considered Malamar the optimal pick for the meta in this tournament. If you have your Pokemon that you're absolutely amazing at, that you know your matchups inside and out, sometimes those comfort picks can actually win you more games than a good meta call.
But if you look at the team of Marcus Shiny, it is straight up appealing to bring the Malamar. Clodsire, Shadow Annihilate, Cradily are all fine matchups.
Yeah.
Even Drapion is not the worst because Superpower can hit so incredibly hard. Shadow Feraligatr is kind of neutral, although when more shields are in play, Feraligatr does take that matchup because Shadow Claw and Hydro can add up so much. The only thing to stop that Malamar is the Azumarill, but when shields are in play, that Malamar Psywave still chunk the Azumarill a lot.
And Azumarill can be, typing-wise and attack-wise, a hard counter to some Pokemon, yes. But Azumarill is so easy to dance around, especially for Borja, because you can just farm up a ton of energy and then get a maybe predictable catch later on. But now we have the Shadow Drapion versus Shadow Jumpluff Classic in the lead.
A slightly favorable matchup for Marcus Shiny, but if you land an Acrobatics here as a Jumpluff, it would almost wipe out the entire Drapion. So it kind of comes down to bait calls here from Marcus Shiny. First crunch lands. A debuff would help here, but he doesn't get it. So the point things add up. Still super effective, but not as much with a crunch debuff. And here we go. Do we see a first Protect Shield? Yes, we do see the first Protect Shield, but it's only an Area Ace.
I really like this aerial ace, but it goes immediately into the Lapras, even though this is not the best matchup. There is a lot of energy on that Shadow Drapion. Are we going to see a crunch debuff here? Because that could spell disaster for Borja.
Interesting, not swapping out into the hard answer that is the Cradily just yet. This Lapras does have Ice Beam, so you don't have to fear that. Swapping out with the Crunch banked, and now swapping into the Cradily. But I think this Lapras gets it to Sparkling Arrow before the first Rock Tomb even. So you get chipped a lot here.
Yeah, but that is still a lot of damage. You're absolutely right about that. Another one will put it deep into the yellow. And then you, of course, you also want to overfarm in that matchup with the Cradily. And that is going to deal more damage because those Psywaves are absolutely neutral.
I think you farm a little bit more here, about 2 or 3 Bullet Seeds as Marcus Shiny. No, he goes for only one, wants to get rid of this Lapras right away, and has a little bit of energy to go into the next matchup, but I believe that the Jumpluff will be able to outpace because it baited earlier, but he's going in with the Clodsire. I like this play a lot from Borja because now you can go for a Grass Knot as Marcus Shiny. You make sure that Marcus Shiny cannot Rock Tomb your next Pokemon and debuff it.
Yep, Grass Knot deals a little bit of damage. Clodsire is so good at sponging energy from other Pokemon. Now going for the hard-hitting Earthquake. Only one shield remaining on Marcus Shiny's side. He is nervous about this. Decides to no-shield this.
Earthquake comes through.
Boom! Shadow Jumpluff going in with the combo play. Aerial Ace is going to be thrown into the Shadow Feraligatr. No-shielded again. Shadow Feraligatr, the star of the tournament, but not in this game.
He's putting everything on the Drapion here. Borja's putting on the pressure, though. He has 2 shields still in play. Marcus Shiny only one. You have to bring the Drapion, which still had a crunch stored, and then you have a catch available in Cradily. But this is looking tough. Can you get the Poison Sting down here? Not before this Jumpluff will be able to get to an area. He's going for the crunch. I think an Aqua Tail may have been enough here, but making sure that even if it was caught, that it would knock out or do a lot of damage on the next Pokemon. Shielding it up is interesting. Now you can go for another attack, but no, going for the Area Ace, putting on the pressure on the last shield of Marcus Shiny. You kind of have to.
You have to shield this because otherwise you will get knocked out in the process. Farms up a little bit more energy. I don't know if the Cradily is able to get to another charge attack. You need to use 2 Aqua Tail, but there's still a shield remaining.
I think Drapion might be able to do it. Perhaps you may require a catch here. Cradily doesn't have a lot of energy left. I believe only 1 Bullet Seed, 1 off the Stone Edge here. And oh,
the catch! The sacrificial switch! Marco Shiny pulls back his chair, goes, yup, I did it, I'm back in this game. There's another Poison Sting coming through for Clotsire, but so far away from victory here. There is one protection, but what does it do? There's two Aqua Tail.
It does nothing because Drapion's second name is Speed. It's getting to another Aqua Tail, only 4 to the next one, and this is why Clotsire is not a Drapion counter.
And we will have a deciding game 3. Borja was very close to putting off those headphones. Maybe thought he had to throw because Marco Shiny was at 2 Aqua Tail. Wasn't quite that. The perfect catch on the Cradily. No charge didn't help as well. This is a masterpiece of a game.
We have a 1-1 score here in the losers semifinals at Sevilla 2025. Both trainers have already ensured their medal, but the winner of this match moves on to the top 3 and even a better place with more championship points. There's so much on the line for these trainers. This is their first ever prize that they got here. And how do you adapt in this decisive game number 3?
Borja needs to trust the Malamar.
He needs to trust the Malamar.
Malamar was his Pokemon for the entire tournament. There have been doubters. I might have been one of them, but I'm a full believer now. This Pokemon has been so good for Borja. It is very good into Marco Shiny teams. The Azumarill wasn't even on the team for Marco Shiny in the last game, so I think you really have to play that Malamar. Is he going to bring it in the lead? Is Marco Shiny going to predict this fateful Malamar in the lead that has been so good so often before? Does he try to counter it with a Drapion lead or an Azumarill lead?
Borja was putting on so much pressure with the Pokemon he had, but like you point out, he needs Malamar.
Yeah.
Malamar is the Pokemon he trusts the most, especially when Marco Shiny doesn't want to bring the Azumarill anymore. Azumarill is the one thing to stop it. So if there's no Azumarill, Drapion's only a soft counter there. Malamar could run wild.
Yep, Malamar could get a lot of energy and then swap out, possibly force a shield with a superpower. It has so much flexibility if it isn't hard counters. Those trainers have locked in. Let's see how it goes. Game 3 of Marco Shiny versus Borja MN.
Oh! Malamar, it is met with the Cradily. This is somewhat of a neutral matchup, but it's also slightly favorable for the Malamar with superpower and swapping into the Drapion right away. Going for the chip and dip here with the superpower because you can reach it before the first crunch is reached because the Drapion is one turn behind after that swap in. But at this point, Borja can just take the energy anywhere else, and he has so much bulk in the back with that Lapras and the jump love.
Yep, but if there is a crunch debuff here, another crunch is going to knock out the Lapras. I don't know if Borja is going to be able to keep that switch advantage, to keep the Malamar on the Cradily, but does it need to be there?
Does it need to be? Sparkling areas coming through. This won't knock out just yet, but if you let this through, the Lapras can actually Psywave down this Drapion, so you don't want that to happen as Marco Shiny. He wants to put some more value into this Drapion, shields it up, farms some more energy. He's down 2 shields already here.
Yep, the Malamar did some work and the Lapras did some work. Borja really loves his Psywaves. Another crunch is going to be thrown into the Lapras and barely does not knock out, doesn't get to the charge tech. Full farm down here for Marco Shiny, but still 2 shields are there on the side of Borja.
That is such a problem for Marco Shiny though, because you have the Feraligatr in the back, and Feraligatr is a Pokemon that really needs shields, but now that you have switch advantage, you're likely to get at least a shield back, I would think. I think that this Drapion might barely not be in Area Ace range. It looks like Borja's still keeping his shields for his favorite Pokemon, the Malamar. But listen, Leo, if you don't have any Pokemon left, that Cradily will debuff your last Pokemon and you can't clear it anymore.
Yeah, because that's what I think, that you're going to swap out the Shadow Jumpluff after this with 2 shields, and the Aerial Ace does knock out. That's so huge. No energy on that Shadow Drapion anymore because it's back in the Pokeball. And now Borja is considering to swap out into the Malamar again, while Marco Shiny is making the hard decision of which Pokemon to bring in. Brings in the Shadow Feraligatr here.
I think because you want to pace a little bit faster, and now the Acrobatics is coming through. This is going to deal heavy damage. It's not an energy ball, but Acrobatics, one of the most efficient attacks in the game.
Boom! Absolute knockout! The Malamar in the 1v1 versus Cradily. 2 shields up. I can hear a superpower from a mile away.
Rock Tomb's coming through, but it's not going to save Marco Shiny. He's not even charging the bubbles. Borja finally putting up his first Protect Shield, but his MVP, his most valuable Pokemon, dancing on the stage here, is now at 2 superpower.
Malamar is going to try and close out this game. It is very, very debuffed, but it can show you the power, the super power that it has. That is still so much damage. The next charge attack is being thrown. Charge it up, Borhamen, and then you have at least a third place, and you're going to face Patuman.
Borja moves on to the losers finals against Batuman. We're gonna have another Spanish class coming up after this. What an insane performance by both players here. That was crazy. We have a top 4 placement for Marcus Shiny and minimum a top 3 placement for Borja. 2 Spanish favorites here that we have in Sevilla. What a run by both players here.
Yeah, huge congratulations to both of them. Marco Shiny, of course, the Twitch streamer, he is having the time of his life here. Made it to a medal that's used to it. Borja and then brought Malamar to this tournament. Nobody saw it coming, but Malamar has been so good. It core breaks some of the teams. It beats so many flexible Pokemon. You can just swap it out later on, get to another charged attack. The craziest moment was when he played it versus Wolfpack. Swapped it out on 5 HP, and then Lapras just did 4 Psy Waves, did 4 damage, and it got super powered. That was absolutely amazing. Hats off to Borja.
The defensive typing of Malamar can be so important when Psychic rises up in the meta, because you triple resist Psywave, and they have superpower to deal super effective damage back into Ice and Rock type Pokemon. It makes Malamar so versatile, and when Marcus Shiny doesn't bring the Azumarill, he basically can't really check it. He swaps in the Drapion just because it's all reliable, but Drapion doesn't like a superpower either, and then you're just behind 2 shields so quickly already.
Yeah, that was insane how fast he went down 2 shields. The shield from the Lapras, you said it correctly. He will just be Psywave down on the Shadow Drapion if he does not shield this, so he had to. But with this team going 2 shields down against the Cradley is almost impossible. Against the Malamar is almost impossible to win. Here we can see the replay of game 1. This absolutely phenomenal catch right there for Borja. Tried to go for the charge attack priority here. Charge attack priority catch with the Lapras, but it was just enough because Malamar. And 1 charge attack priority afterwards versus a Drapion. This Earthquake landing on the Feraligatr, doing massive damage, and then the swap in from Borja going to put the pressure on, but Marcus Shiny was able to come back in this second game here. I want to say that the Shadow Feraligatr of Marcus Shiny did not have the best time. The acrobatics, the Earthquake, almost 2 one-hit KOs. That was...
And then this catch, by the way, this catch on the Cradley, the Stone Edge, was so important, because otherwise you would not be able to get to the final charge attacks of the Drapion into that Clodsire later on.
Marco Shiny can be so proud of himself. Look at this, the acrobatics level. Please, I can just hope we see this.
This is not super effective, by the way, from the grass side. This is only a neutral charge attack, but the Feraligatr is gone!
Yeah, to everyone who thought that Jumpluff loses the good matchups versus the water types because it's not running Energy Ball anymore, you can just see what the acrobatics did there.
Yeah, okay, acrobatics is pretty good as an attack right now. That's why I'd like to see some Emolga at some point as well, just to counter all those Jumpluff.
Does it really counter? Oh yeah, it does counter the jump.
Yeah, there's charge attacks. Well, the thing is, Thundershock doesn't add up as much, so that's kind of the flaw of Emolga there against Jumpluff.
Yeah, also, it's not as bulky. Maybe play Dazzling Gleam Jumpluff to kind of get a win in this matchup somehow as well, because Jumpluff is pretty flexible, but Dazzling Gleam also a huge charge attack, by the way, that has pushed some more Pokemon into the metagame, but on the Jumpluff, nobody even considered it. I just found out because I accidentally charge jammed it on.
Yeah, okay, well that's gonna happen, that you find out Pokemon have attacks that you didn't think they would have. I actually found out that an Agrill nowadays has Rock Tomb as well. You don't see that Pokemon as much, but yeah, that's a pretty good addition for a Pokemon that doesn't look so good at first on paper. Just one of those. And yeah, you can also still run Energy Ball though. It can really throw off some opponents. You see some Swampert perhaps in the Go Baltic, and then Energy Ball can be such a nice surprise when they expect the acrobatics from a regular Jumpluff.
Yeah, regular Jumpluff as well. If it's a Shadow Jumpluff and the acrobatics lands, it's basically
it will do a lot.
The same story. Sounds like a perfect play to me, by the way, that the players here are gaining some championship points, at least the ones that are still in this tournament. They want to go to the World Championship. And at the World Championships, there is a lot of phenomenal trainers that go for perfect plays all the time. So maybe you want to take a look at the coming video where we show you a perfect play from Worlds.
Welcome to a brand new episode of Perfect Play. My name is Martijn. You may also know me as Inadequate. In this episode, we will be taking a look at the smart team composition from none other than our world champion. The safest way to approach a battle is through strategy. Today, we're looking at a battle between two world-class battlers, Wadaj and It's Axon. They played each other in the winners' finals of the World Championships. There are two key elements that both players depend on here. Wadaj notices that It's Axon lacks a hard Umbreon answer. Medicham is the best It's Axon has, but without a fighting charge attack, it loses the zero shield scenario against the bulky dark type. It's Axon notices that his Lantern is very safe against Wadaj, as it puts up a good fight against about everything Wadaj has. These are the two Pokemon that both battlers will likely use, and they will likely know that of each other too. The specific battle we'll take a look at is battle number 3. It's Axon has noticed that Wadaj does not fear the Alolan Sandslash, and Wadaj occasionally brings the Altaria to deal with the Medicham and the Lantern of It's Axon. To free up his Medicham, It's Axon makes a plan. He leads the Alolan Sandslash into Wadaj. This is relieving for Wadaj, as his Altaria now avoids his hard counter to it. In fact, Wadaj is likely to take any opportunity to avoid the Alolan Sandslash with his Altaria. It's Axon makes a clever catch during the battle, and Wadaj takes his chance to switch in his Altaria. This frees up the Medicham from It's Axon, and with a shield in play, it will clean up the battle for It's Axon. This smart strategy allows It's Axon to win this valuable point in his best out of 5, which he won in the end by 3-2. This was the Perfect Play episode on smart team compositions. Hopefully it helps you in your future battle. See you next time!
The competition has continued to heat up here in Sevilla, and I tell you what, it's not only at Worlds that perfect plays are going on. Some masterclasses have been shown by a lot of these trainers here, but in the end, there can only be one champion, and we're getting down to it with our top 3 trainers.
Our top 3 trainers and 1 championship title to give away. So many top competitors, and you know, one of the key things we see repeatedly is Padaman being shown for that perfect play, and that's exactly who we have, one of the trainers who we have left as well. Such a skilled trainer, so much credentials to his name, but this is it. So he has just a few battles away from potentially being crowned the Seville Special Event champion.
Yes, he was knocked down to the loser side of the bracket by HK Assassin, the only non-Spanish trainer left in this competition, but he is sitting pretty on the top of the throne there on that winner's side of the bracket, ready to see who will be coming up to play him. And guess what? It is all grudge matches from here on out, because Pataman will be playing up against Borja, who he knocked down to the bracket a little bit earlier on in the day.
Yeah, I think we see how difficult the matchup would have been for Padaman. He even mentioned it in his interview that Jellicent, it just doesn't have a lot of places to go. There is no fast attack pressure on Pokemon like Diggersby. Of course, there's also the Malamar. Malamar is going to have a field day with Pokemon like Jellicent. Yes, Golisopod does have access to the X-Scissor, but then again, Malamar's Psywaves and that Foul Play will slowly and steadily add up. So it's going to be interesting on how Pataman can bring back what he learned from the first time they played to the second time.
I mean, Pataman was able to 2-0 sweep him the first time, but exactly like you said, he's very fearful of the team that Borja played. Meanwhile, we've seen it time and time again, even here at this special championship, where someone has knocked someone down to the loser's bracket, but then in the grudge match, they are able to take it back, take the victory from the jaws of defeat. Very interesting to see how these trainers will play it out. You called it earlier, the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop is rising, and by the end of the day, we will see who will be the champions. Let's take a look at how far these trainers have come throughout the tournament so far. This is the loser side of the bracket. Once again, in a double elimination tournament, that means these trainers had lost previously, and once they were knocked out of this, they were out of the tournament.
Yeah, we see here Kaifia bringing in and then going up against Marco Shiny. Marco Shiny trumps Kaifia They're going 2-0 and then another 2-0 only to lose to Borja in the losers semifinals. That was such a close game. Unfortunately, in game number 3, Marcus Shiny's Feraligatr had nowhere left to go. It had no shields to hide behind, and that acrobatics took it out of the sky.
Jumpluff is one of those Pokemon where some of them you either really like to play it or you really hate to see it, and I think Borja's really loving that Jumpluff, especially after that last matchup. But he has to face a trainer who was now someone who has knocked him down to the losers bracket, who has a very positive set against him. Will he be able to do that? Will he be able to, you know, kind of take a step back and be able to relax and realize what it takes for him to win the game?
Yeah, it's all going to be the Malamar show. How can Borja execute this strategy? Yeah. Yeah, of course, that's a brilliant animation to have as well. It kind of reminds me of the Registeel animation where it goes, it's like revving the engine up before it gets to the Zap Cannon. But then again, another Pokemon that we need to really look out for on Padaman's side is one of the reasons why we won game number 2 was having that Tinkaton aligned against the Malamar that kind of put a block into Borja's party there.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about all of the trainers before. The trainers have been doing not well at just regional competitions, not just at international champions, but also at their local cups and challenges. We're going to show you a quick little video so you can understand where you can join in and have fun for your own chance to be gaining some championship points.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
There are multiple ways to find out your local Pokemon leagues, and one of the easiest one is to scan the QR code that you see on your screen right here. It will show you where the next mini events are happening, or in this sense, where you can go and gain those championship points. Not just gain those championship points, but play against top trainers who are also will be at these locations to learn, and the most important thing, you can trade as well.
I know we talked about it a lot, about Tinkaton and how it's been so popular here in Sevilla. It is on Patoman's team, and one way that you can get that is by trading that Pokemon with low friendship traits in the game to be able to get it ready and PvP viable. I wonder if we'll see any of it in the upcoming matches, but we know for sure through the interview when I was talking with Borja, he said, you know what, I'm not even afraid of Tinkaton. I have a lot of answers for it with my team, and I think that I can play around it, and he's been doing so quite masterfully because he is in the top 3, playing in the losers finals, a best of 5. We're all best of 5s, baby, from here on out.
Yeah, we were in the best of 3, but now it's all best of 5s. One of the things that I was talking about earlier as well is how do you build against such a meta-defining Pokemon, a Pokemon that comes in and completely reshapes what happens around it. Either you try to play the Pokemon, or as something that Borja has done, try to completely shut down the Pokemon. Having Pokemon like Diggersby, for example, great check against the Tinkaton. All your moves do super effective damage except for that quick attack. It's a brilliant way to kind of strategize and say, all right, this is a Pokemon that I'm afraid of, or I'm not super prepared for it, or I don't have it. So I'm just gonna go complete hard counter it with my Pokemon.
I know Borja also said a little bit earlier on in the interview 2 different things that kind of piqued my interest, and maybe your guys is in the chat as well. One, that his Malamar is very special, but it's a secret as to why. And so he said if he wins, he'll tell us why this Malamar is so special. And number 2, he's a dancer, and he said, okay, if I win, I might do some dancing on stage. And I think that a lot of trainers are saying, okay, how do I top that?
I gotta cheer for Borja from now on, because I do want to see him dancing. Of course, we still had our first ever world champion go back on that promise.
I know. It's a little bit hurtful. He was backstage. I did mention to him again, reminding him, Dancing Rob, our first ever world champion, that he lacked the dancing skills on the stage when he won the world championship. Perhaps we can bring it here in Sevilla, see a lot of these fast steps. I can definitely tell that Borja has been maneuvering around the stage, dancing a little bit with his energy for sure already. Perhaps just a warm-up for the feast to come.
Dancing around with his Pokemon and energy, indeed. That's something that we are seeing more and more in this meta, is that energy management, especially because of the fact that in this meta, the Pokemon get to their charge attacks really fast. And when Pokemon like that exist, it means it's all about energy management. How quickly can you adapt? How can you keep tags on your opponent's energy over time? Because it sometimes there's so many things happening. We saw Wolfpack playing it in one of the games where he danced around again and again and again. At some point, his opponent did not know what the energy count was. So these things can happen, and that's exactly why this meta is just so exciting to watch.
There's so many different Pokemon. Some things that have been a little bit older, like that Shadow Feraligatr or Shadow Swampert coming back into the meta. Some newer Pokemon like Lapras that is able to sort of take a main stage. And the real question is between Lapras. We've been seeing it with the teams. Do you run Ice Beam or do you run Skull Bash? That seems to be the big question of this tournament.
It comes down to the meta call, what moveset you run here. The fast attack that the Lapras usually runs is Psywave, charge attack is Sparkling Aria, Ice Beam or Skull Bash. I am a Skull Bash kind of guy. It's mostly because of the fact that in this meta, we do not see a lot of these Ice-type Pokemon. Yes, there are some teams that are running this Credilli for having the Grass-type coverage, or Pokemon like Fur to have that Grass-type to Trailblaze coverage, but in both these cases, you are going to want to have Sparkling Aria for the long run and Skull Bash on the long run, because we saw Lapras being at 58% of the teams in day number 2.
Man, I tell you what, Lapras is one of the Pokemon. It's actually one of my favorite Pokemon, and I know it's a crowd favorite Pokemon for many people who watch the main series, who watch the games. And I think after this, a lot of people are going to be wondering how they can get a Lapras on their team. I have to admit, a lot of times when I'm looking at these team compositions, I'm thinking for myself, how would I like to play this? And I always consider, if it's a popular Pokemon, what I would want to do in the mirror situation.
Yeah.
And because of that, with Lapras, I think I would opt to be running Skull Bash to raise up my defense and to do better against opposing Lapras and opposing Azumarill. But in the same sense, with Tinkerton, which has been everywhere, the top used Pokemon in day number 2, I would opt for Heavy Slam, I think, and that's absolutely nowhere to be found all over Spain. I'm looking for it, but nope, just bulldoze all the way.
Yeah, bulldozing its way into the top pick of this meta indeed. Tinkerton has made huge waves. One of the things that is really interesting to see, of course, this is the first ever time we're seeing Tinkerton, right? So over the course of the time, there's a high chance that people switch to Heavy Slam, for example. Let's take a quick look at what we have here. We see Padoman on the left-hand side and Borea on the right-hand side. One of the picks that came back slowly, or I think it's a pick that I was always constantly doubting about, is a Clodsire. One of the reasons it got shut out of the meta is because of the fast pacing of the meta. Drapion coming in, Pokemon like Golisopod, Feraligatr, so fast to their charge attacks, kind of pushes it out of the way. But now with Tinkerton in there and also Tinkerton Lapras being in there, it's a great Pokemon to have. Super effective damage against the Lapras with the Stone Edge and super effective damage against the Tinkerton with the Earthquake.
Oh, I tell you what, one other thing that Clodsire would absolutely love to see, also that Diggersby, is a pick that hasn't been used very often by any other opponent, but that is that Charger Bug on Patoman's team. When you see a team that has a lot of ground, you potentially say, maybe I'll go ahead and leave that Pokemon at home. Maybe it's not all fully charged all the way, Charger Bug. Go ahead and sit this one out.
Yeah, I think Charger Bug is going to be sitting this one out, especially when there's Diggersby and Clodsire. Even Pokemon like Jumpluff have plenty of play against the Charger Bug because there are no super effective moves going on each side. One of the things that's pretty interesting here is, again, the Feraligatr. It's not a Shadow Feraligatr like we've seen most of the time. So this Feraligatr is going to be able to take a little bit more charge attacks from the side of Padaman.
We've been able to see from Borja, but he often doesn't shield his Feraligatr, where other people having that Shadow Feraligatr fear because they don't want to be able to take that extra amount of damage. But being able to maybe damage Sponge a little bit better has proved very vital for him. Of course, those Hydro Cannons don't hit as hard. We're going to see it right away in the beginning. These Hydro Cannons, again, not be doing that much of the Jellicent, but these Shadow Claws are really going to start to chunk away here, going ahead and just already staying in and charging up a bit of energy.
Yeah, Shadow Claws, look at how much damage it does onto this Jellicent. Jellicent gets to the Shadow Ball, but not before Hydro Cannon coming in from the Feraligatr. This is going to do a ton of damage. Of course, this is resisted, but Feraligatr doesn't care.
And not very efficient, but still brings the Jellicent down so low. Shadow Ball coming through, and this is one of those moments that we were talking about. Because it is a regular Feraligatr, Feraligatr. It doesn't want to take it, but it can take it much more comfortably and still continue to charge up energy. These not very efficient Hydro Cannons are still putting in so much work into the Jellicent, which seems like it could be a much harder counter for Pokemon. And now the Shadow Claw damage knocks it out. Borja gets the lead that he was looking for, but in comes the Golisopod.
Golisopod coming in, immediately met with the swap of this Lapras. Of course, we know that there's a Talonflame at the back for Patoman, so he cannot swap out of this matchup. Golisopod going for this X-Scissor. This is going to do a ton of damage to the Lapras. Boria understanding that maybe his Lapras is the key to win this match, pulling up that Protect Shield.
I like this play. He knows that that first X-Scissor was going to be doing more damage because now that this Skull Bash is going through, his defenses are rising. It's better to know when you want to use your shields. And speaking of using shields, not a shield used by Patoman coming in now with the Talonflame. This is so dangerous. This Lapras is boosted. These Sparkling Arias are going to hurt, and he's just continuing to farm away.
Yeah, Sparkling Aria number 1 coming in here. Immediate Protect Shield by Patoman. This is not the situation where you want to be. Boria understanding that towards the end game, the Clodsire with the shield advantage will do a lot of work. Goes for that big heavy-hitting Skull Bash that went through on the Golisopod, almost taking it out. First Fly coming in, not enough to take out the Lapras because it's boosted. Will it get to another Sparkling Aria? Yes, it does.
Lapras says, I dare you to fly me here, and forcing another shield from Patoman. Patoman shielding this up because there's barely any health left from the Golisopod. And in comes the Clodsire to catch this Incineroar. Now, this Flame Charge will boost the attack of the Talonflame.
Yeah, Flame Charge does boost the attack of the Talonflame, but then again, Clodsire is such a bulky Pokemon, and on top of the bulk, it has one more thing. It has that Protect Shield to hide behind. Will Boria pull up this Protect Shield? I am not sure if he kept track of the Golisopod's energy, but this Fly will never be enough to knock out the Clodsire. Deep into the red it goes, but gets that Aqua Jet coming in, shielding this up. No energy on the Talonflame, one step away from getting that 1-game lead.
Great wherewithal, Borja, knowing he doesn't want to get the catch, knowing this is what he's saving his shield for, going for the Stone Edge. There are no Protect Shields to hide behind. This is going to hurt as the flying bird falls from the sky.
Throwing that stone onto the Talonflame, bringing it down from the sky. 1-0 Boria, dominant gameplay there. Great lead, normal Feraligatr going up against that Jellicent. It's one of the matchups that we would think that Jellicent could win because of it having access to Shadow Ball, but that Feraligatr, being a normal one, completely took that Shadow Ball damage to win that switch there.
Borja says, oh, 2-0 me no more here. He is ready. He has had the momentum behind him at this stage in the tournament. Once you start winning and doing really well against opponents, I think that this is something that can be sort of a game-changing, defining moment. Patoman just got knocked down from the winner's side of the bracket to be faced here, so he's coming already off of a loss. He needs to be able to take himself, pick himself back up, and be able to know what he needs to do to get back in the game. But guess what? This isn't your typical best of 3. It's not like if Borja wins 1 more, he'll be able to take it. This is a best of 5, which means there's a little bit more time to relax, to assess the situation, and to be able to maybe make some riskier plays that your opponent wouldn't expect.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that I want to point out as well, Boria showing that he's not afraid as well of Patoman, because in his game number 1 in the previous round, he went for that acrobatics that lost him the game. He went for that heavy hitting move, trying to get it through the 2 shields, but this time he said, I'm still gonna go for it. If you don't shield, I win the game at that instant. No fear from the side of Borja.
No fear, but the second game is here. Talonflame in the sky versus the Malamar that we've seen so often by Borja, one of his most valuable Pokemon, just starting to woosha here away. But guess what? He's going to be able to outpace, but these Incinerates are starting to put in work. Do you want to shield so early on if you're Patoman, knowing that your Talonflame potentially has a decent amount of play into the rest of the team?
If this is a high attack Malamar, then this matchup is heavily favored towards the Malamar, and what a catch, catching that Fly onto the Lapras. Of course, this is still neutral damage. This is the move that you want to throw as a Talonflame onto the Lapras, but then again, that's a lot of energy wasted, and the Malamar is still hale and healthy.
Going now in, using that Lapras with Skull Bash as its safe swap here, Jellicent becomes much more safe for Patoman as well, recognizing that it's not going to be taking heavy hitting damage from any of the attacks that Lapras comes in with. It has an opportunity for Patoman to slow down the gameplay a little bit and put the ball back in his court. Another Sparkling Aria coming through, and the Jellicent is just barely going to be knocked down to the O after this.
Yeah, this is the situation where you want to be if you're a trainer running Jellicent, is potentially being able to farm up so much energy. At 100 energy here, max energy for the Jellicent, and going for the Shadow Ball. This will most definitely knock out the Lapras.
Lapras goes down at this point, but Lapras has done its job. We want to see what comes back in because, again, there's two Psywave users on this team that Borja choose to play into this matchup. The Glycopod in the back, sitting there for Pataman, wondering when it's going to come in. But Malamar going and doing for charge attack priority here, throws his foul play, will be enough to knock out, and Pataman uses his first shield.
Yeah, this is big heads-up play from Pataman. He knows that he has the energy, not only on the Jellicent, but also on the Talonflame to completely take both the shields away from Boria. Let's see if he goes for a combo play, or does he stay in here? Does he click on his Talonflame? No, he does not. He's still staying in with the Jellicent, but this gives him a chance to catch, and he's catching that Surf, but this is still super effective damage onto the Clodsire.
This is going to be doing a decent amount to one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the Great League. Super effective, still in the green, but in comes the Glycopod at this point, just charging up energy so quickly, just splashing away as his charge attacks will start attacking. He does have to use the shield here because the Stone Edge is heavy damage onto this Clodsire, but meanwhile, he's just beginning to gain up energy on his own, almost up to 2 Aqua Tails, throwing the first one now.
Yeah, Aqua Jet number 1 coming in here, and immediately, I don't know if Boria wants to shield this, because even if he shields this, the Glycopod will have another Aqua Tail to go. So this Aqua Jet knocking out the Clodsire, but in comes the Malamar, trying to get a little bit energy. At this point, it's going to be so crucial. Does he call the Talonflame coming in, or will Pataman wait for the Talonflame?
Well, the real question is, will he be able to? Because guess what? There is nothing at this point. Going for a charge attack priority. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Glycopod at this point? Will he have energy for that Talonflame and Jellicent in the back? It's coming down to the wire. He's not even there.
No, that's not enough to knock out the Glycopod. Glycopod gets to this X-Scissor, and this X-Scissor will knock out a few Malamars away from the stage. This is it. Tying up 1-1 the series. Pataman, another great showcase for Glycopod.
Putting a number 1 on the board for Pataman as well in this best-of-5 matchup. It is a tie game, but this is really a big moment for these two trainers who have both brought very interesting and dynamic teams that have not really been seen as much in the other parts of the tournament. Focusing really on that Jellicent that Pataman has been relying on so far between Borja and also the Malamar, something that we haven't seen at all, and he's been piloting it to amazing success.
I think game 1, the Malamar did a lot of work for Boria, but game number 2, it looked like it had one of the, let's say, not favorable leads or a neutral lead, but he decided to save the Malamar. Kind of predicting the Jellicent at the back, but the Jellicent got so much energy on the Lapras, and it was too much of an uphill climb for Boria's Malamar.
Now, there is a lot between these two trainers. They already played earlier on in the day. Pataman was able to take that set 2-0. Borja's already gotten his first point off of Pataman, but that, I don't think, is enough for him. He wants to be able to take this game in this decisive game, or a best-of-5 matchup. He needs to be able to take 3 of those games. Both of the trainers are 2 games away. Both of these trainers are locked in for this next game. Let's see how it's going to go.
It's going to be interesting to see the leads. These two trainers are going here. Jellicent into a Lapras. This is a positive matchup for the Jellicent, but this can completely change if the Lapras invests more and more shields, because you see those Psywaves damage adding up. Yes, the Hex did receive a small buff, but then again, damage over time is so crucial in this matchup.
We're taking a peep at those backlines too. I would say alignment is also really important here, because there's a Talonflame and there is a Jump Bluff in the back, and fire damage is so dangerous for that little Cotton Fluff Shadow Ball coming through. No Protect Shield used on Borja's side, but guess what? This is pretty much going to hurt, bronking it down to the yellow, but now a Sparkling Aria is already loaded as well.
Yeah, Sparkling Aria is loaded, and it's immediately thrown into this Jellicent. Jellicent, of course, is going to go into the red with this move, but will Boria understand that he needs the switch here? He needs the switch to be able to win this game, or to even put the correct matchup. Let's see. Second Shadow Ball coming in. No shield from Boria. This is going to take out his Lapras. Whatever Pokemon is coming in from now on is going to take so much damage from this Jellicent. Jellicent goes to 3 hexes, goes for the Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball ball will do so much damage against this Jumpluff.
This is the big problem, right? You have a Jumpluff in the back, you have a Clodsire in the back, you have absolutely no fast attack pressure, and you have too much health on that Jellicent. Not only now are you coming out with a lot of energy, but Patoman now gets to dictate what's coming in. It's going to be an immediate swap, also by Borja, recognizing that it could be a Talonflame in the back, putting him as a little bit of an energy advantage, but we've seen Goliathspot go to town, first Stone Edge going through, first shield being used.
Yeah, this is a matchup where the onus of shielding is at Patoman's side, because that Stone Edge would do, I think it would almost knock out the Goliathspot here. Goliathspot, of course, paces so much faster than this Clodsire, getting to 2 Aqua Jets before the Clodsire gets to the second Stone Edge.
Already added a little bit of cool water to refresh this Clodsire. Super effective damage, and number 2 coming through at this moment. You gotta use your shields at some point here. Borja's already grimacing. He recognizes the writing on the wall, but wants to play this through. Patoman sitting in a very comfortable position, continuing to just farm away, but there is a lot of energy left. There's gonna have to be a shield used at some point here on Patoman's side, and it looks like he might be able to let this go completely, relying solely on the wings of the Talonflame.
Yeah, great call there by Patoman, because he knows that the Stone Edge has to land for the Talonflame to be knocked out of the sky here, and all these Incinerate are not resisted by this Clodsire. One Incinerate, look how much damage it did. In comes this Jumpluff, only to take another Incinerate from this Talonflame, but is 2 Acrobatics enough? Can this Jumpluff get to another one to knock the Talonflame out? First Acrobatics lands, will it get to an Aerial Ace? And it does!
Oh wow, being able to get to an Aerial Ace here. Patoman recognizes that he maybe not have this opponent as he thought he did. This Aerial Ace will connect, this Talonflame goes down, and Borja's taken the next game.
From what looked like such a disadvantageous situation for Borja, coming back to win the game, and what was crucial was that he was in the Jumpluff versus Talonflame matchup, he swapped in the Clodsire in between the Incinerate animation, which got him a head start, 2 Poison Sting head start onto the Goliathspot, which made sure that he outpaced the Goliathspot in that one shield scenario before it got to that first Aqua Jet.
Calm and collected he played here. This is also probably an argument for people wondering with Jumpluff, why would you not run a grass-type Pokemon with any sort of grass-type charge attacks? It's reasons like this, having a heavy-hitting attack like Acrobatics to do a lot of pressure than having a smaller, less energy charge attack to be able to take out Pokemon or to use it as a bait. This was masterful gameplay, well composed by Borja here to be able to take that second game. He needs one more game to be able to go on to the grand finals, already the highest placement he's ever had in a tournament before.
Yeah, do you, just a quick question on the side of the Energy Ball argument. Do you know how much an Energy Ball would have done on the Talonflame?
Tell me, absolutely, well, less than an Aerial Ace.
It's 21%. Oh, that's not a lot, but I think it's about as much as an Aerial Ace, I would assume.
I mean, to be fair with that, Energy Ball takes a little bit more energy to get to as well, and I don't think that he would have been able to get to 2 Acrobatics. He needed to throw something like that Aerial Ace, a smaller energy charge attack to be able to get there. It was a huge game for him. Being able to come back from a Jumpluff against a Talonflame and still win the game is absolutely incredible energy management and wherewithal from Borja.
Yeah, Borja is 1 game away from going in to the winner's side of the bracket here. This is, I'm not sure how this lead plays out. You do have super effective damage on the side of Diggersby with that Fire Punch, but these Shadow Claws are resisted by the normal typing of the Diggersby, and this is exactly where you want to be if you're the Diggersby. First Fire Punch comes in, this is probably going to put the Goliathspot into the yellow.
Go ahead and see, Goliathspot able to take it a little bit because it is a Water-type Pokemon, but even though it does have that Bug typing as well, meanwhile saying, okay, I see what you did there, let me raise you my super effective attack here. Although, if we look at how much this does, it's super effective, but Diggersby is one of the bulky Pokemon here used. First time that we're seeing it in these matchups. Very interested to see how they want to play this out. As you're noticing, there's no Shadow Claw damage like you spoke of, Abby. It's really going to be those Aqua Jets coming through.
Yeah, I think at this point, Patoman understanding that he has to leverage his energy on the Goliathspot to potentially pull this match up from such a, I would say, neutral lead here. Goliathspot winning the lead for Patoman and also having a ton of energy. Jumpluff coming in, and this is going to be met with this X-Scissor. X-Scissor is neutral on the Jumpluff, but then again, because of the attack stat of that Goliathspot, it's going to do a ton of damage on the Jumpluff.
Being able to just get a little bit of extra energy. We saw how vital this was last game for him to do so. In comes the Talonflame once again, and now the Talonflame actually stays in for a little bit, wants to gain up some energy, a whole Incinerate, before now swapping into the Jellicent. We saw this last game. Jellicent really really doesn't take much, doesn't need to use its shields here, but the main thing is those Shadow Claws jam is just gonna start chunking away.
So much damage, Shadow Claw and Hydro Cannon before the Jellicent even gets to that Shadow Ball. Feraligatr reaches another Hydro Cannon, and this Hydro Cannon will put the Jump Love into the yellow, and not Jump Love, I mean Jellicent into the yellow, and this is not where you want to be as Patoman, because at this point, Boria, if he calls this Surf Bait, he's going to go a long way. No, he pulls up a shield.
He knows that there's a lot of energy, there's a lot riding on this Feraligatr, but that bait has caused Patoman to be able to get to another Surf, which is absolutely huge at this point. Borja can't afford to shield because that Talonflame has energy, and yet he still has to do so.
Shielding that Surf is very unfortunate here. Now, Talonflame has so much energy, and there is no shields for the Feraligatr to hide behind. First Hydro Cannon coming in immediately, shielded by Patoman's Talonflame. One move is all it takes for the Feraligatr, and he makes a catch on the Jump Love.
Being able to catch here is absolutely crucial, and you see an undercharge by Patoman because he wants to be able to get at least one Incinerate in, but he's, oh man, Borja not even able to get to an attack to do a little bit of chip damage here. Patoman still in the driver's seat, still a shield behind him. This Hydro Cannon would definitely hurt. Patoman says, I'm not worried, I'm not scared. Let's see what we can do with another fly coming through.
Fly number, I think at this point is fly number 3 coming in through, and this fly will take this Feraligatr, sweep it off its feet, and evening the series 2-2. What a close game. Patoman showing why he's such a good battler with so much accolades, completely maintaining his cool, because seeing that Feraligatr in the mid game was one of the worst Pokemon you can see on the back line if you were Patoman.
I think when you're trainers and you're at this level, you have to be thinking, okay, this is a whole team of 6. If I have a certain Pokemon in the lead, like the Goliath spot, how do I want to play out the matchup against all 6 of the, different Pokemon that my opponent has? So you see both of these trainers kind of taking a moment to visualize in their head how they want to play out these games. A lot of trainers make matrices so they can understand, okay, which ones have the most positive matchups, and trainers that are at this caliber also recognize their win conditions throughout the game. Huge, incredible plays by both of these trainers here. You saw when the Feraligatr came in, Patoman didn't automatically swap. He recognized that the Feraligatr wasn't going to be able to get to an attack yet, and he went ahead and did a full Incinerate, gaining all of this energy, which proved so vital for him later in the game. Then just using that Jellicent as a sponge to be able to go ahead and say, okay, throw whatever you want at me at this point. I know that the Talonflame is going to be my closer.
Yeah, that was so crucial as well to understand that that energy on Talonflame will be pivotal in trying to win the game. Another thing that we saw on the side of Patoman, on the side of Boria, is a small mistake that he made is shielding up that Surf. Of course, the Surf would have done a damage, but then again, all the moves coming from the Talonflame, all the fast attacks coming from the Talonflame would have been resisted. So potentially you had the opportunity to have one shield and get to 3 charge attacks. It would be very, very tricky, but then again, that would have been a play that he could potentially have done.
It's so hard to tell, right? In the moment, you only have a certain amount of shields, and your opponent has been playing differently throughout this whole thing. They're dancing around. This is a decisive game, a best-of-5 matchup for the losers finals here to see who will play in the grand finals. Let's make some noise because we got that Tinkerton against a Jump Love, the first time Patoman has brought it in this series.
Tinkerton finally comes on the field, and it's met with one of its most dominant matchups, but even now Lapras coming in, a safe swap from Borja, but this is also not a great matchup to be in if you are the Lapras, because your Psywaves are not doing as much damage as it should.
All right, the Tinkerton already had a little bit of energy advantage too, going for the play rough, knocks the Lapras down to about half health. In comes the Jellicent. This has been time and time again the strategy used by Patoman there. If you're going to go ahead and use Lapras as your safe swap, I am going to punish you with something that can completely sort of soak up all of the damage you're putting through. Already 2 Sparkling Arias, and basically Jellicent still in the green.
Yeah, Jellicent is still in the green. Second Sparkling Aria coming in will put the Jellicent into the yellow, but this is not the situation where you want to be as a Lapras, because the Jellicent will get to another Shadow Ball before you get to that Sparkling Aria. Shadow Ball number 2 coming in from the Jellicent, knocking out the Lapras. Now let's see what Boria wants to do. Does he come in with the Feraligatr to get that energy lead, or does he come in with his own Jump Love? But Feraligatr comes in here, Shadow Claws adding up over time. Will he let Oh, tries to catch a move here. Unfortunately for him, Paddleman being patient, going into that Tinkerton, and this is looking dire for Borja.
We're back to where we started. Jump up against the Tinkerton in the lead. We saw how much damage actually the jump up can do because it is Shadow, because Acrobatics is such a heavy hitting attack. But at this point, Tinkerton is still in a commanding position. This is a very, very important game. So both of these trainers want to be doing everything they absolutely can to maximize their potential, to be making their way into the finals, swinging away. Both of these trainers spinning around Acrobatics at the same time, but the play rough comes through first.
Player of coming in here. Unfortunately, Padaman knowing that his Tinkerton wins charge attack priority against a jump love, going for the charge attack tie event, but this puts him in a situation where this Feraligatr is going to come with so much more energy. It's all going to come down to, oh, I think Padaman wants to go for the bulldoze play here. He will try to get the debuff, or maybe he goes for this player off and tries to get this Feraligatr shield. Two shields being played here immediately by Padaman.
This is a huge heads-up play. Very curious to see how this will go because now the Feraligatr is absolutely dry. Two shields have been expended on Padaman's side, but Feraligatr is so important for Borja here, and he has a last-second shield at this point. There's still quite a bit of energy that can be gained from the Feraligatr. I wonder if we will see a two-shield. No, going straight for the attack. He knows there's no protect shields left on Padaman's side. He doesn't want to risk using another shield at this point. He wants this Tinkerton out of the picture.
Yeah, Tinkerton goes out of the picture, but then Jellison did have so much energy. At this point, we know the Golisopod has a positive matchup into the Feraligatr if there are no shields. Is the switch clock already up? And it is. Golisopod comes in, Shadow clawing this Feraligatr down, and it is going to be so close. Borja trying to do whatever he can with this Hydro Cannon, but Hydro Cannon is resisted by the Golisopod.
Away here, the Hydro Cannon is not very effective. Already at a move at the Golisopod. This one says this one is going to hurt. This one is unprotected, and Padaman goes on into the Grand Finals!
Grand Finals, what a way to go there, riding on the wave of the Golisopod, the Aqua Jets, the X-Scissors, so much damage, such great energy management by Padaman. Yes, Borja did start off the series with a one-game lead, but Padaman clawing his way back, flipping it as a 3-2. So close games, great games there.
Duck is back. Quack, quack here for Padaman, able to go back into this matchup. Losing the first game, it was really a dance the whole way through. Padaman, the trainer who knocked Borja down to the loser's bracket, he was knocked down himself by HK Assassin, who he will be playing in the Grand Finals. A matchup that was very decisively won, a best-of-5 matchup by HK Assassin, a clean 3-0 sweep. So it'll be very interesting to see how Padaman can come back from this, especially now that he has all of this momentum behind him after these fantastic wins.
I mean, if anybody can do it, it's got to be Padaman, right? I think he's done, he showed us how you can play the Golisopod in such a great fashion. He leveraged the energy on the Golisopod in game number 2 to flip that game on top of his head by making sure he secured the switch at the early game against the Diggersby to go on to have an X-Scissor land on the jump love. Because that X-Scissor landed on the jump love, the Talonflame could incinerate it down before it got to the Acrobatics to force a shield. So very close games there. Great gameplay by Padaman.
I mean, I think that Padaman is one of the trainers. We've been talking about Golisopod and its potential. He's been playing to absolute perfection throughout this tournament. Big plays after big plays here. But not only the Golisopod, but also his Jellicent play has been absolutely fantastic. Something that we really haven't seen too much, but has been putting in the work.
I think game 1 he went without the Jellicent, but game number 2 is when he relied on the Jellicent. Having that matchup against the Lapras goes a long way into securing energy for the Jellicent. I mean, of course the Psy Waves add up over time, but then again the sparkling area from the Lapras is resisted by the Jellicent, and it's that much energy. There's not much you can do, yeah?
Just want to point out, if you're watching the screen right now, if this was a typical best of 3, if this was anywhere else in the tournament, Borja would already be going on in this tournament. But at this point, in the losers finals, in these best of 5s, this is going to be the big moments where we're seeing different strategies, different ways to play. Padaman climbed out of the hole that he was in and was able to go reach his Talonflame in the sky to be able to make it back up to the Grand Finals. Incredible plays by both of these trainers throughout the whole thing, but this X-Scissor sealed the deal.
Yeah, X-Scissor sealed the deal indeed. I think it's very interesting to see, right? Like a lot of people were preparing for Alligators, were preparing for Blastoise, were preparing for Lapras, but then suddenly a Pokemon like Golisopod comes in and it's like, I'm gonna do a ton of damage in this meta. Of course, my matchup against a Tinkaton, maybe in the Zero Shields I might potentially lose it, but then the more the shields are in play, the better it is. Maybe Golisopod is the new Drapion.
Whoa, that's a big statement there, Decisive. What do you think, chat? Is Golisopod the new Drapion? Is it going to be one of those energy monsters that it's really, I mean, if I watched what Pokémon did, I would say, okay, yeah, there's some call to be made for that.
I mean, we saw it earlier as well, right? One of the worst matchups you can have as a Golisopod is against Jumpluff. So if you can shield the acrobatics, you can potentially force the 2-to-1 shield scenario and then win the switch and also come out with an energy to do a lot of damage in the late game, because Fairy Winds from the Jumpluff don't really add up, considering we don't have a lot of, let's say, high damage fast attacks that come from the grass typing. Or electric typing for that matter, except the Unova Stunfisk.
Ooh, that's coming up.
Yeah, that is coming up. So it's going to be interesting to see how Patoman, how do you say it, edits his playstyle to try and counter that Unova Stunfisk.
I mean, speaking of some of the things that have been going on, you guys have been giving us a little bit of social posts. We would love to show them right now. Let's take a look at this. I tell you what, this has become almost one of my favorite parts of watching these special championships or regional competitions is these drawings by Life Giving. She's saying, will Azumarill be able to take the medal again? Will Tinkaton hammer itself into the rankings? Watch the Pokemon Go stream action at Twitch TV. I mean, hey, I tell you what, that's great promotion right there. And look how mean this Azumarill looks. It looks pretty rough.
Yeah, it is ready to play rough. But one of the things that I want to show here is the emote on a Drapion. It looks like it doesn't want to be there. It's like,
it's so cute.
Yeah,
I got those little fangs hanging out of my mouth.
The Clodsire is the cutest. Yeah, it's like, ooh.
What do you guys think about this? Do you guys love this? I mean, honestly, Life Giving has done a lot. I believe the first one that I saw was at the Latin American International Championships, and ever since then, she's basically been doing some of these for each of the tournaments. Love to see them. Thank you so much for this post.
Yeah, that's a great post, but we also have another social post to show you, and this one is by PvP Steve. He is competing in the Johannesburg Special Championship today.
Oh, that was also now in South Africa, and there's a little bit of a spoiler alert to this. He didn't use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, but he did send me a message, and he had a message that he actually got second at this tournament. So a lot of championship points there for him to be able to do that. He actually will take that back home to his home region there in Oceania.
Yeah, I think he would win 300 championship points for that second place position, and that would, I think, maybe put PvP Steve in a position to go to Worlds and compete as well. It's been a long time since we've seen PvP Steve compete all the way, starting from the grassroots, but now I think he's ready to get back up there.
He's such a fun person to be around. A lot of those different tournaments that have been going on down there. We've been getting some information from him about the different tournaments, knowing what the players have run. Really appreciate that, because Pokemon Go is a very large community, and we have trainers from all over the globe that are looking to qualify for that World Championship coming up, and he now maybe is one of them. So congratulations, PvP Steve, on your amazing run there.
PvP Steve had his date with Destiny and finished his second place, but we still have two trainers who are waiting for their chance here. Two finalists who are with Leo at this moment to give us some insights. Probably they're not going to give us any insights on what they're trying to do, but they're going to have an interview and tell us how they're feeling.
It all comes down to this. The grand finals lays ahead of us, and we now have the two competitors, HK Assassin on the winner's side and on the loser's side, Patoman, you just won 3-2 versus Borja. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling confident. I mean, this is not gonna be an easy grand finals, because HK Assassin is a really good player, but I think I have some play, and I'm gonna do my best to win it all.
I want to ask you something about your team that I have been asking myself the entire time. Why are you playing Golisopod and Jellicent? Because I feel like they are fulfilling similar roles sometimes.
Yeah, so they have like similar roles, but they are not the same. Like, for example, Golisopod does well against. I mean, I don't know how to say this because it's like more in the in-game strategy. So it has a role, you know. So I cannot like say anymore.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't have to reveal your strategy here, HK Assassin. You're on the winner side now. You're absolutely undefeated, the last trainer to remain undefeated in this tournament so far. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, Leo.
That's great. So you have both played a match so far already in the winners finals, and you won that pretty convincingly with Superior sitting on the Gastrodon with a 3-0. Do you think you can just repeat that?
Well, hopefully I can't do it again. But I know like Pato is capable of a comeback, so he's the EUIC champion for a reason. So,
Patoman, you have won few tournaments so far under your belt, and I think you have been in a few finals as well before. You only won the tournaments where you came from the loser side, except for EUIC. Do you think this is a matchup where you can get it back?
As I said before, this is not an easy matchup, and I really respect my opponent, but I think I am gonna do like the best I can, and hopefully I can get that title.
That is all that I wanted to hear from you guys. I know there is a big match coming ahead of you guys, so you can take a little breather, and thank you for your time. Good luck in the upcoming grand finals, and we're going to go and kick it back to the casters.
What has been simmering throughout the day is now coming to a boil as we are coming into our grand finals. After this matchup, we will have a crowned champion of the Seville Special Championship. I cannot absolutely wait to see how this will turn out. We got a little bit of an insight. I can understand that the trainers didn't want to, show too many of their cards up their sleeves before the matchup begins.
Of course, you want to save it for the match. What I want to point out as well, this is the grand finals, but of course, it's Powderman will have to reset the grand finals to be able to win. For Assassin, it's just going to be a best of 5. Powderman needs to compete at first the best of 5, win it, and then again reset and go to another best of 5 to potentially take the title of the champion.
It sounds like there's a lot to do there, but it has been done before in Pokemon Go. I doubt that even if it's done today, it'll be the last time it's done in a tournament. But Powderman really needs to focus if he wants to get that, because when he played against HK Assassin before, HK Assassin 3-0'd him in a best of 5, something that's very hard to do for one of our most accomplished players. HK Assassin is a man of few words, it seemed like. He didn't want to give away too much strategy, but I will say this is the farthest he's ever made it in a tournament. This is so good. No matter what, he's going home with at least a second place medal and possibly the gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tough matchup, right? I think you saw earlier as well, the Gastrodon unfortunately got aligned to the Superior or the Talonflame way too many times, and Powderman is in a position where he has to bring in the Gastrodon because the Gastrodon needs to go on to the Unnovan Stunfisk because he does not have an answer to the Unnovan Stunfisk. You do super effective damage to the Golisopod, great super effective damage against the Tinkerton. I'm not exactly sure all of Powderman's teams. You do super effective damage against the Jellicent, super effective damage against the Talonflame, great matchup into the Charjabug. Your only real answer to the Unnovan Stunfisk is that Gastrodon. If you do not have it on the Unnovan Stunfisk, it's going to be such a rough time for Powderman.
You know that game that's like a carnival game where there's 3 shells and there's like a little something underneath it, and then you have to like kind of shift them around, and the person has to guess where the little piece item is under the shell? That's exactly what HK Assassin was doing in those first best of 5 matchups. He was like, and the Gastrodon is gonna be right here, and he nailed it basically almost every single time, landing that Superior onto the Gastrodon, which is just an absolutely horrible matchup for it. It was honestly masterful plays by HK Assassin. That takes a lot of skill. What might seem like luck in scenarios like that, I mean, it really takes kind of an understanding of how your opponent wants to play.
One of the key things as well, it's not just the Unnovan Stunfisk, right? It's not just the Superior. He has so much ways to kind of maneuver against Powderman's teams. Talonflame has a neutral matchup. Of course, you do not want to take the Aqua Jet from the Golisopod because it will outpace you. He needs 10 turns to get to the Aqua Jet, but you need 15 turns on the Talonflame to get to your fly at the start of the game. But then again, as long as you have the shields up, your your Unova Stunfisk is going to have a great time.
I mean, it looks like it really did before.
It did. And lastly, also Pokemon that you have something like a Swampert as well. We saw him bringing the Swampert in game number 3 to completely neutralize the Charger Bug as well. So there are so many Pokemon that HK Assassin can play to get the advantage to his side.
I also want to point out, you kind of mentioned this as you're naming all of these different Pokemon. These are not Pokemon that were actually very high on the day 2 meta usage, because both Patoman and HK Assassin have very unique picks. Using that Unovan Stunfisk, Wolfpack also brought it, and he made it quite far into the tournament, but that is something that hasn't been seen very often, especially at this high level in this new meta. But Tinkaton has definitely decided to maybe make it a little bit more viable, especially with all these waters going around as well.
It's not just Tinkaton made it viable, right? It's a ground-type Pokemon that has a great matchup against Tinkaton, but also a great matchup against Pokemon that can potentially counter Tinkaton, which is Pokemon like Talonflame, for example. The Flying Bird does not appreciate the discharges, and Thundershocks with discharges come in really quick. Only Grass-type attack or a Grass-type attacker that most people are choosing for is that Jumpluff, which does not have access to super effective Grass-type charge attacks against the Unovan Stunfisk. So it's the best place to be if you are a Unovan Stunfisk right now.
HK Assassin sitting pretty on the winner's side of this bracket. He just needs 3 more games. 1, 2, 3 to be able to crown himself the champion. Patoman needs to be able to win this first best of 5, so he needs to take 3 games himself before we can even go into what we would call a reverse sweep there, a grand final matchup, and then we will see who will become the champion. If you're HK Assassin, I imagine at this point you kind of have a good game plan already, but you can allow yourself to take a few more risks than maybe you could in the original part of the matchups, knowing that, okay, I can afford to lose some games if I need to. I don't need to lose my cool at that moment.
I think it's... I mean, in my opinion, it's a bit different, right? So the more opportunity you give to Patoman to get into the game, the better he will play. And then over the course of time, you have a high chance that you are putting too much pressure on yourself because you took it easy at the starting. Never take it easy. Go give it your all from game number 1. Of course, if you want to use game number 1 to kind of find your feet, to see what you can play, that would be a good way. But then again, never give Patoman a small amount of praise.
I like this. There's a saying, you know, if you give a mouse a cookie, it's going to ask for a glass of milk. You're not going to want to let up on the pedal there if you're playing against a trainer like Patoman. HK Assassin, I'm sure he's got a game plan in mind, and he is going to be able to ready to make it happen. Once again, this is the grand finals. The winner of this will be crowned the champion here in Sevilla. A lot on the line. It's down to 2 trainers. One of them is going to come out on top.
It's going to be a really close game. We have to see the Jellicent lined up against the Swampert, or the Gastrodon lined up against a Unovan Stunfisk for Patoman to have a reasonable amount of play in this matchup. There can be so many ways that this can go wrong for Patoman, and so many ways that this can go well for HK Assassin. We do not know. It will all come down to how Patoman has adjusted after his 3 losses to HK Assassin earlier in the tournament.
Patoman said earlier on, I'm not going to let him 3-0 me again. He's got the confidence behind him. He's got the stoic position. He's ready to make some waves. Both of these trainers have locked in. Let's make some noise. We're starting out the grand finals.
Grand finals is in. It's the Stunfisk lead into the Golisopod. This is a positive lead for the Unovan Stunfisk just because of the fact that it has access to super effective charge attacks and also super effective fast attack in that discharge. First Aqua Jade coming in from the Golisopod. This is going to do a lot of damage, but Unovan Stunfisk is a bulky Pokemon.
Knows it can hang on to this even though it is super effective, and he doesn't want any of these charge attacks caught on anything else. Now throwing a charge attack of his own. No Protect Shield on the Golisopod on Patoman's side, which is going to get it very, very low. You see the super effective damage going through at this point, but still another already ready, trying to catch onto the Gastrodon. An immediate pivot now into the Superior. Superior has found its mark under the shell.
This is not the position you want to be as Patoman, because this Superior is going to do so much work. Vine Whip damage is slowly adding up. Body Slam number 1 from the Gastrodon going onto the Superior. Such a bulky Pokemon, it just shrugs it off.
I said, okay, I'm just continuing to charge up energy. We've seen HK Assassin do it time and time again. Throwing, I like this. He's been doing this even though the grass type is more effective. He knows this is enough at this point. This Gastrodon is going down with so much energy. And speaking of energy, what do you want to come in here, Talonflame? Okay, Aerial Ace coming at you now.
Talonflame coming in only to be met with this airlace, but this is a great position to be in. Maybe potentially use his energy lead to switch the matchup up. Padaman will get to farm this Superior all the way down here. Second airlace coming in. This will put the Talonflame into the yellow, but then again, so much energy.
One potential thing we have to look at here. Oh, immediate quick pivot out now, going for a combination play, throwing this discharge, getting that first shield off of the Talonflame. Talonflame has a lot of energy to its name at this point, but still the Unnovan Stunfisk is going to be able to probably get to another attack if he doesn't throw, forcing Pataman to now throw, and now this actually Incinerate is going to, or this Flame Charge is going to boost the attack. There's another shield because there is already an attack loaded on HK Assassin's side.
Yeah, another shield comes in, but this Incinerate going through, this will force the Talonflame to pull up its last Protect Shield. It's all up to the Talonflame at the back on the side of HK Assassin to close this game out. It does have a shield to hide behind. Let's see how these two trainers play this out. Incinerate number 1, Incinerate number 2, waiting a turn here, not letting HK Assassin have the opportunity to catch here. This is a boosted fly from this Talonflame. How much damage does it do?
Not enough to knock it out. Going for yet another Incinerate here. He might be able to Incinerate down Glycepod at an attack at this point, forcing now HK Assassin to use his shield. There's so much energy on HK Assassin's side, but he doesn't want to put the charge attacks onto the Glycepod, but it's going to get solo coming now in with the Superior.
This is all going to come down to the charge attack tie here. Talonflame, will it be able to seal this deal? Padaman's Talonflame or HK Assassin's Talonflame both come in, and Padaman's Talonflame gets the charge attack tie.
You see the nod from Pataman. You see the bubbles being swiped. It's a charge attack priority. This is information, and this is game number 1 going to Pataman.
What a game. That was so close for comfort. Unfortunately for HK Assassin, he did everything right in that game, but that energy lead that Padaman managed to get on that Talonflame through that Superior came in so clutch towards the end of the game.
Let's go ahead and kind of recap that middle game there. We're talking about how dangerous that Gastrodon is to be able to get up against a Superior. Pataman says absolutely no problem. He had a strategy to go through that all because recognizing that it got taken down gave too much energy for his Talonflame. But even still, how close was that game, Avi? It came down to a charge attack priority, meaning the Talonflame with the higher attack stat is the one that got to throw its charge attack first.
Yeah, and one of the things that I noticed as well throughout the course of the game, I'm not sure if you caught this as well, when the Talonflame came in, HK Assassin did not do the conventional 2 Vine Whips and throw the first airlace. He did 1 Vine Whip and he threw the airlace. If he had done 2, maybe, just maybe, the Superior would have been able to get to the airlace at the end game.
It's so interesting how just one little, maybe not even misplay, but one sort of thing, losing one attack, not gaining one amount of energy that you would be able to need to be able to get to an attack could change the outcome of a game so impactful such as this.
Yeah, such a close game. We all thought the moment the Superior got locked into the Gastrodon, the game was done and dusted. But Padaman says, no, I am not that easy to take down. I am a Titan for a reason.
He says, I am a regional champion, I am an international champion, and I would love to be a special championship champion right on top here. Being able to get one game off of someone who completely swept you a night before. It looks like it could be back in action. Superior not finding its mark this time, up against a Glycepod.
This is not a great matchup to be in if you're the Superior. Of course, you still do a ton of damage with that Frenzy plan, but Glycepod has this super effective X-Scissor. HK Assassin pivoting into the Lapras. This Lapras is not going to like this X-Scissor. Already 2 X-Scissors loaded on the side of this Glycepod.
I kind of like this play by HK Assassin because you can't lure in a Talonflame with this Pokemon because if the Lapras is already ahead on energy, what are you going to do? Meanwhile, another X-Scissor coming through on Pataman's side, still staying in this matchup here, getting Lapras to have a little bit more energy, but not a lot of health.
Yeah, the Lapras is not succeeding in doing what it wanted to do, is bring that Gastrodon into the play. As long as that Gastrodon is at the backline, it's going to be really difficult for the Unnovan Stunfisk to prosper here. Sparkling Arya shielded. Will the Lapras get to another? No, not unless HK Assassin wants to commit this Protect Shield.
It looks like he is deciding last second he's going to do that because he knows he's going to be able to get there, dictating whether Pataman wants to use both shields in this mid-game matchup. Now, we all know how important this could be, how decisive it can be. 2 shields now going down in this middle matchup. Lots of energy coming out on that Glycepod. It looks like Pataman has made a decision, and he is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Glycepod is the reason why Pataman has come so far in this tournament. He's shown great gameplay, great understanding of it, but what a catch off on the Superior here. Aquajet resisted by the Superior, but then again, we are going to see that Talonflame potentially coming in, banking a move here. Padaman, great heads-up play, coming in with a Talonflame. Talonflame, of course, is going to be having a field day incinerating this Superior down.
Yeah, exactly. There's a Superior in the field there, not being able to do much. He wants to be able to throw on good timing here, but it's a little bit difficult. Actually going for Frenzy Plant against the Talonflame, and we'll see. There's no Protect Shields left remaining on Patoman's side. He's gonna have to take it all.
Yeah, he's gonna have to take it all here. Will the Superior get to another move? No, not before the Incinerate down is completely done. In comes his first Flame Charge. Flame Charge, of course, is a great move to have. You know, when Sunfist trying to protect its HP, possibly thinking there's a Pokemon that it can have a plane at the backline. Talonflame is getting to another Flame Charge. Flame Charge, this one is boosted. Boosted Flame Charge coming in. How much damage does this do to that?
No Protect Shields remaining!
No Protect Shields remaining, but then again, does it really need a Protect Shield? At this point, Padaman can easily bring in the Golisopod where he stored in the energy and knocked his Unova and Sunfisk out, not even showing his third Pokemon. Discharge knocks out the Talonflame, in comes the Golisopod, and this Aquajet will knock out the Unova and Sunfisk. 2-0 lead for Padaman.
Padaman's Golisopod says, cool off, Unova and Sunfisk. You had too much of a show in that first round here. Game 2 going to Padaman. He just needs one more to make that reverse sweep of the grand finals.
One more game for the bracket reset, but at this point, HK Assassin needs to make some calls here. Unfortunately, in game number 2, from the lead to the swap-in, he's had bad matchups. But another key thing to point out in game number 2 was the no reveal of the Gastrodon towards the end game. HK Assassin does not know what Pokemon Padaman had at the back. Potentially, he would have thought it was a Pokemon that Unova and Stunfisk had a good matchup against, which is one of the reasons why he shielded the Unova and Stunfisk on that Flame Charge. So it's... I don't know. Gastrodon is going to play a pivotal role in how Padaman brings in game number 3.
Like you discussed before, I mean, even though he didn't see it, the HK Assassin probably knows that it was the Gastrodon because Gastrodon has to put in quite a bit of work. But I tell you what, maybe it doesn't even have to because it wasn't even shown in game number 2. HK Assassin was able to take the winners finals 3-0 decisive against Padaman. I wonder if he will be able to what we call reverse sweep, which means even though your opponent is up and they only need one more point, you're able to get all 3 points in a row. If he is able to do that, we are already crowning a champion. But if Padaman manages to beat him here, we are having a bracket reset.
All right, both these trainers are in the zone here. They have locked in their Pokemon, and we're going to see a Talonflame into the Golisopod.
What do you think about this matchup here? I mean, obviously the Incinerates are going to be doing a nice chunk of damage because it's part bug, but the Aqua Jets are really going to hurt the Talonflame and maybe forcing some shields early on.
At this point, what you might want to do as a Talonflame is commit more and more Protect Shields while you boost your charge fast attacks with that Flame Charge. Flame Charge number 1 coming into the Golisopod. Padaman immediately pulling up that Protect Shield.
I know a lot of times, especially in games such as this, when there's sort of more of a rock, paper, scissors scenario, it might be very important to be able to win that first matchup, to be able to align the Pokemon that you want. If you look at the back there is that Talonflame on Padaman's side, and there is a Superior. But HK Assassin needs to be able to get to this.
Ooh, gets to the fly, and Padaman immediately pulling up the Protect Shield here. This is great for Padaman because as long as he preserves that Golisopod, he's going to have a field day at whatever Pokemon is coming in the back. Aquajet number 3 coming in from the Golisopod, but this time there is no Protect Shield on the side of Talonflame. Talonflame, off the field you go. What are you bringing in here? Will this be the Unova and Stunfisk for a potential Thundershock down? And that is exactly what happens here. At this point, the Gastrodon is going to come in here, and it is going to be so happy.
You see Padaman already grinning. He's staring now down his opponent. He knows there's nothing you can do at this point. Throw everything you got at me. I'm just going to burn you down, Superior. Get away from my Gastrodon. Get out of this matchup. We're going to a Grand Finals reset.
Grand Finals reset indeed. Let's see how long this Unova and Stunfisk survives against this Talonflame. Flame Charge number 1 coming in, but it doesn't matter. There is such a good Pokemon, a super hot answer for this Unova and Stunfisk in the form of Gastrodon at the back. Flame Charge number 2 coming in, boosted into the Stunfisk.
Padaman wasn't even looking at his phone. He was just staring down his opponent at this time. How intimidating is this? 3-0 sweep!
This is in a way, reverse sweep, right? That's one of the best ways to kick off a grand final grudge match. He has reset the bracket. Now again, it's going to be another best of 5. It takes a great deal of personality and also attitude to go on from losing 0-3 earlier in the tournament and coming back and making a statement. Listen, I am the defending EUIC champion. I am not going to go down that easy.
It looked like he was able to do a lot in these matchups. Man, how decisive, how good does that have to feel? You know, when HK Assassin went ahead and brought in his superior, and you just saw Pataman sit up and grin because that Talonflame had such a good matchup at that point.
I think Pataman hard read HK Assassin. One of the things he could have potentially done, again, in game number 1, was to go straight flame charge in hopes, in game number 3, in hopes to secure the lead matchup. But I think I'm not extremely familiar with the Golisopod versus Talonflame matchup because I've always been looking at it with the Fly Bravebird. Does 2 flame charge help you incinerate the Golisopod down before it gets to another move?
I mean, I think that is really the big question, because for a while, and I know that there has been a lot of trainers throughout the globe who call themselves the best Talonflame players in the world, but then once it swapped over to Fly and Bravebird, it kind of changed, right? Because the play style changes a bit. Pataman opting to bring now in the Talonflame, running it with that Flame Charge and Fly, has made things very dynamic, very different. So excited to see it in the grand finals.
I think Talonflame has to run Fly here, right? We talked about it earlier, as well as this day started, as a tournament started. One of the best ways to empower Talonflame is being able to throw that flame charge onto the Tinkerton and completely farming it down to have so much energy that can go anywhere in this meta. You saw even the Unovan Stunfisk does not want to deal with those boosted flame charge. Game 1, it was all about this Talonflame, and unfortunately for HK Assassin, his Talonflame did not win the charge attack tie here, but this sets up Pataman for the great victory here.
Honestly, it's heartbreaking, right? If you're the opponent, you're saying, okay, I've done absolutely everything that I can do in this scenario. It really comes down to chance at this point. I don't know what Pataman's attack is like. I do know what mine is. Maybe HK Assassin's was very low. There's also the potential, if they have the exact same attack, that it's just a coin flip, in which case, it's still interesting information to be taken away. But Pataman continuing time after time again, game number 1, game number 2, cool as a cucumber throughout, being able to take that and now being able to flip the bracket here. And now we're going into what we call like a grand finals.
Yeah, the grandest of finals.
This is the grandest of finals.
The grandest of finals indeed, but we can immediately check if it's the same, let's say the same attack stat for both the Talonflame. One of the ways that you can check it is the CP points on the Talonflame. If it's exactly the same for both HK Assassin and Pataman, we can confirm it very easily. Unfortunately, you can't see it on the screen right now, but if they come back into the match,
that's something that maybe we could keep an eye on. But for the most part, at least this is a good information gathering round for HK Assassin. It's not like he really lost out on anything, because he was sitting on the winner's side of the bracket in a double elimination tournament. He still has an extra chance to be able to play here. He still has a chance to become this Seville Special Championship champion. Meanwhile, Pataman also, he's got a lot of momentum on his side. He just beat Borja in the losers finals in a decisive best of 5 matchup, going all the way to game number 5, comes up immediately, sweeps the grand finals, and now we are here for the final event.
I think Psyduck used confusion on HK Assassin in a few of those games, because it was the complete opposite of what happened when these two trainers played earlier, where HK Assassin called everything. Wherever the Gastrodon was, there was a superior. He did it in game number 1, but that was not enough. He needs to do this more consistently. Let's see how these two trainers modify their strategy, because HK Assassin is at this point, in my opinion, at the disadvantage here, because Pataman has all the wins in his sail. HK Assassin needs to win this game to put a dent in Pataman's armor.
I think so. That is so absolutely true, Abi. There, the momentum has really shifted behind Pataman. Not only that, there's a huge crowd support, because this is a Spanish trainer and this is an event in Spain. So obviously a lot of these trainers who have come here maybe haven't gone to a lot of tournaments before. They wanted to be able to stay in their home territory, and Pataman is hoping to make it so for them. Meanwhile, HK Assassin has played absolutely fantastic through this entire tournament, knocking out so many good trainers, knocking Patoman down to the loser's bracket earlier on in the tournament. He 3-0'd him once before. If he 3-0s him again, it doesn't even matter. This is where it all comes down to. These are the matches, and here they go.
Grand Finals reset. Game number 1. It's a Unnovan Sunfisk leading into this Golisopod. This, as we know, is a great matchup for the Unnovan Sunfisk. But then again, the Aqua Jets from this Golisopod is going to do a ton of work against this Unnovan Sunfisk.
Hobby, look at this backline. This is absolutely different than what was being played before. We got a double water backline, and they know that there is a Talonflame to be searching for. No shield here from Patoman's side. We've saw this before. Discharge does a lot of damage, but so do these Aqua Jets, and there's one already loaded. Another one is well on its way.
The Aqua Jet number 1 coming in. No shield immediately by HK Assassin. This does a ton of damage, but let's see. Will he stay in here? He goes for the Mud Bomb, potentially hoping for a swap here. It's a charge attack type. Does HK Assassin shield this? No, he knows if his Swampert gets some energy lead, it's gonna do a lot of work against the backline, but in comes this Lapras. Lapras side-waving down. Will this be enough? Yes, it is.
Big plays here. And if you're Patoman, if you're saying, okay, these last 5 games, I know that there's a superior in the back. This is what my Talonflame is waiting for. I think he might be in for a shock here. The Sparkling Aria coming through. No Protect Shield Zeus on Gastrodon, thinking, okay, Gastrodon, you're just gonna be a damage sponge at this point, not recognizing the actual potential of this Pokemon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lapras gets to another Sparkling Aria before the Gastrodon can throw a charge attack here. Sparkling Aria number 2 comes in, puts the Gastrodon so deep into the red. This is great, going for the Earth Power here. This is the best situation for HK Assassin if you want to be in. All that, even too much advantage is going to secure the game for Swampert. Swampert comes in, Talonflame in the sky. This is not where you want to be if you're Patoman.
You saw him kind of grin, recognizing, oh no, this is not the position that I want. This Hydro Cannon is going to hurt. First Protect Shield use on the side of Patoman. Patoman has to gain up energy to be able to even throw its first attack onto the Swampert, and no Brave Bird to be found either, so there's not even the potential to completely one-shot it here. Going for the Flame Charge is a little bit more energy efficient, and it's going to boost the attacks, getting the shield off of HK Assassin.
This is still a Shadow Swampert. The Incinerate damage is adding up over time here. It's already in the yellow, while the Talonflame is so healthy. Hydro Cannon number 2 coming up, shielded immediately by this Talonflame.
We also have to keep in mind that the Switch Timers are coming up as well, so there could be a potential catch. Going for another attack here and getting the last shield off of HK Assassin's side. This is coming down to the wire. 50-second timers means this game is so much more dynamic than it could be otherwise. Switch timers are up. He needs to be careful. Tries to go for the catch. Unable to do so.
No catch, but Lapras comes in here. This is again might go to a charge attack tie here. Does the Lapras go down for 1 Incinerate? No. That is 2 Incinerate, but Lapras gets to this Sparkling Aria. Is this enough to knock out the Talonflame? Talonflame still in the green here. Will this be enough?
He knows he's Sparkling Aria there. Super effective damage. Talonflame falls. HK Assassin taking a little bit of momentum back into his court, taking game number 1.
What a game, so close. Great adjustment by HK Assassin. I was just thinking before the game, the Swampert would have had a lot of play because so many times we see the Talonflame. HK Assassin, he tried to do what he did earlier in the tournament by bringing in the Serperior, but he recognized, all right, maybe I don't really need the Serperior. He still has such great Pokemon like the Unnovan Sunfish, the Lapras, and the Swampert to go into Patoman's team, and that it's so good to make that adjustment after failing 3 times.
Yeah, what a moment to be watching this tournament. These two trainers have been going up against each other basically almost all of day 2. HK Assassin knocking Patoman down to the losers, and Patoman climbing back up to get this grand finals reset. And now, this is really all that it boils down to, Abby. This is all that matters. It doesn't matter the road that they took to get here. Whoever wins this best of 5 is our champion.
Yeah, already 1 game advantage for HK Assassin. All he needs is 2 more games. Patoman needs 3 to win the grand final of grand finals.
This is a big moment for both these trainers. I don't blame them for taking a moment to try to figure out the strategies that they want to play. Do they want to go a little bit more rock, paper, scissors, such as they they did in the first couple matchups, or are they going to kind of get into their minds, each of them running something a little bit different? Patoman fell into kind of the same category that they had been playing for the last 3 matches, saying, okay, I know that you just have to find where my Gastrodon is, and I have to find where your Superior is. When there's no Superior, it turns into a completely different game.
Let's see if HK Assassin brings the Superior back. Game number 2 here. We see the Unova Stunfisk getting matched up against the Gastrodon. A nightmare of a lead.
Gastrodon says, I found you! And meanwhile, Lapras now swapping in as a safe swap here to be met with the Glyspot. This time now, the Lapras has a little bit of an energy advantage, but still these X-Scissors are going to be putting in work. No Skull Bash on the side of HK Assassin, so that means that he's not going to be able to boost his defenses, and he's not going to be able to hit back as hard at this Glyspot, who is now just still continuing to ramp up energy.
Yeah, at this point, it will come down to which of these trainers wants to invest the most amount of protections. Patoman, no shielding the first sparkling area. Does it outpace to the second? No, it does, but HK Assassin waiting before throwing this move, pulling up the Protect Shield to protect that Lapras. This is going to be very crucial on how this turns out.
I don't know if he's pressed the button yet. He might be going for a little bit more energy first. Yes, he doesn't want this to be caught on anything else, saying, okay, this sparkling area should be enough at this point. But Patoman says, guess what? I know how this plays out. We've seen this happen before. Going to use another shield here because he wants to match, at least get shield parity. He knows he might outpace, but look at this at the same time.
Gets at the same time, but HK Assassin at this point not clicking on the charge attack, potentially wanting to side wave down. If he side wave down this Glycephalon, it's gonna switch the game into his favor. Going for the sparkling area here, potentially wanting to get the Protect Shield, but no, he gets the Glycephalon. This means Patoman no longer has switch, and HK Assassin is going to dictate the pace of this game.
Okay, in comes the Talonflame. The real question is, will he be able to get to a sparkling area? He does! Patoman grimaces as he forces himself to use that last shield. This would do a ton of damage. HK Assassin had taken the alignment. While Patoman had the shield, at least now the Unovan Stunfisk has found its mark.
Unovan Stunfisk has definitely found its mark here. Flame Charge number 1 coming in. This, of course, is going to do considerable amount of damage, but not enough to knock the Unovan Stunfisk. It is all going to be up to the Gastrodon to try and pull this game away for Patoman. Patoman not being able to get to another move before this the Stunfisk gets to the discharge. Discharge coming in. Is this enough to knock out the
I think it might be. I think HK Assassin was very worried also that the Gastrodon would be able to catch onto this. Going for this fly now, it's not going to be that effective against the Stunfisk, but at this point the Stunfisk is quite low. Not very effective, not enough to take it out. Gastrodon comes in to completely snipe it at this point, but what can it do? We now see the third Pokemon. We now see that it is the Superior. Superior needs to be able to get to an Aerial Ace to knock out the Talonflame. Meanwhile, has to be able to survive everything that this Gastrodon is throwing.
Yeah, absolutely, and at this point, HK Assassin can do exactly the same thing that he's been doing in this matchup time and time again. Farming his way to 2 Aerial Aces, putting the Gastrodon in the red, and then throwing that Aerial Ace for that knockout. Body Slam number 2 coming in from the Gastrodon. So close. HK Assassin is so close from winning this game here.
Yeah, Gastrodon doing all that it can, unfortunately not being able to get to that. Going for the heavier hitting Frenzy Plant at this point, just wants to ensure the knockout. There's still quite a bit of health, and there's a little bit of energy on that Superior as well. Taking game number 2, Grass versus Fire. Looks like Grass is winning this one, and HK Assassin is 1 game away.
This was so crucial here, the mid-game, where he understood that Lapras winning the switchback is going to be pivotal in how the game turned out, and it went exactly according to plan. If you have a polarizing matchup at the lead, you have to do all you can at the mid-game to get that switch advantage in your favor. Talonflame, of course, is a Firebird of the Sky, but it was not enough HP to get that Aerial Ace and survive from the Superior.
A lot of power going through the Incinerate. It takes a long time to pace to, however, as well, and Patoman just was unable to do so, forcing himself to throw the fly against the Stunfisk. Even though he got that Mud Slap down with the Gastrodon, there was nothing that he could do when he saw that it was actually the Superior in the back. Patoman is now a little bit on what we call the back foot, right? He needs to be able to reverse sweep to be able to stay. He needs at least 1 game to be able to stay in this. Meanwhile, HK Assassin is really has to be feeling confident now. The momentum has shifted back into his favor. He just needs 1 more game. Both of these trainers taking a little bit of time to lock in, and we can completely understand this. This is the biggest moment of at least one of their Pokemon careers so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all these trainers taking some time, Padaman also taking some extra time to understand that, all right, I need to keep my cool. I need to bring this back to my court. It's 1 point at a time. He's 1 point away from being crowned second place, but he's also 3 points away from being the Grand Champion. So one at a time, one game at a time. Every game at this point is a final game for Padaman, and every game and HK Assassin has a little bit more leeway, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to be seeing who has the fighting chance here. Gliscopod is in the lead here versus the Lapras. Let's take a little quick peek at the backline here. Looks like Padaman has actually completely benched the Talonflame. What an interesting concept. But also, look, there's no superior on the side of HK Assassin.
There is no superior indeed, but HK Assassin going for a strategy. He was going Talonflame hunting, but Padaman recognized it and did not bring the Talonflame at all. First Sparkling Aria coming in from the Lapras, but the Gliscopod will most definitely outpace the Lapras in this matchup.
Yeah, we saw this on even footing here. The Gliscopod will definitely be able to outpace, and also those X-Scissors are just chunking away a little bit more than the Sparkling Arias are going to be able to. At the beginning part of the game, it's so hard to tell when you don't know what the back three Pokemon are, so we'll see how they want to play this out. The Lapras is very low, but it should be able to actually knock out the Gliscopod at this point if Padaman doesn't shield. Padaman choosing to shield. He wants to get a little bit of the alignment. He wants to get a little more energy on that Gliscopod.
Yeah, at this point, it'll be crucial. Which Pokemon will come in to try and get this Gliscopod out of the way? It is going to be the Unova Stunfisk. Of course, Unova Stunfisk is going to be taking some energy here. Aqua Jet #1 coming in. Does the Gliscopod have enough HP to survive that one Thundershock that went in to get to another Aqua Jet? Aqua Jet #1, super effective damage, but no, not enough in the tank for Gliscopod.
Gliscopod comes out, the Gastrodon comes in, and now it's Swampert up against it there. Swampert is actually getting chunked very hard by these Mudslaps, especially because it is a Shadow Swampert, but that means these Hydro Cannons are also going to hurt. Padaman recognizes, saying, that's okay, I know that I can take one. I'm getting up a lot of energy.
Yeah, so much energy into the Gastrodon, but then again, Swampert has 2 shields to hide behind. First Body Slam comes in. The Swampert will potentially outpace the Hydro Cannon before the Gastrodon gets to another Body Slam, but at this pace, Swampert is trying to Mudshot down, but unfortunately, it's not going to get there. Gastrodon, it's on a mission. It wants to get this Swampert out of the way so the Charger Bug can potentially sweep this matchup.
Charger, beep, beep, beep. It started to charge up as the Swampert goes down. Welcome to the slam as the next Gastrodon's Body Slam goes through, getting the Protect Shield off of HK Assassin, recognizing, oh, that was shielded at a rather late time here, catching a Body Slam onto the Unova Stunfisk. What a play by HK Assassin.
Great play by HK Assassin here, catching the Body Slam. He did one Mudshot and then swapped the damage onto the Stunfisk. It's the Charger Bug at the back. Charger Bug, we know how bulky of a Pokemon it is, but all the Stunfisk has to do is put this in a range where Hydro Cannon knocks it out.
Pay attention because there was a Hydro Cannon loaded on the Swampert before it went down. Swampert has a high attack here, and another Mudslap is going through. No Protect Shields remaining on Padaman's side. The Charger Bus was fully loaded, and it's slowly dwindling down as it goes along.
This is going to be so close here. X's are coming in to knock out the Stunfisk. Swampert, we know, has that Hydro Cannon loaded, and that will be enough to knock out the Charger Bug. Hydro Cannon comes in, but remember, there is still that Gastrodon in the back.
No, I don't think there is. You see Padaman already clapping. This is going to connect. This is going to crown your champion. Give it up for HK Assassin.
HK Assassin is crowned the champion, and he gets that World's Invite as well. What a brilliant way. He goes 3-0, 0-3, 3-0 again. Wow. The man has so much confidence in what he has to do. You saw it in the interview, yeah? He was just like, I know I have to respect you. You are the reigning EUIC champion, but I am excited. I'm feeling good. I'm in the finals. I deserve to be here.
HK Assassin has taken it farther than he's taken it in any tournament he's competed in so far, but what a way to do it! Knocking down our reigning European International Champion, getting a title for himself, and getting a direct invite for world competitions in Anaheim, California. Absolutely incredible plays by HK Assassin, bringing a very unique team. A Unova Stunfisk taking it so far far. What a champion.
Yeah, I think he made the amazing calls here. He adapted every game of the way. Of course, he did, as you said, he took it a little bit easy in the first grand finals, but for the reset, he said, all right, if you're going to play a Talonflame, I'm going to completely correct my line. Game 1, he ran strong to Talonflame at the back. Game 2 also, he had the opportunity to say, all right, I need this Golisopod out of the way. I need to preserve my switch advantage. So completely side-waving down the Golisopod and setting it up. Also, in game number 2, it was so crucial for that Lapras to get to that sparkling area on the Talonflame towards the end game. And game 3, he went Talon hunting. There was no Talonflame, but that Swampert did so much work into the backline.
I think that this was absolutely incredible. Energy management, time management, both of those trainers knew when their switch timers were up. They knew what the opponent wanted to try to do. And I mean, you saw Pataman already. He was clapping because he recognized, I do think that you're right, there was a Gastrodon in the back, but because the Pataman was, not Pataman, HK Assassin was able to throw the Hydro Cannon to knock out the Charger Bug. The Volt Switch energy didn't go through, and since Mudshot from the Swampert is 2 turns versus the 3rd turn of the Mudslap, he would have won anyway. The whole point there is HK Assassin taking that cleanly 3-0 off of one of, I would call, our most well-known trainers here in Europe. HK Assassin truly making his mark on this season, and also, I just want to point out, making a new face on our new champions photo.
We've had that so many times in this season. This is, again, one of those times where the Superior comes in, goes up against a Gastrodon, gets a ton of energy, and then the Talonflame is no longer a threat. Game number 3, it was all the Swampert show here, catching that Body Slam onto the Stunfisk, throwing one Mudshot, and in between the Mudslap animation, goes into the Unova Stunfisk, catches that Body Slam. This gives Unova Stunfisk so much play towards the backline. Yes, the Charger Bug did manage to knock out the Unova Stunfisk, but Swampert went away with that Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon would knock out this Charger Bug, and that secured his title.
I know, we were talking about Golisopods earlier. Is it the water Pokemon of choice? We were talking about Lapras. Is it the Pokemon of choice? Is it Shadow for Alligator? Turns out it was Shadow Swampert all along, everyone. The Germans were right.
Yeah, they're usually, in that case, when it comes to Swampert, they're almost always right, because they love to play this Pokemon.
Love to play Swampert.
Shadow Swampert also comes in with the added advantage with it getting that new move Sludge. It also has a better matchup against potential Shadow Swampert counters that's in this meta, which is the Jumpluff. Sludge from a Shadow Swampert does so much damage against Shadow Jumpluff.
I mean, I think that there was some masterful plays by both of these opponents here. In the interview that Pataman and HK Assassin had with Leo, Pataman said, you know, I'm not going to let him 3-0 me again, and that was true. That was true for the Grand Finals. In the Grand Finals reset, HK Assassin said, you know what, I kind of liked it. That first time that I gave you a try at it, but I think I want to hand back at that 3-0.
So many competitors, right? So many competitors, so many matches that we saw. Let's take a look at what our competitors did, how they fared throughout this tournament in their standings.
It's been an absolutely incredible time here in Sevilla. HK Assassin taking it all with a very unique team there. A little bit of a throwback with that Superior Unova and Stunfisk. Pataman also with a very, very unique team. Then we have the rest. Look at all of these Spanish trainers. We got Borja, we got Marcos Shiny as well. Pablo Dinas, the other Spanish trainers on this list, as long as Vision Prod from Portugal, Wolfpack from France, and also Kalfia from Belgium. Congratulations to our finalists, our top 8 competitors here in Sevilla.
Yeah, it was a great 2 days of Pokemon Go. One of the things we saw as well is that Tinkerton coming into the meta. So many players came in, tried to correct that, but in the end, Swampert is your answer. Swampert did so well into the meta. Of course, if the Swampert gets matched up against Pokemon like Feraligatr or Pokemon like Golisopod, it would not have a field day. But when it comes to countering Tinkerton, and also more importantly, breaking the Azumarill Tinkerton core, Swampert goes a long way.
I mean, I will go ahead and give a little bit of credit for Archaeolus there. I mean, I didn't see an Azumarill in the top plays, at least at this tournament. So far, Azumarill has really been a lot of rising in the meta, life-giving, even made it the center focus of that drawing. Will something be able to top Azumarill? Looks like it was topped here at this special championship. Also, if you noted on that graphic, even though Tinkerton was actually the top used Pokemon of day 2, I believe I only saw 4 competitors had it on their list of their top finalists.
I think Azumarill kind of dropped down in day number 2 because maybe trainers did not want to have the same Pokemon or the same kind of typing with Tinkerton and Azumarill. Of course, it's been a great tournament, but we've also had our own mini game going on, which is the Casters Fantasy Draft. And let's see how we did. I think all of us did really well here.
I think we really did. I would say, we saw Pataman.
The finals don't count. The finals don't. No.
No, look, it's all rearranged. We're just going to pay attention who's at the top of this bracket. Pataman, of course, I had picked him right away because I knew that he was a trainer that had the potential to take it all the way. He made it as close as possible. He really gave a huge fight, but congratulations to HK Assassin taking that away with another 3-0 victory to secure his championship title.
Yeah, I mean, you always get your picks almost right.
That's what I'm saying. I think I'm winning the Caster Fantasy Draft. Don't quote me on it, but quote me on it.
No, I think we need to take a look at the data a little bit more into detail because I think she gets lucky. She gets the best picks all the time.
So what can I say? If you got it, you got it, and baby, I got it. But you know who else got it? HK Assassin. Really, honestly, I just want to keep going back to this. Would you have guessed before this started, knowing how the meta is continuing to shift, that a Superior would be coming back into the meta, that perhaps a Unovan Stunfisk would be on the team? Swampert actually, I think, is a really great and interesting call that a lot of people will be using because it has nice matchups against Shadow Drapion, which is the #1 pick. It seems to be used all the time, and also it really has a heavy hitting with that Hydro Cannon.
But Superior, as we were talking about it as well, a lot of these teams have Lapras and Azumarill in them. You need that perfect, that good grass type damage, and that's what Superior brings into the meta. Of course, you have Pokemon like Credilli that we saw also having access to Grass Knot, but Superior comes in with that extra bulk. Then that bulk can go a long way against playing against a neutral matchup. For example, in a way, in theory, a bad matchup against Tinkerton. We saw how much a Frenzy Plant did to the Tinkerton.
That is true. I mean, if you think about it, there's 3 grass type Pokemon that really kind of made a name for themselves here in Sevilla. We were looking at that Superior, obviously. Jumpluff was almost everywhere, almost on every single team, and that Credilli that you mentioned. But the other Credilli and the Jumpluff don't fill the same roles that Superior did because they have a lot of different coverage. We've discussed time and time again, Jumpluff doesn't even have a grass type attack.
Yeah, I mean, it does, but we just don't.
Most of the trainers are not using Jumpluff's grass type attack.
Okay. I'm sorry for correcting you. You're right. So the point is, like, Jumpluff does have access to acrobatics and also has access to the grass type move, but in the meta that we've been playing across the tournament, across the season, double flying moves is the way to go. Acrobatics, Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace, you definitely need it because it is a great bait move, but if you go for double nuke move, Energy Ball and Acrobatics, then you put yourself in a position where your opponent knows it's either going to be an Energy Ball or it's going to be an Acrobatics, and that takes away a lot of strategy from your game.
Yeah, absolutely. How many times have we seen in this tournament when the player has 1 shield left, there's energy for the heavier hitting attack, and the players are really pausing. You have a couple seconds to decide, do I want to use that shield or not? And how many times has the shield call been wrong because you just don't know? But you're absolutely right. If there's 2 attacks with the same amount of energy being used, it takes away the mystery of that, and okay, well, I have to shield this attack.
I think the shield calls have been wrong 4 times in this tournament. I'm not sure.
Only 4? Wow.
I think one of that was Acrobatics on the Drapion. Another one was the Skull Bash on the Golisopod. The other 2, I'm not completely remembering.
I think that it takes a lot to be able to make calls. Of course, when you make the call right, everyone thinks that you're a genius. It's so hard when us as casters and everyone else in the chat can see both screens, can remember exactly or see how much energy opponents have. But truly, with the 50-second timer, being able to swap in and out, it's so hard to keep track of energy, so hard to know even where your own opponent is. So, I mean, congratulations to all the trainers who've been making it so far. Those who didn't win still went away with a nice amount of championship points, and that really matters as we're closing out the season, getting closer to that road to Anaheim, California.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, having that move kind of adds an extra element to the game as well. Moves like Aerial Ace, of course, it's a 50-50 call on your opponent's side, but then again, it trickles down. It's a 50-50 call on your side, which results in a 50-50 call on your opponent's side, which can give you a lot of advantage towards the end game. The more pressure you pile on your opponent, the more you have to force them to play your game. It's not about my opponent has a playstyle and I'm going to counter it. No, I have a playstyle and I want my opponent to play my game, not the other way around.
I think more and more, the more trainers start competing competing, even if it's something local like or online, maybe in a grassroots tournament, the more comfortable you get with a Pokemon, the more comfortable you get with your own play style, and that gives you the confidence to go and compete. I see a lot of interesting different team strategies. Obviously, there are meta picks. There are Pokemon that people choose to bring because they're very good currently, but we also saw our top 2 finalists brought things that were not seen by very many other competitors, and I think that should make a lot of people sit up and take notice and say, okay, I can start building a little bit creatively here, and I think that we do that very well in Europe. Other places also have really, really phenomenal gameplay. They have really solid team compositions, but you see a lot of creativity here at these different special championships and regionals.
Yeah, I think what Amanda is trying to do is throwing shade at the other regions, but but then again, one of the things is it's important to understand that this is the first meta with Tinkerton. People are still learning, people are still experimenting. Of course, as the events go on and as there are more tournaments played, more practice is done, people will come up with, like, let's say, different strategies to deal with this Tinkerton, or potentially even there can be a good Pokemon that you don't want to play, right? Tinkerton, you don't need it in your team. From what we saw, so many trainers decided to not have the Tinkerton on the team and then still go for Pokemon that do very well against Tinkerton. So you never know. The team building, the strategizing is going to change across the remaining events.
I mean, I think a lot of eyes are on Europe, so they did hear my shade and my slander. But I think a lot of eyes are on it because this is the first tournament that Tinkerton was viable for. So they're kind of seeing, okay, how do opponents like to play? How much damage does this actually take from different attacks? This is a great way to conduct a little bit of research, even if you don't have one of your own yet, to be able to be like, okay, I know that if I build it, I want to be able to at least withstand this attack, or I know that I want to run player up, or you know what, maybe I will change it to Heavy Slam just to have a little bit of better matchup in those mirrors, because they seem to be everywhere.
Yeah, I think with Golisopod coming in and Pokemon like Feraligatr and Lapras slowly sneaking in there, would we see a meta where electric types come back in? We did see the and Sunfish
that was
do really well. But then again, will we see an electric type like Lantern ever come back into the meta?
Oh, I don't know. I think that's a divisive statement that a lot of people are saying, please no, while others are saying, absolutely, bring Lantern back. Everyone has a favorite meta. Everyone has metas that they don't like as much. Tonton Batus, who's done so incredibly well this season already, has said, this is finally a season where I feel back.
Yeah, I think it's always like that. You always have a playstyle that you build after years and years of battling, and there will be metas where your playstyle will fit in seamlessly. Of course, one of the trainers who have made that adjustment, and one of the trainers for them who the playstyle was completely suiting for this meta, is HK Assassin. We need to crown him.
I would love to.
We are here with Martin, who's going to crown our champions.
Sevilla 2025, the Orange City. So many trainers brought the heat to the 8th European Championship of the season. And now it is time to crown our top 4 finalists. In 4th place, we have a Twitch streamer speaking Spanish. He has brought an Annihilate. He didn't care for Tinkerton and he put pressure on anyone not respecting it. In 4th place, let's give it up for our 4th place finalist, Marco Shiny! Congratulations, Marcos. How does it feel to have your first medal now around you?
It feels really great with all my friends supporting me here, with Sharon and Annihilate, as you said, like rocking it. I mean, just shadow fist pump and go for it.
Are we going to see you at any other tournaments this season?
Maybe now I'm thinking about going to Italy. I have to maybe think it again, but I think I can make it like to the travel stipend, so why not? I may be there, not sure yet.
Why not? So we're going to see you at the World Championships?
Of course, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there again, yes.
Very nice. Let's give him love some one more time, Marco Shiny! In the 3rd place, we had someone dancing into the competition. He has played many tournaments and finally he got to day 2. Not just day 2, but in the top cut of this tournament here in Sevilla. In 3rd place, he brought Malamar and he took down all the opponents all the way up to 3rd place. Give it up for Borja! Felicidades.
Gracias.
I wonder, you brought the Malamar to almost every single game. How important was this Pokémon all the way to this third place?
¿Has sacado a Malamar en todos los combates? ¿Cómo es tan importante ese Pokémon para ti?
En el meta actual, para mí es un Pokémon muy bueno porque es versátil dentro de que no hay Char, no hay Wigglytuff. Entonces tiene mucha flexibilidad e incluso contra un Wigglytuff le hace mucho daño fuerza bruta. Muy flexible. Me gusta ese Pokémon. Tiene mejores matches de lo que parece que tiene.
Yeah, so Malamar is a very important Pokemon in this meta, because even though there's no Wigglytuff, that's a very good point for Malamar, and even though it has, if there's a Wigglytuff anywhere, it can still get through it.
Will we see you bring Malamar to the World Championships in Anaheim?
¿Crees que habrá Malamar en el World?
No sé si llegará a Anaheim o no, pero se intentará. Próximamente nos veremos en Bolonia.
He'll try to get it to the Worlds, but at least he will try to get it to Bologna.
All right, well, congratulations one more time. Give it one more time for Borja! Our second place finalist, the runner-up of Sevilla 2025, is no stranger to winning. His vision for core-breaking potential Pokemon has brought him so far in many tournaments, including winning the Europe International Championship of this season. And now he again has gotten his hands on a medal here in Sevilla. Let's hear it for your Sevilla runner-up, Batuman! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yet another medal for you, Batuman. How do you do it? What advice can you give to anyone at home competing at these championships?
So I think the most important thing for this type of competition is just being so passionate and doing your best to go far, and I think that's the point.
How confident does this run make you for the World Championships this season? You've competed twice, you've got pretty far in Japan. How far do you think you can take it this time in Anaheim?
So after this tournament, I'm really confident. Like last time in the Spain regional, I was really disappointed after the grand finals because I thought I could have played better than I did. So right now I'm feeling okay. I believe in myself for the next tournament. So yes, I'll do my best.
I think your fans do as well. You've played phenomenally, and again, congratulations on your second placement here. Let's show love one more time for your finalist, Batuman! Your 2025 Sevilla champion is someone who's hit gold for the first time this season. This is his first top 8 as well, and with his gold pancake, his Unnovan Stunfisk, he has reached that #1 placement. Let's hear it for our Sevilla Grand Champion, HK Assassin! Congratulations. Now that you've had a few moments to think about winning it all here, to let it sink in a little bit, how do you feel about winning the gold medal here?
A bit speechless at the moment. Might take a while to dwell in, to be honest. So.
I can imagine. What Pokemon for you was the most important in this new meta where Tinkaton was available for the first time?
I would say the Unova Stunfisk for sure. It was a core breaker to many teams, as well as the superior, the best grass type in this meta.
How did you get to the idea of using this Stunfisk here? We don't see this Pokemon a lot. What kind of thought process do you have bringing a core breaker like Stunfisk to a tournament like this?
It was Tinkaton was pretty much one of the mons that was going to appear a lot in this meta, as well as a lot of water types as well.
Makes sense, it does have a lot of coverage. Do you have anyone you want to give a shout out here who has helped you get this far in the Play Pokemon Championship Series?
There's too many people to mention who supported me all the way through my journey, so I'll just thank everyone who's been involved in the Go community.
My final question, are we going to see you at the World Championships in Anaheim?
Yeah, of course I'll be coming, yeah.
Very good. I'm glad to hear that you will be going there, that we'll see you compete there, perhaps again with the Stunfisk. Again, congratulations on your gold medal here. A phenomenal performance. Again, let's hear it one more time for your Grand Champion, HK Assassin! That concludes the tournament and the battles that we had this weekend, but we have some more to recap, so don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be back with you in a minute. See you soon. What a championship we just had here in Sevilla. So many trainers brought the heat here, and we got to crown a new champion here. I want to ask you guys some of your thoughts that you had, your favorite thoughts, your favorite moments of this tournament. And for you, of course, chat, let us know as well in the chat or on X. Abi, let's start with you.
I have two. The number one is the Gligar on the stage. That was a very, very cute plushie. And number two was when we saw the Swampert knocking out just one Mudshot in, making the catch, and the Swampert having the Hydro Cannon to knock out the Charge Bug. That was a very good move by Assassin.
I will say it was when we had a zero shield scenario with a Shadow Jumpluff versus a Shadow Feraligatr. And the Shadow Feraligatr was like a little bit behind on energy, and we saw the acrobatics take out the Shadow Feraligatr. And it was this moment where Martijn just grasped the power of the Shadow Jumpluff.
Who needs Energy Ball? Okay, Jumpluff is okay.
Wow, you heard it. Clip it, guys.
What was your favorite moment, Amanda?
My favorite? You mean, besides winning yet another Caster Fantasy draft?
Wow, congratulations on winning something.
Oh boy, man, we're all throwing shade here today. I honestly, what I love most about this is the fact that we have a new fresh face once again onto our European Regional Champions list, because every single one has been won by a different person, and that's cool, and that just shows the diversity of the players that we have here.
Let's take a look at our event winners that we had here. To start off, in the first place, HK Assassin with that Unnovan Stunfisk. Batuman, a second place finalist. He's always making it so far.
And then, of course, the Malamar Maniac, the Malamar Master Borja MN. With the Malamar always in the lead, that's why it's on top of the list.
Yeah, I think this was a great meta to understand how these things change. We see 3 Pokemon trainers taking 3 different approaches to tackle this Tinkaton meta.
And that marks the winners that we had this event here in Sevilla. Again, a tremendous performance. But let's take a look at the event winners that we had over the circuit so far.
I mean, this is exactly what I was pointing out earlier. This is a huge highlight. Look at all of these sort of new names mixed with some of the old tried and true people that we've had in Pokemon PvP here in Europe. We had started out the season with Kazim in Dortmund. So far, now we're ending in Sevilla here with HK Assassin. Each of these trainers have done so well throughout the season, gaining so many championship points and a lot of accolades to their name.
So many championship points, but there's more championship points to gather because we're not exactly at the end of the season just yet. We have more tournaments coming up here in Europe. Let's take a look again at the event schedule that we have, as we have 2 more special championships to go for and also an international championship.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of chance for Pokemon trainers to come in and experiment with Tinkerton as well. The next championship that's coming up is the Utrecht Special Championship, followed by Bologna. And next up is the NAIC, and last but not the least, where every road leads, is the World Championship at Anaheim.
That's victory road for you. Whether you want to gather championship points, if you just want to visit a Pokemon event and just breathe all the Pokemon in, make sure to visit these events. But that's not all the Pokemon action that we have upcoming. We're gonna have some more on Twitch as well, as we take a look what we have upcoming this week.
Yeah, there's always shows we can get the anime cheer up with Piplup. If you're having a bad day, look at this cute face. On Tuesday, on Wednesday, we're seeing the EOS Cup at EUIC, a rerun that is from some year, and then of course on Thursday we have the very best of Pokemon TV. I love these puns, this is amazing. And of course on Friday, Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker, followed up by the Pokemon Milwaukee Regional Championship.
That'll be the next event that we're going to have broadcasted on this channel. If you're not tired of this action at all, we're gonna have more battles in North America on this channel next week in Milwaukee. So make sure that you have this link saved, whether that's on Twitch or any other channel. Milwaukee is going to have some more action for you here on the Pokemon Go channel.
I always say in North America, Midwest is best, and Milwaukee is right in the center here. I think it's going to be a really great opportunity. I think a lot of these trainers have been looking in to see how our Tinkerton action is going to be. And we have up next against that is the Utrecht Special Championship, the next one that we have on our docket, and perhaps we'll see a brand new champion there as well.
And that's in the Netherlands. That's where I'm from, and I'm super excited to see that here. So yeah, let's take a look at what we have upcoming next. We're having the CTA action to come, and yeah, again, Utrecht is going to be super exciting as well. Abi, are you going to be there?
No, unfortunately not. My friend is getting married and I have to be there.
Oh, but you'll be watching.
I will obviously be watching.
And if you are going to be watching, making sure to tune in right there to Pokemon.com/broadcast.
That's exactly what I'll be doing. I'll be on the wedding when the ceremony is going on, put my phone in front of me, and then I'll be watching as my friend says their rounds. Catch!
And if you want to watch, make sure to follow us on all the channels. You can watch us on Twitch and YouTube. If you miss anything there, you can watch the videos back on those channels. And make sure to also follow us on social media. You can follow us there on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, and much more. So make sure that you follow us, tune into the action, and that'll be it for us this weekend. I want to give a big thank you to everyone, to you guys, of course, for putting up such an amazing show. Also to the tournament hosts, to the production who made this possible. And again, we'll see you next week on this channel in Milwaukee. See you later.